He was just an ordinary college student pulling an all-nighter to finish his thesis, but after waking from a nightmare of fire, he found himself transported to a strange otherworld, facing the blood and flames of a medieval witch-hunting spectacle. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. Each breath felt like flames searing his throat, and Xiaofeng's consciousness grew hazy as he struggled desperately not to lose consciousness. He fought to stay awake, resisting the darkness, yet was still swallowed by the endless crimson and black. Just as his awareness was about to extinguish, a ray of red light illuminated the path ahead, bringing him some strength. Xiaofeng used every ounce of his power to move toward the light, which gradually changed from crimson to pure white, piercing through the darkness. He jolted awake with heavy gasps, his heart pounding like a drum. He had dreamed of being trapped in a fire, losing consciousness from smoke inhalation, only able to wait helplessly for the flames to consume him. That nightmarish feeling of helplessness left him unable to recover for a long time. As his heartbeat slowly steadied, he recalled that he had actually been pulling an all-nighter at the school library working on his thesis. But when he prepared to pack up and return to his dorm, the scene before him struck his mind like a heavy hammer. There was no wooden desk, no reference books, only a worn and frayed black blanket covering him, lying on a narrow wooden bed. This wasn't the library, nor did it even resemble a hospital. Xiaofeng looked around in shock at the dilapidated little room containing only a rickety wooden table, 2 broken stools, a crate with holes in it, and outside the door, an abandoned stove and long-cooled earthen pots. Strange, oppressive weakness overwhelmed his entire body. Xiaofeng felt as if recovering from a serious illness, nearly falling from dizziness, and had to grip the bed frame tightly. Panic and confusion churned in his mind as he tried to calm his emotions, finally hearing distant shouts from outside. "Burn the witch! The Adlin Church is going to burn the witch! Everyone come quickly!" The cries mixing fear and fanaticism interrupted his thoughts. He unconsciously muttered to himself, "Witch? What kind of world is this?" A terrible premonition arose in Xiaofeng's heart. Before he could think further, the shabby wooden door was suddenly burst open, and a boy of 12 or 13 rushed in. "Brother Lucien, you're awake?" The short brown-haired boy in linen clothing looked overjoyed. Xiaofeng nodded blankly, an absurd thought emerging. Lucien. Witches, churches, burning to death. Could it be that he had traveled back to the dark age of medieval witch hunts? The boy chattered on about their mother crying in the night, their father seeking help early in the morning, and the charity doctor not daring to overcharge. When mentioning that his brother had become a knight's apprentice squire, the boy proudly lifted his chin. But the last sentence made Xiaofeng's heart skip a beat. "Let's go to the church square to watch them burn the witch, the one who got you arrested and interrogated all night." Xiaofeng was stunned, feeling both pity and curiosity. This witch was connected to me? He could only let the boy pull him along, stumbling toward the church. Along the way, he noticed the villagers' simple clothing. Men wore short-sleeved linen shirts, long pants, and flat shoes. Women wore plain long dresses with large pockets. Their hair came in various shades of brown, gold, red, and black, with sharp features and rough demeanor. Looking down at himself, he wore the same coarse cloth shirt and flat shoes. The broken houses of the poor district were soon left behind as a modest white church appeared before them, with its towering dome, massive cross, and narrow windows. The square was already packed with people. The boy pulled Xiaofeng through the crowd, squeezing to the very front. In the center of the square, a pale and beautiful woman in black robes was bound to a wooden cross. The angry crowd hurled stones, wood, and spit at her, with curses rising one after another. "Stone the witch to death. She killed my poor little Tracy." The woman kept her lips tightly sealed, enduring the attacks in silence, her gaze calmly fixed on the church steps. On the steps stood a middle-aged man in gold-trimmed white robes holding a white cross emblem, with several white-robed men and women and silver-armored guards behind him. The middle-aged man took out a pocket watch, and seeing that the time had come, solemnly raised the emblem. The noisy crowd in the square instantly fell silent, with only the sound of wind rustling through clothing remaining. Xiaofeng was shocked. What kind of power could achieve such absolute obedience and conditioned response? The middle-aged man's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried across the entire square. "Poor sinner, you have been deceived by the devil, attempting to gain evil power. Only the holy light can purify you." Prayers, judgment, accusations. The commoners below soon erupted in thunderous shouts. "Burn her!" Xiaofeng shuddered, thinking that if he were discovered to be a transmigrator, he would surely be the next demon on the stake. When the bishop asked again if the black-robed woman would repent, she laughed maniacally. "I pursue the truth of magic, not the truth of God. Burn me, and I shall watch this kingdom of heaven perish in the flames." Her shrill curse made the crowd even more frenzied, with deafening shouts and curses. Xiaofeng found himself for the first time in such an extremely fanatical atmosphere, terrified yet powerless to stop it, only able to look down and watch. The bishop prayed solemnly, raising the emblem as brilliant divine light illuminated the entire square. Everyone bowed their heads in prayer, and Xiaofeng instinctively closed his eyes. The light rose into the sky and descended, flames leaped up, and crimson fire consumed the black-robed woman. She cursed madly in the blaze until she turned to ash along with the stake. At this moment, Xiaofeng fully understood that this wasn't medieval Europe, but a world with real divine arts and magic. He whispered, "My name is Lucian." The evening sunlight pierced through crimson clouds, casting its glow upon the solemn square of Auderang Cathedral. The bishop lowered the small sun he had been holding, its brilliant radiance now dimmed, and hung it upon his chest before turning to walk into the cathedral. At the center of the square, on the scorched earth, only a pile of ashes remained of what had once been a rather beautiful black-robed witch. Though the flames had long since died out, her hysterical laughter and curses from her final moments seemed to still echo in the air. The onlookers instinctively shivered, glanced around nervously, then hurried to follow the bishop and priests into the cathedral, where they bowed their heads in repentance and prayed devoutly under the Lord's watchful gaze. The blinding white light seemed to linger on his retinas, and the sacred, overwhelming power it contained still made Lucian's heart race. Under that impact, he had silently accepted the identity of this body, burying his past deep in his heart, not daring to show the slightest abnormality. To think divine magic could be so powerful, I wonder if I'll ever have the chance to learn it? In his amazement, this bold thought emerged, though he had no time to dwell on it. Suddenly, a heavy hand slammed down on his left shoulder with such force that it sent him staggering, nearly knocking him off his feet. "Oh, my poor little Evans. Thank goodness you're all right. This is surely the Lord's protection." The speaker was a brown-haired woman twice as white as Lucian. She wiped away tears while repeatedly patting his shoulder with her beer paw-like right hand, as if trying to pat all her concern into him. Lucian dodged to the side to avoid having his internal organs displaced by another pat. He opened his mouth to speak, but his mind went blank. How should he address this woman? His full name seemed to be Lucian Evans, but beyond that, his memory was completely empty. His evasive movement only made the woman more distressed. "Poor little Evans, you must still be confused from your illness. Look at that little face of yours, Siri, so thin I can see your bones." Lucian groaned inwardly. Having transmigrated here, he could understand and speak the local language but had no other memories. If he answered incorrectly and was suspected of being possessed by a demon, that would be trouble indeed. In a sense, his soul had truly replaced the original owners. Fortunately, a middle-aged man nearby patted the large woman's arm and gently consoled her. "Elisa, little Evans has just recovered. His spirit is still weak. Don't overwhelm him. Iwan, help your mother, and let's all go home together." The middle-aged man was lean with a slightly hunched back, his graying blonde hair pressed against his forehead. Time had carved lines of hardship into his face, though traces of his youthful handsomeness remained visible. To Lucian at that moment, he seemed like an angel with a pure white halo, rescuing him from embarrassment and anxiety. "And Elisa, I'm completely well now, just still a bit dizzy." Lucian chose his words carefully, afraid of revealing any flaws. The little boy Iwan, who had dragged Lucian to watch the execution, half supported his mother while making a face at him. "Brother Lucian isn't some coward who'd die from a little illness. Only you still treat him like a little kid who needs taking care of." Aunt Elisa wiped away her tears. "Little Evans, seeing you recover puts my mind at ease. It's all because of that damned, evil witch who's now burning in hell." The stone alley's pavement still glistened with moisture from last night's rain. Evans supported Elisa as she walked slowly, yet continued her endless chatter. "When she first moved next door to you, she seemed so quiet, so beautiful, so gentle and refined. I even thought if little John could marry her, it would be a blessing from the Lord. But what happened? She turned out to be a witch, sneaking into the cemetery to dig up coffins and steal corpses for her evil magic. Thank God's glory that the tribunal's night watchman was on patrol and caught her red-handed. Otherwise, once she had prepared her dark sorcery, who knows how many people in our Arden district would have died." Walking behind them, Lucian strolled alongside a middle-aged man, Elisa's rambling constantly filling his ears. Piecing together the fragments, he finally understood what had happened. The witch was caught stealing corpses at midnight by the night watchman, and he himself had been taken by the church for interrogation simply for being her neighbor. The tribunal used divine magic to clear him of suspicion, but the ordeal had left the real Lucian physically and mentally shattered, leading to his death and allowing Lucian to possess this body. Recalling the terrifying power of divine magic he had witnessed, Lucian still felt a chill and remained silent. Seeing the young man's silence, the middle-aged man gently patted his shoulder and lowered his voice. "That's just how Elisa is. Pretend you didn't hear it." Lucian nodded slightly, still not knowing this man's name. Perhaps lost in memories, the man forgot to keep his voice down and sighed wistfully. "Ah, Elisa used to be such a pure and passionate beauty. Ever since she had little John, it's like she's been cursed by the devil. In just 1 year, she became like this." He gazed at the woman's retreating figure, his voice heavy with the weight of years. "I can't win against her anymore." Lucien forced a smile, but still didn't respond. Joel. Elisa suddenly turned around, her voice sharp with reproach. You, the idealistic and passionate bard who traveled all the way to Alto chasing your musical dreams, are now nothing but a drunk. The man called out Joel, as Lucien now learned his name scratched his head sheepishly. Alto is the city of sacred songs. So many young people come here chasing dreams, but how many actually make it? Besides, ever since little John started training, I've quit drinking. Thank the Lord's protection that you at least know our hopes rest on John and Evan. Elisa turned back around, speaking rapidly with emphasis. If little John hadn't been training every day, how could Lord Wayne have chosen him to go to his estate for proper knight training? And if he can awaken the divine grace in his bloodline and become a true knight, he could be granted lordship by the Grand Duke and become a respected noble. The stern gaze made Joel shrink his shoulders, but Elisa quickly noticed Lucien's dazed expression nearby. Oh, sorry, little Evans. Auntie didn't mean to bring that up. You're very talented too. It's just that you didn't start training from a young age. Realizing her explanation was only making things worse, Elisa quickly shut her mouth and urged her husband with her eyes to step in. Joel burst into hearty laughter, his thick palm landing heavily on Lucien's shoulder. How could our little Evans be so fragile? He's the man who's going to inherit Uncle Joel's dream of becoming a musician. Lucien's mind was still churning, so he could only force a stiff smile. Yes, my dream is to become a musician. Seeing that he hadn't lost focus again, Elisa relaxed and enthusiastically began chatting about daily matters. Her chatter inadvertently gave Lucien a clearer understanding of the city beneath his feet. Alto, a great city standing near the dark mountains, known as the City of Sacred Songs, for its countless churches and choirs, prosperous and full of opportunities. The Adrang district where they lived was a corner where the poor gathered. Lucien had lost his steady job hauling goods in the market district due to his prolonged illness. The four soon arrived at Lucien's small, dilapidated wooden house. Elisa wanted to invite him for dinner again, but Lucien politely declined, saying he needed quiet. As they parted, little Alvin lowered his voice and curiously leaned closer. Brother Lucien, when did your dream become to be a musician? Just now. Lucien mechanically moved the corners of his mouth. Oh, Alvin drew out the sound and left with his parents. The door was closed and locked. Lucien collapsed into a wooden chair, elbows propped on the rough table, head buried deep in his arms. I've actually transmigrated, and into a world with supernatural powers, where I could be tied to a stake and burned alive if I'm not careful. Having witnessed the witch's tragic fate during the day, that terror finally erupted completely at this moment. He felt cold all over, breathing rapidly, yet still forced himself to recall the entire process. Under enormous pressure, he had somehow managed to stay calm and return home. Only losing emotional control after reaching safety, it had to be said that environment and experience were the best teachers. Night quietly fell, and the light inside the house dimmed until only vague outlines remained. Fear was gradually suppressed by reason. Since he had already transmigrated, panicking wouldn't change anything. He could only proceed step by step. If he died again this time, there might not be a second chance. With his emotions somewhat stabilized, he forcibly pushed down his longing for his parents and friends. Just as he was about to plan his future life, his stomach suddenly erupted in flames, and he could barely control his saliva. Filling his belly was the most urgent matter. Lucien stopped thinking and walked toward the only wooden crate in the room. The lid creaked open, revealing nothing but a few old clothes washed to a faded white, 2 blackened hard loaves of bread, and 7 brass coins gleaming with dull metallic light. At this moment, his stomach had taken control of his brain. He had no energy left to worry about anything else, so he grabbed one of the black loaves and took a big bite. Crack! Lucien quickly covered his mouth with his hand, nearly chipping his teeth. Was this supposed to be bread or a wooden club? The black bread before him was as hard as stone, its surface gleaming with a deathly gray sheen. Lucien leaned in to sniff it, barely confirming that this thing indeed belonged to the category of food, though it was hard enough to knock out a grown man. Fighting his hunger, he rummaged through the crate and pulled out a severely worn flint. Several sparks fell onto the damp wood with no success, until the 4th attempt finally coaxed a pale blue flame from the dry shavings. He quickly bent down to blow on it, nurturing the flame into the hearth, and only after the wood was fully ignited did he properly skewer the bread on an iron fork to roast. The firelight danced across his gaunt face while his stomach growled inappropriately. Red braised pork, spicy chicken wings, steamed beef with rice flour, kung pao chicken, dish after dish of aromatic delicacies from his memory floated through his mind, making him unconsciously swallow. As the heat gradually penetrated, the black bread's crust finally became somewhat softer, and he eagerly tore off a corner and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch! His teeth went numb from the impact, and the taste was like wood shavings mixed with bitterness. Yet he still devoured it ravenously as long as it could fill his stomach. He'd swallow it even if it meant gnawing on wood. As he ate, Lucien couldn't help but mutter miserably. If I have to gnaw on this stuff every day, I might as well be dead. No, I need to find a way to make money and escape this pauper's life. His gaze fell on the fire, and suddenly he thought if he could learn divine arts and become a bishop or priest. Images flashed through his mind of those well-dressed clergy members in front of the church. They wielded superhuman powers and held high positions, making his heart race involuntarily. But then he smiled bitterly given his current situation. Wouldn't approaching the church rashly be suicide? Were there other ways to obtain extraordinary power? Perhaps the legendary divine grace? If he couldn't obtain such power, could the knowledge he'd learned in his original world actually be useful here? With his hunger slightly abated, he sat cross-legged by the fire and seriously analyzed his future survival path. However, just as he began recalling his learned knowledge, his mind suddenly felt stuffed with masses of unfamiliar information. Lucien froze, holding his breath to examine it carefully rows upon rows of neatly arranged book spines. The library books, had they crossed over too? He was shocked to discover that his mind actually contained the entire comprehensive library's collection. These weren't vague memories, but seemed like physical projections, organized by category and ready to be accessed at will. Driven by curiosity, he randomly picked up a volume to try reading, only to discover with confusion that the vast majority of the books couldn't be opened. Since even time travel had already happened, having an extra library in his mind wasn't particularly strange or hard to accept. But what truly puzzled Lucien was that a large portion of the books in his mental library couldn't be opened, their contents remained invisible. He forced himself to calm down, afraid that excessive emotional fluctuations might cause the ethereal library to slip away from his perception again. Then, one by one, he browsed and checked each volume, mentally cataloging which books he could and couldn't read. History all accessible. Economics equally smooth. Arts no problems either. But when it came to mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, things became complicated. Some books could be read, while others were like locked iron cabinets, impossible to flip through even a single page. Are the world's rules different? He wondered silently. Strangely, the related knowledge he'd learned in university could still be recalled smoothly, clearly not blocked. Instead, the readable science materials in the library were mainly at high school level, along with scattered teaching research manuscripts and medieval-style papers. Obviously not the typical collection found at university level. The collection was vast as the ocean, and Lucien had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, yet doubts had already piled up like a mountain. But he couldn't search for answers right now. His body, weak from recent illness, was utterly frail, and his spirit felt drained. After browsing books for just a short while, his head began throbbing, and the library's image instantly dissolved. He staggered back to the wooden plank bed, burying himself in that blanket of indeterminate material. Sleep first. Get his life back on track only had one piece of black bread left, and survival always came first. In his drowsy state, he dreamed of steaming white bread piled like mountains, rich soup, and a warm, soft bed. But a chorus of squeaking mixed with sharp gnawing sounds pierced his eardrums, tearing his sweet dream apart. Rats! Lucien rolled over, wanting to continue sleeping, but the gnawing sounds not only didn't stop, they became even more piercing, like someone scratching iron nails beside his ear. In the deep silence of night, his senses were heightened, and he tossed and turned, becoming increasingly awake. The noise continued relentlessly. Helplessly, he pulled the blanket over his ears, but those sharp gnawing sounds seemed to possess penetrating power, seeping into his mind from all directions, impossible to block out. What kind of damn life is this? He cursed under his breath, his heart filled with irritation. Eating the most unpalatable black bread that seemed mixed with wood shavings and fermented, wearing the roughest linen clothes that scratched his skin, covered by an old blanket that provided no warmth, and now even having to compete with rats for peace while sleeping. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound waves seemed like thousands of rats holding a collective meeting. Lucien gritted his teeth and decided to get up, find a few of them, kill one or two to scare off the rest, while silently vowing to escape his current circumstances as soon as possible. Listening carefully, Lucien tried to discern the direction from the gnawing sounds. Squeak, 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 squeak. Woo 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 woo. As soon as Lucien focused his attention, he realized what he was hearing wasn't the sound of mice at all, but rather waves of eerie, hollow weeping. Woo 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 woo. The night was deep, and the sporadic gnawing sounds that had been there before suddenly vanished completely, leaving only that mournful sobbing echoing through the room. In the silence, the crying seemed amplified several times over, piercing and hollow, as if each sob struck directly against his eardrums and nerves. His heart began pounding wildly, blood rushing to his head as Lucien's senses suddenly became razor-sharp, able to catch even the hissing sound of the cold night wind seeping through the door cracks. That ethereal weeping was like a ghost's humming, making it impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. He bolted upright from bed, instinctively lifting the lid of his wooden crate and grabbing the last piece of black bread, hard as stone. Whatever else might happen, This thing was solid enough to knock out any thief who might break in. Thump, thump, thump. Woo, 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 thump, thump, thump. Woo, woo, woo. At first he wondered what that deep pounding was, then realized the next second that it was his own heartbeat thundering in his ears, more powerful than drumbeats. Cold wind seeped in as Lucien gripped the black bread tightly, his palm sweat quickly dampening the rough surface. This was a world where magic and divine arts existed. What if it really was a vengeful spirit or ghost? Fortunately, having experienced the shock of transmigration and witnessed the horrifying scenes of divine arts and live burnings during the day, he wasn't completely crushed by the terrifying atmosphere. He forced himself to slow his breathing and steel his nerves, managing to steady his weakening legs. He inched toward the door bit by bit, trying to pinpoint the source of the crying. The deep night was terrifyingly quiet. The neighbors all seemed to be fast asleep, with no one making any sound. Yet that weeping was as clear as if it were right beside his ear. The sound seemed to be coming from below the right wall. The closer Lucien got to the door, the more accurately he could locate it to the right of his room. Wasn't that exactly where the burned witch's dwelling had been? His heart suddenly tightened. Hadn't that house been burned down by the church? Could there be a cellar or secret chamber hidden below, harboring the witch's vengeful spirit, or something else? At the thought of a hidden chamber, words like adventure, treasure, and magic notes immediately flashed through Lucien's mind, and a touch of greed from novels he'd read began to surface uncontrollably. Woo 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 woo. The crying suddenly rose in pitch, piercing and bone-chilling. Lucien was forced to shiver, his greed instantly extinguished by reason. Even if there really were treasures and magic notes, it would mean first facing whatever vengeful spirit was guarding them. He was nothing more than an ordinary person just recovered from serious illness, with no knowledge of how powerful spirits might be, what their weaknesses were, or what methods could be used against them. If he were bewitched, killed, or even possessed by a spirit, probably no one would even discover his body. Thinking this through, the more he analyzed, the more alarmed he became. If he rashly went down there out of momentary greed, 9 times out of 10 he'd meet his death. But staying in the room wasn't a solution either. If the spirit burst in, he'd still be doomed. His mind raced as he desperately tried to think of a strategy. Suddenly inspiration struck, and he thought of a force he could turn to for help. So he held his breath, crouching as he moved toward the door, terrified that a ghostly shadow might suddenly appear behind or in front of him. Sweat dripped down his wrist. Soaking through the black bread, he clutched tightly. Slowly pulling open the wooden door, Lucien's forehead was covered in cold sweat. The wooden door stood half open, revealing the deep night outside where cold winds swirled. Lucien carried a faint lantern as he stepped out of the room, seeing only a solitary cluster of lights flickering in the distant darkness. Above and around him, there was no trace of vengeful spirits, and the ghostly wailing from inside the house had become muffled and distant. Taking 2 breaths of the sharp cold air to calm himself slightly, he suddenly gathered all his strength and shouted loudly. There are ghosts. There are ghosts harming people. His cry tore through the silent night, startling even himself and making his heart skip a beat. Woof, woof, woof. The stray dogs in the alley began barking frantically, their howls rising and falling like a sudden commotion. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lucien didn't dare linger and ran toward the nearby Adrian church. Vengeful spirits must be purified by professionals. As he ran, he quickly organized his thoughts. As the neighbor of the burned witch, he was certainly already under the church's scrutiny. If he were the original Lucien, this wouldn't matter, but now harboring the secret of his transmigration, even the slightest carelessness could expose him. By proactively reporting supernatural phenomena related to the witch, he could both clear suspicion and gain the church's trust. He had also considered the possibility that church members might covet the witch's belongings, commit murder to silence witnesses, and frame him, which is why he chose to wake everyone with his cry about ghosts harming people to prevent any underhanded dealings. Unfortunately, in his haste, this was all he could manage. He couldn't cover every angle. Adrian Church wasn't far away, and through his heavy breathing, he could already see the building with its stained glass windows flickering with pale yellow candlelight. At the church entrance, 2 guards in silver chainmail stood watch in the night wind. One guard raised his hand to signal a stop, while the other half drew his sword, its cold gleam forming a thin line in the candlelight. Late-night visits always harbored potential danger. What brings you to the church? The guard with the raised hand asked sternly. Lucien was already tense and didn't need to feign his state, his voice trembling yet rapid. There are ghosts. I heard ghostly wailing in the house where the witch who was burned today used to live. The guard felt equally alarmed, as such supernatural matters were beyond what he, a knight's apprentice attendant, could judge. He had Lucien remain in place under the watch of the other guard while he turned and ran into the church, the sound of his clanking armor fading into the quiet night. Several minutes later, a young priest emerged in the candlelight wearing pristine white robes, with golden hair framing his face, his lean features and graceful gait radiating an innate elegance. I am Father Benjamin. Tell me about the ghosts again. His voice was gentle, yet brooked no argument, and the two guards immediately stood at attention, afraid their armor might disturb Benjamin's questioning. Lucien didn't dare delay and recounted everything in detail: how he discovered the ghostly wailing, why he came to the church for help, and what he did along the way, his expression both sincere and respectful. Benjamin listened quietly for a moment, then showed a gentle smile. Very good. You did well. Overcoming your fear to report to the church demonstrates your devotion to the Lord. He then turned to give orders. Thompson, call Gary, Paul, and the other four. That which was merely a magic apprentice need to disturb his grace the bishop. Yes, Lord Benjamin. Guard Thompson hurried away on his mission. He understood clearly that the gap between a formal priest and a magic apprentice was even greater than that between a knight and a senior knight's attendant in both status and power. Benjamin casually inquired about Lucien's name and address. Meanwhile, four guards in similar silver chainmail, but with more imposing presence than Thompson, arrived and assembled. The group set out and soon reached the burned witch's cottage. A crowd had already gathered in a crescent shape in the distance, dozens of candles dotting the scene like stars, reflecting the silver moon above. Only now did Lucien notice for the first time that this world's moon was silver. Upon seeing Benjamin, the murmuring crowd immediately fell silent, people gathering around with uneasy expressions while whispering, I don't hear any ghostly sounds. Whether there are any or not, it's good that the priest has come to purify the place. Lucien listened carefully and could still catch the faint wailing, though most people around him seemed completely unaware of it. Benjamin's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly. There is indeed a vengeful spirit. Clearly, he too heard the wailing. The four guards nodded in agreement, indicating they had heard it as well. Benjamin glanced at Lucien and walked slowly toward the ruins of the witch's cottage with his characteristic elegant pace, his voice low and measured. Evil wizards always delight in toying with the minds and perceptions of good people, especially on nights illuminated by the silver moon. However, that which had not yet obtained truly terrifying dark powers or magic could typically only affect one or two people at most. Lucien had been listening in a daze until Benjamin paused, and only then did he realize this was an explanation for why only he had heard the crying while the surrounding residents, even when awakened, had found nothing. Without giving him a chance to respond, Benjamin raised his white-gloved hands again and continued, The four church guards and I are blessed by the Lord's grace, which allows us to hear these evil sounds. The four guards walking in formation immediately made the sign of the cross over their chests and shouted in unison, Truth alone endures. With their proclamation, their gazes grew even more fervent. The poor folk in the distance echoed quietly, also reciting Truth alone endures, then whispered among themselves, This is the power of the divine, truly worthy of the honorable priest. As the praise grew louder, Benjamin suppressed the curve of his lips, and his expression became solemn. He slowly spread his arms wide and uttered strange, clipped syllables, Paso. As his words fell, the entire ruins were bathed in a soft white radiance, like moonlight settling to earth. Under the glow, the broken wall connected to Lucien's house revealed sinister blood-red patterns that outlined the shape of an opening. The shock of witnessing both incantation and divine magic stirred everyone's hearts. The poor folk wavered between rapture and awe, while Lucien's fear was tinged with secret longing. As the light faded, Benjamin lowered his hands and commanded the guards, Gary, that's the secret door. There are no magical traps, go open it. Gary puffed out his chest, his chainmail clinking together with a ringing sound. Yes, Lord Benjamin. As he and another guard passed by Lucien, Lucien heard Benjamin mutter under his breath, Those arrogant fools at the Inquisition can only detect magical traps, can't they detect secret doors? Humph, they dare to be negligent just because it's only a magic apprentice. With divine guidance, Gary swung his powerful arms and brought down the broken wall in just 2 or 3 strikes. Then another guard drew his sword with a shout and struck the mechanism hard, revealing a dark hole in the corner of the wall. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through, and putrid wind carrying a foul stench rushed out. Benjamin frowned slightly and raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth, while Lucien's stomach churned and he involuntarily stepped back 2 paces. Gary peered into the dark depths for a moment, then ran back to report, Lord Benjamin, this secret passage leads to the sewers. Benjamin furrowed his golden brows as he looked at Gary, his nose and mouth seeming somewhat distorted from the pressure, his voice becoming low and muffled. Are you certain? Yes, if you look down at an angle, you can see a section of the sewer. Gary nodded without hesitation. Benjamin didn't respond immediately. As a noble and elegant priest, and a member of the prestigious Lafati family with its centuries-old legacy, the mere thought of stepping into the filthy, reeking sewers made him feel as uncomfortable as if invisible spider silk were wrapping around his entire body. His mind raced through calculations. The divine spell structures he had mastered were already imprinted as models in his soul, but among those spells, there was no purification spell. To cast purification magic, he would need to combine incantations, gestures, and spell components. But who knew which corner of the sewers the secret chamber was hidden in? Walking all the way there would require at least several purification spells to endure it. After all, he's just a magic apprentice. The truth, holy symbol, should be sufficient. Benjamin quickly suppressed the disdain that flashed through his mind. He relaxed his right hand's grip and turned his gaze to Lucian, his voice resuming its authoritative yet gentle rhythm. Having kept company with a witch, your body has surely been tainted by evil forces and requires atonement for purification. However, your devotion to the Lord has moved me. I shall lend you my holy symbol. Once you can purify the evil power left by the witch, you will regain the Lord's favor. Go, Lucian, serve the Lord, and his gaze shall watch over you. When Lucian heard these words, his heart lurched violently. After successfully leading Benjamin, Gary, and the guards to the church, he had relaxed considerably. With a priest and guards present, troubles like vengeful spirits and ghosts shouldn't pose much of a problem. Besides, even if effort was required, it wouldn't fall to him, a common man who had just recovered his health. But now, he wants me to purify the vengeful spirit. Me, just an ordinary person. Lucian's mind buzzed with shock. Seeing Lucian's face filled with surprise and reluctance, Benjamin asked calmly, "You are unwilling?" There was no trace of malice in his tone, yet it sent chills down Lucian's spine. He instantly sobered. If he refused, he might become a corpse the next moment. If he agreed, Benjamin clearly intended to lend him the holy symbol and might even assign 2 or 3 guards to accompany him. Dealing with what Benjamin had described as a not particularly significant, incomplete vengeful spirit left by a magic apprentice might not pose a fatal risk. Whether Benjamin truly despised the sewer's filth or had other motives, botching this seemingly simple task would clearly bring him no benefit. Lucian suppressed the rising hatred and fear in his heart, forcing a stiff smile. "I am willing to serve the Lord." Benjamin paid no attention to the stiffness. He reached behind his neck and removed the hanging holy symbol pendant, extending it toward Lucian. "This is the truth, holy symbol. I will cast a blessing spell upon you shortly. With it, you can more easily focus your mind. Combined with incantations and using your spirit and fingers to rub and commune with the symbol, you can activate the Lord's power contained within." After his emotions stabilized somewhat, Lucian's curiosity was firmly captured by this holy symbol capable of casting divine magic. The symbol had a golden base with a white cross radiating a faint glow carved in the center. Outside the cross, the deep golden background was interwoven with crisscrossing lines, along with circles, triangles, squares, rectangles, and other patterns. They connected together in strange ways, complementing the cross and creating an air of mystery and solemnity. Holding the holy emblem in his hand, Lucian immediately felt a gentle, warm power flowing through him, permeating his entire body. Even facing the cool night breeze, he felt as warm as if basking in sunlight. The holy emblem contained 2 informal divine spells, light and minor healing, each usable 3 times daily, as well as 3 first-tier divine spells, holy light shield, radiant sword, and holy light strike, each usable only once per day. For Lucian, who had no way out and must venture into the sewers, these divine spells were his lifeline. He held his breath and concentrated intently on Benjamin's incantation instruction. Each phrase consisted of short syllables accompanied by extremely tricky intonations. A wrong note would ruin the spell. Lucian repeated them silently, sweat beading on his forehead, until he could finally manage the syllables without error. Benjamin gave an almost imperceptible nod and extended his right hand. Without chanting, pure white light emanated from his fingertips, enveloping Lucian. It was a blessing spell. As the light faded, Lucian felt his blood surging and his muscles filled with unprecedented vitality. His hearing became acute, clearly catching the whispered conversation of distant guards. "The priest actually let Lucian go down there and gave him the holy emblem? Didn't you hear? This is the priest's mercy, letting him go down to cleanse his sins. Praise the Lord, praise the priest." Lucian, who only half understood the common knowledge of this continent, stood quietly aside, waiting as Benjamin cast blessing spells on Gary, Hausen, and Korea in turn. Each casting was separated by only 2 or 3 seconds, with pure white radiance flashing over the 3 guards in succession. After completing everything, Benjamin withdrew his right hand, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. "Paul will guard the secret passage entrance. Gary, Hausen, Korea, 3 go down with Lucian." His expression suddenly turned solemn as he raised his hand to make the sign of the cross on his chest. "May the Lord's glory protect you. Truth alone endures." Gary and the others were so inspired they nearly shouted with raised heads, responding in unison. Lucian was half a beat behind. Answering felt wrong, but not answering was more awkward, so he quietly joined in. Fortunately, Benjamin didn't mind and simply watched the 4 descend the stairs toward the secret passage leading to the sewers. Once the footsteps completely disappeared, Paul, guarding the entrance, lowered his voice to voice his confusion. Lord Benjamin. Why him? With the incantations and the holy emblem, we could activate the divine spells just as well. Though we might be a bit slower than priests and those evil mages, we're still better than that boy who knows nothing and hasn't even had proper physical training. If you're not going down, just give the holy emblem to Gary or Korea. Benjamin's gaze remained fixed on the dark entrance, his right hand covering his nose and mouth, his voice low. His mental power is slightly above average, allowing him to better activate the divine spells in the holy emblem. But I'm too old, there's no value in training me anymore. Upon entering the secret passage, a stench mixed with countless odors hit them heated, causing Lucien to involuntarily retch twice. You kid from the Adelaide district, yet you can't handle the smell of sewers? Seems you're not as poor as I thought. Whether it's the city of hymns or Antifler, the sewers are home to truly destitute people who don't even have ramshackle shelters. Korea, who entered the secret passage ahead of Lucien, spoke mockingly. He had black hair and features different from Gary and Benjamin, high cheekbones and gaunt cheeks. Before Lucien could respond, Gary's deep voice cut through. Quiet. His golden beard swayed slightly in the dim light, his steady presence instantly silencing Korea's mockery. The passage was barely tall enough for one person, forcing them to crouch as they moved forward several steps before suddenly dropping into the sprawling main sewer system. A wave of cold, putrid air hit them. Lucien slipped upon landing, his foot sinking into some slimy, unidentifiable filth. The walls were covered in pale green moss that gave off a faint glow, preventing the tunnel from being completely pitch black. Howson, Korea, and I are all senior knight squires, Gary whispered, gripping his sword in his right hand and holding a round shield on his left arm. Coordinate with us when you use your holy emblem, and if there's immediate danger, summon the radiant sword at once. Among the four guards, he set the pace with a reassuring steadiness in his voice. Lucien followed with mixed feelings of amusement and helplessness. Just how strong were senior knight squires? He lacked the knowledge and didn't feel comfortable asking directly. Pitiful, mournful crying echoed through the narrow space, seeming to come from all directions. Gary and his specially trained companions, along with Lucien, whose spirits remained stable under the blessing spell's influence, quickly pinpointed the direction. The journey was surprisingly quiet. They saw none of the poor people Korea had mentioned living in the sewers. After passing through several intersections, they stopped at an ordinary corner where the walls were covered in moss. Summon the radiant sword, Gary commanded, his gaze fixed on the wall. Lucien felt both fear and excitement, forcing himself to stay calm through the blessing spell. He grasped the holy emblem hanging around his neck, rhythmically rubbing the white cross at its center while chanting in strange tones. Chizian. Warm, gentle power flowed from the emblem into his mind as white light gathered before his eyes, forming into a brilliant sword of light. The deep, hoarse sound of divine magic activation startled even himself. As the light sword materialized in his hand, the overwhelming supernatural power made his heart surge, but Gary's words brought him back to reality. Strike that wall. With the radiant sword, any magical traps will be dispelled. Even if there are any, they're just the work of a magic apprentice. Facing unknown magic, Lucien's fingertips trembled. Korea sneered. Cowardly and ignorant fool. Taking 2 deep breaths of the foul-smelling air, he shouted inwardly, "Death is nothing." With force in his right arm, he brought the radiant sword crashing down. White light blazed as the stone wall was cut through like soft clay. Accompanied by an inexplicable shattering sensation, dark gas was consumed by the sword's radiance, and the entire wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Behind the wall lay only deep darkness. Suddenly, 2 eerie, cold red lights appeared, followed by similar red dots rapidly multiplying, densely covering the darkness. Lucien's mouth went dry, his nerves stretched taut, palms sweating. These seemed to be pairs of eyes. Faced with such a bizarre and terrifying scene, Lucien truly felt his hands and feet trembling, his mind swelling with confusion as thoughts of what to do and what not to do tangled into chaos. On the surface, this manifested as Lucien standing there frozen in terror, completely unresponsive. The holy emblem. Wait, I still have the truth, holy emblem. In his panic, he suddenly remembered his greatest asset and immediately focused his mind, intending to recite the incantation to activate the first circle divine spell, Sacred Light Shield, to protect himself first. A thunderous roar suddenly exploded beside his ear, sending a chill down his spine and abruptly halting his frozen thoughts. Light. Gary's steady voice followed immediately after. The roar had come from him, intended to forcibly drag Lucien, Korea, and Howson back from their bewildered state. Gary's composure was like an invisible hand pulling Lucien back to reality. Without further hesitation, Lucien's fingertips caressed the holy emblem as he whispered strange syllables, Gaia. The next moment, a sphere of white light floated before the group, pushing the heavy darkness into the corners. As the light swept across, the chamber's full appearance was revealed. Black rats densely covered the floor and walls, even clinging to a bizarre plant-like creature shaped like a human figure. They were the same size as ordinary house rats, but possessed glowing red eyes. The white light seemed to be their natural enemy, instantly triggering countless piercing squeaks as the tide of black rodents frantically surged toward the group. After the rats dispersed, the chamber's layout became visible. In one corner, a desk held 3 ancient books flickering with eerie light. In the center stood a wide, flat table whose surface bore interwoven patterns of red, blue, and green that strangely resembled the markings around the Truth Holy Emblem's cross, upon which sat small furnaces, pots, and several glass bottles. However, neither Lucien nor Gary had time to examine these details closely. The foul-smelling and sinister swarm of rats had already crashed into them. Housen and Korea, awakened by Gary's thunderous shout, instinctively positioned themselves to Gary's left and right, swords forward and shields at the ready, the 3 instantly forming a simple but solid battle formation. The enemies were just rats, not those indescribable monsters. Gary's composure allowed Lucien's taut nerves to relax slightly, though the overwhelming numbers still made his scalp crawl. The first reed rat suddenly leaped up, lunging straight at Lucien with its pointed mouth open, revealing 2 slender fangs gleaming coldly. Lucien's hand gripping the radiant sword instantly rose, slashing the condensed light blade horizontally. The light sword summoned by divine magic was far sharper than an ordinary knight's sword, but his hasty strike misjudged the rat's jumping speed and trajectory, with the light blade only grazing the creature's side. In that instant, the black fur touched by the light blade hissed and charred, the burn marks rapidly spreading into the flesh. But the rat had already reached his face, its crimson pupils close at hand, cold and merciless. As the putrid stench hit him full force, the rotting smell from its mouth clearly discernible. His sword sliced through empty air, and the reed rat was right in front of him. Lucien immediately panicked, torn between swinging his sword back to strike and reaching out with his left hand to block. In his confusion, he nearly dropped the radiant sword. As the creature's fangs were about to sink into his chest, he stood frozen and helpless. Suddenly, a gleaming blade thrust from the side, piercing the reed rat's neck and cleaving it cleanly in 2. Don't panic. If you can't block in time, just avoid vital areas. We have healing divine arts, Gary's low voice reminded him. Korea's sharp voice also rang out. Fall back and stay close to us. Are you trying to get yourself killed charging ahead alone like that, rookie? Gary, Korea, Housen, and the others might still harbor some prejudice against Lucien, but in this chaotic situation, they clearly understood that he, wielding the holy emblem, was a force to be reckoned with. Looking deeper, none of them could guarantee that something even more terrifying than reed rats monsters or magical traps will emerge next. Having narrowly escaped death, Lucien let out a soft breath. His heart still pounded like thunder, but he forced himself to stay calm. He understood that compared to Gary, a high-ranking knight squire who had undergone rigorous training and even faced death multiple times, he was far too green when confronting sudden crises. Receiving guidance from a veteran in his first real battle was undoubtedly fortunate and would become valuable experience for the future. This time, he didn't panic. His right arm wielded the radiant sword while his left foot slowly retreated, moving inch by inch to Gary and the other's side. The attacking reed rats had grown from scattered individuals to dozens, with a black tide of their kind still surging from behind. The radiant sword gleamed brilliantly, its tip leaving faint white afterimages as it cut through the air. Following Gary's guidance, Lucien prioritized defense, maximizing the weapon's inherent power without knowing any swordsmanship. The sword's light formed a translucent barrier in front of him. Rats that collided with the blade were instantly split in half, their severed parts charred black and bloodless as the remains tumbled to the ground. Those that managed to slip past the afterimages found their fur quickly withering and curling. Their speed drastically reduced. They either collapsed at Lucien's feet or were finished off by Gary and Korea's flanking strikes. Hey kid, not bad. You just took down more than 10 of those monster rats in one go. Korea whistled, though whether in praise or mockery was unclear. Lucien didn't let it go to his head and knew better than anyone that such results were entirely due to the radiant sword's sharpness and Gary's guidance. At this moment, he could faintly sense the sword's holy light dimming slightly, its power gradually draining away. After killing these reed rats, Lucien felt he was beginning to adapt to this kind of scene. Gary coordinated with Lucien's radiant sword, continuously slashing and thrusting his blade to fend off the rats that slipped through. Stay calm. We have enough strength left to kill these demons. The first wave of rats was forced to retreat, but the reed creatures soon surged forward again like a dark cloud, numbering well over 100. Lucien's sword movements grew more skilled, though his heart still raced as he trusted Gary and Korea to guard the left and right flanks. The radiant sword swept diagonally downward from above, leaving a dazzling trail of light in the air. A series of crackling thuds echoed as countless reed rats collided with the blade, the massive recoil nearly causing this untrained commoner to lose his grip. Severed corpses rained down like precipitation before the sword's radiance, Yet dozens of reed rats still broke through that wall of light. Unless Gary and Korea could swing 5 or 6 times per second, there was no way to stop them all. Lucian had no time to swing again when a thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps the high-ranking knight attendants trained by the church truly possessed abilities similar to divine arts? Before the thought could settle, what came from his sides weren't sharp blades, but 2 small round shields wrapped in silver-gray metal. The shields struck with fierce whistling sounds, creating dozens of clanging impacts that merged into a single thunderous crash. The breakthrough reed rats were all sent flying, twitching briefly on the ground before dying. Korea chuckled softly. A good knight doesn't just use swords, but must also master the shield. With the crisis momentarily eased, Lucian gripped the radiant sword firmly and continued blocking. The repeatedly thwarted reed rats changed tactics. Some charged along the ground while others climbed the walls, preparing to attack from above. The situation instantly became even more dire. "Leave the ones above to me," said Hausen, the tall knight who had remained silent until now. While swinging his sword, Lucian asked, "Should we use the holy light shield?" Gary shook his head. "Wait a bit longer." The 4 men were like a small boat tossing in a storm, battered by waves of reed rats descending from above, leaping through the air, and swarming across the ground, threatening to capsize at any moment. Suddenly, a gap appeared in Hausen's defense, and a reed rat pounced onto Korea's shoulder. With his sword and shield engaged in frontal defense, Korea couldn't turn around in time. Sharp teeth bit into his neck, and he grunted, violently shaking his shoulder to throw off the rat. "The wound's going numb. These things are poisonous," Korea said through gritted teeth. "I'll activate healing divine arts," Lucian said, freeing his left hand to touch his holy emblem. Gary immediately stopped him. "Don't rush. Korea can still hold on. At this rate, we definitely can't stop all the rats. Wait until we get bitten a few more times before using healing." There were simply too many rats. The healing divine arts had to be used sparingly. Before he could finish speaking, he let out a muffled grunt as a reed rat bit into the gap between his boot and knee guard. The sudden, sharp pain served as a stark reminder to everyone. Though these rats' teeth weren't particularly sharp, they could still penetrate the gaps in their armor. Gary, Korea, and Hausen immediately adjusted their tactics, relaxing slightly where their chainmail, knee guards, and other hard armor provided coverage, while focusing all their attention on the exposed areas. The rhythm of their defensive circle instantly became much smoother. Only Lucian was the exception. Wearing nothing but a linen tunic and matching trousers, his ankles had no protection whatsoever. A reed rat leaped up and sank its teeth into his ankle. A tingling numbness spread up from his ankle like an electric current, his knees buckled, and his throat felt parched, as if on fire. "Your constitution is much weaker than ours. Use holy light shield first, then healing divine arts," Gary shouted his advice, while keeping an eye on the battle. By now, nearly half the reed rats on the ground were dead. With his own safety at stake, Lucian didn't dare hesitate for a moment. He took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and touched the holy emblem on his chest, Simon. As the strange and mysterious incantation fell, a pale white light shield instantly enveloped his entire body. The first casting of divine magic had drained all his concentration, so he simply stepped forward and swung his radiant sword, using the holy light shield to withstand the full frontal assault of the rats. Several rats that dodged his sword strikes crashed into the shield one after another. The light flashed intensely but remained steady as a rock. Gary and Korea seized the opportunity to strike down or knock away the attacking enemies. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lucian's mental focus reformed. He touched his holy emblem again and whispered, "Goldie." A beam of pure white light shot from the center of the cross, landing on his ankle and instantly dispelling the tingling numbness. With Lucian holding the front line behind his holy light shield, the tide of battle quickly turned. Though rats occasionally still broke through their defenses, leaving a few bite marks on Gary or Korea, the danger was visibly receding. Lucian seized every opening to activate his holy emblem for both men, healing their wounds. Before long, Korea split the last reed rat in half with his sword, blood droplets scattering as he exhaled softly. Finally killed them all. The ground was carpeted with rat corpses, dark red blood pooling in small puddles. Lucian stared at the scene in a daze, hardly able to believe he had survived such a fierce battle. Gary nodded approvingly. "Lucian, you did well." Just as Lucian was about to express his thanks, Gary was already breathing heavily as he issued new orders. "Hausen, you and Lucian go check the secret chamber." During the battle, Hausen had stayed in the back ranks, so he should logically continue to be useful now. But behind them was a terrible silence. Their taciturn companion gave no response. Korea turned around suspiciously, and with just one glance, his face filled with shock and terror, his voice breaking. "Hausen! Hausen is gone." Hausen, who had just been guarding the rear and swinging his sword to fend off rats from above, had vanished without a trace. Lucian felt that bone-chilling sensation again. Neither Lucian Gary, nor Correa heard any sounds of fighting, screaming, or hurried footsteps fleeing the scene. Hausen, the tall, robust, and taciturn high-ranking knight squire, had simply vanished without a trace. A chill crept up from Lucien's feet to his spine, making his breathing quicken. Gripping his radiant sword tightly, he spun around. Green moss covered the walls, and faint glimmers of light flickered in the dark sewers. Yet the empty passage showed no sign of Hausen's shadow and eerie sight that made one's scalp crawl. A scream suddenly erupted. A giant rat as tall as an adult pounced on Correa, its sharp claws tearing through his chainmail as blood instantly stained the silver-gray armor plates. Those crimson eyes gleamed with an otherworldly malice, seemingly tinged with mockery. The creature's massive jaws snapped shut, only to be blocked by Correa's horizontally raised longsword, while his left arm shield struck, without hesitation, at the giant rat's belly. The unknown was more terrifying than the monster before them, at least for Lucien. Visible danger was preferable to mysterious disappearances. Taking a deep breath, he charged toward the giant rat, with his sword raised, ready to provide assistance. At that moment, a low, beast-like roar came from behind him. Gary's in trouble too. The thought had barely crossed his mind when a knight's longsword struck viciously at Lucien's back. The holy light shield burst with pale white mist before instantly dimming, the tremendous impact sending him staggering backward. The longsword followed relentlessly with continuous strikes, causing him to lose his balance. His radiant sword became difficult to wield, and he couldn't focus enough to touch his holy symbol and invoke divine magic. Why is Gary attacking me? The attacks consistently came from behind, and if it wasn't Gary himself, there was only one possibility: Gary was already dead. The sword's rhythm was vicious, forcing Lucien to stumble toward the chamber, yet the successive hits that landed left not a single wound on his body. His panic was diluted by this discovery. Since the holy light shield was still active, why should he struggle to maintain his footing for close combat? When the next cleaving strike came, he simply let himself fall with the momentum, rolling several times until his left hand firmly grasped his holy symbol. As he looked up, he finally saw his attacker clearly. It was indeed Gary, steady, reserved Gary, but the muscles on his face had twisted, his eyes glowed with red light and raw savagery. Could the toxin from those reed rats not have been completely eliminated? And was it capable of making people lose their sanity and turn into bloodthirsty beasts? This thought flashed through Lucien's mind when he saw Gary's bloodshot eyes and crazed expression, but then he felt puzzled. Why wasn't he experiencing any discomfort himself? Without time to think further, he took a deep breath, pressed his left hand against the holy cross pendant hanging on his chest, and prepared to chant an incantation in a low voice. Boom! The iron-plated round shield swept across, slamming hard into the holy light barrier. The shield's radiance flickered violently, and the impact traveled up both arms to his chest. Lucien's chest suddenly tightened, and the half-spoken incantation stuck in his throat. Then, one shield strike after another rained down, completely disrupting his breathing rhythm and making it nearly impossible to concentrate. As a squire with prospects of becoming a full knight, Gary had received orthodox training in spell interruption, and his shield strikes were perfectly timed and angled. If it had been any apprentice priest or magic student, Gary would have been lying on the ground already, protected by a first-tier truth holy emblem and an activated holy light barrier. When facing enemies of the same level, spellcasters should have had an overwhelming advantage, but Lucien had never learned the most basic spell concentration and could only take the beating passively. His predicament didn't last long, as Correa on the other side of the battle circle was already showing signs of defeat. His companion's breathing was erratic, his sword-wielding right arm pressed tightly against his chest by the heavy claws of the giant rat, his wrist trembling slightly. Fortunately, the humanoid giant rat seemed to have reached its limit as well, its attacks noticeably slowing. Seeing that he couldn't properly cast spells, Lucien simply focused his mind, raised the radiant sword in his right hand, and slashed upward with fierce determination. This light sword summoned through divine magic had demonstrated amazing sharpness in the earlier battle against the reed rat swarm, far superior to the knight's sword in Gary's hand. However, the continuous shield strikes had disrupted his stance and breathing, making this sword strike appear chaotic and unable to target vital points. Even so, Gary seemed to instantly regain his rationality, instinctively bringing his knight's sword horizontally in front of him to block. He didn't dare to dodge if he created distance from Lucien and allowed him to complete a first circle divine spell. Even a full knight could be severely injured or killed instantly. The radiant sword struck the long sword with no clang of metal on metal, only a dull cracking sound. The knight's sword split silently into two pieces like cut deadwood. Gary hastily pulled his round shield back to his chest, leaving a deep crack on its surface that nearly split it cleanly in half. Just as Lucien was about to press his advantage, the radiant sword suddenly dimmed in his hand, its blade dissolving into scattered points of light. Ever since he had used it to cut through the wall with magical traps, the light sword's power had been draining, and now it had finally exhausted everything and could no longer be maintained. Lucian froze for a moment, and Gary seized this opportunity, swinging his round shield with brutal force. It struck heavily against the equally weakened and dim holy light barrier, sending shield fragments flying through the air. The holy light barrier flickered and wavered before vanishing completely. With the holy light barrier utterly shattered, Lucian's life-saving protection disappeared without a trace. He had no time to regret his lack of combat experience, and could only instinctively touch the holy cross emblem, forcing himself to concentrate and begin the incantation. Before the brief syllable could escape his lips, Gary's already charged iron fist slammed into his abdomen. The excruciating pain made Lucian curl up like a shrimp, a sharp, acidic taste surging up his throat. The spell was brutally interrupted, and in the next moment, Gary's other hand swung forward, 5 fingers clamping around Lucian's neck as the cold, hard metal gauntlet tightened relentlessly. Lucian's right hand desperately clawed at that grip, but a high-ranking knight squire's strength still overwhelmed an ordinary person. As air was squeezed out inch by inch, black spots began appearing in his vision. His left hand clutched the holy emblem, but Gary's hand simultaneously pinned it against his chest, leaving him completely immobilized. Heavy, almost bestial breathing pressed against his ear, and the icy iron gauntlet transmitted bone-chilling cold through his skin. Lucian's consciousness swayed between darkness and clarity. Just as he teetered on the edge of unconsciousness, his survival instinct exploded, his mental power seeming to break through its shackles and surge like a tide. Almost instantly, the right hand gripping his throat suddenly lost strength, fingers going slack, the pressure visibly diminishing at a rate that could be seen with the naked eye, much like Korea and the humanoid giant rat on the other side, who had been beaten to exhaustion and were tearing at each other. Lucian seized this precious opening, forcefully drawing in a breath of the metallic sweet air. Without a moment's hesitation, his mental power spread like mist, reaching toward the truth emblem on his chest. The moment his consciousness touched the emblem, he seemed to plunge into an ocean of holy light. Lines, circles, triangles, squares, and crosses wove together in patterns that filled the sky, infinitely magnified and mysteriously profound. Among them, that cross faintly carried Benjamin's unique, indescribable aura. Driven by curiosity, Lucian reached out to touch that cross instantly. It began thrashing violently as if defiled, and one of the surrounding patterns suddenly blazed to life, magnificent radiance condensing into form. Lucian was horrified and hastily withdrew his mental power, but he was a half-beat too slow. A blinding white beam of light erupted from the emblem, grazing past his spiritual form. Nauseating revulsion churned within him. His head felt as if split by a sharp axe, and 2 streams of cold, metallic-tasting blood instantly poured from his nostrils. The light beam absorbed surrounding energy, growing ever more intense. Gary sensed the danger and frantically dodged sideways, but at such close range, no amount of speed could help. Pure white radiance engulfed his right hand and half his shoulder, instantly vaporizing flesh and blood, leaving only a charred stump with not a single drop of blood spilling out. Divine magic can be triggered without incantations or touching the emblem. This thought flashed through the mind of Lucian, who now lay sprawled on the ground. He immediately began rolling and crawling to the side, worried that the severely wounded Gary might still possess fighting capability. But his body began feeling strangely weak at that moment, his limbs seeming drained of strength, barely able to muster any power. As Lucian rolled, he glanced toward Gary and immediately gasped in shock. Gary lay on his back, eyes half open, breathing faintly. The twisted expression that had once contorted his face and the demonic red glow in his eyes had completely vanished. Even more horrifying sights met his gaze. The sinister pool of blood that had formed from the scattered reed rat corpses was now silently evaporating, transforming into thin blood mist that permeated the entire chamber and connected sewers. In this blood mist, that bizarre humanoid plant was stretching its branches and leaves, seemingly intoxicated by the environment, swaying with leisurely contentment. And the battle on the other side was even more unbelievable. Locked in mortal combat with Korea was not a giant rat, but the taciturn Hansen. Their knight swords were buried in each other's bodies. Breathing in the pale red blood mist around him, Lucian felt his limbs go weak and his head throb with waves of swelling pain. The scene before his eyes kept shifting. One moment, he saw Korea and Hansen locked in combat. The next it transformed into Korea fighting a giant rat. Then back to the 2 men tearing each other apart, as if hallucination and reality were overlapping. Wait, hallucination? His heart skipped a beat as he immediately focused his attention, channeling that tide-like surge of mental power. In an instant, the scene stabilized and the red mist stopped writhing. It was truly Korea and Hansen fighting for their lives. Blood poured continuously from wounds on both men, their movements sluggish and clumsy, clearly pushed to their physical limits. Was it the reed rat's blood that carried hallucinogenic properties, or had that bizarre plant absorbed it and transformed it into this bewildering mist. Lucien thought grimly, what a clever magical trap. Now he finally understood that Hansen's disappearance and Gary's sudden attack had all been illusions triggered by killing the first reedied rat. If he hadn't later received the Holy Light Shield and experienced a slight boost to his mental strength, he too would have fallen victim to the deception. The holy light that had just shot from the truth emblem hadn't merely vaporized Gary's right hand and shoulder, it had also pierced through the stone ceiling above, blasting out a deep hole. Debris rained down like hailstones, shaking the entire chamber as if it might collapse at any moment. The stone fragments and dust dispersed the blood mist, and Lucien's paralyzed limbs regained some strength. But who knew if more traps lay ahead? The emblem had only 2 uses left, the light spells were already exhausted, and no divine magic remained available. The paralyzing components in the pale red mist still lingered, making even lifting his arm a struggle. Just then, he noticed the strange plant swaying precariously under the impact of falling stones. Apart from creating illusions, this thing seemed to have no means of self-defense. A crucial weakness had revealed itself. Lucien forced himself to focus and staggered to his feet. His legs felt like lead, and after just a few steps he tumbled into the pile of rubble. Sharp edges cut through his skin, the burning pain and flowing blood stimulating his nerves. He drew a sharp breath, letting the pain drive away his dizziness, and continued crawling forward. Stumbling and falling, he finally reached the base of the plant. After this series of life-and-death ordeals, he had shed his naivety and panic. Without hesitation, he held his breath and carefully but firmly grasped the main stem that pulsed like a heartbeat. Holding it felt like gripping a living creature wrapped in flowing blood. The next moment, he yanked it violently to one side. All the branches and leaves of this strange plant suddenly contracted as it let out a sharp, piercing shriek, like the cry of someone dying. The first attempt didn't break it, so Lucien continued pulling with force. The strange plant let out pitiful screams while extending its branches and leaves again, wrapping around Lucien's body. The wet branches clung to his skin, cold and slimy, carrying a nauseating fishy smell as countless tiny thorns burrowed into his flesh like living needles. Lucien suppressed the rising fear and yanked hard once more. Woo! The sharp wailing stopped abruptly. The torn section of the plant suddenly spurted pale red liquid, splashing across Lucien's chest. The heavy metallic smell instantly rushed into his nostrils. His limbs went weak, and he had to lean against the rough stone wall beside him to avoid collapsing. After the plant was torn in half, the originally thin pale red mist in the air immediately became denser, as if about to condense into streams. On a nearby desk, 3 books that had been glowing faintly seemed to be activated, suddenly humming. The moment the mist touched them, the pages corroded rapidly from cover to end, turning to dust in just 2 or 3 seconds. The change happened so quickly that even though Lucien was only a few steps away, his paralyzed body couldn't even take a single step, let alone stop it. In an instant, the desk was completely empty. Except for the faint corrosion marks where the 3 books had been, the rest of the desk surface remained perfectly intact. Lucien's heart stirred. This was some kind of magical trap triggered when the red mist reached a critical concentration, destroying the notes to prevent enemies from obtaining them. Thinking of the lost magical notes, he couldn't help but feel regret. Those were precious materials for learning supernatural powers. Just then, deep in his soul, the usually silent library began to glow with an unusual light. Lucien immediately sent his consciousness into it, and his eyes widened in shock. A new row of bookshelves had appeared in the corner of the library, clearly labeled Magic Arcane at the top. 3 books were already neatly arranged on the shelf, exactly the same 3 magical notes that had just turned to ash. Could this library automatically collect books I've seen? Lucien was shocked. Where did the content come from? He speculated. Although the corrosion was extremely fast, the process was still page-by-page dissolution. As long as he had seen all the pages, the library might be able to record them completely. This theory still needed verification, and he planned to experiment with other books in the future. His gaze lingered on the 3 magical notes, but Lucien suddenly hesitated. Learning magic meant becoming an enemy of this world that worshipped divine arts and publicly burned wizards. The danger was immeasurable. Unable to make an immediate decision, he pushed the thought aside for now. After all, everyone was still trapped in the secret chamber, far from safe. He took a deep breath, steadied himself against the stone wall, and secretly gathered his strength. After the strange plant was destroyed, the pale red mist gradually thinned, and Korea and Housen's hallucinations slowly faded. The 2 awakened from their daze, looking at each other in confusion with shock written on their faces. Unfortunately, they recovered too late. Their lives had already been drained by more than half from the mist and hallucinations, leaving both on the brink of death. On the ground above, Benjamin let out a muffled groan the moment Lucien's mental touch triggered the holy emblem of truth, unleashing its divine strike. He lowered his right hand and stared at the secret passage with alarm and uncertainty. The silver moon hung high overhead, casting cold light across the earth as his face turned ashen. The backlash from within the holy emblem, the violent trembling of his mental imprint clearly indicated that something had gone wrong below. Lord Benjamin? Guard Paul noticed the anomaly and stepped closer, gripping his sword tightly, his voice filled with panic. The mental imprint in the holy emblem has been triggered, Benjamin said in a low voice, turning his head with furrowed brows. Damn it, he's just a magic apprentice. Yet he's managed to make such a mess of things utterly useless. He raised his hand to stop Paul's questions, his breathing slightly labored. Stay here and keep watch. If I don't return within 5 minutes, immediately seek help from the bishop. He could have chosen not to entrust the holy emblem of truth to anyone, even though this standard divine artifact was weaker than the other divine items he carried, but the mental imprint had made him confident he could control Lucian at any time. Who would have thought it would still be passively triggered at the crucial moment, failing to prevent the inappropriate activation of divine magic? Negligence and carelessness often go hand in hand with arrogance and prejudice. Since childhood, Benjamin had harbored contempt for knights who relied on bloodline and physical prowess, viewing them as crude and base, far inferior to true spellcasters who pursued arcane mysteries even if those spellcasters were evil wizards. In his subconscious mind, knights were simply unworthy of using divine artifacts, so he had confidently entrusted the emblem to Lucian, whose mental power was only slightly above average. This arrogance stemmed from his origins. The Lafati family, one of the most powerful families in the Duchy of Valette, wield magic through the strength of their bloodline. However, Benjamin, with his thin bloodline, was unable to awaken his potential and instead entered the monastery from a young age. Through talent and hard work, he rose to become a formal priest, steadfastly walking the path of a spellcaster. It was also for this reason that he cared deeply about the reputation within the church. If such a small matter could lead to a disaster, his status would undoubtedly be undermined in the future. Thus, he rushed toward the secret passage without hesitation. Watching his hurried silhouette, Paul still struggled to conceal his shock. Is it possible for there to be trouble even with the holy emblem of truth? Could there be another official magician down there? His palms were sweating, yet he remained stationed at his post. Deep within the secret chamber, Lucian leaned against the rough stone wall, his strength slightly recovering as he staggered, trying to move towards the exit. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed down the passage, causing his heart to seize, every nerve in his body tense. If the newcomer were a magical creature left behind by the witch, or one of her accomplices, he had no chance of escape at that moment. The footsteps halted at the doorway, and a figure in a pure white robe came into view. Lucian silently let out a half-sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. The chamber was perfect for silencing any witnesses. As Benjamin stepped inside, the musty, metallic scent of blood filled his nostrils. His gaze quickly swept across the walls, capturing the deep red vines twisting in intricate patterns, their leaves still dripping with viscous sap. Lapland blood vines? He muttered, frowning to himself. Drawing from his years of study in magic and botany, he swiftly pieced together the cause. The blood vines' growth, their thorns piercing flesh, the strength and blood of the trapped victims being continuously drained. The unconscious Lucian sprawled on the ground, along with Gary, who was barely clinging to life, were on the brink of death because of this. He bent down to check their heartbeats and confirm their pulses. Fortunately, they are all still alive. This kid's luck isn't bad at all. His mental power has actually increased somewhat, reaching the level of a low-ranking apprentice priest. It seems the impact from his breakthrough triggered my spiritual mark. Unfortunately, we're no longer in that era from over 300 years ago when the church was supremely powerful and divine arts could be learned through talent alone. Without a foundation laid from childhood and systematic study of divine theory, one can never become a formal priest. I must admit, it was that arcane emperor who ushered in nearly 4 centuries of golden age for the rapid development of both divine arts and magic. As a member of the Lafati family, Benjamin understood international affairs far better than most priests. His noble status made his faith appear less than devout. To be precise, Benjamin the nobleman and Benjamin the church member were always at odds in their positions. Worse still, after the Supreme Theological Council over 300 years ago, the church split in two, with North and South each denouncing the other as heretics. Even so, the acquisition of divine arts remained completely unaffected in both regions, leading countless bishops and cardinals to secretly wonder, does God truly exist, or is this merely a test for believers? For centuries, such doubts have directly influenced every newly ordained priest, including Benjamin. To keep pace with the times, successive popes gradually introduced portions of knowledge gained by grand arcanists in their exploration of the world, reshaping the theological system. Divine arts thus flourished even more, producing powerful practitioners in abundance, allowing the Southern Church to maintain its position as the dominant force despite being surrounded by heretics, evil mages, and dark creatures. However, this only added more cracks to the already fragile faith within the church. At this moment, Benjamin felt relieved. The fine white powder scattered in his palm slipped through his fingers as he whispered several strange syllables. The faint red blood mist remaining on the ground was instantly swept away by a sudden gust of wind, leaving not a trace behind. Then, without chanting any incantation or scattering any materials, he simply raised his finger and pointed at Gary. A beam of pale white light descended. The charred flesh fell away in flakes, and new flesh rapidly closed together. Gary was forcibly pulled back from death's door, left with only ordinary severe injuries. At intervals of 1 to 2 seconds, the same healing divine art fell upon Korea, Hausen, and Lucian in turn. After several beams of light, Korea and Hausen were also saved, and Lucian's wounds healed, leaving only the dull ache of old injuries. After confirming that all were recovered enough to move, Benjamin had them recount what had happened one by one. He stood before the desk, his gaze sharp as a blade, listening while quickly comparing the records in the corner of the desk with the traces at the scene, finally determining that none of them had lied. Move everything from the secret chamber to the church. Yes, don't leave behind even these rat corpses, he commanded indifferently. Lucian presented the holy emblem with both hands. Benjamin took it, his gaze sweeping over the silver badge that had been bloodstained and then wiped clean. The sin upon you has been cleansed. Go rest now. May the Lord bless you. Had this mission gone smoothly, Benjamin had planned to be generous with money and even secretly evaluate whether Lucian was worth cultivating. But the current perilous situation left him no time to encourage the young man further. After confirming that Lucian hadn't hidden any items, he dismissed him early. After all, while Korea and Hausen's injuries were relatively minor, Gary had lost his entire right hand, and limb regeneration was not among the divine arts he mastered. This was the truly troublesome problem. Seeing that Benjamin showed no intention of silencing him, Lucian had no desire to linger and hurried toward the exit of the secret chamber. When he reached the sewers outside, having broken through some mental barrier, Lucian suddenly caught a remark from Korea inside, which weighed heavily on his heart. He whispered to Hausen that Gary, having lost his right hand, would likely never become a knight and would probably be dismissed from the guard. After emerging from the filthy, dark passage, the damp night breeze struck his face, yet Lucian couldn't quite identify his current emotions. The moment he appeared, the poor residents who had been waiting nearby swarmed around him. "Little Evans, have you purified the ghost?" called out Aunt Elisa from a distance. "It has been purified by Lord Benjamin and several guards." Lucian nodded in reply. Upon hearing the confirmation, the crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, and a barrage of questions immediately followed. "Lucian, what did the ghost look like? Was it terrifying?" "Lord Benjamin truly is an ordained priest. Thank the Lord's protection, this time Lucian was actually able to use the holy emblem of truth. Too bad he's no longer a child and can't be sent to the monastery. Otherwise our Arden district could have produced a Lord Lucian. What an honor that would be." The crowd's chatter rose and fell, but Lucian caught one particular phrase in his daze: "can't be sent to the monastery." His heart sank. I can't become a priest? As someone who had transmigrated, he hadn't originally considered this path, but having just experienced the extraordinary power of divine magic only to be deemed unqualified, disappointment was inevitable. Aunt Elisa noticed his pale complexion and quickly expressed concern. "Poor little Evans, look at your face, you must be exhausted. Go home and rest." Heavy with thoughts, Lucian nodded and pushed open his shabby wooden door. The interior was cramped and dim. He sat on the edge of his bed, listening as the sounds reached his ears in sequence. Benjamin and the others departing, the clamor of the dispersing crowd of onlookers, and finally only the deep silence of night. Pushing his longing for his parents deep into his heart, he began to sort through reality. Can't become a priest. Without training from childhood, it's also difficult to awaken bloodline powers to become a knight. To gain extraordinary power, only magic remains. But once he stepped onto the path of magic, he would be in opposition to the church and to most people, including Aunt Elisa. Perhaps there's another way? Forget it. Let me first examine that magic notebook in my mind. Amid hesitation and struggle, he focused his consciousness into that invisible library and opened the magic notebook. After a long while, a sound of mixed crying and laughter emerged from the quiet little room as he muttered to himself, "What do I do if I can't read?" Opening the magic notebook, Lucian found rows upon rows of strange, peculiar letters that belonged to neither of the two writing systems he had known before his transmigration. It was perfectly normal for this body's original owner, being from the impoverished class, to have never learned any written language. The fact that he could instinctively understand and speak this world's language without hindering communication was already the most brilliant stroke of luck among the countless hardships Lucian currently faced. He stared at those symbols as if confronting an impenetrable wall. Only now did he truly grasp the weight of the word illiterate. Pages full of knowledge lay before his eyes, yet seemed separated by thick glass, making even the simplest pronunciation unreachable. Lucian gave a self-mocking twist of his lips. Being illiterate really was unbearable. The day's experiences had been overwhelmingly intense. The sudden transmigration, his impoverished status, the church's threats, and his hesitation about magical forcing him to mature and calm down rapidly. Yet the current setbacks still weighed heavily as a former university student of the modern era, suddenly losing the ability to read, especially when that ability related to unknown supernatural powers, brought a sense of loss that was almost suffocating. He steadied his breathing as rationality quickly took the upper hand. Learning this world's written language was the most important task at present. Even if he ultimately didn't pursue the path of magic, to escape the humble position of the impoverished, literacy and knowledge would still be a viable and safe route. After all, he lacked a strong physique, knew no swordsmanship, and certainly didn't have the strength to carve out a path with blade alone. The route of military achievements, adventures, or mercenary work was virtually impossible. Once his decision was made, he wiped away his disappointment and felt a long-absent warmth of determination building in his chest. He continued flipping through the magic notebook, trying to find other clues even if it was just a treasure map. A few pages later, many familiar shapes appeared in the notebook. Precise circles, sharp triangles, and orderly polygons connected by lines, forming complex patterns. Lucian thought of the holy emblem of truth he had seen before and guessed these might be magic circles or magical sigils. He quickened his pace, turning to the latter half of the notebook, where he found page after page of formulas arranged like chemical equations. The difference was that these formulas contained no familiar symbols, being composed entirely of those incomprehensible characters. Magical equations? Potion recipes? He could only file away these mysteries in his mind. After finishing the first book, he picked up the second. More twisted letters intertwined like decorative patterns, clearly representing a different writing system. For comparison, he immediately opened the third book. It contained numerous illustrations of plants, minerals, and monsters, laid out like a field guide, but the accompanying text matched that of the second book. It seems what I'll need to learn in the future is most likely the writing system from the first book, he reasoned based on difficulty levels, thinking it might be the more commonly used language. After examining all three books several times and confirming no new discoveries, he put away the notebooks, lifted the worn bedding, and lay down on the hard bedboard. The cool night air made him curl up. Instinctively, knowledge still wore a veil of obscurity, but at least his goal was now clear. With this thought, he closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. For Lucian, the desire to change his circumstances was so overwhelming that starting tomorrow, he would have to fight for survival every single day. If poor sleep left him mentally exhausted, there would be no way to properly face tomorrow and seize the opportunities ahead. Although Benjamin's healing magic had instantly mended his wounds, the exhaustion from intense combat still weighed heavily on his body and mind. Lucian fell asleep almost the moment his head touched the pillow. Meanwhile, in the pitch-black sewers, the witch's chamber had been reduced to rubble of broken bricks and splintered wood. A black rat quietly emerged from the shadows, its blood-red eyes cold and sinister. It circled the debris twice, sniffing around with sharp squeaks, then scurried along another tunnel. After a long while, it stopped before a narrow crevice, squeezed its body through, and was instantly swallowed by the darkness. In the early morning Atlantic district, the sounds of water being drawn and vendors calling out their wares rose one after another, dispelling the lingering chill of night and filling Lucian with a long-lost sense of vitality. Breaking his usual habit of staying in bed, he forced himself to get up the moment he opened his eyes, quickly lighting a fire, boiling water, and placing his last piece of rock-hard black bread near the stove. The burnt smell and sawdust-like texture nearly choked him, so he distracted himself by planning the day's agenda. 1. Find out where he could learn to read and write, and what requirements were needed. 2. Find a new job, or he'd starve before learning his letters. 3. Avoid acquaintances as much as possible to prevent slipping up. He splashed some cold water from the pitcher on his face, retrieved the last 7 coins from the wooden crate, and stuffed them in his pocket. The meager weight of metal provided some small sense of security. After locking his door, he headed straight for Aunt Elisa's house. In this city of chance, he had no sense of direction and could only rely on familiar faces for help. Hi, Lucian. A black-haired girl greeted him as they passed, her eyes full of curiosity. Hi, I have business at Aunt Elisa's house. Lucian forced a standard smile and hurried past. In just a few dozen steps, he was stopped by several neighbors. Lucian, what do ghosts look like? What does it feel like when divine magic is cast? I heard a guard lost his right hand was last night very dangerous. Overnight, he seemed to have become the talk of the Atlantic district. Faced with questions from unfamiliar faces, Lucian could only give vague responses while quickening his pace. Before he could even step onto the stairs, a familiar voice called from the courtyard. Little Evans, you're up quite early today. Lucian breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Good morning, Uncle Joel. Joel was dressed particularly neatly, carrying a classical harp in his hand, and asked with a smile. Little Evans, have you had breakfast yet? You've just recovered. There's no need to rush around looking for work. Your Aunt Elisa has been telling you to come over for meals. Lucien had prepared this excuse about asking Joel for information about the terrain, so he felt even more at ease when Joel brought it up himself. Thank you, Uncle Joel, but I've already eaten. I received divine healing from Lord Benjamin yesterday, and now I'm completely cured. I don't need any more rest. Joel nodded and gestured for Lucien to walk alongside him. With the priest's divine magic, I can rest easy. Later, go to the Copper Crown Tavern and find the owner, Cohen. He still owes me a bottle of rice wine and will help you find a good job. Lucien thanked him and was about to leave when Joel suddenly dropped his usual jovial manner, his expression unusually serious. Little Evans, you're 17 now. It's time to think about your future. Uncle Joel, what do you mean? Lucien already had some understanding in his heart. People who make a living through physical labor can't keep up after 40. Without savings or dutiful children, poverty and disease can take a life within just a few years. I've seen it too many times. Very few live to see 45. Learn a trade while you're young. Though an apprenticeship contract lasts 10 years, if you learn well, you can still live a respectable life even in a small town. The two walked along the stone-paved road and passed through a city gate guarded by sentries. Beyond the gate, the view opened up dramatically. A broad, smooth main thoroughfare stretched straight ahead, with clean streets lined by shops whose signs gleamed with painted colors in the morning light. Pedestrians wore clothing in brilliant hues, short robes, long dresses, formal hats, and shawls weaving back and forth, occasionally interspersed with jewel-adorned nobles. The air itself seemed to dance with invisible musical notes, creating a world entirely different from the Adagio district. Thank you, Uncle Joel. Lucien could feel the genuine care in his words. Joel returned to his playful tone. Besides, if the master you apprentice under has only one daughter, maybe our little Evans will go straight from apprentice to boss. With your looks, that's not impossible. Embarrassed by the teasing, Lucien could only respond with an awkward laugh. As they chatted, Joel stopped at a street corner, placed a well-worn felt hat he'd prepared on the ground, sat on a doorstep, and picked up his harp. Uncle Joel is a street performer? Lucien wasn't unfamiliar with this way of making a living. Joel pointed toward the luxurious building at the end of the street, its gray-white stone walls carved with angels and garlands, its domed curves as elaborate as a Baroque palace from his previous life, and smiled. From here, I can see the chant hall directly. For me, being able to perform here is like actually standing on the stage of the chant hall. Once he started talking, he pointed at the chant hall and spoke enthusiastically. Over 400 years ago, the church led the Holy Hers Empire westward, conquering Alto, the last core territory of the ancient Sylvanus magic empire, and drove the dark creatures and magical beasts to the dark mountain range. Alto has since become one of the most famous cities on the entire continent. More than 300 years ago, Charles I, who was still a cardinal at the time, compiled hymns and song collections from throughout history here, establishing standards for sacred music and singing. After he ascended to the papal throne and promoted Gregorian chant and choirs to every church, Alto earned the title City of Chant. Being close to the Dark Mountain Range, elves, dwarves, kobolds, and other converts often come here to settle, bringing completely different melodies. The emergence of polyphonic music, the formation of symphonies, the invention of the Yazoo violin all happened here. For bards, musicians, and composers, being able to perform in Alto's chant hall is the highest honor. I can't get into the chant hall, but playing nearby makes me happy too. After bidding farewell to Joel, Lucien asked for directions while carefully experiencing Alto's character. On streets and at intersections, bards singing and playing instruments were everywhere. From shops and residence windows, clear singing voices and melodious strings drifted out constantly, as if the entire city was enveloped in an invisible symphony. Returning to the Adagio district through another inner-city gate, Lucien immediately spotted the wooden sign, painted with the copper crown symbol. Outside the tavern, young women and matrons would occasionally approach, sneaking peeks inside before leaving in disappointment. Lucien watched the strange scene outside the tavern with amusement, walking toward the entrance with curiosity. Mornings were typically the quietest time for taverns. Outside the tavern door, a slender girl was half hidden behind the doorframe, peering around cautiously. Her pale golden hair swayed gently as her head moved from side to side. She sighed and turned around, only to bump into Lucien, exclaiming in surprise, "Lucien?" She clearly recognized him, though he had no recollection of her. Lucien was accustomed to such encounters and smiled slightly. At the tavern so early? The girl's wheat-colored face flushed instantly. I heard the Copper Crown Tavern has a new bard, and I was curious. I wanted to take a look before helping my mother with chores. Well, I don't have much time, I should go. With that, she lowered her head and hurried away. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Lucien let out a soft, "Oh." It seemed this bard had quite the appealing appearance or voice. However, that was none of his concern, so he pushed open the half-closed wooden door and entered the tavern. The dim interior required a moment for his eyes to adjust before he could make out the bar area. Several hungover men were slumped over tables, and Lucien's footsteps on the floorboards prompted some drowsy curses before they collapsed back onto the tables to continue sleeping. At the bar, the only person awake was a man in his 30s with a hooked nose, his black fitted coat making his already thin frame appear even more gaunt. He held a glass of amber-colored liquor, his expression gloomy, only glancing up briefly when Lucien entered before returning his attention to his drink. Lucien looked around and soon spotted the dwarf sleeping soundly behind the bar. The old dwarf sat on a tall stool with his head resting against the bar, his thunderous snores accompanied by drool that had soaked a section of his golden beard, which was tied in a bow. It seemed some noise would be necessary to wake him. Lucien tapped 3 times on the bar with his knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. Amid the mumbled curses from the drunken men, the old dwarf finally lifted his head unsteadily, calling out through bleary eyes, "Hey, Lucien, you've finally grown up and understand the meaning of fine wine in life. Come, let's drink a toast to our new guest. Uncle Kuhn, it's daylight," Lucien reminded him. Kuhn rubbed his eyes and surveyed the dim interior, insisting, "I'm not drunk, don't try to fool me. It's clearly nighttime, such a beautiful night." After some confused back and forth, Kuhn finally sobered up. He counted on his fingers as he calculated for Lucien. "There aren't many jobs suitable for you, and nothing long-term. Right now, there's only one. At 9 this morning, Gucci's shop in the market district needs help moving a batch of goods from the warehouse to the gate district. They're short-handed, and the pay is 3 copper fells. But you know how it is, Aaron's gang keeps an eye on these kinds of jobs, so you'll have to give them 1 copper fell in the end. What's left will only buy the worst black bread. There's one more thing. The Musicians Association is doing a big cleanup today, and there's a lot of trash that needs to be hauled to the Berlin River outside the city. You can rent a 4-wheeled cart and head over at 1 o'clock this afternoon. After deducting the cart rental fee, you can earn 8 copper fares for the round trip, which is pretty good. Of course, you'll need to give 3 copper fares to Aaron's gang. There are a few similar odd jobs available after 1 in the afternoon, but unless you're a knight, there's no way you could make it back from outside the city within the required time." Hearing this, Lucien nodded in acceptance. The Musicians Association job was clearly the safest option available. He quietly calculated and confirmed that the 7 coins in his pocket were indeed copper fares. "Uncle Cohen, are there any jobs that pay better?" Lucien couldn't help but ask. Cohen threw back his head and laughed heartily, his rough voice making the wine glasses tremble slightly. "Haha, of course there are. But those jobs aren't for you to take. They require real men willing to risk their lives and strength. Lucien, you don't even dare touch ale. You're still just a kid." As his laughter died down, he pointed toward the open space in the center of the tavern, his expression suddenly turning serious. "The Dark Mountains are where the Real treasure lies. Every year, mercenaries and adventurers go in 3, 5, 6, 7. Anyway, more than I can count. But only a very small portion ever make it out alive." Cohen belched and added with a grin, "But those who do come out strike it rich. Don't underestimate these people. Many of them are real knights, even grand knights." Just then, a gentle and magnetic voice spoke from behind Lucien. The voice had an odd upward inflection at the end, with a rhythmic cadence that was both elegant and somewhat seductive. Lucien turned around to see a silver-haired man approaching from the inn area. He wore slim-fitting pants, a red vest, and a high-collared black Croatian outfit that should have looked formal but appeared casual and relaxed on him. His features were sharp and refined, silver pupils, a straight nose, thin lips, and smooth silver hair that gave him an otherworldly beauty like moonlight in the night. The young man carried a harp similar to Joel's and approached with leisurely steps. Lucien thought to himself, "Is he the new bard?" Then he asked aloud, "Knights are true nobles, so why would they risk going to the Dark Mountains to hunt for treasure?" Cohen raised his hand in greeting. "Hey, Ryan, want a drink?" "I only drink in the evenings," the silver-haired man Ryan said with a smile as he sat down at the bar. He explained softly, "Many countries in the East haven't fought wars for 200 or 300 years, so there isn't much urgent need for knights. Knighting someone requires granting them estates and land, so even if commoners awaken their bloodline, they can only receive knightly status without becoming true nobles. Some go to other countries to serve as foreign knights, while others come to the Duchy of Vale since this place is closest to heretics, pagans, dark creatures, and magical beasts hoping to achieve glory and wealth." He paused, then added, "Besides that, there are also bankrupt, impoverished knights, knights fleeing due to crimes, noble knights following family traditions by traveling the continent, and dark knights who have awakened bloodline powers of a dark nature that aren't recognized by the church or are even hunted by it." Kuhn muttered a few complaints, clearly annoyed that Ryan wouldn't join him for a drink. The rough oak bar was stained with spilled liquor, and oil lamps flickered as he lowered his voice to introduce Ryan to Lucien. "Lucien, this is our new bard, Ryan Corindia. He's a wanderer who's seen much of the world, just escaped the passionate pursuit of Tria's noble ladies, and has traveled all the way here from the Kingdom of Syracuse." "The Kingdom of Syracuse?" Lucien smiled and nodded politely to Ryan. The treacherous Dark Mountains had claimed many true knights, So he temporarily abandoned his thoughts of seeking fortune through adventure at any time. Having a clear understanding of one's own abilities was crucial. Kuhn burst into hearty laughter, his long golden beard trembling, his wrinkled dwarven face displaying the kind of knowing look all men understood. Yes, that very Syracuse passionate, uninhibited, where they value love above all else. Rhine's appearance instantly sobered up a drunk, who staggered to the bar, hiccuping and eyes gleaming with envy. Rhine, are the ladies and maidens of Tria really as beautiful and passionate as the legends say? Rhine wore a subtle smile, answering in his characteristically elegant manner. Indeed, they have eyes bright as morning stars, hair smooth as silk, lips red as roses, and skin as delicate as milk. They're drenched in alluring perfume. Several countesses and viscounts' daughters even leaned close to my ear, breathing warm, moist air, inviting me to visit their secret estates. The drunk's breathing quickened as he pressed. Did you go? How was it? Lucien wasn't unfamiliar with such male gatherings discussing women, listening with interest while pondering how to ask Kuhn about learning to read and write. Rhine's expression remained unchanged, still wearing that faint smile. I told them I don't fancy dirty things that have been used by others. I only love beautiful, pure, clean beings whether male or female. They're the most delicious things in this world. Huh. Rhine, what a storyteller. Kuhn and the drunks erupted in laughter. The noble ladies would tolerate such an insult? If you really dared say that in court, you'd have been thrown into Tria's famous dungeon long ago. Many noble ladies have knight-level strength. If you dared speak like that, you'd be torn to shreds. Facing the laughter, Rhine simply shrugged. That's exactly why I fled from the kingdom of Syracuse to Alto. Kuhn laughed so hard he pounded the bar, making the cups rattle and waking nearby drunks. He shouted loudly. Thanks to Rhine for that entertaining tale to brighten our new day. Let's drink. 3 or 4 drunks were extremely sensitive to let's drink, and immediately rushed over with cheerful laughter, grabbing the ale from Kuhn's hand and raising it high. To Rhine the storyteller cheers. After the commotion died down, Kuhn noticed Lucien hadn't left and raised an eyebrow in surprise. Lucien, is there something else you need? Lucien chose his words carefully, speaking cautiously. Uncle Kuhn, after these past few days, I've had some new thoughts. I want to learn to read and write. Oh, learn to read and write. Has our little Lucien caught Rhine's disease and started telling tall tales too? Words. Oh, that's a grand and noble aspiration. Kuhn raised his wine cup, his rough voice echoing through the narrow wooden cabin. The oil lamp by the bed flickered as he patted Lucien's shoulder with a flushed face. Lucien, don't mind them. A man without dreamshikup might as well be dead. After the laughter subsided, he squinted his eyes and suddenly turned serious. Do you really want to learn to read and write? You have no foundation whatsoever. Some say it takes 2 years just to learn basic literacy. Do you have that much money and time? Lucien looked down at the rough floorboards, but his voice remained firm. No matter how many thorns lie ahead, if I don't take this step, I'll never move forward. Uncle Kuhn, I've made up my mind. As an adult who had received years of education, mastered systematic learning methods, and could speak the local language fluently, he estimated it would take him at most a month or 2 to master reading and writing. Seeing his serious expression, Kuhn put away his playful demeanor. If you were younger, you could rely on the church's selection process and enter a monastery to learn letters and knowledge. But now you only have 2 options. First, become someone's apprentice and sign a 10-year contract. Second, pay out of your own pocket to take lessons at a scholar's home. Don't think apprenticeship seems free. Many guild masters, like those in the blacksmith's guild, can't read themselves, so apprentices still can't learn to write after 10 years. Want to pay for lessons? The entire city of Alto has uniform pricing 5 silver nars per month, and there are over a dozen scholars willing to teach. After listening, Lucien instinctively crossed out apprenticeship. It wasn't about the contract duration. Once he decided to study magic, he'd inevitably break the contract anyway. More troublesome was that living and eating alongside a master meant his secrets could be exposed at any time, and it wouldn't be convenient for other studies. So he repeated in a low voice, as if talking to himself, 5 silver nars. Kuhn nodded in confirmation. Yes, 5. Unless you work from dawn to dusk and only eat the worst black bread, it would take you over half a year to save enough. But even if you manage to save it, how much can you really learn in 1 month? Do you truly want to learn to read and write? Yes. Lucien raised his head, his gaze unwavering. By conversion, it took 100 copper furs to equal 1 silver in AR. This really was a difficult beginning. Recalling countless schemes for striking it rich from transmigration novels, Lucien sadly realized he knew far too little about this world to determine whether any of those methods would work. Moreover, regardless of what he did, the first pot of gold was crucial, and he only had 7 copper fares. The 9 o'clock sunlight streamed into the market district, turning the cobblestone streets a brilliant white. The air carried a mixture of bread and sweat. Lucien shouldered a sack nearly half his height and headed toward the city gate district. The heavy burlap bag bounced against his shoulder with each step, sweat dripping from his chin and seeping into his collar, soaking through his rough linen shirt. Though the sun wasn't scorching, it made every step feel like trudging through a swamp. Beside him, the fat man Gucci buzzed like an incessant fly, wiping sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief while complaining. Damn it. Who hired such a kid? Walk steady. Don't damage my goods. Lucien silently cursed Gucci's stinginess. If you hadn't hired just one person, I wouldn't have to work myself to death. The silver lining was that his pay had increased from 3 copper fares to 4, so he swallowed his grievances. Finally reaching the city gate district, he carefully placed the goods onto the waiting cargo wagon, his arms numb from the strain. Gucci clutched his money pouch, visibly pained, but still pulled out 4 copper fares and handed them over. Your payment, young man. You've got quite some strength. I'll hire you again when I have more cargo. The fat merchant's praise was warm, having already forgotten his curses along the way. The moment the money changed hands, 2 men in linen coats pushed through the crowd. The brown-haired man with a faint scar on his face introduced himself. We work for Boss Aaron. You can call me Andre. Lucien knew exactly what this was about and had mentally prepared himself, directly handing over 1 copper fare. The burly companion, Mag, glared at him. 2 copper fares. Wasn't it supposed to be 1? Though his purse was nearly empty, Lucien couldn't help but protest quietly. Andre shrugged, smiling like a legitimate businessman. If you hadn't been so eager to show off, Gucci would have hired 2 people, and each would have owed us 1 copper fare. We shouldn't bear the loss. 1 copper fare wouldn't threaten his survival. After weighing his options for a second, Lucien handed over the 2nd copper fare to Mag's iron grip hand. Andre nodded with satisfaction. Well done, kid. You understand how things work. Some young hotshots used to challenge us before, and now you can see we're still standing here, while some of them have sunk to the bottom of the Burin River. He didn't forget to add a threat. All right, Mag, someone's coming over there. After delivering his usual intimidation, Andre walked away with Mag toward the other side. Lucien watched their retreating figures, feeling somewhat frustrated. Although he had known from the start that he would be exploited by the gang, when it actually happened, he couldn't help but feel emotional. After cursing himself for not being tough enough, he quietly concluded that to escape this situation, he needed either powerful personal strength or a certain social status in this city. Powerful personal strength often represented high status. At this thought, he couldn't help but think of the magic notes, wondering if they contained formulas for potions that could enhance strength and constitution. He was well aware that this desire itself was dangerous, a sign of lacking resistance to temptation. Near the chant hall in the administrative district, the Musicians' Association, famous for its unique appearance, soon came into view. Pushing the rented 4-wheeled cart, Lucien only had to ask for directions once before successfully finding the building called Dancing Flames. The entire 5-story, light-colored building was adorned with vertical lines, small spires, flying buttresses, stained glass, and flame-shaped window frames, presenting an asymmetrical yet dramatically graceful beauty. On the steps, a thin, sleazy middle-aged man with a goatee rushed down quickly, frowning and shouting. Why are you so late? Look at the clock on the Golden Cathedral, it's almost 1 o'clock. When accepting the commission, the dwarf Cohen had introduced Lucien to this man George, who had some connections within the association. Lucien pointed toward the towering, magnificent Golden Cathedral in the noble district that seemed to overlook the entire city. George, there are still 10 minutes left. On the clock tower, the thick hour hand was still some distance from the top. George complained relentlessly. The servants hired by the association finished cleaning early. You need to come in with me quickly for the handover. There's a mountain of garbage piled up in the back, and if it affects the mood of the working musicians, that would be a big problem. Lucien had always been curious about Uncle Joel's musician dream, and at this moment, he was too lazy to argue with George. He parked the cart to one side, signaled to the guard to watch it, then quickly climbed the steps. Pushing open the door inlaid with colored glass fragments, he was greeted by a bright and magnificent spacious hall. The thick, soft carpet swallowed the sound of footsteps, and with few people coming and going, the large space seemed particularly cold and empty. Led by George, Lucien came to a waist-high wooden platform in the center of the hall. Behind the platform, a beautiful young woman with brown hair and blue eyes greeted them with a smile, her voice crisp. Uncle George, is this the person you found? As she spoke, she handed over a jingling money pouch. Lucien estimated there were at least 40 copper fells in the bag, and couldn't help but curse silently. After deducting the cart rental fee, he would only earn 8 copper fells. George took the money pouch, revealing 2 rows of yellowed teeth, smiling so broadly his eyes narrowed to slits. Elena, have someone show Lucien to the garden in the back. Don't let his young age and slight build fool you, he's quite strong. Then he turned to Lucien. I'll leave your money with Andre at the city gate district. You can pick it up when you return. Lucien nodded, not worried about George defaulting on the payment. While the Aaron gang was ruthless in collecting money, they had an excellent reputation in this regard. According to Cohen, someone had once tried to skip out on their employment fees, only to end up obediently paying double the compensation. Elena was about to call the servants in the hall to lead Lucien to the back garden to haul garbage when a middle-aged man in a wide red coat entered through the door. She almost reflexively stood up and bowed slightly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Victor." The man was dressed simply yet elegantly, with a thin mustache and black curly hair framing his lean face, while his sea-blue eyes held a hint of melancholy. His voice was rich and deep. "Good afternoon, Elena. I'll take a copy of Music Review." Watching Elena bend down to retrieve a fresh newspaper from the cabinet under the wooden counter, Lucien was secretly amazed. Alto actually had newspapers, and specialized publications at that. Thinking of the misery in the slums, he sighed inwardly. The polarization in this world was indeed severe. But with so few literate people, how many copies would they need to sell to break even? Victor casually flipped through a few pages, then closed the newspaper, counted out 10 copper fells from his purse, and handed them to Elena. He politely nodded to Lucien and George before heading upstairs along the staircase beside the hall, newspaper tucked under his arm. Such grace earned him high marks in Lucien's mind. After Victor's figure disappeared around the stair landing, Lucien couldn't help asking, "The Music Review only costs 10 copper fells?" Knowing that the young man before her had once been like herself, with almost no exposure to high society, Elena proudly displayed the knowledge she'd accumulated over nearly a year at the Musicians' Association. Ever since Cardinal Adelaide invented a simpler, more universal papermaking method in sacred calendar year 426, paper has become increasingly cheap. Now you can buy a stack for just a few copper fells. However, only we Musicians Association members can purchase Music Review for 10 copper fells. Everyone else, even nobles, has to pay 1 silver in AR. She grew more excited as she spoke, her voice rising slightly. The Music Review and Symphony Herald are the most authoritative newspapers in the continental music world, representing the direction of trends. Every score and review is a crystallization of wisdom. This month's Music Review even features commentary from His Grace the Grand Duke and Princess Natasha on last week's symphony concert program at the Chant Hall. It must be admitted that besides Elena's desire to show off, Lucien's black hair, black eyes, and handsome, refined appearance also contributed significantly to her willingness to deliver this lengthy, proud explanation. 1 silver in AR? A bold idea flashed through Lucien's mind. Steal a few newspapers, 5 copies would solve his urgent financial crisis. But on second thought, even if he managed to steal them, he'd have no buyers, so he reluctantly extinguished that impulse. With such an attentive audience, Elena became even more animated. "Hee, don't think 1 silver in AR is expensive. In Tria, Anna Freely, Yife, Dillies, and Ann Hayter, these 2 newspapers are hot commodities that can sell for as much as 1 gold thaler. The nobles there take pride in following Alto's musical trends, even if they're getting newspapers that are long outdated." Lucien glanced at the remaining newspapers in the cabinet, forcibly suppressing his renewed urge to rob, while quickly processing the information. Continental currency seemed unified. The church with divine magic must be extremely powerful. If teleportation arrays existed, their usage conditions were certainly restrictive otherwise. How could nobles only access old newspapers? He absorbed this knowledge like a sponge soaking up water, desperately needing such insights. After more than 10 minutes, Elena suddenly remembered her duties and hurriedly called a servant. "Take Lucien to the back garden." Before he left, she thoughtfully advised, "Lucien, be sure to stay quiet and speak loudly, and try not to make too much noise when moving the garbage. Mr. Victor is having his first symphony concert at the Chant Hall in 3 months, so he's under a lot of pressure right now, and his nerves are, well, rather sensitive." Lucien nodded gratefully, then carefully followed the servant toward the back garden. A large pile of unsuitable garbage had been cleared from the sewer. Lucien made 7 or 8 trips back and forth, getting himself thoroughly dirty before finally loading it all onto the 4-wheeled cart. Every morning, the church hired laborers to collect the city's garbage and transport it outside the walls to prevent filth and disease from spreading through the streets. However, this time the Musicians' Association didn't want to wait until the next day. Such an enormous pile of refuse at their doorstep would certainly affect their image. Picking up the last bundle of debris, Lucien held his breath and tried to move as silently as possible, creeping along the pillars of the circular hall toward the heavy main door. "Wolf, damn it, can't you let me study my sheet music in peace?" A sharp yet rich voice suddenly exploded through the air. A flash of red came rushing down the stairs. It was Victor, the musician who had gone upstairs earlier. He cursed over his shoulder as he descended, then spun around and crashed straight into Lucien, who couldn't dodge in time. Clang! The thick carpet couldn't completely muffle the dull sound as a broken oil lamp tumbled from Lucien's arms. Victor staggered 2 steps before regaining his balance, took a deep breath, bent down to pick up the lamp, and handed it back to Lucien, who was struggling to steady the rest of the garbage. "Sorry." Heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase as a brown-haired middle-aged man in a dark blue coat, his chin slightly raised, followed close behind. "Victor, this association isn't exclusively for you. I have every right to do what I want. If you want complete freedom, go home. Victor muttered under his breath. Damn it. If you're so capable, why don't you hold your own concert in the sacred chant hall? With that, he stormed out like a door slamming shut. The man called Wolf's face darkened as he grumbled his way back upstairs. If it weren't for you, in 3 months. His complaints gradually faded as the stairwell swallowed his words. With the argument over, Lucien continued carrying the garbage toward the door. As his eyes swept over the pile, he noticed the oil lamp at the top that had lost its glass-covered intricate patterns on its base were worn and mottled, yet still gleamed with metallic luster. Lucien's heart stirred. Could this material be copper? But it seemed more durable and flexible than the copper in his memory. Though there wasn't much metal in the lamp base, he could probably sell it to a blacksmith for a few copper fares. Money for someone truly destitute. Everything in the world unconsciously gets converted into value. Once this thought took hold, Lucien suddenly realized this pile of garbage might be full of treasure, torn paper, broken quill pens, and other discarded items he'd noticed earlier. Lucien felt like he had discovered a treasure, his heart filled with delight. Though this might seem insignificant to the wealthy, it was the first ray of dawn on his path to changing his life. If he could save up 5 silver nars, he would be able to master basic literacy within a month. Whether or not he pursued magic, understanding written words would allow him to comprehend this world's situation. With his experiences and knowledge from another world, plus an entire library's worth of books, he could certainly find other, better ways to make his fortune. Excitement, anticipation, and hope for the future swirled in his chest as he gripped the handles of the four-wheeled cart, his steps light and quick. Yet the worry in his heart was equally real. Scavenging useful items from garbage piles required no special skill, but the real obstacles were others' disdain and their fists. If the gangs didn't interfere, he could handle the remaining scattered beggars. Ever since his battle alongside Jelly and Kalia against the reedied rats in the sewers, he had considerable confidence in his abilities. While his strength couldn't match adults who had trained for years, his composure and precise, ruthless strikes could equally determine victory. Shortly after leaving the Musicians' Association, he caught sight of a silver-haired young man strolling leisurely toward the association's entrance lane. Thinking of the various reasons why bards yearn to enter the Musicians' Association, Lucien smiled to himself and dismissed this chance encounter from his mind. Turning toward the city gate district, guard Anneli still remembered him. Seeing the cart full of garbage, the guard immediately understood what kind of task he had taken on, simply nodding in a friendly manner without asking questions. The gate soldiers gave a casual glance and let him pass through the city. No one's following. Could it be that the gangs really aren't involved? His spirits lifted, though he didn't dare let his guard down. Walking along the dirt road downstream of the billowing river for over 20 minutes, the surrounding area gradually became more desolate. Lucien pushed the cart into the roadside grass and rolled up his sleeves to begin sorting through the pile of garbage. One broken oil lamp, several pieces of rusted metal fragments, 8 cracked quill pens, a large handful of crumpled waste paper. He carefully examined each item. Finally, his fingers touched a square piece of translucent black gauze, soft with a faint fragrance, with an obvious tear at one corner, as if it had been caught and ripped on something. A veil? Perhaps it belonged to some female musician. He rubbed the gauze between his fingers, harboring no romantic fantasies. His mind focused entirely on assessing its value. The material was of excellent quality and could be sold to a tailor to be cut into skirt trim or coat lace. After carefully wrapping the selected items in several sheets of waste paper and hiding them deep in the nearby grass, he gripped the cart handles once more and continued pushing the four-wheeled cart toward the garbage dump downstream along the Belouin River. In less than 10 minutes, Lucien reached the banks of the Burin River. Along the shore, garbage was piled up like small mountains, though there was less than he had expected, and it was positioned some distance from the crystal-clear, emerald-green water clearly beyond the reach of the current. The area was eerily quiet, with no one sifting through the refuse and not a sound of any work being done. Lucien speculated silently. Had someone gathered it all to be destroyed by divine magic? Or were people afraid of the plague? Whatever the reason, all he saw was a fortune reeking with pungent odors. After disposing of his own small bundle of trash, he paced back and forth excitedly in the stench, completely ignoring the foul smell. Compared to an unknown epidemic, an empty purse worried him far more. Besides, this world had divine magic and spells that could cure diseases. As a precaution, he wrapped his hands in waste paper while searching and moved with extra care. The Musicians' Association was an upper-class organization, so their garbage naturally might contain valuable items. Sure enough, Lucien found quite a few odds and ends that could be sold for money. Being his first attempt, he felt anxious and still had to pass through the city gate. So he selected a cloth bag that was half-rotted and transferred the rest of his spoils to a nearby hiding spot, where he buried them. Then he returned with the four-wheeled cart, stuffing the oil lamps and other items he had initially wrapped in paper into the cloth bag, spreading them flat on the cart bed to look like mere padding to prevent dirt. Smaller items like veils he tucked into his pockets. When passing through the city gate, The soldiers gave him only a casual glance before letting him through. Lucien pushed his card over to Andre and Mag, who immediately covered their noses while he chuckled inwardly. I'm Lucien, here to collect payment for that musicians association job. Mag cursed while stepping aside, rattling out 5 copper fells. Damn it. Take your money and get lost. Along with that filthy, stinking card of yours. Andre stood even farther away, still maintaining his professional smile. Looks like this was your first time hauling garbage to the Burin River. Took you quite a while to make the round trip. Hey, if you dragged it out until dark, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting into the city. There are water ghouls prowling around there at night. The church hadn't completely eliminated the water ghouls. Lucien buried his doubts, feeling both relieved at not being discovered and anxious about the items he had buried. He hurriedly left the gate area and returned the cart to its owner. This trip had earned him 5 copper fells, but what really mattered were the items on his person and in the cloth bag. Those would determine whether he could quickly gather 5 silver nars. Back in his shabby little house in the Adrian district, he first hid the miscellaneous items, then impatiently grabbed the veil and headed for the market district. The veil was made of special material, and he didn't dare wash it with water, though fortunately he had kept it clean. Standing at the entrance of a tailor shop, he suddenly hesitated. What if he was mocked or thrown out? In his past sales work, he had often given up due to blushing and stammering, but now he could no longer afford to worry about dignity. Could dignity turn black bread into white bread? Could it let him bite into a steak or cod, or drink wine heartily? Could it teach him to read? Having experienced life and death, what was a little embarrassment? He tucked his pride away like putting it in his pocket and resolutely pushed open the door. Inside, a gray-haired old man wearing glasses looked up, eyeing his shabby clothing suspiciously. What do you want? Lucien smiled warmly. Sir, do you need any black gauze? I have a piece here. Before he could finish, the old tailor was already waving him away impatiently. What good black gauze could you possibly have? Get out, you swindler. He cursed while coming around the counter to push Lucien toward the door. Even if you did have some, it would be stolen. Old Hugo only buys materials from Lossy Trading Company. Thrown out of the shop, Lucien looked down the street helplessly, though his mind was already quickly formulating a new strategy. He began searching for another tailor shop and decided to change his approach. After being turned away by 3 seemingly upscale tailor shops in a row, Lucien felt deeply frustrated. Even though he had brought out the black gauze from the start, those tailors still refused to believe him and wouldn't even examine what kind of fabric it was, maintaining deep suspicion toward this stranger. The market district stretched across more than a dozen streets in every direction, with stalls and shops packed closely together. The shouts of dwarf merchants mingled with the harp music of elven musicians, while the air was filled with the scents of baked bread and leather. Lucien weaved through the crowds, his eyes quickly scanning shop signs until he spotted an elegant tailor shop with bright, clean windows at the end of a street. The door chime rang crisply as he entered. Behind the counter, a blond boy of 15 or 16 looked up, offering a shy yet earnest smile. Master is in the back making clothes. I'm Bansite. What can I help you with, sir? Could you take a look at this black gauze for me? Learning from his previous experiences, Lucien casually handed over the fabric. Bansite, thinking the customer wanted to select similar material, accepted it without suspicion. As his fingertips touched the gauze surface and he held the fabric up to the sunlight from the window, his pupils dilated rapidly. Sir, this is Black Nightingale from the Kingdom of Home. Only true nobles can afford this. Where did you get it? The surprise in the young man's eyes quickly transformed into the same wariness he'd encountered at the previous 3 shops. In his view, Lucien in his worn linen tunic could never afford such luxury goods that even wealthy merchants found difficult to obtain. Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Lucien lowered his voice. Don't worry, this absolutely won't bring you any trouble. Just as he finished speaking, a man in his 30s with a gaunt face pushed through the curtain. Bansite's earlier exclamation had clearly disturbed him. This was the shop owner, Medeor. Medeor glanced at the black gauze, then looked at Lucien. Is that so? Finally, someone hadn't immediately thrown him out. Hope sparked in Lucien's heart as he quickly added an oath. I swear by the Lord's name. And look, it already has holes in it. No noble lady would care about it anymore. If you cut it into hem trim or ribbons, no one could recognize its original form. Medeor took the black gauze, pinching the edges and examining it carefully. After a moment of silence, he spoke in an even tone. So how much do you want for it? Lucien nearly clenched his fists but maintained his smile. I trust you won't disappoint me, sir. The 2 men stared at each other for several seconds before Medeor spoke first. 40 copper fares. The size is limited, and with the holes, there's not much usable material. 1 silver in AR. Lucien immediately doubled the asking price. If a gorgeous gown were adorned with black nightingale as deep as the night sky, it would surely make distinguished young ladies even more satisfied. Medeor shook his head and handed the black gauze back. 50 copper fares at most. If not, take it and leave. What a pity. Lucien took back the black gauze and turned toward the door with apparent calm, though his heart was racing. Would he call him back? Would he increase the price? If he missed this shop, he might not find anyone else willing to buy goods of questionable origin. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just as Lucien was about to walk out of the tailor's shop, McDowell's voice finally rang out from behind him. 80 copper fares. If I didn't happen to have a gown that would be perfect with black nightingale trim, I would never offer such a high price. With his back to the counter, Lucien clenched his fist tightly, so excited he nearly jumped for joy. But when he turned around, only a faint smile remained. As you wish. 80 copper fares clinked and jingled as they dropped into his pocket, bulging heavy and dear, yet so precious he couldn't bear to part with them. As McDowell watched him push the door to leave, he added, I don't know you, and I don't want to know your name. But if you ever have more precious fabric like this in the future, fabric that won't bring trouble, come find me. It would be my honor. Lucien was in excellent spirits as he bowed slightly and walked out of the tailor's shop. The street was bright with sunshine, the sky azure blue, and the air carried the scent of fresh grass. Everything seemed gilded with light. 80 copper fares wasn't much, but it wasn't little either. It brought him significantly closer to his goal of 5 silver nars, and proved that scavenging was indeed a viable path, and that was what mattered most. Just as he turned into the small alley where he lived, Lucien saw Alvin crouched by his door. The little boy looked up and immediately waved, calling out, Big brother Lucien, you're finally back. My brother's home, and Mom asked me to invite you for dinner. Annalise's John? The John who became a knight's apprentice squire. Lucien's mind flashed with the relevant information as he smiled at Alvin. Wait a moment, let me wipe off some sweat. He had 92 copper fares in his pocket, total couldn't let Alvin see them. If the little boy spoke carelessly and word got out, that would be trouble. Once he saved enough for the 5 silver coins tuition, this worry would naturally disappear. He believed he would never rely on this trade for a living permanently. Alvin nodded with a grin. Okay, big brother Lucien. Oh, and my brother brought back a piece of bison meat. They went hunting during night training recently, and Sir Wayne divided the game among everyone. We can finally have potato and beef stew. Ever since my brother was taken away for training by Sir Wayne these past 2 years, I've only had it fewer than 20 times. His dirty little face couldn't hide his craving. John's father Joel was considered one of the more successful street performers. Though his income fluctuated, it was better than pure manual labor, and Aunt Elisa worked for the textile guild washing clothes for people. The whole family barely approached commoner status. But to keep John strong and likely to be chosen, they had never skimped on food before, making life still difficult and often requiring old Evans's help. After John entered the manor, Elisa began planning for Alvin's future and actually became more frugal with food than before. For Lucien, who had only recently arrived in this world, this wasn't surprising. In his view, a poor family being able to eat beef once a month was actually quite good. After hiding the copper coins and casually wiping away his sweat, Lucien followed Iwan toward Aunt Elisa's house. Outside the stone cottage, 7 or 8 familiar neighbors had gathered in a circle, their animated discussions rising and falling. Did you hear that little John has officially become Sir Wayne's squire? Elisa said so herself, and she wouldn't lie. Getting his squire's badge before 19 might even awaken his bloodline and receive divine blessing. Tisk, if he becomes a real knight, we'll have to call him Lord John. An official squire can become an officer in the city guard. Joel and Elisa are truly blessed. The heated conversation bubbled like boiling water in a pot. Lucien looked questioningly at Iwan, who puffed out his chest and nodded, his face beaming with pride. Pushing open the door, a young man with golden hair and brown eyes rose to greet them. John had inherited Joel's handsome features, standing tall with a composed bearing that surpassed even his good looks. I heard you had some trouble, and I was worried. Since you're all right, I'm relieved. He smiled warmly, patting Lucien's shoulder. Don't dwell on it too much, think of it as the Lord testing you. His gray squire's uniform outlined his lean frame, yet his manner was that of a mature older brother, though he was only a year or 2 older. Lucien smiled back. It wasn't really serious. Aunt Elisa was just too worried, which made everything seem more dramatic. Exactly. Mom doesn't trust me at all, Iwan chimed in eagerly from the side. John ruffled his younger brother's hair. Go wash your face and get ready for dinner. After Iwan left, he gestured for Lucien to sit down. What's this? Are we growing distant after being apart? We're childhood friends who grew up together. I'm still adjusting. I didn't expect you to change so much, Lucien explained casually. Night training doesn't just strengthen the body, it also disciplines behavior and spirit. It's tough, but very rewarding, John nodded. After chatting briefly about training life at the knight's manor, Elisa called loudly from the kitchen that dinner was ready. The table held only beef and potato stew with grilled fish, but for Lucien, who had been surviving on black bread all day, it tasted so good, he could have swallowed his own tongue. Joel, celebrating his son's promotion to official squire, had received Elisa's rare permission to feast on beef and drink ale freely. Throughout the meal, Elisa chattered excitedly without pause. Joel, Lucien, and Iwan, busy eating and drinking, would occasionally respond, which satisfied her completely. John, following knightly etiquette, remained almost entirely silent. Burp, Iwan's long, satisfied belch announced the end of dinner. John shook his head with a smile. Iwan, overeating isn't good for you. Don't do that next time. Then he turned to Lucien. Lucien, have you thought about what you want to do with your future? At this question, both Joel and Elisa looked solemnly toward Lucien. Lucien answered cautiously, I don't have a specific goal yet, but I don't want to keep living like this. Good, dissatisfaction with life is exactly what drives us forward. John patted his shoulder, his eyes gleaming with approval. The bakery and brewery at Sir Wayne's Manor are short-staffed lately and need to hire several apprentices. However, the apprenticeship is quite long, a full 10 years, and you'd have to stay at the manor the entire time. Think it over carefully, and give me your answer when I return on Monday. After becoming an official knight squire, John had gained some power to change the fate of his family and friends. Though still modest, it was precious beyond measure. This world also had the 7 days of creation myth, so every 7 days required worship, essentially a week. All right, John. Having just earned his first real money, Lucien had already painted a grander blueprint for his future and wasn't interested in selling himself for 10 years. But he didn't want to refuse immediately either, so he decided to put it off until next week. Seeing the city gates about to close, John stood up and adjusted his cloak. Since you're fine, I need to get back to the manor. He hugged Joel, Elisa, and Evan in turn, then gave Lucien a hearty bear hug. Too bad you can't read, otherwise Steward Donnie is looking for a clerk to help handle village court records. That would be both respectable and well-paying work. I'm actually thinking of learning to read and write. Lucien seized the opportunity. John paused, then burst into laughter. Lucien has ambition. I'll keep an eye out for you, but don't get your hopes up. It might take some time. Be prepared for that. Thank you, John. Lucien thanked him sincerely, though he didn't pin all his hopes on his friend, believed his path lay in his own hands. Over the next 3 days, though he hadn't encountered prey as valuable as the black nightingale, his savings had grown to 1 silver dinar and 64 copper fells. At dawn, full of energy, he headed out of the city gates once more. Guard Andre watched his retreating figure and couldn't help muttering to his companion Mag. Why does this kid head outside the city every morning? Andre, what are you muttering about? Came a gentle voice from behind. Andre immediately straightened up and turned to salute. Good morning, Brother Jackson. The newcomer was Leodos Jackson, leader of the Aaron gang. That ordinary face, so unremarkable it was almost forgettable, wore a friendly and humble smile. But anyone fooled by this appearance would meet a terrible end. Whether in cunning treachery or sharp ruthlessness, he ranked among the very best in the Aaron gang. Jackson rubbed his chin, wearing an ordinary smile. Andre, you've been doing well lately. By the way, what were you saying just now? The afternoon sunlight streamed through Alto's gate facing the Belen River, casting light on the 3 men's feet. Merchants pushed their carts back and forth, mercenaries carried swords and shields, and occasionally adventurers led horses in and out, creating a cacophony mixed with the scents of animal hides and spices. Andre forced a flattering smile, as if trying to shrink into the depths of the commotion. Big Brother Jackson, it's just a small matter. I saw a young man I know who's been heading out of the city every day recently, so I found it strange. What does he take out? And what does he bring back? Did you notice? Jackson's voice was gentle and mild, but his smile made both Andre and Mag's shoulders tense simultaneously. Mag boasted that he had 1/16 Highland barbarian blood from the Yalan region and had always trusted his fists almost as much as he trusted the God of Truth. But now, meeting Jackson's gaze still sent chills down his spine, leaving him momentarily speechless. Andre was more composed, frowning as he tried to recall. It seems, when he goes out, he carries a worn linen bag. When he comes back, he paused for a moment, making sure his memory was correct before continuing. The bag appears to have something in it. This season, there are plenty of mushrooms in the Black Forest across the Belen River. Maybe he's gathering mushrooms. Does mushroom gathering require a strong young man? The outskirts of the Black Forest aren't dangerous. Little girls and boys would suffice. Jackson shook his head gently. Andre pressed on reluctantly. But Big Brother Jackson, what kind of tricks could a dirty, poor kid like him possibly pull? Alto had 3 city gates, but only this one facing the Belen River, and the Melzer Black Forest was the busiest. With the surging crowds, Andre and Mag usually couldn't be bothered to pay attention to poor kids like Lucien. Jackson chuckled twice. The day before yesterday, the blacksmith Reg came to see me. He bought a nice piece of metal fragment from a young man, copper-silver alloy. That stuff is only affordable for wealthy, high-status people. Although it was the lowest quality copper-silver, it's still good enough for forging sharper daggers. Reg was curious about its origin and wanted to see if we could get control of the source. You mean that piece of copper-silver was sold to Reg by Lucien? Mag's muscle-filled brain immediately connected the two events, completely disregarding whether the evidence was sufficient. Jackson nodded slightly. He's very careful. Reg failed to track him, and the fragment had been processed, so its origin couldn't be determined. It took me more than a day to pick up some clues in the market district. This kid has been making moves too frequently lately. leaving some impression on people. Someone remembered him always heading to the gate district around this time. Heh, I didn't expect you guys to know him. That makes things much more convenient. So what do we do? Andre immediately asked for instructions. Jackson pointed toward the bustling city gate. First, tell me his identity in detail, then quietly follow him and figure out where his stuff comes from. If we're discovered, just subdue him directly and interrogate him. Remember, all the copper coins on him are yours. Yes, Big Brother Jackson. Mag eagerly responded before Andre could, his facial muscles quivering with excitement. It had been more than 10 days since he'd used his fists to teach someone a lesson, and the prospect of a good fight made him thrilled. Lucien walked along the path to the Burn River, holding a linen bag. After initially feeling excited about his newfound way to make money, he had calmed down and was now contemplating how to avoid drawing attention to himself, at least until he had gathered 5 silver nails. As he walked, he quickly mapped out his itinerary in his mind. Tomorrow, he would continue to circle the city gate area. The day after, he would take a side route through the Nolan district, and 3 days later, he would leave through the city gate in the Purple Lily district. The Purple Lily district was the most crowded area for commoners in Alto, while the Nolan district was another market area. Both city gates were far from the Burn River, requiring a significant detour. In contrast, leaving directly from the city gate area, even if he stopped by the Mezzel Black Forest to gather some mushrooms as a cover, would only take about 2 hours round trip, whereas a round trip from the Nolan or Purple Lily districts would take at least 3 hours. The difference in time and route would serve as a shield to confuse anyone who might be watching. While he was deep in thought, Lucien suddenly felt a jolt of intuition, sensing that he might be followed. Ever since nearly being choked to death by Gary in the sewers, he had noticed that his senses had become unusually sharp, as if he possessed some kind of supernatural awareness. This ability had helped him evade potential greedy pursuers while selling his goods over the past few days. Feigning nonchalance, he turned the corner of the main road, using the bushes and trees for cover, and suddenly accelerated into a sprint. He then darted into a sparse thicket, pressing himself against the trunk of a large tree, holding his breath and waiting. He needed to figure out who was following him before deciding on his next move. After about a minute or two, 2 heavy footsteps approached, stopping at the corner. Someone peeked around, breathing heavily. Damn it, that kid got away. A hoarse voice growled, barely containing its anger. Andre, you should have listened to me from the start. No matter where he was headed, we should have just grabbed him and given him a good beating. He would have spilled everything. Lucien recognized that voice all too well. When the name Andre was called out, he immediately understood Aaron's gang had set their sights on him, and so quickly. In this world filled with strange methods, the reasons didn't need to be explored. Taking a deep breath, he made up his mind. Once the 2 left, he would take a detour to another city gate to go home, retrieve all the hidden silver nails and copper furls, and find a place to hide for a few days. If he found himself with no other options, he would accept John's proposal and become an apprentice brewer at Sir Wayne's estate. Andre and his companion Mag argued for a minute, and when they realized they couldn't find Lucien, their expressions quickly turned to frustration. They knew all too well how ruthless Jackson could be. Failing in their task would lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Andre remembered something and lowered his voice, saying, Mag, haven't you always bragged about having barbarian blood, claiming you can smell the wind's scent? Mag rubbed his bald head and replied in a deep, buzzing voice, I just forgot for a moment. Sometimes they could tell the difference, and sometimes they couldn't. Not far away, Lucien pricked up his ears, absorbing every word of their conversation into his mind as a needle-like sense of vigilance crept up his spine. Having crossed into this world only a few days ago, he knew all too well that his skills and knowledge were insufficient to handle the variables before him. Mag lifted his head slightly, tilted his nose up, and sniffed the air several times. Suddenly energized, his voice boomed like thunder. I smell that damned brat's stench. Before his words had even finished echoing, he bounded forward in great strides, heading straight for the large tree where Lucien was hiding. Andre followed close behind. The moment Mag roared, Lucien took off running, hoping to outpace the 2 men. But he never expected that the seemingly bulky Mag would explode with surprising speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. If not for Mag being forced to dodge sideways around tree trunks several times, he would have already caught hold of Lucien's clothing. The forest along the Burn River gradually thinned out, and the view opened up dramatically, leaving Lucien with no cover to rely on. However, compared to the pressure from that high-ranking knight's Squire Gary, Mag's threat was far less than those reedied rats from before. Lucien actually calmed down. He couldn't keep running while Andre was still behind them. He needed to take down Mag first. As this thought flashed through his mind, he steadied his rhythm, constantly building up power. Mag's rough roar exploded right by his ear, and Lucien suddenly came to an abrupt stop, lowering his body, tucking his head into his chest, and pushing off with his feet to charge back into Mag's embrace. Caught completely off guard, Mag's momentum carried him forward as he instinctively swung his right fist, but Lucien ducked low to avoid it, leaving the punch to whistle harmlessly through the air above his hair. As the punch swept past, Lucien's clenched right fist drove solidly into Mag's soft belly, churning his stomach and intestines like a raging sea, sending acid surging up his throat as his pained cry echoed through the forest. But this impact wasn't enough to bring down Mag, who possessed 1/16th barbarian blood. He adapted in less than 2 seconds, already bringing his left elbow down in a vicious strike. At that very moment, Lucien's already bent right leg transformed into an iron hammer, precisely targeting the space between Mag's legs. Ah! Mag, whose barbarian heritage was so diluted it was barely noticeable, let out a sharp, piercing wail, clutching his groin with both hands and rolling on the ground. When Andre caught up and saw the scene, he felt a chill in his own groin and immediately slowed his pace. Without even looking back, Lucien sprinted away again. Andre held a gleaming dagger in his hand, and since Lucien neither knew his true strength nor could be sure that Mag wouldn't get back up at any moment with that sturdy build of his, he could only continue putting distance between them. Andre chased for a dozen steps, watching the gap grow wider and wider. Looking back to see Mag still wailing on the ground, he hesitated for several seconds before finally stopping. Without strength, even making a little money isn't safe in this world. After shaking off his pursuers, Lucien smiled bitterly to himself. The recent series of encounters had made his desire for power increasingly intense. It was now nearly 9 in the morning. After passing through the Nolan district gate and returning to Alto, he crept along the walls through the slums, planning to return to his hut first to retrieve the money he had hidden. Andre and Mag knew him and were aware that Kuhn had introduced him to Aaron Gang, had most likely already investigated his background and residence. If he didn't get there first, several days of hard work would go down the drain, and he'd attract a gang of thugs for nothing. Lucien crouched behind the outer wall of a dilapidated house, stealing glances at his own hut. The area was temporarily empty, and just as he was thinking of finding a familiar child to gather information, he suddenly saw more than 10 men approaching with menacing intent. At the front of the group, a neatly dressed, ordinary-looking man raised his hand and pointed. Immediately, a young man with muscular arms stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to Lucien's door, sending the already broken and shaky wooden door flying. The gang thugs who had kicked down Lucien's front door found no response from inside, so they rushed in to take a look, then came back out to report to their boss, a man with an ordinary, unremarkable face. Big Brother Jackson, nobody's home, and everything's neat and tidy. Jackson tilted his head back slightly, revealing a warm smile like any neighborhood uncle you'd find on a street corner, though his voice carried the calm confidence of someone who had just relaxed. We got old Cohen drunk as a skunk and finally squeezed out the details about this kid. I thought we might be too late. He chuckled softly. Mag and Andre may be idiots and good for nothings, but they finally proved useful for something. The moment Mag left his lips, the thugs standing in a semicircle instinctively clenched their legs together, their minds flashing to the scene of Mag clutching his groin and howling like a slaughtered pig, as if the cool night breeze was creeping up their pants. Andre, standing in the front row, secretly felt relieved. If that kid had run off with both himself and the money, he'd probably end up worse than Mag, especially since the doctor had already declared that Mag would be bedridden for a week. Andre, go inside and search thoroughly. See if there's anything suspicious, Jackson ordered. Andre, eager to prove himself, immediately nodded and stepped over the threshold into the house. The wooden floorboards creaked and groaned under his feet, stirring up clouds of dust. A few minutes later, he emerged carrying an armload of miscellaneous trinkets, looking embarrassed. Big Brother Jackson, his trunk is full of junk. Hidden in the shadows by the wall, Lucien sighed inwardly. These were all items he hadn't had time to process yet, so of course they looked like garbage at first glance. If they also discovered that he'd been selling goods in the market district these past few days, anyone with half a brain could figure out his money-making scheme. Working alone, he didn't dare transport much at a time and could only earn a few copperfells at most. But if the Aaron gang controlled the Riverside garbage dump, with their manpower and familiarity with the market district, they might actually make a fortune. Given that, he'd need to find another way to make a living. Jackson examined the spoils of war in Andre's hands, shook his head, and smiled with a curl of his lip. Now I understand where he got those copper coins. The church clears it out every 3 days, and we never thought to check the treasure trove in the Burn River garbage dump. The Palace, Noble Quarter, Suburban Estates, Musicians Association, Blacksmiths Guild, Mercenaries Guild. All their trash ends up there. Huh. What nobles consider garbage isn't necessarily garbage at all. In fact, when Andre and Mag had mentioned Lucien hauling Musicians Association waste out of the city, he'd grown suspicious, and now his theory was confirmed. With this realization, Jackson's smile grew even warmer. Thanks to Lucien for showing us a new path that glitters with gold. Brothers, let's thank him with enthusiasm. Smash everything breakable in that house. Any copperfells or silver nars you find are yours to keep. From now on, whoever finds him first and gives him a proper thank you can come collect a generous reward from me. In Jackson's eyes, Lucien was nowhere near important enough to warrant posting guards. As an organized, disciplined, and genuine gang, they had plenty of business to attend to each day. Why would they waste time and manpower on such a small-time player? The gang thugs let out a cheer, and if it weren't for Lucien's cramped quarters limiting how many could fit inside, they probably would have all rushed in at once. The door was violently kicked open, and various crashing sounds echoed continuously from the narrow room. The clinking and clanking of breaking objects sounded like a string of firecrackers. Lucien hid in the shadows nearby, able to tell from the sounds alone. Clay pots were shattering, the table was being smashed to pieces, and they were overturning drawers one by one, searching for the meager savings he had worked so hard to accumulate. His fists clenched with audible creaks as he nearly charged out. Yet he knew all too clearly there were more than a dozen burly men on the other side, and rushing in would only get him beaten to a pulp, or even killed. Rage, humiliation, and fury churned in his chest, but he could only suppress them with all his might. Without status, without muscle, without power, he was utterly helpless against these villains, thugs, scoundrels, and scum. As for the law, just looking at their swaggering behavior made it clear that if he tried to stand up for himself, the law would be utterly useless. The witch's fate was proof enough. If she hadn't gone to the cemetery to steal bones, she wouldn't have been burned alive. Since magic still existed, and dark creatures and heretics still lurked in the shadows, there were likely places in the world that weren't so discriminatory and hostile toward magic. As long as he studied carefully and mastered the power to protect himself, he could eventually find a true sanctuary. The danger was indeed enormous, but the rewards were equally tempting. How could anyone expect to gain wealth and comfort without facing obstacles? Even in business, one had to endure exploitation by nobles and gangs, and the slightest misstep could lead to bankruptcy or even death. Many thoughts he had buried deep in his heart now broke free from their cage, whispering like demons in his ear. Yet he didn't consider this. If there truly were safe places, why would the witch have come to Alto? As his thoughts churned restlessly, suddenly a familiar and angry female voice cut through the night. "You damned scoundrels, what are you doing?" Annalisa had originally been heading to the textile guild to collect dirty laundry that wouldn't be delivered until 10 o'clock. After settling Evan to go mushroom picking outside the city, she was drawn by the noise of smashing objects. She grabbed a long-handled wooden ladle, wielding it like a club, and charged straight toward the errand gang members in front of the house, trying to stop their destruction. "Get her out of the way," Jackson ordered harshly. Two thugs who hadn't squeezed into the house to grab their share rolled up their sleeves and advanced menacingly toward Elisa. However, they underestimated the ant's brute strength. Her beer-paw-sized hand swung down with a whooshing sound, the ladle striking the foremost thug's shoulder heavily, sending him staggering backward and crying out in pain. Jackson looked around and signaled for two more men to step forward. The opponents were all guys who made their living with their fists. After avoiding vital spots, they worked together to block Elisa's offensive, knocking the ladle from her grasp. The next punch landed hard on her shoulder, and even though her thick layer of fat absorbed some of the impact, it still made her gasp in pain. But she didn't retreat, continuing to step forward while shouting at the top of her lungs. "Stop this right now. The sheriff will be here any moment." Behind the wall not far away, Lucien watched as Aunt Elisa was struck and finally couldn't help but curse himself under his breath. Was he even a man? He had only known Aunt Elisa and Uncle Joel for a few days, so there wasn't any deep emotional bond between them. Yet here was this kind woman getting beaten for trying to stop others from smashing his wooden cabin, while he cowered behind the wall, like a turtle hiding in its shell. This cowardice made it impossible for him to forgive himself. Lucien suddenly clenched his fists, glanced toward the cabin, and spat out a harsh "damn" before charging from his hiding spot straight at Jackson, who now had only one subordinate by his side. Thud thud thud. In just a few steps, he had reached Jackson and leaped up with full force, tackling him solidly to the ground. Jackson turned his head just in time to see Lucien charging at him, his face showing only a flash of shock before he was pinned down in the dirt. Lucien used his body weight and left arm to pin down Jackson's hands, preventing him from reaching for any dagger that might be hidden at his waist, while his right hand desperately reached for Jackson's throat. If he could control the neck, he could temporarily turn the situation around. However, Jackson hadn't climbed to his position as one of Aaron's gang leaders through cruelty alone. He had started as a street fighter and was rich in experience. The moment he was pinned down, he rolled with the momentum, keeping his throat constantly moving while using his trapped right arm's elbow to repeatedly jab at Lucien's ribs. The confined space limited the force of the elbow strikes, but ribs are naturally fragile, and under continuous assault, Lucien gasped in pain. But Gary's beating had taught him one thing: never panic in moments like this. So he gritted his teeth through the pain, and his right hand finally made contact with Jackson's bobbing Adam's apple. Just as he was about to clench his fingers, a vicious kick struck his right ribs, sending him flying through the air before crashing heavily to the ground nearby. Jackson's experience had sustained him until his gang member arrived to kick Lucien away. The thugs who had been restraining Elisa inside the house and courtyard now came running from all directions. As Lucien tried to push himself up from the ground, fists and boots rained down on him like a storm. He could only quickly cover his head and curl up like a shrimp, protecting his vital areas between his arms and elbows while letting the rest of his body take the punches and kicks. Rolling across the ground under the assault, his breathing became hot and ragged, the pain growing more intense with each wave. But he maintained what little composure he had left. He absolutely could not let himself be kicked in a vital spot like Mag had been. Agony and dizziness intertwined as Lucien felt his soul floating outside his body, his stomach churning violently, the surrounding scenery swaying unreally, and all sounds seeming muffled as if through thick cloth. In the distance, Aunt Elisa's cries of "let him go" sounded as if they came from another world. The decision he had been unable to make before now crystallized completely. He had to master inhuman, extraordinary power, even if it meant magic. Even if it meant borrowing at high interest, he would gather enough money in a short time to learn how to read and write. Jackson watched Lucien getting beaten and rolling around on the ground, flexed his arm that had been painfully pinned earlier, then stepped forward to deliver 2 vicious kicks before telling his thugs, "All right, that's enough. He's learned his lesson. This kid has a friend who's an official squire to Sir Wayne. No need to kill anyone." Dust swirled through the filthy alley as Lucien curled up among the mud and debris, his chest heaving violently. Jackson brushed the dust from his sleeves and cast a cold glance around, effectively dampening everyone's bloodlust. He knew perfectly well that if the Aaron gang killed people over such trivial matters, especially the friend of a knight's squire, they would have turned Alto City into a bloodbath long ago. But the opposite was true. The Aaron gang maintained their foothold in the Gate District and parts of the Market District precisely because they knew when to stop otherwise. The nobles, bishops, and priests who truly controlled Alto would have eliminated them already. Even the rumors about Longsand Aaron's connections to certain powerful figures wouldn't have saved them. Hearing their boss's order, the thugs immediately stopped, standing menacingly around Lucien. The young man's nose was bleeding, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his head was still ringing. Jackson crouched down, grabbed Lucien's chin, and chuckled. "Actually, I admire your brains, kid, but you're still too green. Now, about that business outside the city, I hope you won't get greedy again. Otherwise, it won't just be a beating next time. I'm sure Major would be delighted to have a nice, philosophical discussion with you." There was no point in trying to hide their control over the riverside garbage dump, and Jackson had no intention of silencing anyone permanently. He stood up and dusted off his hands. After delivering this warning, he saw Lucien raise his blood-covered face to look at him, those eyes lashes matted with blood still defiant. Lucien's voice was hoarse, but he answered with just one word: "Fine." This simple response sent a slight chill through Jackson, creating an odd sense of unease, but he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. He waved for his men to confiscate the items Lucien hadn't had time to dispose of and searched his person, finding 45 copper furs. With their haul in hand, Jackson was in high spirits as he called to his crew and swaggered away triumphantly. Lucien lay on the ground in a daze, his body aching as he gazed up at the gentle morning sun and the exceptionally clear blue sky, quietly breathing in the fresh air. The physical pain couldn't mask the surge of emotion in his heart, nor the sense of steadiness and determination that came with having a true goal to strive for. He took a deep breath, letting the cold, gritty dust scrape against his back. After deciding to learn magic, the massive stone that had weighed on his heart for years seemed to have been lifted away. Even though he would need to be more cautious, his chest felt truly light for the first time. The upheaval of these few short days had surpassed the tranquility of the past 20-odd years, and he seemed to have matured instantly, burying his recent anger and helplessness deep within. A self-mocking smile played at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps from the very beginning, I had yearned to master extraordinary power, to pursue a better life and status. These experiences were merely the catalyst that pushed me to make up my mind. Elisa rushed over quickly, bending down to half-drag, half-lift him from the ground. "Little Evans, are you all right?" Lucien moved his arms and legs, the sharp pain forcing him to grimace. "I'm fine, Aunt Elisa. They didn't mean to kill Matthias, are just minor injuries." Hearing the words, minor injuries, Elisa's anxious heart finally settled, and she immediately began cursing. "Those damn scoundrels. Those lawless thugs who ignore the Duke's laws will end up on the gallows, and in hell sooner or later." She continued her tirade while helping the young man back to her wooden cottage. The dim interior was filled with the scent of grass and soap. She fetched clean water and carefully wiped away the dried blood crusts from his face, then wrapped his wounds tightly with clean linen cloth to stop the bleeding. After finishing these tasks, Elisa placed her hands on her hips, intending to ask about what had happened, but suddenly remembered something else. Her expression grew anxious as she made a quiet plea. "Today is Monday, and Little John will be back this afternoon. You must not tell him about this. You know how he upholds the spirit of chivalry and considers you a good friend. If he goes looking for trouble with Aaron's gang and things escalate, he might very well be expelled by Sir Wang. Born into poverty, she instinctively placed herself on the weaker side. Lucien smiled with a grimace, the movement tugging at his split lip and making him suck in a sharp breath. Don't worry, Aunt. Nothing serious happened to me. I'll keep it from John. When I become stronger in the future, I'll personally settle the score and make those guys pay the price. Elisa's eyes reddened at his casual tone, and she nodded through her tears. Little Evans, you're truly remarkable. What are you planning to hide from me? A magnetic male voice suddenly came from the doorway. John, dressed in his gray knight's attire, was standing at the threshold. Elisa started in surprise, nervously wringing her hands. Nothing's wrong, little John. How did you come back early? John entered the house with long strides and smiled bitterly. His Grace the Duke summoned Sir Wayne, so I returned to Alto early as well. Mother, don't try to fool me with such clumsy lies. I've come of age and am now an official knight squire. I've learned much following Sir Wayne and experienced quite a lot. I'm no longer the naive child I once was, so don't worry that I'll act rashly. After speaking to Elisa, John smiled at Lucien and clapped his hands together, saying in a gentle and calm tone, You look much worse than when we used to get beaten up together as kids. Now, tell me what happened. Well, the neighbors outside must have seen all the commotion just now. Lucien turned to look at Annalisa. Seeing her nod dejectedly, he recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. As he spoke, he surprisingly sensed from John a similar oppressive pressure like that of Gary in Korea. Upon hearing the latter part, John's brow furrowed tightly and anger flashed across his face. Yet he remained rational. After taking a deep breath, he smiled and said, It seems you really do want to learn to read and write. Your head is still the sharpest among our group. You even thought of looking for valuable trash. Seeing that John didn't immediately grab his sword to cause trouble, but merely offered mild commentary, Annalisa finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Little Evans, having your own plans and making efforts is the best thing possible. John stretched his stiff shoulders and strode to the kitchen in a few steps, pulling out a sturdy wooden staff and weighing it in his hand like a short sword. He returned to the doorway and raised the wooden staff toward Lucien. I never thought I'd still get to use this old practice weapon. Then he turned to his mother. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Little John, Elisa cried out in anguish. Doing this will get you banished by Lord Wayne. John, it's fine, I just scraped some skin. Lucien hurried to comfort him. John shook his head, his voice steady yet firm. After becoming Lord Wayne's official squire, he often taught us to follow the code of chivalry, fear no tyranny, protect the weak, defend our homeland, and uphold justice and truth. I'm willing to make this my life's creed. Lucien is my friend and one of the weak among the poor. Aaron's gang consists of villains and scoundrels representing evil. If I shrink back now and violate the principles in my heart, even if Lord Wayne doesn't dismiss me, I myself would be unable to awaken my bloodline power due to regret. I believe the Lord would approve of my choice. But little John, Elisa still couldn't bear to let go, her eyes full of sorrow. John gently embraced her and said softly, They only beat up Lucien and stole some things. I won't cross the line or make this a big deal. Trust me. Mom, look, I'm only carrying a wooden staff. Her son's reassurance, combined with the credibility that came with being an official knight squire, finally made Elisa nod in compromise. Little John, you must be careful. They're the ones who should be careful. John gripped the wooden staff tightly and smiled confidently, turning toward the door. Wait. Lucien suddenly spoke up. John turned back in confusion. What is it, Lucien? Lucien struggled to stand up despite his injured body. John's righteous act made his blood surge with excitement, and he grinned. Together. Because of his split lip, his smile looked somewhat comical, yet it radiated determination. Seeing that resolve, John laughed heartily and didn't refuse. No problem, just like when we were kids. Well, there's another wooden staff in the kitchen. Lucien grabbed a wooden club and held it in his hand. As he passed Annalisa, he whispered reassuringly, I'll keep an eye on John and make sure he doesn't do anything reckless. Just moments after Jackson and his men left, neighbors and passersby from the streets and alleys provided clues. Lucien and John followed the crowd's directions in pursuit. As they hurried along, John suddenly lowered his voice and asked with rare confusion, Lucien, do you believe in justice? Yes, I do. What? Lucien replied, puzzled, while maintaining his vigilant watch of their surroundings. John poured out his thoughts as they continued their chase. I believe in justice too, but I know I'm not as noble as I appeared back there. If you weren't my good friend, I might not have raised the banner of chivalry against Aaron's gang. I'm used to weighing pros and cons, and I retreat when I sense threats to my life or future, unless it involves something major concerning family or friends. Perhaps justice is just a slogan in my heart. Lucien glanced at him, realizing that no matter how well-trained John was, he was still just as young as himself. He quickly recalled a text about chivalry from his memory and spoke with more conviction. I don't see it that way. Every knight has something they prioritize, protecting some guard fairness, others loyalty, courage, mercy, and you guard your homeland. Only by first choosing what to protect can justice become grounded. Otherwise, justice is just an empty symbol. John frowned slightly. Is that so? If you had the power to do so, would you stand against tyranny, protect the weak, and uphold justice? Lucian asked in return. Yes. John nodded without hesitation. Then you're still a knight who upholds justice. Attempting something completely impossible is called suicide or recklessness, not justice. When you're truly at the end of your rope, then you fight to the death. Otherwise, you should find other ways. Lucian concluded calmly, thinking to himself that he sounded quite like a counselor. John pondered for a moment, as if shedding some burden, and laughed. Every time I ask Sir Wayne this question, he says I have too little experience and can't figure out the key points through mere speculation. It seems these past few days have made you more mature than me. He shifted topics, his eyes filling with longing. Still, I yearn for true justice. Sir Wayne once told us about a legendary knight's sword after being infused with divine magic. It became plain and unremarkable, without radiance or gems, with an ordinary wooden guard, indistinguishable from a standard soldier's sword. Most noble knights wouldn't even spare it a glance. Yet its power against evil was surprisingly strong. What I remember most deeply is the inscription on the blade. Justice may seem pale and inferior compared to vanity and superficial power, but justice applies to everyone, regardless of wealth or poverty, knowledge or ignorance. Whether in a farmer's field or on a fierce battlefield, justice is everywhere. This sword was called Pale Justice, but sadly it disappeared into the dark mountains along with a powerful sky knight. At this point, his eyes brightened, and the confusion quietly retreated to a corner. Lucian seized the moment to joke. Then our motto for today shall be for justice. Haha, for justice. John raised his wooden club high. The two looked at each other and laughed, though Lucian silently grumbled to himself. At least I didn't think to say no cavities. After rushing for several more minutes, they passed through a noisy street corner and finally spotted their target. Jackson was walking down the wide main street of the market district, still followed by over a dozen gang thugs, including Andre. After spotting Jackson, John calmed down and said to Lucian, "You haven't had formal training, so remember a few things. Don't panic. Keep your strikes steady and accurate. They'll have daggers at most, so use the length of your club to your advantage and don't let them get close. Also, keep moving, hit and run. They outnumber us, and if they surround you and attack from different angles, you won't be able to defend yourself." He kept his advice short and clear, trying to prevent Lucian from panicking or charging in recklessly when the fight began. In fact, Lucian understood this well and nodded in agreement, still managing a light comment. "Don't worry, John. I'm the hero who made it through the witch's chamber." John said nothing more. They both tucked their clubs behind their backs, concealing them under their coats to avoid alarming the pedestrians coming their way, then quickened their pace toward Jackson's group. This was a street in the market district, less than 10 minutes from one of Aaron's gang strongholds. Merchants, adventurers, and mercenaries filled the streets, and the crowd provided perfect cover for John and Lucian's approach. With just a few steps left, they exchanged glances and almost simultaneously drew their clubs, gripping them with both hands as they charged straight at the two thugs at the rear of the group. Lucian recognized one of them as the brute who had kicked him away and ruined his plans earlier. Once within striking distance, he didn't hesitate, swinging his club horizontally straight at the man's head. Lacking strength and training, he had learned from previous encounters that there was only one way to compensate: be steady, accurate, and ruthless. Once he committed to an attack, he showed no mercy, or he'd only put himself at a disadvantage. The whooshing sound cut through the air. The thug barely had time to turn his head before the club struck hard below his ear. Thud! With a dull impact, his vision went black and he collapsed on the spot. On the other side, John chose a safer target, avoiding the head. Gripping his club like a great sword, he brought it down hard on the other thug's right arm. As a formal knight's squire, John's strength far exceeded Lucian's, and the blow lifted the man clean off the ground. When he landed, his entire arm was swollen purple-black and completely numb. After the successful first strike, Lucian kept moving, accelerating around the perimeter. The third thug heard the commotion and turned around, only to see a club coming straight at his face. Bang! The wooden weapon struck him squarely, sending him falling backward as two streams of blood arced through the air. The pain and ringing in his ears left him rolling on the ground, temporarily out of the fight. At this point, the remaining thugs finally realized what was happening. Jackson saw that there were only two attackers: Lucian and John, and his eyes turned ice cold as he raised his hand, signaling the remaining 12 thugs to surround them. They drew their daggers, which reflected the morning sun with a cold gleam. Lucian firmly adhered to the principle of never stopping, running irregularly around the perimeter, sometimes forward, sometimes left, sometimes even doubling back. But the moment he spotted an opportunity, he would immediately counterattack, using his wooden staff's reach advantage to strike hard at the gangsters' vital points like their heads and necks. His steps were hurried yet steady, sweat trickling down his temples as the wooden staff carved whistling arcs through the air. The street was both wide and long, with pedestrians having long since scattered for their lives, leaving only the echoing sounds of rapid footsteps and heavy breathing on the cobblestones. His tactics centered on just two principles: don't panic and don't get greedy. Even when enemies closed in from all directions, as long as he wasn't cornered, he would never get entangled with a single opponent. With John drawing away part of the enemy's attention, the 4 or 5 gangsters pursuing Lucien couldn't pin down his movements at all. However, this mobility was rapidly draining his stamina. A normal person couldn't last more than a few minutes before their chest would feel constricted, as if bound by iron hoops. Soon, another thug crashed heavily to the ground. But at the same time, Lucien caught sight from the corner of his eye that John on the other side of the street was actually surrounded. John's abilities far exceeded those of both Lucien and the ordinary thugs, but initially he held back from delivering killing blows. He had knocked down 5 or 6 men consecutively, but only left them groaning on the ground, without completely eliminating their fighting capacity. These men simply crawled on the ground, extending daggers with their left hands to strike at vulnerable spots like ankles. To dodge these attacks, John's footwork became disrupted, and he found himself cornered by 5 or 6 daggers with increasingly limited room to maneuver. If not for his agility and superior swordsmanship, he would have been bloodied already, but even now he was in extreme danger. Lucien's heart tightened. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and rushed to help, raising his staff to strike down hard at one of the thugs surrounding John, the vicious one called Johnny. "Watch out, Johnny!" The 3 thugs chasing Lucien shouted a warning. Johnny reacted lightning fast, diving forward as the wooden staff swept past the back of his head with a whooshing sound. However, John seized the opportunity to sweep his own staff horizontally, forcing back the surrounding men and breaking through toward Johnny's flank. Johnny rolled to his feet, gripping his dagger to stab at John's back, while the 3 pursuers were about to block John's front. At this critical moment, instead of immediately withdrawing as before, Lucien planted himself firmly, sinking his weight into his stance as he swung the staff in a full circle thwack. With a dull impact, Johnny was struck as if by an iron hammer to his spine, his entire body crashing onto the street as his dagger flew from his grasp. John managed to break free and sprint toward the depths of the street. But Lucien's escape route was now blocked by the thugs who had previously surrounded John, forcing him to dodge left and right in the confined space. Hiss! The cold blade scraped across his back, sending a burning pain shooting through his nerves. He knew he'd been cut, but still maintained steady breathing without a trace of panic. Lucien understood clearly that the true strength of a formal knight squire could crush all the small fry here. And among these gang thugs, there certainly wouldn't be anyone of that caliber. They would have already become leaders if they possessed such abilities. John fought while running, each strike precise and ruthless. Unlike Lucien, who might miss his target even when given an opportunity, or fail to land a decisive blow that would incapacitate his opponent, John's every attack was accompanied by the agonized cries of a gang thug hitting the ground. In just over 10 seconds, all the thugs chasing him had fallen, leaving the street filled with groans and moans. After dealing with these men, he immediately turned back to support Lucien. Seeing the tide turning against him, Jackson knew his remaining 4 subordinates couldn't stop this monster of a young man. So he turned and fled. The Aaron gang's stronghold was at the end of the street ahead, and once he reached it, he could summon reinforcements to show these little bastards what real pain felt like. Crack! Andre, who was attacking Lucien, was knocked unconscious by John's club. The remaining 3 thugs saw Jackson fleeing, and their morale instantly collapsed. One turned to run. Another's vicious nature flared as he lunged forward with his knife, while the third hesitated. A cold gleam flashed, and Lucien's right hand was slashed by the dagger, adding another wound as blood dripped from his fingers. Enduring the intense pain and trusting in John's cover, he stepped forward and used his club's length advantage to knock down the thug in front of him. Simultaneously, John swept sideways, sending both the aggressive and the hesitant thugs sprawling to the ground amid a chorus of screams. "Are you all right?" John asked with concern. "I'm fine. Let's chase that guy." Lucien shook his head and urged, raising his club. The 2 grabbed their clubs and sprinted after Jackson. As they ran, a strange thought flashed through Lucien's mind. This scene really looked like street gangsters in action. Jackson had already gained some distance, but since becoming a boss, he had done less fighting and exercising. His body had grown fat, and his speed was far from what it used to be. In contrast, John, trained as a formal knight squire, covered great distances with his long strides, closing the gap rapidly in just a dozen steps. "Just a little more, just a little more," Jackson muttered to himself, looking toward the end of the long street. But John had no intention of testing endurance. Seeing the distance was just right, he hurled his club directly. The heavy wooden club whistled through the air and struck Jackson squarely in the back. The tremendous pain made his internal organs churn, and he stumbled heavily to the ground, unable to get up despite struggling for some time. John rushed forward and pinned him firmly to the ground with his knight's boot. Lucien, having taken a beating earlier and sustained 2 more wounds, was exhausted and arrived more than 10 seconds later, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Just as Jackson was about to make threats, he heard John panting and laughing. "Give him one for the interest on the beating you took earlier." "Huff. All right." Lucian caught his breath and raised his club high. John flipped Jackson over with his foot. "You dare." Jackson's words were cut short as the club struck heavily across his face. Several teeth flew out with blood spatters, his ears rang, his screams were choked by blood, and golden stars danced before his eyes. This blow completely shattered his last hope. These two boys really dared to use deadly force. What do you want?" Jackson's mouth was full of blood, his speech slurred and broken. Even to himself his voice sounded muffled, as if through thick cotton. John kicked the dagger from Jackson's chest aside and spoke coldly. "It's simply to get back justice and righteousness. You scoundrels beat up Lucian, and we've beaten you back. But you damaged his house and furniture, and stole his belongings. All of that must be compensated. You're John, right? Aren't you afraid of the sheriff for fighting in the streets like this? Aren't you afraid Lord Wayne will strip you of your formal knight squire status? If you lose your position, think about what will happen to your parents and brothers." Jackson's ears stopped ringing somewhat, and he began threatening with his status and connections. "Want another one?" Lucian raised his nearly broken club, with chips crackling ominously. Jackson's chest burned with anger and humiliation like boiling water, but he knew these two madmen would absolutely follow through on their threats, so he could only shut his mouth and look at John. John smiled and said, "The code of chivalry includes protecting one's homeland and defending the weak. I believe I haven't violated either principle, and Sir Wayne would surely understand. In comparison, the word of you gangsters hardly seems trustworthy. You have no proof." Jackson shouted defiantly, deliberately putting on a fierce expression as he tried to intimidate the two men before him. In Alto City, everyone knew the Aaron gang's favorite trick: as long as they could frighten all witnesses into silence, any charge could be completely cleared. The church had always been reluctant to interfere in such street disputes, especially since the powerful figure behind Aaron wielded considerable influence within the church as well. With this thought, Jackson felt more confident and glared menacingly at John. Lucian suddenly smiled. Recalling the typical tone used by the tyrannical knights he had encountered before, he lifted his chin and looked down coldly, asking, "Evidence? He is a knight squire, and you're nothing but a gang leader. That's all the evidence we need." This kind of casual arrogance cut sharper than any blade. Lucian had heard at the Copper Crown Tavern that in the Duchy of Violite, knight was a title of true nobility, and while their official squires might not hold noble rank, they certainly weren't people that street thugs could falsely accuse at will. Moreover, neither Lucian nor John possessed the kind of fat prey that would make a gang take such desperate risks. He was certain Jackson had no real cards to play and was merely bluffing. Only then did John's expression relax slightly. Years of chivalric ideals and Aunt Elisa's teachings had taken deep root in his heart, but facing Jackson's threats just moments ago, he had indeed been momentarily intimidated. Left speechless by Lucian's words, Jackson's face shifted between dark and uncertain expressions. While framing a knight's squire wasn't entirely impossible, it would require an enormous amount of connections and money. Recently, Alto City had become increasingly mysterious, with undercurrents surging beneath the calm surface. Even Boss Aaron's whereabouts had become elusive, leaving his lieutenants unable to figure out what he was planning. To disturb the boss over a mere conflict with no deep-seated vendetta, potentially risking his own future and life? Jackson wasn't stupid. Since taking his position as a lieutenant, his reckless desperation had long been worn away by pragmatism and calculation. After a long silence, he spoke with difficulty. "How much compensation do you want? I only have 2 silver nars on me." Seeing his opponent back down, Lucian turned to John, indicating he should make the decision. While his peripheral vision caught sight of the street corner, several constables were heading their way with their men. He lowered his voice in warning. "The constables are coming. We'd better leave quickly before this gets out of hand." The Aaron gang had dealt with constables countless times and could definitely find excuses to escape, but if the two of them got entangled with official authorities, it would spell trouble. Lucian had considered completely subduing or even eliminating the threat entirely, but given their current strength, attempting to kill someone in broad daylight would not only fail to intimidate, but might also result in John being exiled from the city. John, adhering to the code of chivalry, had never considered extortion. He nodded in agreement. "Fine, 2 silver nars it is." In fact, Lucian had only lost about 40 copper furs and some unprocessed junk that day. His real savings were carefully hidden in a dark corner of the witch's ruins. Those thugs, fearing the witch's curse, didn't dare approach and naturally failed to discover them. Adding in the damaged furniture, all his losses amounted to just over 1 silver in AR. Demanding 2 was already double compensation. Jackson struggled to pull out his purse and tossed it to John. It was nearly empty, containing only 2 silver nars. Had just given away his copper furs as rewards to his men. John pulled out 2 gleaming silver coins and handed them to Lucian, then tossed the money pouch beside Jackson. Should we search those thugs and get back the copper fares they robbed from you? Taking the silver nars, Lucien tilted his chin slightly toward the street entrance. The sheriff and several of his men were approaching quickly. There's no time. Let's get out of here. Being caught in the street wouldn't necessarily mean punishment, but he wasn't willing to risk John's future, so he didn't hesitate to abandon those lovely copper fares. Right, John called out quietly, grabbing the wooden club that had struck Jackson, leaving no evidence behind. Lucien bent down to pick up the dagger Jackson had dropped, and the two turned and ran. They first rushed out of the main street, then turned into another alley, their shoes kicking up dust as they darted left and right through the maze of narrow lanes, disappearing from the bustling market district in an instant. Few stop running, that's enough. Let's rest for a bit. Behind an earthen wall in a secluded corner of the slums, Lucien leaned against the wall, bent over with his chest heaving violently, only then realizing his legs felt like lead. He had run far too much this morning, so he simply sat down on the ground, showing a sweaty smile. Heh, no strength left, phew. John was also breathing heavily. Seeing that the two wounds on Lucien's arm were shallow and had stopped bleeding, he plopped down beside him, shoulder to shoulder with his companion. I don't have much strength left either. Those few dozen seconds when they had us surrounded were more exhausting than running for half a day. But it's been so long since I had such a satisfying fight. It feels great. The two sat side by side in the dust, their breathing gradually steadying. Yes, it really feels great. Lucien squinted up at the clear blue sky, the tightness in his chest seeming to evaporate completely with his sweat. That brief, fierce fight had left all the recent depression, pain, and confusion behind, clearing his mind like never before. He suddenly couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! His laughter was unrestrained and joyful. John tilted his head and blinked. Lucien, what are you laughing about? Lucien didn't answer immediately, but gazed through the thin clouds and spoke slowly. I'm thinking that once I learn to read and write and earn some money, I'll travel across the continent to see different landscapes, different cuisines, different countries, and all kinds of wonderful legends. Though his words were calm, he silently added a vow that no one else could hear. I will learn magic, travel across the entire continent, explore the knowledge and laws of this world, and understand its truth to find my way home. Regardless of success or failure, this is the direction I must strive toward for my parents and for friends like John. He now had more than 3 silver nars in hand. Even if he had to borrow at high interest, he would gather the tuition as quickly as possible. The Aaron gang wouldn't dare retaliate openly, but striking from the shadows was exactly their specialty. Once, his decision to learn magic had been driven by external pressure and desires for power, status, and pleasure. Now, this decision came entirely from his heart. John smiled and said, travel across the continent. Haha, Lucien. Although the dark creatures and magical beasts in the eastern continental nations of the duchy have been nearly exterminated by the church, the wilderness is still dangerous. Those kobolds, goblins, and gnolls breed like rats. You kill them all off, and before long, another pack emerges. With your current abilities, I'm afraid you can't travel alone. John stood with his hands on his hips, tapping the ground lightly with his sword hilt, his tone serious. Kobolds, goblins, and gnolls. Are they edible? Lucien blurted out, his first thought being how to deal with these rapidly breeding creatures. John was stunned, his eyebrows shooting up. I suppose, probably not. Never mind then. Lucien shrugged, somewhat disappointed. The brief awkwardness was dispelled as they looked up at the sky. The azure canopy stretched like a polished sapphire, with a few white clouds drifting leisurely. John's gaze swept over the rooftops, filled with longing. If I could become a full knight, I want to travel the continent too. I wonder if the lands beyond Alto are really as exciting as the bards sing. He suddenly remembered something and turned his head, lowering his voice in warning. By the way, you need to be careful lately. Try not to go outside the city or to remote places. Those thugs are real scum. Lucien nodded, then advised. When you return to the manor and see Lord Wayne, make sure to bring up today's events yourself and request punishment. John was startled at first, then nodded solemnly. All right. Though he worried the Lord might disapprove, he still agreed. It's a pity I can only learn military script after becoming a senior squire. Otherwise I would have taught you already. He said this with a self-deprecating laugh. The two leaned against the shade of a tree, talking and resting. After recovering their strength, they brushed the dust from their clothes and walked along the street toward Aunt Elisa's house. Elisa had already run to the administrative district to fetch Joel back and was now pacing anxiously at the door. Hearing footsteps, she looked up sharply to see John and Lucien approaching shoulder to shoulder, chatting and laughing. Her tense expression finally relaxed. Joel strode forward with open arms, grinning like a big child. Welcome home, our two heroes. You remind me of my hot-blooded youth. John embraced him firmly. Dad, you must be careful during this time. I'm worried those thugs might retaliate in secret. Thugs like that are most afraid of getting beaten. After you taught them such a harsh lesson today, they won't dare cause trouble. Joel laughed. Then his expression grew serious. However, You should have sought Lord Wayne's permission first. You're his squire, your actions reflect on his dignity and honor. John lowered his head in acknowledgement. Yes, Dad. I'll voluntarily request punishment from the Lord when I return to the manor. I was worried he might disapprove. Elisa didn't interrupt, simply bringing out the clean old cloth she had prepared and carefully bandaging Lucien's wounds. After the bandaging was complete, and seeing nothing else needed doing in the house, Lucien rose to take his leave. He planned to use the hour before lunch to go to the Copper Crown Tavern and borrow money from the loan shark to gather 5 silver Nars. Learning letters and magic were the urgent priorities. If he could successfully learn magic, repaying the debt wouldn't be difficult. If he failed, the consequences of the high-interest loan would be perilous. But there was nothing in the world that offered pure gain without risk, and Lucien was prepared to bear the consequences. Young Evans, wait. Joel suddenly called from behind. Lucien turned around, looking at him puzzledly. Uncle Joel, is there something else? Joel pulled an old, simple money pouch from his chest and handed it over, his tone calm but resolute. This is 8 silver Nars. Take it. Uncle Joel, Annalisa, you? Lucien stood in the modest yet spotlessly clean living room, his gaze somewhat unfocused. He had always assumed Uncle Joel's family was equally strapped for cash and had never even considered connecting them with borrowing money. Elisa placed a small cloth pouch filled with coins into his hands, her calloused palms gently brushing against the rough fabric as she smiled with maternal tenderness. Little Evans, your Uncle Joel doesn't have much money. These coins were saved bit by bit over the past 2 years. It's not a large sum, but it's enough to get you started learning to read and write. The weight traveled from his fingertips straight to his heart, and Lucien's nose tingled with emotion. But this is all your savings. Joel laughed heartily, his sturdy arm falling on the young man's shoulder. We had tough times before because of little John. Your father often helped us out back then. Now it's our turn to help you. Once you learn to read and write and find a decent, well-paying job, surely you'll pay us back? Or are you worried you won't be able to learn? I'll probably learn faster than anyone. Lucien nodded firmly, trying to make his voice sound resolute. Joel continued calculating. Though this money, combined with what you've saved yourself, will only cover 2 months of lessons. But we'll all find ways. At least we can guarantee that every 3 or 4 months, we can support another month of your studies. How much you learn is entirely up to you. With these words, he had already made Lucien's education a family responsibility. The air filled with warm awkwardness and gratitude as Lucien's eyes blurred with tears. Thank you, Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, and John. He silently vowed to himself. He would make sure this family lived better lives. Once he mastered enough magic, he would leave Alto as soon as possible, ensuring they wouldn't be dragged into any danger. When Lucien left Aunt Elisa's house, his destination was still the Copper Crown Tavern, but no longer to borrow money, instead to find a scholar and learn to read and write. The Copper Crown Tavern was slightly brighter as noon approached, with rays of light piercing through the gloom. Compared to when Lucien had visited in the early morning last time, there were considerably more people inside. The sounds of minstrels singing, conversations, and boisterous discussions blended together, creating a noisy and chaotic atmosphere. Lucien pushed through the door and immediately noticed many unfamiliar faces. Some wore leather armor with short swords at their waists and fierce expressions, while others were women with elaborate makeup and calculating smiles, clearly mercenaries and adventurers looking for work. He hunched his shoulders and squeezed through the crowded space, where barrels, long benches, and servers carrying drink trays left only narrow gaps to navigate. He finally managed to reach the bar with great difficulty. Hey there, customer, care for a drink? Behind the bar, Cohen was tilting his head back to drink ale, too lazy to even look up. Uncle Cohen, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Cohen set down his mug, his beard-covered face trembling slightly. Lucien? What happened to you? He stared at the bruised and swollen face, his eyebrows nearly knitting together. Wait, this morning Jackson from Aaron's gang came asking about you. Kid, you didn't get into trouble with those thugs, did you? Lucien didn't want to elaborate and replied vaguely. It's been resolved. Uncle Cohen, I wanted to ask which scholars are willing to teach reading and writing. You managed to scrape together 5 silver Nars. Cohen slapped the bar and widened his eyes. Don't tell me you robbed those thugs? His gaze was like that of someone studying a curious new species. It was indeed half a robbery, Lucien thought to himself, but he only briefly explained what had happened the previous night, emphasizing that it was Joel's family who had lent money to help him gather the full amount. Cohen tilted his head back and downed a large gulp of ale, then wiped his mouth heavily. Lucien, you and John have finally come of age and learned about passion and honor. But you'd better be careful. While they won't dare retaliate openly as long as John remains Sir Wayne's squire, there are always those who enjoy taking risks and gambling in the shadows. We'll be careful, Lucien nodded solemnly. Only then did Cohen pull out a white sheet of paper from under the counter, covered with symbols that looked like a child's random scribbles. I can't read, so I can only make my own marks. He read out the names, addresses, and class schedules of scholars willing to teach, letting Lucien choose for himself. Lucian listened intently, comparing each option. Suddenly, a familiar name caught his attention. Victor? The musician Mr. Victor? Cohen raised an eyebrow. Yes. Do you know Mr. Victor? I met him once at the Musicians Association, Lucian said puzzledly. But doesn't Mr. Victor have a concert at the Chant Hall in just over 3 months? Does he have time to teach reading and writing? Cohen burst into hearty laughter, the foam in his mug splashing about. It's precisely because he's having a concert that he's taking time to teach. Getting into the Chant Hall isn't easy. You need an invitation from the Musicians Association Board of Directors, or from His Grace the Grand Duke, or Princess Natasha herself. And the Chant Hall only hosts 1 concert per week. Except for those dozen or so famous musicians, everyone else has to wait in a long queue. Mr. Victor received his invitation 6 months ago, and to prepare for this concert, he's turned down all other performances, including an invitation from the Syracuse court. As a result, his income has become very limited, and I heard he's been surviving entirely on his savings. Lucian finally understood the reason, but if Mr. Victor valued the concert at the Chant Hall so much, why waste time teaching letters? He could easily borrow money from various sources to get through this difficult period. I'm not sure either, Kuhn said, shaking his head while holding his ale. The closer we get to the concert, the more pressure Mr. Victor feels. You know how musicians are rather always sensitive. If he had nothing to do, that concert might just drive him mad. Gulfy tilted his head back and downed a large mouthful of ale. Having actually met Victor, unlike other scholars, Lucian found the musician's character and demeanor quite agreeable, so he nodded. Then I'll go study with Mr. Victor. The Jisoo district was named after Jisoo, the great musician who invented the violin, and it housed most of Alto's musicians and performers. The streets were quiet and clean, with tall trees resembling plane trees forming corridors on both sides. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting golden patches of light among the shadows like a melody woven from light and darkness. Following the address Kuhn had given him, Lucian wandered beneath the trees and finally found 12 Sneva Street. Behind the dark blue walls stood a 2-story building covered in ivy, exuding an ancient and peaceful atmosphere. If all went well, for the next 2 months, every Monday through Friday from 2 to 4 in the afternoon, he would be here for studies that could change his life. He raised his hand and knocked gently on the iron gate. A servant quickly appeared from within, examining his shabby old clothes through the barred door with a slight frown. May I ask whom you're looking for? Lucian explained his purpose. The servant remained skeptical. Learning letters costs 5 silver nars per month, payment in advance. Are you prepared? Lucian was already accustomed to this level of discrimination. He pulled out his money pouch and poured several silver nars into his palm. Of course. The silver gleamed, and the middle-aged servant was stunned. This boy in patched clothes had casually produced 5 silver nars. He knew that a musician's servant like himself only earned 10 silver nars per month, and after household expenses, saving even one would be considered good. Though wariness remained, the iron gate was opened. The servant led the way while reminding him, Mr. Victor is a renowned musician in alto and is acquainted with many city hall officials. His tone clearly suggested suspicion about the legitimacy of Lucian's money. Lucian merely smiled without explanation. Following this garishly dressed servant through the small, tidy courtyard, they reached the entrance of the 2-story building. The servant carefully pushed open the brown wooden door and went in first to announce the visitor. A few minutes later, he emerged and said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Follow me in and give the silver nars directly to Steward Ace in the main hall." The hall was spacious, with dark yellow carpeting on the floor. Near the entrance sat an amber-colored coffee table, brown sofas, and several small round tables, while a long dining table occupied the far end. Perhaps because he had many students, Victor had chosen to hold classes here rather than in his study. On the sofas and red wooden chairs, 5 men and 3 women had already arrived, all young, ranging from 13 or 14 to their early 20s. On the coffee tables or small round tables in front of them lay quills, papers, and other materials. They would occasionally write something down with great concentration, but more often they could be heard quietly practicing pronunciation, memorizing vocabulary, or humming melodies. Their social class was immediately apparent from their clothing. Despite all attempts at washing and decoration, the garments of 2 men and 1 woman were clearly made of common fabric, while the other 3 men and 2 women, though their clothes appeared somewhat worn, were obviously expensive. Lucian judged that these 5 likely came from minor noble branches unable to inherit titles or family wealth, and having failed to awaken their bloodline powers, they had no choice but to seek alternative paths under scholarly guidance. In alto, becoming an elegant musician was indeed a respectable option. Private tutoring couldn't possibly proceed at the same pace for everyone, so Victor, wearing his red coat, had to move back and forth between several tables, sometimes explaining music theory, sometimes correcting pronunciation. Lucian surveyed the hall and spotted a butler near the entrance. The man wore a black formal suit. His hair was graying and his face lined with wrinkles, yet he stood perfectly straight with his cuffs and collar impeccably arranged. "Good day, are you Mr. Ace?" Lucien lowered his voice and greeted politely. Yes, I am Ace, the butler nodded. May I have your name and level of education? Lucien Evans, and I've never received any formal education in letters. He simultaneously handed over 5 silver nars. Ace accepted the coins and looked him over with surprise. The linen tunic and trousers clearly came from the slums, yet the young man's mannerisms were unexpectedly refined. After a moment, Ace walked briskly to the center of the hall and whispered a few words in Victor's ear. Victor turned and made eye contact with Lucien, nodding kindly and pointing to an empty single armchair, gesturing for him to sit. Ace then went upstairs to fetch books. Only then did the 8 students in the hall notice the newcomer. The 5 noble offspring quickly composed their expressions and lowered their heads to continue copying, while the 3 who appeared to be commoners, 12 men and 1 woman, stared at Lucien with curiosity until he sat down. The 17 or 18-year-old boy sitting next to him, who also had black hair and dark eyes, even instinctively shifted away, as if worried that poverty might carry an odor. Lucien had long since developed a thick skin and found it merely amusing. He took out the white paper and quill he had bought for 3 copper furs from his bag, placed them neatly on the small table, and waited quietly for Victor. About 5 minutes later, Victor returned from the stairway, took a black hardcover book from Ace's hands, walked over to Lucien's side, and placed it on the table, then said in a lowered voice, "This is common language pronunciation and elementary grammar, perfect for a beginner like yourself. Now, open to the first page, and I'll start by teaching you the pronunciation of the 32 letters." Lucien took a gentle breath and opened the hardcover book, like turning to a new page of destiny, finding the first page on pronunciation. The 32 letters that met his eyes were exactly the symbols he had seen in a certain magical notebook, filling him with both delight and a sense of inevitability. For someone who could already speak the common tongue fluently, mastering the pronunciation of these letters and the most basic spelling rules would allow him to attempt converting everyday syllables into written words, then work backwards through comparison to quickly understand meanings, thus completing his study of the common script. Victor remained unaware of Lucien's secret joy. With a serious expression, he repeated the pronunciation of all 32 letters several times in one breath, then calmly watched as Lucien made strange markings on paper that mixed Chinese, English, and symbols. After confirming that Lucien could barely keep up, he nodded with satisfaction and turned to the ordinary young man beside him. "Read through this dozens of times carefully. When I return, if you can recite it completely while looking at a blank page, I'll begin teaching spelling rules and grammar." These words were more encouragement than anything else. Beginners could hardly memorize all pronunciations immediately, unless they were those geniuses with exceptional memory, and such people, if willing to work hard, often excelled in any field. Lucien first recited the letter pronunciations once, then checked each symbol he had written one by one. After confirming everything was correct, he took a deep breath to calm his mind. The next second, he activated that soul library deep within his consciousness. A new section labeled Common Language immediately appeared on the bookshelf, containing a paper covered with symbols and a black hardcover book, exactly the 2 items before him. The black book currently had only the first page filled, with all the rest blank. He quickly flipped through the entire Common Language pronunciation and elementary grammar book on the table, and the black book in his soul library was filled page by page before his eyes, becoming complete in an instant. This matched his earlier speculation perfectly. Lucien murmured softly to himself, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With the soul library, he believed he could master the common script in an extremely short time. Immediately, Lucien began forcing himself to memorize the letters. The first attempt was riddled with errors and omissions. The second was much the same. The third showed noticeably fewer mistakes, but what he had become familiar with earlier was forgotten again. He mechanically repeated the recitation, constantly checking against the markings on his paper. After a full 15 attempts, the pronunciation of all 32 letters was finally carved into his memory. Lucien knew this was only temporary short-term memory that would quickly fade without continuous reinforcement. However, he also discovered during the process that the mental power he used when casting divine arts had a remarkable amplifying effect on memory. After confirming his memorization, he recited it 2 more times somewhat unclearly. By this time, Victor had already made a complete round of all the students in the classroom and walked back to Lucien's side. Compared to when Lucien first arrived, the fatigue on his face was undoubtedly heavier, but his restless and anxious expression had significantly dissipated, showing that redirecting his attention had indeed relaxed his mind considerably. "Lucien, recite it once for me to hear," Victor said to Lucien with a kind smile. Lucien didn't hesitate and began reciting immediately. Halfway through, he suddenly forgot the pronunciation of a letter, but in that moment of uncertainty, he directly found the pronunciation mark on the paper in his soul library and continued smoothly to the end. Victor had been holding his hand half raised, ready to point out any mistakes, but listening all the way through, he found no opportunity to interrupt. When Lucien finished, Victor was stunned for a few seconds before raising his voice slightly to ask, Have you studied pronunciation before? This question rang particularly clear in the spacious music room, and several students who had been studying intently looked up curiously, their gazes all falling on Lucien. No, Lucien shook his head, his expression calm and honest. Victor didn't probe further, simply nodding lightly with approval. Excellent memory, quite remarkable. Now, I'll begin teaching you spelling rules. Some gasped in amazement, while others sneered. A couple of students whispered among themselves, convinced that Lucien must have studied pronunciation beforehand, and was simply trying to win Victor's favor to secure a chance at becoming an official music student later. However, this minor incident didn't cause much of a stir, especially among the noble children who were already studying music under Victor. They quickly lowered their heads again to continue studying their scores and music theory. For the next hour, Lucien focused intently on taking notes and making marks. Whenever he felt uncertain, he immediately searched his soul library to fill in the gaps. The more he learned, the clearer it became. Time was money. Every extra day of study meant paying for another day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a break. Have some fruit, drink some tea, and we'll continue studying afterward. Victor's voice broke through the scratching sounds of pens on paper in the room. He looked quite energetic and, after speaking, walked up the wooden stairs to the second floor. Servants brought in tea and several plates of cut fruit. The teacups were pale white glazed porcelain with simple patterns and delicate handles, containing oranger tea floating with jasmine, orange slices, and other ingredients. The fruit included familiar varieties like apples and grapes, as well as exotic species Lucien had never seen before. A young man with deep blue hair like seawater, dressed in ordinary noble attire, gently waved the thin sheet music in his hand and smiled at his companions. Mr. Victor seems to have gotten some inspiration. If his inspiration keeps flowing, I'm afraid today's lesson might be over. He appeared a few years older than Lucien, with narrow eyes and a prominent nose that gave his expression a rather confident air. Among this group of noble students, he seemed naturally to be the center of attention. Only one noble young lady in a Weiner dress maintained her dignified posture, responding lazily. Lot, if Mr. Victor ends early, he'll surely make it up on the weekend. Besides, if he can compose that new piece, we'll be able to practice with the orchestra these next few days. I don't want to just do monotonous music theory and ordinary flute practice only. By practicing with a proper symphony orchestra, can we improve more quickly? She was about 17 or 18 years old, with striking beauty, flamered hair, and full, sensual lips. Unlike her cousins, she didn't cinch her waist so tightly it seemed ready to snap, as that would cause breathing difficulties, and breathing difficulties would prevent proper flute playing. Lot gazed at the red-haired girl and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The orchestra collaborating with Mr. Victor recently welcomed a new concertmaster who's as handsome as silver moonlight. Phalis, we went with Mr. Victor together that day. You're so eager to rehearse with the orchestra. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to him? The orchestra's concertmaster serves as both first violin and temporary conductor when the regular conductor is absent. Phalis rolled her eyes. Don't insult me with your playboy mentality. I simply think his violin skills are far superior to the previous concertmasters. Despite her defiant words, a strange flush crept across her cheeks. Don't you think he performed brilliantly when playing the unaccompanied violin sonata No. 1 in G minor? Or do you think your skills could surpass his? The musical topic immediately ignited Lot's enthusiasm, and the two instantly abandoned their teasing to focus on discussing musical structure, fingering techniques, and expression. Several noble students chimed in occasionally, clearly equally enthusiastic. Even the brown-haired commoner girl, who had been consistently ignored by them, couldn't help but offer an insightful comment that actually earned approving nods from everyone. In alto, music was almost another universal language. Even so, subtle divisions remained. Noble students discreetly ignored commoner students and Lucien, while commoner students deliberately overlooked Lucien and instead tried to approach the nobles. There was no mockery, no overt hostility, only an elusive distance, a kind of disdain too lazy even to share words. Lucien paid no attention to any of this. He raced against time, burying himself in dense musical theory and texts like a parched sponge returning to the ocean, frantically absorbing knowledge. His ears remained alert, however, capturing information from the others' discussions and humming. This world's scales and melodies were remarkably similar to Earth's, differing only in notation. Looking up, he glanced at his classmates engaged in animated conversation, picked up his tea with jasmine petals floating on top, took a light sip of the slightly bitter, strange flavor, then forked a piece of what seemed like Asian pear before returning to his focused study. On the platform, Mr. Victor's inspiration lasted only a brief 10 minutes or so, after which he stepped down with fatigue and irritation. However, after carefully instructing his students, his brow gradually relaxed. After an hour of intense effort, Lucien finally memorized most of the spelling rules and stored them in his soul library. At 10 minutes past 4, the lesson ended. Except for Lot, Phalis, and a noble youth named Herodotus who stayed behind for instrumental performance study. Everyone else stood up and left the hall. Lucien walked slowly, reflecting on the day's lessons, while the three commoner students chatted and laughed together, their steps light as they walked ahead. Their eyes often drifted toward the two noble students in the middle who were discussing music, but they dared not venture too close. As for Lucien, both the commoners and the pair of noble students, a young man and woman, only cast occasional, indifferent glances his way. Outside the gates, two carriages appeared from around the corner, their wheels crunching rhythmically over the gravel. The brown horses were tall and robust, breathing out puffs of warm air. The two noble students exchanged smiles and, under the envious gazes of the three commoner students, climbed into their respective family carriages. The doors clicked shut, the horses tossed their manes, and slowly carried them away. Regardless of their actual wealth, most nobles who weren't facing starvation maintained at least a basic level of dignity. These two carriages were the most obvious proof of that. The three commoner students watched until the carriage's taillights disappeared behind the tall plane trees at the corner, then gathered themselves and headed together toward the Purple Lily district. On the tree-lined avenue, Lucien recited the day's lessons under his breath like a bookworm, occasionally looking up to check his direction as dappled shadows danced across his figure. "You're actually studying under Mr. Victor? He's an outstanding musician. Ha ha, little Evans. Are you really planning to fulfill Uncle Joel's dream of becoming a musician?" At dinner, when Joel heard about Lucien's literacy teacher, he teased him with a smile. "Of course, I'm going to become a great musician someday." Lucien raised his wooden spoon in a humorous response, drawing laughter from around the table. The atmosphere remained light and cheerful after dinner. Lucien returned early to his small room, lying on the bed that had been so damaged it could barely accommodate him. In the flickering lamplight, he opened the library in his mind, turning to the magic notebook written in the common tongue, slowly sounding out letters and pondering their meanings. Of course, due to inevitable issues with pronunciation, limited vocabulary, and his incomplete grasp of grammar, Lucien didn't expect that after just one day of study, he could understand the notebook or begin learning Magiche was simply using it to review and reinforce what he had learned during the day. No surprises there. Just as Lucien had expected, during the 4 hours from dinner until he dozed off, he managed to decipher only the first dozen or so pages of the magic notebook. Most of what he understood consisted of disconnected words rather than complete sentences, since many magical terms were extremely obscure and rare. These scattered words mostly related to astrology, elements, or summoning. Drawing on years of self-study, Lucien could barely piece together fragments of meaning, but he dared not attempt to cast spells based on such incomplete understanding. A single error in an incantation could prove instantly fatal. Fortunately, the notebook also served as a diary, the which often interspersed personal thoughts and daily trivialities while recording magical knowledge, using ordinary grammar and common vocabulary. Through these gaps, Lucien successfully translated the first dozen pages and learned the origins of the other two magic notebooks, more accurately described as spellbooks, the which descended from a family of mages who survived the fall of the ancient Sylvanus magic empire. After the empire's collapse, this family relocated from Alto to a remote mountain castle when the church seized control, keeping their whereabouts secret. For centuries, they endured relentless persecution by the church, their numbers dwindling drastically. Had the church's persecution not significantly decreased over the past century, this bloodline would likely have vanished entirely. Even so, by the witch's generation, only she and her parents remained. During a summoning ritual, the witch attempted to conjure a creature whose name Lucien couldn't even recognize. The ritual spiraled out of control, resulting in tragedy. Both parents perished, leaving her an orphan who formally inherited 2 tomes, the Book of Stars and Elements, and an illustrated guide to common magical entities. The diary ended abruptly there. Upon waking the next morning, Lucien's first thought was, he absolutely couldn't afford to lose any pages from this magic notebook, or he'd have no idea where else to learn ancient Sylvanus script. Nearly every job the Copper Crown Tavern could offer involved connections to Aaron's gang, so Lucien simply quit and found himself temporarily unemployed, living off his savings. This actually aligned with his plan with John and Joel to focus on studying the ancient script while avoiding potential gang retaliation. Joel and Alyssa spent their days either performing as street artists in the administrative district or working at the powerful laundry guild. Alvin followed Alyssa to odd jobs at the textile guild. None of them had any dealings with Aaron's gang. Only Lucien, if he sought new employment, would inevitably have to show his face in the market district where the gang held the strongest influence. Therefore, John and the others repeatedly warned him, don't leave the city during this period, never venture alone to secluded areas, and be especially vigilant against potential arson attacks at night. After a quick wash, Lucien chewed on black bread softened with hot water, suddenly feeling an unprecedented sense of leisure. But this pleasant feeling vanished quickly as he gathered his thoughts, left the house, and headed to an open area in the Adrian district. Following John's instructions, he began physical training and practiced basic swordsmanship with a wooden staff. For Lucien, before learning magic, The best way to prepare for potential dangers was to strengthen himself as much as possible. Even though John had already warned him that without training from childhood, starting after 16 offered virtually no hope of awakening bloodline power or receiving divine grace unless one obtained the holy water blessed by the church. He kept these words firmly in mind, running through empty alleyways every dawn until he was drenched in sweat, never skipping his routine of push-ups, pull-ups, and basic boxing combinations. The Jackson dagger at his waist tapped lightly against his thigh with each movement, reminding him that he still had one last card to play when facing real danger. When his muscles ached and his throat turned bitter, the clock tower at the street corner chimed 9 times. Returning to his modest dwelling, he first wiped away the sweat with cold water, and once his breathing steadied, he spread out the magic notes he had copied the day before along with the common language alphabet chart. Though only a dim oil lamp lit the room, it couldn't diminish his focused gaze comparing pronunciations, extracting word roots, noting questions, missing not a single word or sentence. Such diligence and self-discipline were unlike anything he had ever shown before. In the hall at 12, Sneva Street, Gissa District, Victor set aside his sheet music, looking at the young man before him in disbelief. You've truly never studied letters before? Pronunciation, spelling rules, grammar, none of it. From reciting the 32 letters to answering each question individually, Lucien's performance was flawless, and he even posed several detailed questions about spelling rules issues that typically only surfaced after completing vocabulary and grammar studies. In one day, he had accomplished what normally took 3 months, nearly catching up to Colin and Renee who already had foundations. This was the second time Victor had been stunned by him. Other students in the hall turned to stare. Was this poor boy genuinely gifted, or was he lying about having no foundation? Lucien remained calm and composed, answering steadily. Mr. Victor, I truly haven't studied letters before. I just thought to connect the classroom content with the pronunciation and habits of everyday speech, comparing them, which helped me learn faster. In alto, he hoped to be seen as a genius rather than an oddity, and certainly didn't want to attract the church's attention. So he briefly described his actual learning method that was indeed effective, but without library and textbook support, others would find it difficult to replicate his speed. Victor, born a commoner but whose father was a violinist quite popular among nobles, had received common language education from childhood. After listening, he nodded repeatedly with genuine appreciation. Excellent. Your ability to leverage your advantage in speaking the common language and summarize methods shows you're intelligent and have real talent in this area. The teacher's satisfaction was evident. The gazes of Herodotus, Colin, and Renee now mixed with envy and jealousy. Lot and Phyllis, who had followed Victor for 5 years, exchanged glances even though they were both strong in common language and music. They rarely saw their teacher praise a student so highly. His method sounds quite useful, Phyllis remarked softly. She clasped her hands together, resting them on her skirted lap, sitting with proper ladle-like posture, nodding slightly while maintaining a somewhat haughty demeanor. Lot had been about to shrug, but just as he started to lift his shoulders, he remembered that such a gesture was beneath his noble bearing. It wouldn't matter in front of familiar companions or those common girls who flocked around him. But sitting across from him now was Phyllis, the one who constantly competed with him in musical achievements, petty and sharp-tongued as she was. Lot had to pull back the gesture and replace it with a faint smile, saying in a low voice, after studying the common tongue for so many years, isn't it normal to develop other ideas? Besides, this method has nothing to do with learning music, right, Phyllis? Phyllis crossed her arms, her green eyes fixed on him, her voice even lower than his. Do you think I'm that naive, that childish? I have my own learning methods. Unlike someone who relies on that pitiful bit of talent, refuses to apply himself, and only knows how to chase after women. Lot, you should understand that talent alone won't sustain you for long. At this point, she flashed a perfect smile, 8 pearly white teeth gleaming in the candlelight. If that what's his name, Lucien, the commoner starts studying music systematically, he might surpass you very soon. The sarcasm was delivered with precision and elegance. In fact, apart from Lucien himself, who was seriously lacking in common sense, and Joel and John, who knew he only wanted to learn letters to change his life, everyone else including Cohen, Victor, Lot, Phyllis, Renee, and others assumed Lucien intended to pursue a musical path. After all, in alto, once you decided to study letters under a scholar, you were essentially setting your future direction. Those wanting to become rural court clerks or municipal administrators would apprentice themselves to legal and historical scholars. If you simply wanted to become a scholar without noble birth or extremely close ties to nobility, recognition was nearly impossible. Even the musical path, which relied more heavily on actual ability, required noble praise, recognition, or patronage to earn the title of musician. Lot snorted softly. If he really could surpass me, he'd certainly leave you in the dust too, Phyllis. Phyllis was about to retort when she caught sight of teacher Victor's gaze and immediately smoothed her fiery red hair, lowering her head to continue studying the sheet music. After confirming Lucien's talent, Victor had noticeably quickened his teaching pace, rapidly connecting vocabulary and spelling rules before moving on to introduce grammatical concepts. This suited Lucien perfectly. Friday, Lucien's last day of study for the week. After several days of intensive learning, he had mastered most of the grammar. If not for his still insufficient vocabulary, he would have already begun studying magic. Even so, he had decoded the witch's magical notes down to the final few pages and had figured out why she had rushed to Alto. The diary-like excerpts read as follows. As my mental power grows, the apprentice meditation method's effectiveness has drastically declined. Is there room for improvement? I've also studied formal magician's meditation methods, but they're too dangerous, nearly killed me. No wonder my family's ancestors couldn't improve upon them over hundreds of years. I was too arrogant. First-level magic structures are complex, and the sigil models simply cannot stabilize. Without establishing models, I cannot use existing magical potions to advance to formal magician status. Perhaps I could try the Gate of Magic potion. It comes with a built-in first-level spell model, offering a slim hope. But the required crystalline golden seal is nowhere to be found. Alto is the largest and most prosperous city in the Western continent, and it also harbors the most magicians. Perhaps there I might have some luck. Lucien grew increasingly curious about the witch's experiences after reaching Alto and decided to tackle the final pages tonight. Coming to Victor's today, he harbored a secret plan. While mastering grammar, he hoped to find an opportunity to borrow a common tongue dictionary and use the library for intensive memorization. If his plan succeeded, he could officially begin studying magic over the weekend. Lucien was filled with anticipation. Victor was quite pleased. Lucien's learning pace remained as impressive as it had been over the past few days. In less than 50 minutes, he had completely memorized the remaining grammar rules. It seemed that besides being exceptionally intelligent and having a natural gift for languages, his memory was equally remarkable. In high spirits and struck by sudden inspiration, Victor hummed a playful melody, then clapped his hands and smiled warmly. Ladies and gentlemen, you must be quite tired after studying for so long. Why don't we have some afternoon tea and fruit to refresh ourselves? With that, he headed upstairs with light steps, eager to record the melody immediately. Lucien picked up his pale glazed porcelain cup and took a small sip of the black tea. The slightly bitter, peculiar taste made him frown, though he realized he had already grown pitifully accustomed to it. He rubbed his temples, trying to ease the throbbing pain caused by days of intensive studying. Not far away, Annie set down her fork and flashed a sweet smile at her companion. Phyllis, when will you invite us to hunt at your family estate? I really miss the fresh air there, and those adorable rabbits and deer hopping about. Her golden hair shimmered softly in the sunlight, and her bright green eyes sparkled, though they couldn't disguise her rather ordinary features. Annie's father was merely the most unremarkable among a baron's many children with no hope of inheriting the title or lands, unable even to claim a single estate property. He could only barely maintain respectability through his salary as a court clerk and the family annuity. In contrast, Phyllis from the Hayne family of the Duchy of Valite was far better off. Though her father had ultimately missed out on the earl's title and hereditary lands, the dying old earl had still left him a large estate outside Alto that included forests, orchards, vineyards, and a granite quarry, along with an elegant property in the city. This made Phyllis the most well-off among all the noble children present. During the sweltering summer, being able to hunt and escape the heat at a countryside estate, while tasting homemade wine, was the most coveted pleasure for ordinary noble youth like Lot, whose families owned no estates. Annie's current flattery seemed perfectly natural. Really? Miss Phyllis, does your estate truly have adorable rabbits and beautiful deer? Renee, the commoner girl, couldn't help but interject, her eyes shining with longing. On Lucien's first day of study, Renee had tried to approach the noble students like Phyllis, Lot, and Annie through musical topics, with good results. Encouraged by this success, over the past few days she had somehow acquired bits of music theory knowledge, pretending to seek advice while chatting with Phyllis or Annie. She had finally grown close to them and successfully entered their social circle. Following Renee's example, the commoner boys Colin and David also used music as their entry point to strike up conversations with the noble students, achieving similarly obvious results. Only Lucien remained buried in his studies, barely uttering a word of casual conversation. Since he made no effort to ingratiate himself, neither the nobles like Lot and Phyllis nor the commoners like Renee and Colin were willing to lower themselves to engage with him, maintaining their cold and distant attitude. Phyllis maintained her dignified posture, responding with a standard and polite smile. I miss those lovely animals too, but Teacher Victor's symphony concert is still more than 3 months away. During this time, every weekend, Latte, Herodotus, and I have to come here or to the Musicians Association to help Teacher Victor rehearse the music and practice our own instruments. We really don't have time to go hunting in the countryside. After speaking, she gently smoothed her skirt, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. Annie's flattery and Renee's subtle envy and compliments were like soft lamplight reflecting in her heart. Who could refuse such a feeling of being surrounded by admirers? Lucian stood aside, listening silently. For him, having his own estate was still a distant dream. The more pressing problem at hand was how to ask Mr. Victor to borrow that thick common language dictionary and quickly browse through it in the hall to store its contents in his sole library. Phyllis, Latte, Annie, Colin, Renee, and others exchanged pleasantries with varying degrees of reserve or deliberate intent, creating invisible social ripples that spread throughout the room. At the staircase, Victor descended with light steps, his lips still carrying the joy brought by the previous melody. Just as he was about to continue the lesson, the butler Ace pushed open the door, walked over quickly, and reminded him in a low voice. Master, your appointed guests have arrived. Oh, I completely forgot. Victor shook his right hand, looking somewhat annoyed. I got lost in the music again this morning. Please show them in. After Ace bowed and withdrew, Victor turned to everyone, spreading his hands apologetically. Dear gentlemen and ladies, I'm very sorry. I have guests, so we'll make up today's remaining lesson tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock, all right? Naturally, no one would refuse. Lucian thought this was a good opportunity to ask about borrowing the dictionary. However, Ace moved efficiently and soon led two guests into the hall. Walking in front was a silver-haired, handsome man whose red shirt and black coat were particularly striking. Behind him, a white-haired elderly man carried a wooden box with both hands, walking steadily. Mr. Rhine. Lucian and Phyllis called out almost simultaneously. A faint blush rose on Phyllis's cheeks, while Lucian was completely astonished this Bard Rhine was actually Mr. Victor's highly valued guest. Hi, Phyllis. Hi, Lucian. Rhine smiled and nodded, his every gesture exuding elegance. Phyllis smiled shyly, then exchanged glances with Latte and the others. Lucian actually knew Rhine? Victor also inquired with interest. Lucian, you know Mr. Rhine? Lucian nodded. We met once before. I didn't expect to encounter him again at your home. Rhine's eyes carried a hint of charm as he smiled. Although it was just a brief meeting, Lucian left a deep impression on me. Haha, you've really started learning to read and write. Well, I most admire young people with ambition and dreams. Remembering that Rhine seemed to charm both men and women, Lucian couldn't help but shudder inwardly at being admired like this. Victor smiled as he made the introduction. Mr. Rhine is the concertmaster of the symphony orchestra I collaborate with. He has an extraordinary understanding of music, and it's through our exchanges that I've been able to write my piano concerto with such inspiration. He actually became the concertmaster. Lucian was nearly speechless just a few days ago. This Mr. Rhine was still dragging around a harp and staying at the Copper Crown Tavern in the slums. During this time, through casual conversations with Phyllis, Lot, and others, and by cross-referencing several music theory books he found in the library, Lucian had learned that the composition of symphony orchestras in this world was similar to those on Earth. He also understood what concertmaster meant, the first violinist, who must also coordinate the entire orchestra when there's no conductor. How could such an important position be given to a stranger who had just arrived in alto and had barely rehearsed with the orchestra? Rhine noticed Lucian's astonishment, shrugged, and explained with humor. The former concertmaster fell in love with a noble lady a few days ago, and they eloped to the kingdom of Syracuse. The orchestra had to let me fill in temporarily. Phyllis couldn't help but add. Even if the old concertmaster were still here, Mr. Rhine's skill would be enough to earn him a place among the first violins. The coordination issues can be resolved with a few more rehearsals. Yes, Mr. Rhine is one of the finest violinists I've ever encountered. With unique insights into musical pieces, Victor nodded approvingly. Meeting him has been my greatest gain recently. Lucian glanced at Rhine, who maintained his smile with an inscrutable expression, still finding the situation bizarre. A wandering minstrel from the kingdom of Syracuse, carrying only a harp, had become the orchestra's first violinist in just a few days. This coincidence seemed far too extraordinary. Rhine placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to thank Victor for the praise, then pushed forward the white-haired old man beside him. This is Mr. Xavier, one of alto's finest harpsichord makers. He can help Mr. Victor complete the instrument modifications. The harpsichord, also known as the plucked piano. Victor enthusiastically extended his hand. Welcome, Mr. Xavier. My newly composed piano concerto has special requirements for tone and volume. I hope you can make some modifications to the harpsichord. With that, he led Rhine and Xavier directly upstairs to the music room, completely forgetting to give Lucian a chance to borrow the dictionary. The butler Ace, uncertain about the relationship between Lucian and Rhine, didn't feel comfortable asking everyone to leave. So the curious Annie, Colin, and others quietly followed Phyllis and the rest to the foot of the stairs. Having failed to borrow the dictionary, Lucian naturally wasn't willing to leave and followed them upstairs as well. In the second-floor music room, Victor pointed to the harpsichord in the center and explained his requirements to Xavier point by point. I wanted to accurately control volume according to the force of finger pressure on the keys, with a wider range, and a tone that's both resonant and rich as well as delicate and clear, capable of being more resonant and richer, but also more delicate and clearer. Victor watched as Xavier lifted the harpsichord's lid, revealing the intricate layers of plectra, action rods, and gleaming strings, while solemnly presenting his request. Since the harpsichord's invention, its well-known limitation was that volume was almost entirely determined by the plucking mechanism, making it nearly impossible for performers to control dynamics through finger pressure. Over the past 3 centuries, countless musicians and instrument makers had attempted to add auxiliary structures like stops, registers, and manual couplers to the mechanism, barely managing to achieve minimal volume variation. It was precisely these precedents that inspired Victor to pursue further modifications to meet his new performance requirements. Xavier frowned deeply, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the strings and plectra, finally shaking his head. Such a requirement cannot be fulfilled. 300 years of improvements have reached their limit. Experience suggests we could squeeze out only the tiniest additional enhancement at best. Why not replace the plectra plucking with hammers striking the strings? Lucien spoke up after long contemplation, breaking the dead silence. He had weighed the pros and cons and worried about revealing his hand, but ultimately proposed this concept that represented the embryonic form of the modern piano. The world at this time remained in the era of 2 types of early keyboard instruments, and if he could help Victor achieve the leap from early keyboards to the modern piano, he would not only save a substantial sum in tuition fees, but future requests to borrow dictionaries and similar materials would become much easier. Even as he made the suggestion, he had already opened Piano Construction and Tuning and Modern Piano Mechanical Principles in his sole library, hastily skimming the first dozen pages to gain a rough outline of the core structure. Xavier looked up, his gaze sharp. How would that differ from a clavichord? It would indeed allow finger pressure to control volume with richer layers, but the overall sound would still be too weak and soft to fill a cathedral. Lucien came from Alto, the city of music and sacred song, so neither Xavier, Rhine, nor Victor found it strange or suspicious that he understood the general differences between the 2 types of keyboards. Victor was in a terrible mood at the moment. If he couldn't make the harpsichord meet his needs, his newly composed piano concerto would barely reach the standard required for performance in the chant hall, failing to satisfy and impress the nobles, musicians, and critics who would attend his concert. Perhaps Wolf would even savage him in his music reviews afterward, and perhaps he would never again have the opportunity to receive a second invitation from the Musicians Guild or the Grand Duke to perform at the chant hall. Countless cautionary tales flashed through his mind. Every year, several already accomplished musicians, due to their debut performances at the chant hall falling short of expectations, remained stuck at accomplished for years, unable to step into the realm of renowned. Some were even so discouraged that they became mediocre from then on, and more unlucky souls appeared every 2 or 3 years. Those who, driven to despair by failure, committed suicide. Musicians' spirits often became extraordinarily sensitive, delicate, and fragile under the spotlight of this great hall. Therefore, when Lucien suddenly interrupted and was immediately corrected under Xavier's stern criticism, the irritation in Victor's heart was instantly ignited. But upon reflection, he understood that Lucien genuinely wanted to help, so he suppressed his emotions and said in a rich but somewhat subdued voice, "Lucien, thank you for your suggestion, but if combining the harpsichord and chamber clavichord could solve all the problems, the matter would have been resolved long ago." Rhine crossed his arms, watching the young man in the room with an amused expression, as if waiting for a small impromptu performance. Lot, Herodotus, Phyllis, and others clearly showed rejection and disgust. Interrupting rudely while the gentlemen were discussing was already improper, let alone Lucien seeming to talk nonsense. They almost unanimously muttered in their hearts, truly a crude and arrogant ignoramus from the slums. However, Lucien showed no intention of backing down. In just a short while, he had skimmed through the first dozen pages of Piano Construction and Tuning and Modern Piano Mechanical Principles. Although he hadn't had time to read carefully, he barely grasped the key structural differences between the harpsichord, chamber clavichord, and modern piano. Comparing this with the exposed mechanisms of the disassembled harpsichord before him, he outlined a rough but formed idea. Perhaps some kind of mechanical device could amplify the downward pressure distance of the fingers, allowing the hammers to produce greater volume when striking the strings. He deliberately spoke vaguely, positioning himself only as a poor youth who had occasionally heard about the defects of ancient keyboards at the Musicians Guild and was often influenced by the musical atmosphere on Alto Street, without using more precise terms like vibration amplitude. Amplify? How to amplify? Xavier frowned, his white eyebrows almost forming a single line. For 300 years, musical instrument innovations had emerged continuously, and similar ideas had been proposed before, but after several unsuccessful experiments, no one had attempted it again. Victor, Rhine, and others exchanged glances, equally puzzled. Lucien didn't explain further with words. He walked to the instrument rack, took down a flute, casually grabbed a bottle of ink from the desk as a fulcrum, and placed the flute horizontally to demonstrate a lever. I once happened to see a farmer use a wooden stick and a small stone to pry open a large rock. Later I discovered that life is full of such phenomena as this precisely amplify the up and down distance. Well, Xavier didn't argue, but fell into deep thought, his fingers slowing their movement across the harpsichord keys. As a harpsichord maker, he immediately realized that speed variations would create new mechanical challenges. Initially, everyone just watched with curiosity, but when Lucien demonstrated personally, Rhine, who had been casually observing, suddenly grew serious, stepped forward, nodded slightly, and spoke with earnest yet gentle tone. Excellent, Lucien. You've actually discovered the principle of leverage in daily life. You're truly observant and insightful. Lucien feigned a bewildered expression on his face, though inwardly he was greatly shocked. Rhine not only knew about it, but had accurately named the principle of leverage. In contrast, Victor, Felice, Lot, and even Xavier clearly had never heard this term before. At most, they might have noticed the phenomenon without ever summarizing it. Earth had long since established this principle, but on a continent that revered divine magic and bloodline power, people spread such knowledge extremely slowly. Lucien quietly assessed, simple everyday phenomena wouldn't touch upon church taboos. After all, a church with genuine divine magic had more confidence than those on Earth, and even music remained unrestricted, otherwise he wouldn't dare demonstrate so freely. Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Rhine smiled gently and added, "This is just a common phenomenon. When I traveled to home, I heard local scholars mention that someone had summarized this hundreds of years ago, calling it the principle of leverage. Lucien, you must have noticed that the distance moved is inversely proportional to the force required." Of course I know that, Lucien thought to himself, while outwardly displaying a half-understanding expression. Really? I see. Could we connect several levers together? He stopped there. Third-level lever transmission would be too complex for a commoner to suggest, and whether he could inspire others was beyond his control. Connect them together? Multistage transmission. Rhine's silver moon-like eyes immediately brightened. We could try that. He quickly walked to the harpsichord and discussed quietly with Xavier, while pulling out a quill pen to sketch diagrams on paper. Lucien, Lot, and Felice stood by the door, quietly observing. On the surface, Lucien appeared as curious as the other two, but inwardly he analyzed coolly. Rhine was indeed no ordinary figure, certainly not just a simple violinist or wandering minstrel. Victor felt both nervous and excited, eventually joining the discussion and offering suggestions from his professional musician's perspective. Soon, the three men in the music room were engaged in animated conversation around the diagrams and strings, leaving only Lucien and the others by the door. This turn of events made Lot pay even more attention to Lucien, and he finally spoke. Actually, I've seen similar phenomena before, but never thought deeply about them. Lucien, you have a rare quality. How did you think of it at the time? Felice was equally curious, but she raised her hand toward the busy Rhine and Victor in the music room, whispering a reminder, "Quiet. If you want to chat, go downstairs." Then she turned around and focused intently on watching the three men working busily, though it was unclear what exactly she was observing. Lot had no intention of cozying up to Lucien at this moment. Compared to small talk, he was clearly more interested in the harpsichord modification. He nodded and said nothing more, maintaining an appropriate distance as an observer. Herodotus, Colin, René, and the others were quite displeased with how Lucien had just stolen the spotlight, their dissatisfaction tinged with disdain. They silently prayed for the modification to fail, hoping to see Lucien get a harsh scolding from Victor. Naturally, they ignored him and refocused their attention on Victor and his two companions. Lucien himself was filled with curiosity about what this harpsichord could ultimately achieve, as it directly affected whether he could borrow the dictionary later. He remained composed and simply spread out two books nearby, Piano Construction and Tuning, and Modern Piano Mechanical Principles, to study carefully. While the three-stage lever transmission was indeed an important distinguishing feature of modern pianos from ancient ones, it was certainly not everything. Suddenly, a resonant and rich piano sound filled the practice room, followed by a gentle, soft tone that seemed like someone whispering in one's ear at night. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Victor's cheeks flushed with excitement, almost glowing. Though he understood there were still many issues to resolve, he was certain he had taken a crucial step forward. "Thank you, Rhine. Thank you, Mr. Xavier." Rhine smiled warmly. "If we can create such an instrument, it would be my honor." Lucien became even more convinced of Rhine's peculiarity. Not only had he implemented the three-stage lever transmission, but he had also incorporated a repetition lever system, enabling the harpsichord to achieve rapid repeated notes. Fortunately, he hadn't installed even more mechanisms, or Lucien would have suspected he had seen a modern piano. Victor gave both Rhine and Xavier enthusiastic embraces, then opened his arms to hug Lucien. "Thank you as well, Lucien. Without you, we probably wouldn't have thought of this direction." Thank the Lord for providing us with the most crucial guidance at the most critical moment. It's nothing, Mr. Victor. Lucien felt somewhat uncomfortable with the close embrace from another man and appeared a bit stiff. I just voiced a reckless idea. I never expected it would actually be useful. Victor released him and laughed heartily, his attitude extremely sincere. Regardless, thank you. Make any request you wish as long as I can fulfill it. I won't refuse. This statement made Lot, Phyllis, Herodotus, and the others secretly envious. Receiving such a promise from Victor was truly enviable. Not to mention Annie, Colin, and others who had been studying music with Victor but hadn't received formal recognition. They understood all too well the weight of these words. Victor was willing to accept Lucien as an official student. However, Lucien's mind was calculating something else entirely, and he blurted out, "Could you lend me the Universal Dictionary?" Uffed. Ryan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Such a modest request. The emotionally conflicted Lot, Phyllis, and others also curved their lips into smiles. Had Lucien not understood Victor's deeper meaning? Victor laughed even more heartily. In his eyes, Lucien had become a simple and honest young man. "Take that dictionary anytime. Don't you have any other requests?" Seeing Ryan and Phyllis's reactions, Lucien hesitated, feeling that asking for more might seem too greedy. After all, the main ideas and modifications had been completed by Ryan. He finally realizes how precious Mr. Victor's gratitude is. Annie, Colin, and the others thought to themselves, watching Lucien with complex expressions. Victor's tone remained warm. "Don't be shy, go ahead and ask." Lucien nodded, earnest and sincere. "Mr. Victor, could I learn to read and write without paying tuition?" Ha ha ha. Ryan suddenly burst into laughter, unable to maintain his elegant composure. Lucien's innocent and earnest demeanor made Victor burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears nearly streaming down his face. The others, Ryan, Lot, Phyllis, and the rest laughed so hard they completely lost their composure. Even old Mr. Xavier shook his head with an amused smile. Only Annie, Colin, and the other students who hadn't yet been accepted to study music with Victor laughed with a hint of bitterness and envy. Lucien was completely bewildered. Watching everyone's reaction, he vaguely sensed he had made himself a laughingstock again. But seeing that no one seemed particularly shocked or surprised, he figured it couldn't be too serious. He cautiously spoke up, "Mr. Victor?" Victor coughed a few times, suppressing his laughter, his gaze sincere and serious. "What I mean is, Lucien, would you like to study music with me? Though you're a bit older, music is all about talent. Even with average ability, studying with me for a few years would make you a competent musician with a secure future. Musicians trained in alto are highly sought after by nobles in other countries." He paused, adding with his characteristic humor, "And of course, tuition would be waived." Lot, Ryan, and the others couldn't help but chuckle quietly again, creating a relaxed and lively atmosphere. In Victor's mind, students fell into three categories. The first category only took literacy classes, paying 5 silver nars per month. The second category was permitted to study music, paying 10 silver nars monthly. Only those who demonstrated exceptional talent in music class could advance to the third category, true disciples who could perform alongside him on stage and benefit from his connections and reputation. So far, he had only one such disciple, who had already become an accomplished musician. Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus all belonged to the second category. If Lucien agreed, he would join this tier as well, just without the monthly 10 silver NAR fee. Victor earned about 7 gold thalers annually from teaching, which was top-tier income among non-merchant commoners, equivalent to a qualified musician's yearly earnings. For comparison, Annie's father, a court clerk in Alto's municipal court, earned only 15 gold thalers per year. But Victor's real wealth came from invitations to perform for nobles and music associations across various countries, typically bringing in a full 100 gold thalers in normal years. For someone of the upper class without estates or business ventures, this was quite substantial. Therefore, even though Victor had declined all invitations over the past year and was spending more than he earned, waiving Lucien's tuition posed no real problem. Lucien never expected Victor's gratitude to take the form of accepting him as a music student. He hesitated for a moment, but quickly recalled the contents of the witch's notes and his desire to repay Uncle Joel's family. He thought to himself that since he didn't yet know where to find a good place to study magic, he would likely need to continue living in Alto for quite some time. After all, this was the largest, most prosperous city in the West, closest to the Dark Mountains, and secretly home to the most diverse mix of people. Finding magical materials and gathering information would be much more convenient here. Given these circumstances, using the identity of a music student or musician to disguise his true nature as a mage while earning the money he needed seemed like an excellent choice. It was a highly respected profession in Alto. His thoughts raced as he quickly sorted through his options. If he planned to stay in Alto, he couldn't use the library's inventions and research materials to make money. They were too conspicuous and might attract the church's attention at any time. He could wait until he found a truly safe place to study before revealing those resources. For now, The identity of a music student was undoubtedly the safest cover. Having reached this conclusion, Lucien looked up with a sincere smile. Thank you, Mr. Victor. I hope you can teach me the beautiful and elegant art of music. Victor nodded with satisfaction. Lucien, your innocence, diligence, earnestness, and intelligence are rare qualities I've seldom encountered. I hope you achieve great things on your musical journey. His expression grew solemn as he officially announced his decision to take on a new apprentice. And Colin and the others listened with obvious disappointment written across their faces. I'm hardly innocent, Lucien thought wryly to himself. His earlier behavior had simply been due to his lack of common knowledge. He also noticed the complex looks from Colin, Renee, and the others. Victor then called Ace in and returned the 5 silver nars that Lucien had previously handed over. He invited Ryan and Xavier to his study for a private word of thanks, asked Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus to remain in the music room to practice and continue helping with the harpsichord modifications. After making these arrangements, he dismissed everyone. Since Lucien had no musical foundation and had obtained the borrowed common language dictionary, he prepared to return home to properly translate the witch's notes. He bid farewell to everyone and walked out of the hall. Hello, Lucien. Light footsteps sounded behind him. Renee Weiss, with her brown hair, green eyes, and delicate features, caught up with him, wearing a bright smile. I'm Renee Weiss. You really have a gift for learning languages and writing. With his mind focused on the notes, Lucien had no time for small talk. Hello, Renee. I stayed out late today and have urgent matters to attend to. Let's chat another time, sorry. I'm in a hurry. He quickened his pace. What bad timing. You go ahead with your business, Lucien. Goodbye. Renee's smile faltered for a moment before quickly returning to its considerate curve. Just then, and passed by with Simon, a noble male student, from the other side. She let out a soft snort without even glancing at the pair, maintaining her elegant stride toward the door. Once their figures disappeared, Renee's smile completely froze. She had only wanted to establish an ordinary personal friendship with Lucien, yet somehow managed to displease Anne. Her deliberate attempts to get closer over the past few days had been wasted. Colin and David walked past, casting somewhat mocking glances at Renee before looking at Lucien's retreating figure and shaking their heads with sighs. Why couldn't they have such good fortune? When he returned to his small cottage in the Adderland district, it was just past 5 in the afternoon. Despite the approaching summer, Alto remained bright. Lucien made an excuse about needing to study diligently and told Annalisa he wouldn't be joining her family for dinner that evening. Instead, he toasted some black bread to satisfy his hunger. As for the good news about his tuition waiver and returning all 8 silver nars to Aunt Elisa's family, he decided to save that announcement for tomorrow. At this moment, nothing was more important to Lucien than deciphering the witch's notes and learning magic. The cottage was barely larger than a single bed, its rough wooden walls carrying the faint scent of tree resin. Lucien closed the crudely repaired wooden door and deliberately turned back to check that the latch was secure before confidently lighting the oil lamp. The dancing flame illuminated the entire room as he dragged the only round table to the window, spreading out paper and a quill pen in the remaining daylight and lamplight, assuming a proper studying posture. After confirming no one was peering through the window, he immediately opened his soul library, completely absorbing the hefty, ancient Sylvanus language dictionary into the depths of his consciousness. After a brief spell of dizziness passed, the entries suddenly transformed into galaxy-like points of light that embedded themselves deep within his soul. Having completed this task, he took a deep breath, opened the magical notes left by the witch, placed the dictionary beside him, and began patiently, yet swiftly deciphering the text word by word using his newly acquired vocabulary. The sun set, and the afterglow faded. When the wall clock's hands pointed to 10 o'clock and the bamboo wax had burned down to half its length, Lucien rubbed his slightly aching temples and discovered he had only a few pages left to decipher. He felt secretly grateful that witch's grasp of ancient Sylvanus was mediocre at best, so her records were extremely detailed, with many passages copied word for word from ancestral manuscripts, providing him with ample learning material. Unfortunately, the notes ended abruptly at how to become a formal mage, meaning he would need to find other sources for advanced studies or simply work backwards to decipher the Book of Astrology and Book of Elements. At least now, he could officially step through the threshold of magic. The ancient magical empire divided all things into 4 basic elements: earth, fire, wind, and water. Later, they added light, darkness, and soul, and learned to summon monsters from otherworldly spaces like hell and the abyss, thus giving rise to 8 major schools: elemental, astral, necromancy, illusion, summoning, force, transformation, and alchemy. The Book of Astrology and Book of Elements focused primarily on the astral and elemental schools, while also including a small collection of spells from other schools. Before becoming a formal mage, one could not access first circle magic and could only cast apprentice level and formal spells. The runic structures in the notes were surprisingly simply in Lucien's view. They were nothing more than common patterns from middle school geometry class, even easier to draw than a six-pointed star. When casting, apprentices only needed to chant ancient incantations while using mental power to activate corresponding materials to trigger effects. Based on the number of spells one could cast as mental power went from abundant to exhausted, apprentices were subdivided into three tiers. Novice apprentices could cast 5 times, formal apprentices 10 times, and senior apprentices 20 times. Once mental power had been repeatedly refined through meditation techniques to reach a bottleneck, supplemented with potions, one could construct the first circle spell model deep within the soul. Successfully imprinting this model marked one as a formal mage from then on. Spellcasting would no longer require incantations, materials, or gestures, with the only limitations being mental power depletion and cooldown intervals. After organizing this crucial information, Lucien suppressed his eager impulse to try immediately and returned to the end of the notes, continuing to decipher sentence by sentence, determined to read through everything completely first. Today I encountered another magician. I actually met another magician in Alto. Lucien scribbled rapidly in his worn journal. He found this person completely different from those reclusive magicians, oddly dressed, speaking with an elusive rhythm, eyes sparkling with curiosity. When he turned to the next page, a line suddenly caught his eye. There really are other magicians in Alto. Those few words ignited like sparks on dry grass, instantly setting Lucien's blood ablaze. He took a deep breath, steadied his racing heart, and continued reading. The writing then described an exploration of the sewers. They had discovered a species of reed-eared rats, gray-black fur stretched taut, tails covered in fine scales, dark red eyes flickering in and out of the darkness, emanating faint magical energy. The author had searched through all the drainage pipes, but could never determine where these rats originated. The experimental records showed 1. Astonishing reproduction rate, nearly doubling within a single day and night. 2. Blood containing weak toxins that could cause brief hallucinations and paralysis. 3. When the blood was mixed with Lapland bloodvine, it could create a magical trap with unexpectedly powerful effects. Who bred them? After reading this line, Lucien couldn't help but look down at the damp cobblestones beneath his feet. If the rats weren't the witch's experimental creations, what else might be lurking behind the scenes? He suppressed his doubts and turned the page. The third time he encountered that peculiar magician, the man was hunched over a street corner bookstall, fingers tapping against the pages. When discussing magic, his insights were shocking. Ancient magic, aside from a few powerful and mysterious spells worth referencing, was nothing but ignorant, instinctive fumbling, completely obsolete. Lucien could hardly believe it. Yet the man pulled a rather thin book from his coat, with arcane written on the cover, which he called a journal. Arcane represents the world's origin and operating principles. Arcane magic is the essence and theory of magic itself. As he spoke these words, his gaze trembled slightly with reverence, and he mentioned that grand arcanist. Lucien opened the book, and just a few lines made his entire body tremble. When he came to his senses, he was already standing at his own doorstep, his mind still chaotic as if struck by lightning, able only to write down his shock word by word. Those letters varied wildly in size, crooked and jumping, clearly showing the author was equally too excited to maintain control. Lucien wanted to see what article it was, and continued reading. Ladies and gentlemen. The text suddenly became solemn and clear, like a great bell tolling in the quiet night. The author reviewed human history. Ancestors learned to harness mental power from dragons, elves, giants, demons, and countless magical creatures, analyzing bloodlines and bones, merging alien blood, transforming themselves. They created meditation methods, copied magical patterns, forged countless spells, expelled demons, suppressed devils, forced dragons into hiding, and made elves and giants either flee to the wilderness or submit in servitude. After glorious victories, legendary magicians became obsessed with power, venturing deep into the abyss, hell, and other dimensions for conquest. Until the Church of Truth rose to power, the three great magical empires crumbled within mere centuries, yesterday's glory becoming today's bitterness and confusion. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is time to calm our hearts, stop being blinded by power. We must consider 1. What is the true essence of magic? 2. Why do living beings possess mental power? What is the essence of mental power? In what form does it exist? 3. Are earth, fire, wind, and water truly basic elements? If so, by what laws do they constitute the world? If not, what are they? How should magical elements be classified? For what is the essence of the soul? Are soul and consciousness different? If there is a difference, in what form does consciousness exist? 5. Do we need new tools to explain and establish magical models? 6. Do gods exist? If so, what is their essence and form of existence? 7. What kind of being is Etna, the ancestor of vampires, and why can she be immortal? 8. Why do the sun and silver moon rise and set alternately? What force maintains their movement? 9. When we ask one more, why about seemingly ordinary phenomena, might we discover patterns connected to magic that help us explore the foundation of the magical world. Each sentence rang out like iron hammers striking Lucian's heart repeatedly. Your dear friend, Douglas. After reading this article recorded by the witch in a state of excitement and trembling, Lucian felt an equally profound sense of awe. In the early days after his transmigration, he had curiously pursued questions like, what exactly are divine arts and magic? And what makes the world function? However, limited by his lack of knowledge, he soon shelved those doubts. Now, 10 grand questions pointing directly to the world's origin and rules lay before him again. Thundering into his mind was certain that if he could understand them, he would not only grasp the truth of this world, but might also discover the reason for his transmigration, perhaps even find a way back to his original world. The author of the article, Douglas, bore the title of Grand Arcanist, which itself inspired reverence. Even if he hadn't completely solved any of these questions yet, any breakthrough in his research would surely grant him power comparable to the legendary ancient mages mentioned at the beginning of the article. What was even more surprising was the existence of an arcane journal dedicated to publishing research findings, and the mysterious, strange magician, the witch mentioned someone who seemed to harbor no hostile intentions. This meant there truly existed a relatively safe place to systematically study magic, and the existence of the journal suggested that the academic atmosphere there was more open than he had imagined. What kind of power and status does a Grand Arcanist actually possess in the world of magicians? Countless associations flashed through Lucian's mind. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, almost unable to wait to find that strange magician and embark on the path to that safe academy. Once he had sufficient power, he could quietly return to Alto and secretly help John's family. This was his promise to his old friend and the driving force behind his pursuit of knowledge. Among the numerous questions, 2 points stirred his heart the most. First, are earth, fire, wind, and water truly the basic elements? If so, in what form and following what laws do they construct this brilliant and complex world? If not, what are they? How should magical elements be redefined? Second, why do the sun and silver moon exist? Why do they rise and set in endless cycles? What force maintains this grand system of celestial movement? If the four elements theory is overthrown, and new theories can directly apply the laws of the material world to magic, then the knowledge I've accumulated over the past dozen years could prove invaluable. Lucian calculated silently. After all, the extensive materials about metals like silver, copper, and iron in the library had already proven that the concept of elements might very well be real. In daily life, except for magic, divine arts, and strange magical creatures, all phenomena had so far not violated the physical laws he was familiar with. At this thought, his breathing quickened involuntarily. Mental power, souls, and those eerie yet powerful magical creatures had torn open a crack in the known world, giving this world a sense that was both similar to and different from Earth in his eyes. A sudden thought flashed through Lucian's mind. Given this perspective, the reason why certain books in the library couldn't be opened might not be what he had previously speculated. It was highly questionable. His spirits lifted as various thoughts surged through his mind like a tide. After a long while, he forced himself to calm down. The most important thing now was still to study magic steadily and practically, rather than chase after unverifiable conjectures. No matter which world one lived in, taking steady steps remained of valuable quality. After collecting his thoughts, Lucian turned his gaze to the final page of the witch's notes. The edges of the parchment were slightly curled, but the ink remained clear. After completing my meditation and experiments, I often think of him. A learned and eloquent gentleman is always charming. He told me he came to Alto to carry out some important and secret mission. If all goes well, perhaps in a few months he could take me away to the headquarters of the Continental Magic Council, the paradise that all magicians yearn for. Tonight, he has asked me to meet him at the cemetery in the Atlantic district. The handwriting stopped abruptly there, followed by a large blank space. Staring at the empty parchment, Lucian could almost imagine the scene where the witch and that magician were ambushed by church night watchmen in the cemetery. He frowned. Had that magician managed to escape successfully? This was his only lead to the Continental Magic Council. If it was severed, how could he find the other magicians rumored to be hidden in Alto? Taking several deep breaths, he cast aside the chaotic stars, filling his mind, allowing his thoughts to return to clarity and tranquility as he prepared to attempt meditation according to the note's guidance, hoping to truly step through the gates of magic. The witch had detailed the essentials of meditation in her notes. Maintain gentle, prolonged breathing. Let the spirit first expand, then contract, ebbing and flowing like tides until entering a nearly ethereal, blank state. She recalled being identified as having outstanding magical talent from childhood, yet her first attempt at meditation took a full 2 years to reach that ethereal state. For her mental power to grow enough to sense surrounding magical elements and cross the threshold of apprentice magician took another year. After becoming an apprentice, the cultivation of mental power became much smoother. Following the meditation method step by step, one could eventually forge the spirit and soul to a strength sufficient for constructing spell sigil models. The real difficulty was only how much time it would take. The witch began practicing meditation at age 10, became an apprentice at 13, and crossed the threshold to become a senior apprentice at 14, quite proud of her mental talents. However, analyzing magical structures and constructing sigil models were her weaknesses. She thus sought to bypass technical barriers by continuing to enhance her mental power, attempting to break through the bottleneck of formal magician through brute force. But apprentice-level meditation methods became increasingly ineffective at this stage. Unable to achieve her goal, she placed her hopes on a rare magical potion called Gate of Magic, planning to use mental power far superior to most senior apprentices combined with this potion to directly advance. After reading the witch's records, Lucien felt somewhat disappointed, realizing he wouldn't be able to use magic to deal with potential gang retaliation anytime soon. However, Victor was a renowned figure in Alto, frequently invited by nobles, and moving within high society as a refined gentleman. Once Lucien became his official student, unless he proved to have additional value, most gang members except for the most desperate ones would likely leave him alone. Despite this, Lucien still harbored secret hopes for other possibilities. He was well aware that since his life-and-death struggle in the sewers, his mental power had surged dramatically. Occasionally, when returning to the streets, he could vaguely sense the presence of those following him. This led him to estimate that perhaps the time needed to become an apprentice mage could be compressed from years to months or even weeks. But the moment he actually attempted meditation, reality shattered all his assumptions. After spreading and retracting that wave-like mental power several times, Lucien effortlessly entered the blank, ethereal state of meditation. His first attempt at meditation succeeded in less than 30 seconds. He steadied his breathing, maintained his meditation, and tried projecting his mental power outward again. In his vision, everything was no longer ordinary streets and rooftops, but four distinctly different yet pure forces, steady and heavy, wild and scorching, light and flowing, gentle and continuous. Are these earth, fire, wind, and water? Lucien's heart jumped, nearly breaking his meditation. But the facts were undeniable. His mental power had firmly stepped into the apprentice mage level, succeeding in meditation on his first try, all thanks to the breakthrough gained from that brush with death. Thinking of this, he forcibly suppressed his excitement, telling himself that perhaps it wouldn't be long before he could learn his first informal magic. However, the next second, a new question emerged. These four elements felt more like forces rather than substances. Following the apprentice-level elemental meditation method from the Book of Stars and Elements, he prepared to use earth, fire, wind, and water to temper his soul, but suddenly recalled the question Douglas had posed: the four fundamental forces of the universe. Gravity, weak nuclear force, electromagnetic force, strong nuclear force. Aren't the last three different manifestations of the same force? Though he wasn't from a physics background, Lucien had heard related explanations. As soon as this thought arose, his mental world immediately changed. A deep starry sky appeared overhead, with countless stars like tiny points of light continuously twinkling. Each star cast down invisible gravitational pull, while the earth beneath his feet emanated steady attraction. The three forces of fire, wind, and water remained unchanged, except the previously clear barriers between them were gently blurred. Emotions should remain stable during meditation. Yet this dramatic change still amazed Lucien. The magical elemental world perceived by his mental power seemed to shift according to his understanding, gradually becoming more complete and clearer as he contemplated. Could it be that the magical elemental world I sense through my mental power changes according to my understanding, or gradually becomes more complete and clear? However, these changes didn't seem to have any direct impact on Lucien's current mental power training or magical studies. He closed the book in his hands, raising an eyebrow slightly. Wait, the starry sky? Wasn't that a meditation technique only available to those who had advanced to high-level magic apprentice? As this thought flashed through his mind, Lucien immediately recalled another apprentice-level meditation method recorded in the witch's notes. The Book of Astrology and Elements. Just from the name alone, one could tell it focused on both astrological and elemental schools of magic. Correspondingly, its meditation techniques also emphasized different aspects. In terms of increasing mental power and tempering the soul, the astrological school's apprentice-level meditation wasn't necessarily superior to the elemental schools, offering limited help to witches. However, as an entry path into astrology, it possessed one indispensable ability. During the first meditation, the caster could select a destiny star from the vast starry sky they sensed and attempt to establish a weak connection with it, then strengthen this stellar link day by day. Once one possessed a destiny star, learning astrological magic would become much easier in the future. More importantly, without this primary star, astrological divination and other prophetic magic of the astrological school simply couldn't be mastered. Astrology held that every soul corresponded to a star in the celestial dome, with personal destiny being completely recorded through the movements of stellar configurations. Without connecting to one's destiny star, a caster couldn't see that hidden thread of fate, making it impossible to analyze, manipulate, or prophesy the future. Precisely because of this, astrological entry-level meditation techniques often required mental power at the high-level magic apprentice standard or sufficiently deep theoretical knowledge to truly see the starry sky. Before reaching this point, astrological apprentices mostly used other meditation methods that didn't conflict with the astrological school to cultivate their abilities, quietly waiting for their mental power to break through the high-level threshold. Lucien raised his hand to rub his temples, muttering to himself, when did universal gravitation become connected to destiny? He knew that the world before him might not necessarily conform to his former scientific understanding, or perhaps it was simply due to his current inability to comprehend it. It seemed many things wouldn't necessarily align with his previous knowledge or concepts, though of course, it might also be due to reasons beyond his understanding. Since Lucien had successfully sensed the starry sky through meditation even as an apprentice magic student, he immediately suppressed all his doubts and began searching for his destined star according to the astral meditation method. The starry sky stretched like an endless black curtain, suspended with countless glimmering points of light. Lucien merged his soul with his mental power, as if extending an invisible arm to grope through the sea of stars. Soon, he captured a familiar aura that belonged uniquely to him, that star which, though still faint, resonated with him perfectly. He shaped his mental power into gentle ripples and slowly approached that point of light. Time lost all meaning in his meditative state, until his mental power finally touched that almost ethereal destined star. Following the astral meditation method, he carefully allowed his mental power to seep into the starlight and merge with it. A sudden tremor struck like a heavy hammer on piano strings. The mental power wrapped around the star shook violently, causing his soul to resonate intensely. Lucien immediately mobilized his remaining mental power, reinforcing the nearly severed mental thread like steel cables. Starlight surged along the cable, coating it with brilliant radiance as the trembling gradually subsided. In the next moment, a clear reflection of the star appeared deep within his soul. Lucien greedily drew stellar power along that thread-thin mental connection. The starlight washed over his soul and spirit like a warm river, rapidly tempering them. When his soul signaled that it was saturated and nearly overflowing, he stopped the astral meditation and switched to elemental meditation. This time, he didn't tap into the external forces of earth, fire, wind, and water around him, but simply strengthened his mental power's sensitivity to the four elements. The deeper this sensitivity, the faster his future spellcasting would be. Even for magic with already constructed sigil models, it would shorten the casting time. After an unknown period, fatigue from deep within his soul surged like a tide. Lucien ended his first meditation and opened his eyes, his dark pupils gleaming with irrepressible excitement and joy. Even in my normal state, I can sense the reflection of my destined star within my soul. If I concentrate further, I can faintly perceive that star mysteriously connected to me in the distant heavens and borrow a tiny fraction of its power. He pondered, but quickly noticed something strange. Wait, I'm someone who traveled here from another world. Why would this world have a destined star that belongs to me? According to astrology, if the original Lucien had died, his destined star should have either dimmed, fallen, or even disappeared. Yet that familiar essence clearly belonged to Xia Feng, his past self. What could explain this? Unable to find an answer, he could only bury his doubts deep in his heart. Through this meditation session, combined with his complete understanding of the witch's magical notes, Lucien realized that detecting another person's mental power required corresponding magic. Unless the other party had recently broken through and their mental power was still unstable, it would be impossible to detect directly. Back then, Benjamin had probably judged that his mental power was slightly above average based on his ability to hear the weeping sounds, not because of some magical trap left by the witch that specifically targeted a select few people. Of course, there are corresponding spells to restrain or conceal mental power. After a brief rest, an excited Lucien eagerly opened the thick magical notebook left behind by the witch, impatiently taking inventory of the apprentice-level informal magic he could now master. Thanks to the awakening of his destiny star, he was already qualified to access the 3 apprentice-level spells unique to the astrology Shulin, in the ordinary apprentice system. These 3 spells would only be permitted for study during the advanced apprentice stage, making them exceptionally powerful among their peers. Unfortunately, Lucien's mental power reserves were limited, so his spellcasting effects were destined to be weaker than the standard descriptions in the witch's notebook. After casting 2 or 3 times consecutively, his meager mental power would be completely drained. The classification of magical apprentices was measured by the number of apprentice-level informal spells that can be cast consecutively from perfect condition to exhaustion. Novice apprentices 5 times, formal apprentices 10 times, advanced apprentices 20 times. By this calculation, Lucian could at most cast 5 ordinary apprentice spells consecutively. If he switched to the 3 new astrology spells, he would likely only be able to cast 3 times consecutively before needing to meditate quietly or consume magical potions to restore his mental power. The 3 major astrology apprentice spells mentioned in the notebook were Elementary Astrology, Eyes of the Stars, and Ring of Chaos. 1. Elementary Astrology, the signature spell of the astrology school. The witch's notes were extremely detailed. To make accurate predictions, the caster must master some stellar movement patterns and learn to align the destiny star with other celestial bodies to form suitable divination arrays during fortune-telling. She self-mockingly wrote that it took her several years to barely manage it. Yet due to insufficient knowledge, each prediction had enormous deviations. For Lucian, the real challenge wasn't the complex stellar knowledge. That content seemed more like scrambled high school celestial mechanics and hand-drawn star charts from memory with manageable difficulty. What truly hindered him was the required casting medium, a magical crystal ball made from a pure, flawless, and extremely rare dawn crystal. The witch's family had passed down one through generations, but she had carried it with her, and it ultimately fell into the church's hands. Lucian had no idea where to obtain another. Imagining himself in the future holding a crystal ball and wearing a hooded black robe, he felt a vague excitement. That image had such an evil sorcerer vibe. 2. Eyes of the Stars, an effect similar to hypnosis and confusion, requiring the target to look directly into the caster's pupils. Lucian didn't understand why it was classified under the astrology school, but the witch's notebook stated it definitively, so he could only accept it for now. 3. Ring of Chaos, the spell Lucian valued most and decided to attempt first. When casting, it borrowed stellar gravity to form a 3-dimensional ring about 20 centimeters thick in front of the caster, with adjustable gravitational direction, serving as a defensive barrier. Closing the notebook, Lucian clarified his thoughts once more. His learning sequence was locked onto Ring of Chaos, because Eyes of the Stars required the casting material Nightstar Grass Powder, and most other elemental apprentice spells were similarly troublesome. Frost Ray needed Ice Dissolution Stone Powder. Acid Splash required Sulfurol, equally difficult to prepare. Currently, there are very few spells that don't require material components, and most of them belong to other schools of magic, such as the transmutation spell Mage Hand. Lucian could certainly learn these spells, but since his apprentice meditation technique belonged to the astral and elemental schools, he was more adept at magic from these 2 traditions. Following the spellcasting focus training steps outlined in the witch's magical notes, he first let his mind sink deep into his soul, using his destiny star to sense the corresponding celestial body in the night sky, capturing its thread-thin gravitational pull, then quietly chanted the awkward and bizarre incantation. This time, as soon as the syllables of the incantation left his lips, he clearly perceived a wondrous fluctuation in his mental energy that rose and fell with the vibrations of his voice, connecting with the stellar gravity. Seizing the opportunity, Lucian immediately began shaping his mental energy according to the simple runic pattern of Ring of Disruption. However, due to his inexperience, before he could fully trace out the rune, the connection between his mental energy and the stellar gravity was severed, and the spell failed. In the next 2 attempts, he rested to recover his mental energy after each failure, repeating this cycle and failing 3 more times. On the 5th try, he finally managed to completely form the entire rune. A barely visible wisp of light, guided by his will, settled on the surface of the repaired wooden table, bringing the candlestick within the spell's area of effect. Immediately, the flame on the candlestick was suppressed, flickering high and low. One moment it weakened to mere embers. The next it suddenly flared up, casting rapidly changing light and shadows throughout the small room, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. After about 2 minutes, the flame finally returned to normal. Lucian clasped his hands together, quietly assessing. This gravity alteration spell had too small a range, only capable of making an enemy's weapon feel uncontrolled with sudden changes in weight, but insufficient to make weapons drop to the ground or fly into the air. It was indeed just an apprentice-level spell that still required evasive maneuvers to be effective for defense. Moreover, the complete casting took a full 5 seconds, and even with practice, it could only be compressed to about 3 seconds. Nevertheless, this was still his first mastered spell. Thinking about how quickly he had learned the Ring of Disruption, Lucian couldn't help but feel delighted. The witch who originally owned the notes had taken a full month to learn this technique. According to her records, her delay was due to her inability to understand why stellar force would disrupt Earth elements, forcing her to rely on repetitive practice to brute force her way through the analysis. Lucian, however, had grasped the underlying principle. At this moment, he became even more convinced that in this world, knowledge was indeed power. Amid his joy, he recalled the complete spell casting process, attempting to further reduce the casting time. The incantation seemed to serve the purpose of creating a specific frequency to guide mental energy into resonance. What would happen if he made his mental energy vibrate at this frequency from the start, without chanting? If successful, he could save the 1 or 2 seconds spent on incantation, compressing the casting time to around 2 seconds, though this would require much higher control over mental energy. With this idea in mind, Lucian threw himself back into practice. Rest, meditation, attempt. She repeated this cycle endlessly, failing countless times. By the time brief rests could no longer replenish his mental energy, he had finally reduced the casting time to just over 3 seconds and roughly recorded the vibrational frequency corresponding to that incantation. Tomorrow morning I'll try casting without incantation once, then go buy some common spellcasting materials and magical potion ingredients that won't arouse suspicion. The exhausted Lucian thought drowsily as he drifted off to sleep. For a mage, magical experimentation was essential for analyzing spell structures and mastering magic proficiently, regardless of whether one's future path led toward alchemy. The witch's magical notebook contained records of over a dozen magical potions, each with wondrous effects, such as the brown owl potion that restored mental energy. The three most precious were the Gate of Magic potion, which could forcibly enhance magic apprentices who struggled to comprehend spell structures, the Silver Moon potion, which aided normal advancement from apprentice to wizard, and the Weeping Soul potion, which could directly awaken bloodline power in adults with normal constitution. Lucian repeatedly flipped through the yellowed pages of the notebook, his fingertips brushing over the dry ink marks, until his gaze finally settled on the words, Weeping Soul. Compared to the expensive materials and high-level mental and spiritual requirements needed for the Gate of Magic and Silver Moon potions, this potion theoretically only required the normal constitution of an adult, making it clearly more suitable for his urgent need as an apprentice mage to rapidly enhance combat power in a short time. However, the Weeping Soul came with an equally heavy price. It awakened bloodline power by overdrawing the body's potential. If users advanced to knighthood through this method, they would be unable to continue strengthening their bloodline through training, ultimately making them weaker than conventional knights. But for Lucian, who already found it difficult to cross the threshold of knighthood and had decided to focus on magic, this flaw wasn't fatal. Instead, it became the most realistic shortcut available. The real obstacle remained the materials. The magical formula in the notebook was written quite briefly, yet coldly listed 4 rare items. Black corpse mushroom, water ghost, brain tissue, wraith dust, moonlight rose powder, weeping soul. 1. Black corpse mushroom. This mushroom only grew on rotting corpses, appearing milk white when immature, then turning completely black within a day and night upon maturation, remaining fresh for a month with a slightly hallucinogenic scent. Direct consumption would cause corpse rot poisoning. When harvesting, the blacker the color, the better the final potion's effect. 2. Water ghost, brain tissue. Extracted from the brain of the undead creature, water ghost, with stronger water ghosts yielding more effective potions. Obtaining it was not only dangerous, but also required maintaining the brain tissue's activity while completely submerged in water. 3. Wraith dust. Also dependent on power level, with more concentrated resentment producing more abundant spiritual energy in the dust. 4. Moonlight rose powder. A rare plant that emitted silver-white luminescence at night, significantly aiding high-level knight squires in awakening their bloodlines, thus commanding an astounding price. 1 gram cost a full gold thaler, equivalent to 100 silver nars. Crafting Weeping Soul required at least 10 grams. After calculating silently, Lucian drew a sharp breath. With his meager income, gathering the materials in a short time was nearly impossible. Worse still, his current constitution fell slightly short of normal adult standards. If constitution was below standard, taking the potion would not only drastically reduce success rates, but could also be fatal. Even meeting the requirements carried certain failure risks, with better constitution yielding higher success rates. The witch's annotations explained that this potion originated during ancient times of war. Magic users then needed to rapidly train low-level attendants capable of battlefield service, so they exchanged potential overdraft for bloodline power. This background made Lucian even more certain. Weeping Soul could indeed rapidly enhance strength, but one must pay the price of lasting consequences. As for another note about Moonlight Rose, it directly addressed its burning usage in knight advancement ceremonies ranging from 5 to 50 grams, depending on one's abilities. The witch had once considered brewing a Weeping Soul potion to rapidly enhance her power, which would make it easier to search for the ice broom afterward. After all, a first-tier knight's strength was considered formidable throughout the entire Duchy of Veilite, representing true nobility. From what Lucian had observed these past days, the duchy had only granted knighthood to just over 400 individuals in total. Of course, in Alto, there were many powerful figures whose strength exceeded that of ordinary knights. Unfortunately, the price of Moonlight Rose was prohibitively expensive, leaving the witch unable to afford it for the time being. The other 3 materials were equally troublesome. The Burin River was frequently haunted by water spirits at night, and wraith dust could only be refined through the apprentice-level spell, summon lesser undead, combined with evil creature blood. With all these difficulties piling up, the plan had to be temporarily shelved. Thus, Lucian could only continue focusing on meditation training, spellcasting practice, and magical experiments, while secretly keeping an eye out for news of any rare materials. The month of blazing fire was approaching. At dawn in July, the sky brightened early, with clouds like polished oranger gems slowly shifting overhead. Yet Lucian rose even earlier than the sun, having just completed an experimental attempt with a new approach using mental force vibration frequencies to replace verbal incantations. The experiment had indeed succeeded. By maintaining his mental force at a specific frequency beforehand, he could trigger Ring of Chaos without verbal incantations. However, the accompanying cost was equally apparent. The mental energy consumption was staggering. If he cast normally with incantations, he could cast Ring of Chaos 3 times consecutively before exhaustion. But using the pre-vibration method with mental force, the first casting nearly drained him completely. Unless absolutely necessary, this technique could only serve as a backup option for now. With this thought, he couldn't help but reach a disappointing conclusion. After a brief meditation, his mental energy recovered to a usable level. Lucian tidied up his cottage, which had been disheveled by the magical impact, then stepped outside and headed toward Aunt Elisa's house. "Good morning, Brother Lucian. Come have breakfast with us." The wooden door swung open, and Iwan's smiling face appeared first. During this period, he had been helping Aunt Elisa at the Alto Textile Guild, and had become much more mature. Lucian smiled warmly. "Of course, I timed my arrival perfectly. How could I miss breakfast?" Joel held a bowl of steaming wild vegetable soup, taking a gentle sip along with softened black bread, and nodded with satisfaction. "Haha, little Evans, you're becoming more humorous. It seems this week of studying has given you quite a bit of confidence. Would you like to attend Mass together tomorrow morning?" Every Sunday morning, followers of the Church of Truth would gather at the church for Mass. Most people made time to attend, but Lucian had always made excuses out of caution since his arrival in this world. Aunt Elisa handed him a large bowl of wild vegetable soup, gently tapping the rim with a wooden spoon. "Little Evans, sit down and eat slowly. Talk while you eat." The meditation and spell casting from last night until dawn had nearly drained his physical strength, so Lucian didn't hesitate to take a sip of soup before chewing and swallowing the black bread. The black bread from Elisa's household was still coarse, mixed with bran and other impurities, but it was much better than his own inferior black bread that tasted like wood shavings, making him silently curse the dishonest merchants in the city. "Uncle Joel, I won't be available tomorrow, so I'm afraid I can't attend Mass with you." Why would Lucian attend church service? Setting aside the danger, he could use that time to learn so much more. At the breakfast table in the early morning, the fire crackled in the hearth. Aunt Elisa set down her wooden spoon and looked at the young man with confusion. "Little Evans, do you have something planned for tomorrow? Have you found work that doesn't require going to the market district?" Joel and Alvin also looked up at his words. Facing 3 pairs of curious eyes, Lucian reached into his coat and pulled out a small, worn white coin purse, solemnly placing it before Joel with a light smile. "Uncle Joel, I'm now Mr. Victor's official student, and he's very keen to waive my tuition entirely. These 8 silver nars, I'm returning them to you." Cough, cough. "You became Mr. Victor's official student." Joel nearly choked on his black bread, his face turning red with shock written across his wrinkles. "It's only been a few days." Aunt Elisa's eyes widened, but she focused on something else. "Waive tuition? You can study without paying silver nars." Alvin stole a glance at the gleaming silver nars in the purse and whispered in amazement. "Wow, real silver nars, beautiful shining silver nars. Big brother Lucian, how did you manage it?" So Lucian told them everything about meeting Victor outside the chapel that day, and about the audition and music copying at his mansion, without hiding anything. Finally, he concluded, "Well, that's how it happened. Mr. Victor wants me to study writing and music with him, and he waived the tuition. Tomorrow morning, I plan to go to his house to borrow some introductory books on common language and music fundamentals." Actually, he was supposed to go to Victor's house this afternoon to make up the hour he'd missed yesterday. But to get out of attending church service, he decided to move his schedule to tomorrow morning. After all, he really did need more books. Since he'd chosen to use a musician's identity to disguise his true nature as a mage, he needed to quickly master basic musical knowledge and notation to make himself look like a native alto slum child rather than a transmigrator from another world. When it came to deception, he was always professional. "Mr. Victor truly is a kind-hearted good man." Elisa marveled. "Little Evans, you should thank the Lord. After enduring so much hardship, you can finally begin a new and wonderful life." Joel gazed at Lucian for a long moment, complex emotions swirling in his eyes, before finally nodding with satisfaction. "I never imagined you'd truly embark on the path of music. Your intelligence, wit, and effort exceed my expectations, and with the Lord's blessing, you encountered such a kind-hearted musician as Mr. Victor. I hope you seize this opportunity and continue working diligently." If you ever hold a concert at the Sacred Chant Hall in the future, you must invite Uncle Joel to listen. That would leave me with no regrets in music for the rest of my life. If I could tell my friends, Alvin added excitedly, that my big brother Lucien is a famous musician who gives concerts at the Sacred Chant Hall, that would be amazing. Just as amazing as my brother becoming a knight. Uncle Joel, I'll work hard, Lucien replied solemnly, though he sighed inwardly. I'm sorry, Uncle Joel, but my investment in music will probably be limited. After reading those magic notes last night, that vast and wondrous world of magic has already captivated me completely. Music is just a means to disguise my identity and earn money for my studies. I can't be as devoutly passionate about music as you are. As an ordinary person with little understanding of music, he only knew this. The church, protected by divine magic for 300 years, had not suppressed alto's music. The city's musical pieces weren't rigid. Many melodies were beautiful and moving, no less impressive than the classical pieces he'd heard in his previous life, with quite similar styles. Joel pocketed the coin purse and patted it with a smile. Little Evans, when you decide which instrument to study, don't hesitate to come borrow money. Hee, don't be shy about it. All right, Uncle Joel, Annalisa. I'm going to look for work that has nothing to do with the market district. With my status as Mr. Victor's student, it should be much easier. Lucien finished his breakfast and stood to say goodbye. After reading the magic notes, Lucien had come to understand that magic was extremely expensive. After leaving Aunt Elisa's house, Lucien didn't head straight to the market district. Instead, he went home to fetch his wooden staff and continued training in the clearing, practicing basic swordsmanship. Until his mental strength was sufficient to cast more than 10 spells consecutively, maintaining decent combat and evasion skills remained crucial. He loosened up and repeatedly swung, thrust, and dodged, sweat beading along his temples. An hour passed, his muscles aching faintly. Yet his breathing remained steady. Good physical condition could not only compensate for his limited magical capacity, but would also make it easier to activate his bloodline power if he ever had the chance to brew the Weeping Soul potion in the future. After wiping away the sweat and changing into a clean shirt, he finally headed toward the market district. Having been away for 5 whole days, the familiar clamor hit him immediately. Different accents rose and fell, faces of all kinds flashed by, and he could even spot non-human races weaving through the crowds. The entire marketplace was like a boiling river, pulsing with vibrant life. Worried about retaliation from Aaron's gang, Lucien remained extra vigilant as he walked. His mental power spread out like invisible tendrils, ready to catch any suspicious presence within 5 meters. If anyone was following him, he would immediately detect the subtle differences in their footsteps and breathing patterns. However, by the time he finished purchasing spell components and left, Aaron's gang never appeared. On the contrary, he noticed that those members responsible for collecting protection fees were now mostly operating alone. The 2 or 3 person groups he used to see were nowhere to be found. Could our last confrontation have made them keep a low profile? Even he found this theory far-fetched, but the gang's unusual behavior still reminded him to stay cautious. As long as he could quickly master more apprentice-level and formal spells, even with their limited destructive and defensive power, he was confident that their strange and clever effects would allow him to escape unscathed even when facing 10 thugs simultaneously, provided they didn't have crossbows or other ranged weapons. For the next 3 hours, he patiently selected items among the stalls, having learned his lesson from being discovered last time. He couldn't be more careful. He refrained from buying any materials he wouldn't need in the short term, and those he could gather himself in the wild, such as Baitsu vine fruits and red-veined rock powder. He planned to search for outside the city according to his schedule. In the end, he only purchased 3 types of spell components he needed most urgently. 1. Sulfur, the most consumed ingredient for repelling insects and mosquitoes during the blazing fire month. 2. Nightstar grass could calm nerves and aid sleep. Purchasing this as a music student was perfectly normal. 3. Ice dissolution stone served dual purposes of preservation and refreshment. He bought enough of each for 100 castings. Price-wise, Nightstar grass was the most expensive, followed by ice dissolution stone, with sulfur being the cheapest. The total came to 1 silver NAR and 20 copper fells, devouring nearly half of his savings. This couldn't help but make Lucien's magic was truly expensive, since acid splashes and frost rays weren't as discreet as the Ring of Chaos and would leave traces that were difficult to handle, and with the bustling crowds in the Adirant district during the day creating a complex environment, Lucien didn't dare practice these spells in his small cottage. He planned to wait until evening and, like the witch, find a sewer entrance to practice deep underground. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he appeared punctually at Victor's door to make up for yesterday's missed lesson. An hour later, Renee, Colin, and Annie packed up their books and left, leaving only 4 students: Lot, Phyllis, Herodotus, and Lucien. In the hall, Victor set down his baton, his tone suddenly gentle. Lucien, do you have a job right now? I lost my previous job and haven't found a new one yet. Lucien shook his head, though his mind was still on visiting the Copper Crown Tavern that evening to gather information. And if that didn't work out, trying his luck in the administrative district tomorrow. Victor's question sparked a glimmer of hope in him. Given your family's circumstances, even though I've waived your tuition, studying from 2 to 6 every afternoon still takes up most of your time. Victor chose his words carefully. Poor people need to work at least 10 hours a day just to survive. I happen to know of an easy job 4 hours every morning, 10 silver nars a month. Would you be willing to give it a try? Not only had Victor waived his tuition, but he was also actively helping him find work. Thinking of how, since his arrival in this world, he had encountered both villains like Jackson and kind souls like Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, John, and this benevolent mentor before him, Lucien felt a surge of warmth. I'm willing. Victor smiled teasingly. You agreed without even asking what the job is? The association's music library originally had one administrator each for morning and afternoon shifts. I was concerned about being understaffed, so I suggested adding 2 more people, and the board actually agreed. Your task would simply be registering loans and maintaining order. He handed Lucien a paper filled with requirements. In your spare time, you can browse through books like Introduction to Music. After you're familiar with things for a week, I'll start teaching you instruments. Once you become a musician with a steady income, it won't be too late to study more advanced theory. The library. Lucien was momentarily stunned. He had crossed over in a library. His soul harbored an invisible library in its depths, and now he was to become an actual library administrator. It seemed as if fate had arranged it all. He bowed solemnly. Thank you, Mr. Victor. This job was clearly added by the Musicians Association as a favor to Victor. Only 4 hours of work per day, yet with a monthly salary of 10 full silver nars. Lucien understood exactly what this meant for someone who had just climbed out of the slums in the past. He had worked from dawn to dusk and earned merely 3 silver nars. Now, he was practically stepping into the ordinary commoner class with 1 foot, which fully demonstrated the weight of connections. Victor closed his pocket watch, patted the sheet music in his hand, and said cheerfully, This afternoon I'm taking Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus to the association's concert hall for ensemble practice with the orchestra. Lucien, come with me to the main hall first to sign the contract documents. You can officially start work tomorrow morning. After speaking, he turned to tidy up the messy musical phrase drafts scattered across the table, the pages covered with crooked yet lively notes. In the living room, Lot smiled and extended his hand to the new classmate. Let me introduce myself. I am Lot Griffiths. Mr. Victor is not only a good teacher, but also a kind person. I hope you won't disappoint his expectations. Lot's smile concealed a barely perceptible sense of superiority. He had originally been quite annoyed that Lucien, an uneducated commoner, had suddenly been accepted as a student. As a member of the Griffiths family, having to study music alongside such people was simply beneath his family's dignity. However, when he gathered from Victor's casual remarks that Lucien was merely being trained as a musician, his rejection immediately transformed into lofty tolerance. He condescendingly offered kindness, believing this would please Mr. Victor and help him become a true disciple. Lucien didn't delve into the other's thoughts. Having already embarked on the path of magic, their future interactions would ultimately be limited, so he responded politely. I'll work hard. Thank you for the reminder, Lot. I'm Lucien Evans. I'm Phyllis Hine. The red-haired girl beside them nodded slightly, her voice cold and restrained. She didn't believe Lucien could go far, starting too late, with too poor a foundation. In her view, this was merely Mr. Victor's charitable act, so maintaining politeness was sufficient. As for further friendliness, if word got out that a noble young lady was befriending a commoner, it would affect her reputation and even her marriage prospects. She wouldn't make such a mistake. Herodotus also said hello. His tone, equally cold and polite, had already found Lucien disagreeable before, and now simply followed Phyllis's lead, maintaining the safest distance. The Musicians Association main hall. Inside the 5-story building, the mahogany railings gleamed with polish, and the thick rose-patterned carpet was so plush that footsteps were barely audible. Lucien followed behind Victor toward the reception desk, while Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus had already been sent ahead by their teacher to practice in the 5th-floor concert hall. The receptionist was a lean, brown-haired, green-eyed girl with a bell-like voice. She curtsied. Good afternoon, Mr. Victor. Good afternoon, Elena. Victor gestured to his companion. This is Lucien, a student learning music with me. Starting tomorrow, he'll be managing the library in the mornings. Please give him the contract to sign later for Mr. Hank. Elena nodded and retrieved the prepared documents from her drawer. The paper listed only a few brief clauses. She was about to speak when her gaze suddenly froze, her emerald eyes widening. Mr. Lucien? Lucien, is that you? She finally matched the person before her with her memory. More than a week ago, he had been here hauling garbage as a bottom-tier youth, and now he was Mr. Victor's music student. Elena felt as if the world had been repeatedly retuned, throwing off all the rhythm. Hello, Elena, it's wonderful to see you. Lucien accepted the contract. To maintain his commoner image, he pretended to read word by word with difficulty, occasionally stopping to consult a dictionary. For just a few simple lines, he spent several minutes reading. As Elena waited, she gradually calmed down, unable to resist curiously and warmly observing his transformation. If there are no problems, please sign your name or press your thumbprint at the bottom, then return it to me. I never imagined that when I saw you again, you would already be. Victor asked with a smile from the side. Elena, do you two know each other? Mr. Victor, you were also there that day. Elena hurriedly recounted the incident of Lucien hauling garbage. After confirming the contract was correct, Lucien picked up the quill pen and deliberately wrote his name somewhat clumsily. Before the ink dried, he looked up to meet Victor's approving gaze. No wonder I always felt you looked familiar. Victor nodded. Your willingness to work hard, the Lord will seize all such efforts and will surely bless your success. Just as he finished speaking, a voice tinged with subtle sharpness interrupted. What success? Victor, do you have all the pieces ready? Lucien looked toward the voice and saw the brown-haired musician Wolf, with his forward-jutting chin, whom he had encountered before. Victor wasn't some music-obsessed, socially oblivious fool. He could clearly sense Wolf's hostility, and it stirred a mixture of anger and amusement within him. It wasn't as if he had stolen Wolf's opportunity to perform at the sacred chant hall. When the board had been evaluating and comparing musicians, it just so happened that he and Wolf had made it to the final round of consideration. If anyone was to blame, it would probably be Wolf himself, who was better at writing critiques than composing music and had forgotten his true musical aspirations. He lifted his chin, his tone light yet sharp. Of course, Wolf. I've just finished writing a new piano concerto that I'm quite pleased with. Would you like to hear it in advance? The word struck like a counterattack. Victor had already registered with the Musicians Association and wasn't the least bit concerned about potential plagiarism. Wolf hadn't expected Victor to suddenly shake off his recent melancholy and appear so spirited. His face immediately turned ashen. He let out a couple of muffled grunts and replied stiffly. Victor, I think I'll maintain a bit of curiosity. I hope that in 3 months' time, at the Sacred Chant Hall, you won't disappoint me. He worried that if he heard the piece early, he wouldn't be able to find cutting words to say, and might even lose his appetite for the next 3 months. Victor shrugged, his smile unwavering. What a pity. I was hoping you might offer some suggestions. Wolf didn't want to get deeper into this topic. His gaze shifted and fell upon Lucien standing beside Victor. The young man wore old, cheap linen clothes with sleeves that showed whitened marks from repeated washing. Wolf looked as if he'd discovered a rat crawling across the dinner table, lifting his chin with disdain. Victor, when did you start associating with lowly, ill-bred commoners? Though his family's direct line had been without titles for several generations since his great-grandfather, he still used a distant viscount relative and a few lords as his credentials, considering himself part of the nobility. He always maintained a cold, haughty demeanor toward musicians of common birth, let alone someone like Lucien, whom he deemed a pauper. Lucien listened to these words with only slight anger, finding them more amusing than anything else. Regardless of the era, as long as differences in wealth and status existed, there would always be people who delighted in using them to distinguish between noble and base. Modern society was somewhat better, but this world that blended Renaissance and medieval elements showed no such restraint, even taking pride in discrimination. To change all this, one could only rely on strength. Victor was equally disgusted by Wolf's attitude. His brow furrowed as he spoke seriously. Watch your words, Wolf. This is Lucien, a student who has been learning music with me recently, a young man with considerable musical talent. The prevailing attitudes and education of this world had deeply influenced Victor. He didn't want Lucien to suffer unwarranted discrimination, and combined with his distaste for Wolf, he couldn't help but exaggerate a bit, even though he himself still wasn't sure whether Lucien might be naturally tone-deaf. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. He has musical talent? A lowly commoner who has never been exposed to musical cultivation or education could have musical talent. Victor, I think preparing for this concert has driven you completely mad. Wolf acted as if he had heard the most ridiculous joke in the world, clutching his stomach with both hands and rocking back and forth with laughter so violent that his sleeves trembled from the motion. The frustration Victor had suppressed in him moments earlier vanished instantly, as he openly mocked both Victor and Lucien, completely abandoning any pretense of dignity. Victor hadn't expected his casual boasting to provoke such an exaggerated reaction from Wolf. Inwardly sighing at the man's unpredictable nature, he stubbornly pressed on. Alto is the city of sacred songs, the capital of music. Every person here is blessed by the Lord and nurtured by music. Even among the poor, there are often excellent bards. Besides, some people's talents are gifts from the Lord himself. Formal education merely polishes the surface of a dusty gem to restore its brilliance, doesn't it? Wolf laughed until tears formed in the corners of his eyes, pointing at Lucien with his voice still sharp. Such musical geniuses do indeed exist. But if it's truly the Lord's gift, the power of divine bloodline should be easily awakened. So Princess Natasha is one, Count Verdi is another, but your student Lucien, isn't it? Certainly is not. If he can become an accomplished musician, I'll publicly apologize to you both in music review and never hold another concert again." By the end, he spoke with gleeful speed, yet didn't forget to add accomplished before musician, leaving himself room to wriggle out later. Lucian lowered his head in silence, quickly reviewing the intelligence he had gathered over the past few days. Princess Natasha was the only daughter of Grand Duke Violet, holding the title of Countess Violetta, title every Grand Duke must inherit before ascending to their position, as the Violet family was the direct lineage of the Violet house. Her musical talent was exceptional, mastering violin, flute, and harpsichord. Were it not for her noble status, she would already be recognized as an accomplished musician. As a knight, she had reached the 5th level of Grand Knight at 25, just one step away from the legendary Sky Knight. Count Verdi also came from the Violet family, being the Grand Duke's nephew, and had composed many beloved pieces. Rather than remaining in his fief, he now served as the supreme commander of Alto's city guard, and had recently advanced to 5th level Grand Knight. Having finished his mockery, Wolf straightened his slightly wrinkled shirt and walked toward the staircase with light steps, not even glancing at Victor, a smile still playing on his lips. Victor shook his head in disgust and said to Lucian, "Don't mind that narrow-minded, bitter, vulgar fellow. Just focus on your studies. Finish your other business this afternoon, and come find Elena tomorrow morning to have her take you to the library. You'll have one day off each week, whether Saturday or Sunday. You can decide with your library management partner. Well then, I'm off to the performance hall." After watching Victor leave, Lucian turned and handed the contract documents to Elena. "I'll be troubling you tomorrow, Elena." Elena took the documents, a shallow dimple appearing on her left cheek as she replied warmly, "It's my job, Lucian. By the way, don't mind Mr. Wolf. Most people in the association don't like him, except for those board members, well, the ones with noble titles." Elena lowered her voice as a reminder. Lucian nodded knowingly and joked, "So Mr. Wolf, who always looks down at us with his chin raised, actually bows his head respectfully to look up at the board members' chins?" As his words fell, Elena couldn't help but giggle. After the light-hearted laughter, Lucian mentioned he still needed to scout the sewer entrance and took his leave. Just a few steps away, Elena's voice called out from behind, "Lucian." He turned around to see the girl with her right fist clenched small, pumping it vigorously toward him. "I believe in you. Even if you can't become a musician, you'll definitely become an excellent performer. Let's see what expression Mr. Wolf has then." Coming from a background between the poor and commoners, she was equally disgusted by Wolf's earlier arrogance. Lucian mimicked her gesture, raising his fist and responding, "Absolutely." After 9 in the evening, the streets of the Aden district were empty, with only scattered drunkards stumbling by and the occasional distant barking of stray dogs. For the poor here, nights offered no entertainment. Early to bed, early to rise was the norm. At dinner, Lucian shared the good news that Mr. Victor helped find a decent job with Uncle Joel and Aunt Elisa, then retreated to his small room under the pretense of studying. Inside, he first meditated, organizing the magical analyses he planned to study later. As night deepened, he quietly pushed open his door, closing it so softly it was barely audible, then headed toward the secluded sewer entrance he had confirmed that afternoon. Once he analyzed for magic circles, he could use materials to set up and cast weakened, auxiliary versions of formal magic. For instance, Minor Stone to Mud could open a secret passage in his room leading directly to the sewers, where he could build a laboratory and avoid the suspicion of frequent comings and goings. With no one around, he quickly slipped into the entrance. The pungent stench and slippery, filthy walls still made him uncomfortable, but couldn't dampen his thirst for knowledge. By the faint glow of luminescent moss on the walls, he navigated the winding passages, searching for hidden corners while recording a rough map of the sewers in his soul library. Passing areas thick with moss, he scraped off handfuls of the faintly glowing fungi and stuffed them into his left pants pocket. Luminescent moss was precisely the material needed for the apprentice-level informal magic, light prohibition. Strangely, he encountered none of the vagrant beggars Korea had mentioned. The surroundings were so quiet he could only hear his own soft footsteps, so empty it sent chills down his spine. Soon, he found his ideal experimental location. A three-way junction. The path straight ahead was blocked by massive stones. About 10 steps away, the left passage led deeper underground, and standing at the junction allowed him to monitor both the left path and behind him simultaneously. It was both concealed and secure. He reached into his linen tunic pocket and pinched out some sulfur powder. He reflected that if he remained at the apprentice level, just carrying materials would be troublesome enough. He currently had only 4 types, which could fit into 4 separate pockets. Formal magicians with dozens or hundreds of materials needed to wear magic robes lined with rows of small pockets. Recalling the spell structure he had analyzed, he extended his right hand, lightly rubbing the powder between 2 fingers as the fine sulfur dust fell like sand. Strange and awkward incantations echoed through the empty passage, while pale fluorescence reflected on his face. His expression appeared solemn and sinister under the eerie glow. Near dawn, After numerous magical experiments, Lucian finally learned and became proficient in 5 informal spells: Eye of Stars, Frost Ray, Light Prohibition, Mage Hand, and Acid Splash. As for the Ring of Chaos, which he had learned yesterday and attempted to cast without incantations, Lucian managed to stabilize the casting time to around 3 seconds. In the quiet laboratory, the dim oil lamp cast trembling halos of light, while magical powders and several runion-inscribed metal plates lay scattered across the floor from recent use. Lucian closed his notebook after recording the latest experimental data and insights, then turned to examine the witch's journal. Comparing his progress with the witch's accounts, he was astonished to discover that his speed in analyzing, learning, and truly mastering magic could only be described as absurd. Excluding the Ring of Chaos, which the witch had forcibly mastered but never fully understood, her 2 proudest elemental spells, Acid Splash and Frost Ray, typically required 3 to 4 days, 20 hours, and hundreds of experiments and casting practices to complete analysis. Yet for himself, Acid Splash took only 5 attempts, Frost Ray 7, Eye of Stars 10, and only Light Prohibition required a full 30 attempts due to insufficient preliminary analysis and understanding. He attributed this speed difference primarily to his spell structure equals mathematical model approach. Informal magic models were often simple runic patterns, with complexity comparable to plane geometry, like hexagrams. After reviewing geometry, algebra, and symbolic literature in the library, these runic models became like high school level problems that he could easily deconstruct. When understanding magical construction processes, Lucian heavily drew upon his previous knowledge. For instance, Acid Splash appeared to him as a miniaturized version of the sulfur to sulfuric acid chemical reaction. However, Light Prohibition offered no such parallels, forcing him to vaguely use reverse destruction of fluorescent grass structure as a theoretical foundation, barely managing to make target surfaces actively absorb rather than reflect light. The effect wasn't bad, though far from perfect, ultimately requiring multiple practice rounds to fully stabilize. This experience served as a warning. He couldn't treat Earth's physics and chemistry as the universal key. This world contained unfamiliar elements like mithril and adamantine, and could use astrology to divine fortune and fate, suggesting its fundamental rules might not align with Earth's. Some spells might seamlessly connect with his old knowledge, while others would require step-by-step independent analysis. Regarding the Ring of Chaos, he could reduce casting time to 3 seconds because he fully understood its gravitational effect essence. Once he grasped the core mechanism, shortening the casting process became natural. After 10 minutes of quiet meditation, his mental energy fully recovered. Lucian raised his hand and cast Mage Hand, clearing away the corroded and frozen stone fragments and experimental debris. The air still carried faint sulfur scents mixed with the lamp's burnt odor, reminding him of the intense magical trials just concluded. However, he also recognized that his current informal magic had limited power. Frost Ray could only cause cardiac arrest or suffocation through brief freezing unless it struck vital points like the heart or throat. A single hit typically caused only severe frostbite, slowing the target's movement and thinking. Acid Splash, due to insufficient acidity, could likewise only prove lethal with direct hits to vital areas. Lucian calmly assessed his apprentice-level spell arsenal: Eye of Stars for reconnaissance, Light Prohibition for concealing traces, Mage Hand for remote manipulation and trap disarmament, while Frost Ray and Acid Splash remained his only offensive options. Though their output was limited, he felt no discouragement. Many spells, while appearing weak, could produce remarkable effects when properly applied in specific situations and timing. After cleaning up the traces, Lucian concealed his spellcasting materials in his pockets where they remained easily accessible, then continued deeper into the sewers toward the outlet near the slums rather than returning to the surface. He had already calculated his plan. To harvest black corpse mushrooms, he first needed to find rotting bodies. The cemetery was likely under covert church surveillance, and while the Melzer Black Forest also contained dead beasts and travelers, it was far away and equally risky. In comparison, the dark and winding sewers offered better prospects. They were crowded with destitute, poor, and beggars who often died without even burial shrouds, their bodies left to rot quietly in the depths if no relatives were nearby. Dead stray dogs and rotten meat dumped into the sewers were even more common. Moreover, the witches had previously searched these areas for black corpse mushrooms and reed rats without encountering real danger, which convinced Lucian to make this area his primary target. For over 20 minutes, he extended his mental power to sense his surroundings while carefully treading on the slippery stone slabs, checking wall corners, drainage holes, and piles of refuse. During this time, he did find 3 corpses, 2 rats, and a gelatinous mass of some unidentifiable animal, but unfortunately, none bore black corpse mushrooms. After rounding another bend, his view suddenly opened up. Here the sewer widened into what resembled a roughly stone-built hall, with a dark river flowing slowly down the center, its black waters carrying scattered debris toward the distant outlet, where it would merge with the Burren River. Stone walkways on both sides were littered with rags, clay pots, burlap sacks, and other belongings, clearly signs of long-term habitation. 7 or 8 beggars in tattered clothes with large areas of exposed skin were gathered on the right side, speaking in low voices while occasionally tossing wood scraps into a grimy little fire. Lucian's footsteps caught their attention, and since he had already been spotted, he simply headed toward the left walkway, preparing to pass straight through. Young man, the sewers are no place for you. What's your purpose here? The speaker was a gaunt old man who looked about 60, but whose voice sounded closer to 40. The old man immediately recognized that Lucian was no native resident, though the stranger wore only a cheap linen tunic. The garment wasn't torn enough to expose flesh and was actually clean, which to these beggars was almost equivalent to noble finery. Lucian smiled slightly, his tone composed. I have a friend who lives in the sewers. I'm here to find him. His posture was assertive, as if he didn't consider the beggars before him worth any concern. In this lawless dark corner, projecting confidence was often the best way to suppress greed. Behind the old man, several beggars immediately stood up, their gazes fierce and greedy. But Lucian didn't retreat, sweeping his eyes over them while casually brushing his hand past the faintly gleaming dagger at his waist and straightening his torso to reveal his not insignificant muscle definition. This made them instinctively avoid meeting Lucian's gaze. Watching Lucian walk forward step by step, the withered old man suddenly began to laugh. Young man, I can see you're not well dressed, and you're gripping a dagger in your hand. It seems you're involved in some unsavory business. Lucian hadn't expected the man to suddenly strike up a conversation. His heart stirred, and he responded coldly. That's none of your concern. The old man chuckled and continued muttering in a low voice. Regardless, you're living a hard life. A young man as hardworking and desperate as you. Unable to afford even white bread and beefed hats, certainly not your fault. The Church of Truth says everyone is a lamb of the Lord. But why can nobles live in luxury, while devout poor believers cannot change their fate? We're all born with original sin. I'm not interested in what you're saying. Stop bothering me. Lucian's tone turned completely cold. In the old man's veiled complaints, Lucian caught a whiff of a familiar, missionary scent, definitely not Orthodox Church of Truth doctrine. Whether it involved other deities or demonic forces, he had no intention of getting involved right now. With insufficient strength, rash contact would only send him to the stake. He simply cut off the old man, knowing that the more he learned, the harder it would be to extricate himself. The old man and several beggars clearly hadn't expected such a direct rejection. They all glared angrily at Lucian, their eyes looking as if a treasure had been defiled. Want to test my dagger? Lucian lightly brandished the blade, his tone calm, but his steps resolute. As he crossed paths with the group of beggars across the sewer's underground river, from the corner of his eye he glimpsed a clean black cloth spread where they had been sitting, with a curved, silver-gleaming horn drawn on its surface. The old man calculated in his mind. What he had said was merely the poor's resentment toward nobles. Nothing substantial had been revealed. Looking again at Lucian's age, build, and dagger, he could only sigh and sit back down. After leaving the group of beggars, Lucian continued through the sewers for more than 10 minutes, the sound of rushing water growing louder in his ears. I've reached the outlet. The Burren riverbank should be just outside. He judged that the underground river's current was becoming rapid, finally stopping before a cave entrance blocked by thick wire mesh. Following a narrow passage alongside it, he searched among the densest garbage for corpses that might have grown black death mushrooms. Finding nothing all the way to the wire mesh, he prepared to return disappointed. But just as he turned around, from the corner of his eye he noticed that several wires seemed to be missing where the water's surface met the mesh. Driven by curiosity, he turned sideways and vigorously shook and pulled at the wire mesh, discovering a sizable breach at the bottom edge. Before he could determine whether it was natural damage or deliberate sabotage, a dark shadow slowly floated up due to his earlier movements. The water rippled, and the fluorescent stone's light fell upon the dark shadow. It was a bloated corpse. Large patches of muscle had rotted away from the mangled face, clothes were tangled with garbage, some parts floating. The corpse struck the wire mesh with a dull thud. Lucian suppressed his nausea and probed with his dagger, searching for black death mushrooms. Hope was slim, given that the body had been soaking in water, but what if there was a surprise? While searching, he frowned. This corpse's chest had been cut open with a sharp weapon, and the heart had been hollowed out. Clearly it had been carved out while the person was still alive. Who could be so cruel? He examined the body and suddenly spotted a tied money pouch at the waist. He hooked it closer with his dagger tip and looked clearly under the light. It was exactly the money pouch that had been stolen from him by the gang thugs, which he hadn't yet reclaimed. Shock overcame disgust as he stared at the corpse's face. In the blurred, rotting features, a familiar face gradually overlapped with his memory. Andre. The answer was emerging in his mind. The more he looked, the more certain he became. How could Andre from the Aaron gang be dead here? Andre's face had rotted considerably, with a putrid stench filling the air. You could still make out the terror and struggle from his final moments. Lucian crouched beside the corpse, searching carefully, but found no trace that could explain this bizarre death. The Aaron gang had suddenly gone quiet recently. Could there be a connection between these two events? After a moment of contemplation, he tore off a piece of cloth to wrap around his hands and forcefully pushed Andre's body into the underground river. As for why the corpse had gotten caught in the wire mesh before, he had no way of knowing, but this time it definitely wouldn't get snagged again. The cold, rushing water dragged the body through the wire mesh and eventually swept it toward the Belen River. Who would discover it next was beyond Lucian's control. Having finished this task, he threw both the money pouch and the cloth into the underground river, then stood up to head back. To avoid encountering those beggars again, he didn't retrace his steps, but instead took a different route at a fork about 20 meters away. According to the path he had taken coming in, this branch would pass through the ruins of the witch's magic laboratory before returning to the original sewer entrance. Just a few meters into the side passage, heavy, chaotic footsteps suddenly echoed from ahead. In the enclosed silence of the sewer, the sound was amplified each step like someone hammering the ground with iron. Clearly there were quite a few people, and some of them were remarkably heavy. Lucian's spine tensed as he quickly scanned the tunnel, spotting a recess in the wall ahead. Though the space was too narrow to completely conceal him, as long as they weren't deliberately searching, it would be hard to notice. He pressed against the wall and held his breath, waiting. A few minutes later, the group indeed passed by. It seemed their previous operations had gone too smoothly. They merely glanced casually into the tunnel before striding away. "You lot, hurry up and dump these bodies down there. God willing, let the sharp-toothed crows eat them all up." A deep voice carried from the distance, echoing through the hollow corridor with an obvious whistling sound, many syllables unclear. Lucian had originally planned to take the opportunity to leave, but this voice seized his attention. It seemed familiar, but who could it be? He quickly searched through his memory of everyone he had encountered. Immediately after, another familiar voice spoke. "Why are you all moving so slowly? Don't delay the important matter." It was that old man who had recently tried to preach to him. Lucian recognized him instantly. "Don't worry, we'll definitely gather enough within 10 days. Boss Aaron has already given orders at any cost." The whistling voice fell silent for a moment, then answered with obvious fear. "Aaron Longsan? Aaron?" Lucian instantly recalled the owner of that whistling voice, Jackson, who had once led people to smash up his house, but had been beaten badly by him and John, losing several teeth on the spot. But from the sound of it, the Aaron gang didn't seem like victims. Rather, they appeared to be accomplices of the cult, and Andre had probably been silenced for refusing to comply. The missionary old man smiled sinisterly. "Please tell Mr. Aaron and that lady that as long as you cooperate wholeheartedly, we absolutely won't let you down. Don't be fooled by my apparent lack of power under God's radiance. I'm merely the most insignificant of crawling creatures. Several of our priests are strong enough to rival the bishops of the truth cult. If it weren't for maintaining that thing, we wouldn't need your help at all." "All right, I'll pass the message to Boss Aaron," Jackson replied expressionlessly, his voice low and somber. The sound of sewage splashing against stone walls echoed repeatedly. Under the dim lighting, a thin man's trembling voice interrupted. "But Jackson, finding people whose disappearance won't attract attention is really difficult. We can't possibly gather 50 people within 10 days. The beggars in the sewers have vanished like they evaporated except for the batch under your control. We can't find a single one." For his last sentence, he didn't dare face Jackson, instead directing his gaze toward the missionary old man. The old man let out a hoarse chuckle. They were swept into the Burin River and became food for the sharp-toothed black fish long ago. The foul, humid air filled his lungs as Jackson took a deep breath and lowered his voice to the man called Scar. "Don't panic. Boss Aaron has already made his position clear at any cost. As long as we don't touch nobles, priests, or those upper-class figures, even if we kidnap others, he can use his connections to smooth things over." "Boss Jackson, have you already chosen targets?" Scar's voice wavered. Jackson sneered coldly, the scar in the shadows twitching with his expression. "Scar, you've come this far and still want to back out? Don't forget what happened to Andre. As for targets, my cheek still throbs with pain. Those two bastard boys and their family, none of them will escape." Not far away around the corner, Lucian crouched behind the damp stone wall, his blood rushing to his head as he listened. Over such a minor conflict, Jackson actually wanted to kill him and Aunt Elisa's entire family. His viciousness far exceeded imagination. He suppressed his rage and quickly calmed down. There were too many such people in the world, countless examples of those who would slaughter entire families over a few copper coins or a verbal dispute. Fortunately, he had learned of this in advance. Otherwise, while he and John might be able to handle themselves, Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, and Evan would likely be doomed. He had to resolve this quickly. If Jackson and his gang left the sewers now, Lucian couldn't possibly protect Joel's family around the clock in the future, nor could he predict when and where they might strike. Only by eliminating this entire group would the other members of Aaron's gang stop targeting him. With this buffer period, he could fabricate an excuse about accidentally overhearing beggars spreading blasphemous words to tell John, letting John work through Sir Wayne to eradicate this cult. Beggars gathered in the sewers year-round, so once the church or knights conducted a thorough search, they would surely find some clues. As for his fabricated reason, with all the targets dead, naturally no one could contradict him. But if he did nothing now and only went to John to report, once the missionary old man and those cultist beggars were captured alive, his presence in the sewers would be impossible to explain. If Lucien didn't act now, but reported directly through John, as long as the missionary old man and those cultist beggars were caught, his visit to the sewers would be inexplicable. Lucien grew increasingly calm, patting his pocket to confirm his spell components were easily accessible. Using their conversation to mask his movements, he crept quietly to the corner and cautiously peered around. At the far end of the tunnel, 9 people huddled together. With so many targets, he had no confidence in eliminating them all instantly and risked being surrounded instead. But with his retreat cut off, he had no choice but to fight for his life. Scar and 2 companions dragged the last body bag to the underground river's edge, dropping it into the black water with a thud. The 3 men held long poles, carefully pushing the bag through a large hole left in the wire mesh. Before the ripples from the sinking corpse had settled, they were already trembling with fear, regret, and disgust, whispering prayers to the God of truth under their breath, not daring to look again at the body with its heart carved out. Though they were all hardened thugs who lived by the blade, the scene of a living heart being cut out still made them sick. Scar glanced at the sinister-looking old priest beside him, forcing himself to stay calm. "Brother Jackson, we're done here. Let's go quickly. I heard there are many water ghosts in the Burren River, and if they swim up..." "Fine." Jackson's gaze swept toward the old man. "Are the water ghost incidents in the Burren River connected to you people? You've dumped so many bodies, and the timing matches up." The old man shook his head, his voice hoarse. "We don't want to alert anyone before we succeed. Alto was once the western core of the ancient magical empire, and certain parts of the Burren River may naturally be saturated with death energy. The truth cult hasn't detected us yet, so don't panic." Jackson was about to signal their retreat when he suddenly noticed Scar's terrified expression. The next moment, he heard a series of strange, awkward, and rapid syllables coming from behind him. 20 meters away at the corner, a dark figure emerged halfway, its vague outline traced by the moss's phosphorescent glow, silent, yet ominous. "There's a ghost in the sewers." The thought exploded in Scar's mind. Having participated in the live heart extraction, he feared vengeful spirits most of all. Now, in this confined environment with dim lighting, having just disposed of corpses, his terror erupted completely, leaving his limbs weak. The dark figure raised its right hand, sprinkling a layer of faintly glowing dust from its fingertips while continuing to chant those eerie syllables. Jackson and the old man spun around and also saw the figure. Before they could retreat 2 steps, all light sources in the tunnel suddenly extinguished. Complete darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. Except for the old priest who barely maintained his composure, everyone else's mind shattered. They swung knives and daggers wildly, not daring to let anyone approach. In the narrow, crowded passage, chaos immediately erupted as someone screamed and fell. The pain triggered even deeper fear, making them swing their blades more viciously as blood splattered everywhere. Darkness spell, informal magic that creates absolute darkness within a 6-meter by 6-meter area, rendering ordinary light sources useless. Duration for apprentice-level mages is approximately 1 minute. Stay calm. Break out in 4 directions. The darkness area isn't large. The old man forced himself to remain steady, recalling magical knowledge mentioned by the priests. But halfway through his words, the panicked Jackson stabbed him in the abdomen, his screams echoing through the tunnel. In just over 10 seconds, 2 more had been killed by friendly fire, and the remaining survivors were all wounded. Scar and 3 others, driven by terror, turned and fled toward the water inlet, unaware that the wire mesh and the ground beneath their feet were all within the darkness's coverage. Jackson, the old priest, and another thug steeled themselves and charged forward, trying to break through the dark zone and reach the mysterious figure. After just 2 steps with no light in sight, the ground gave way beneath their feet. A beggar and a thug fell into the underground river one after another with splashing sounds. At that moment, the heart-stopping, eerie voice rang out once again. The old preacher ran a few steps and finally burst out of the area affected by the light-blocking spell, but stepping suddenly from complete darkness into the illuminated corridor, even though the glow wasn't intense, made his eyes involuntarily squint shut. The moment he lifted his eyelids, a mass of dark green liquid reeking of a pungent stench came flying straight at his face, so close there was no way to dodge. Ah! A piercing scream filled the enclosed sewer, echoes reverberating layer upon layer. Jackson and another gang thug charging toward Lucien reflexively turned their heads to look. They saw the old preacher clutching his eyes with both hands, his face rapidly blackening and charring as he writhed in agony on the slippery ground. Seconds later, he tumbled into the dark river with a splash, sending up a spray of murky water. The agonizing screams were like hooks, viciously tugging at Jackson's and his companion's nerves, making both men shudder simultaneously. However, they had committed too many acts of ripping hearts from living victims. The savagery in their hearts far outweighed their fear. In this death trap, the only way out was to charge forward. The two men were still over 20 meters from Lucien. But after taking just 2 steps, that strange and difficult incantation echoed through the sewer once again, as if it had never stopped. Only one thought filled their minds: run to that person's side to escape the evil magic. In their panic, they forgot the most basic countermeasure: throwing their daggers to disrupt the spellcasting. After charging forward a bit and seeing the mysterious figure's face clearly, both men's steps faltered in unison. It was actually Lucien. The surprise lasted only a breath before rage instantly filled their chests. Jackson gritted his teeth, the gang thug let out a low growl, and both men charged the remaining 2 or 3 meters, wanting nothing more than to chop this bastard into pieces. Just then, Lucien extended his right arm, and a crystalline ray trailing white mist shot out with precision, striking the gang thug square in the face. Thin ice instantly sealed his eyes, nose, and mouth, cold penetrating straight to his brain. His thoughts seemed frozen, and by the time the suffocating sensation hit, the thug had nearly lost all strength. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, clawing at the ground in struggle, finally resorting to slamming his head against the floor, trying to shatter that deadly layer of ice. This scene made Jackson's heart contract violently. The Lucien before him was no longer the defenseless poor boy who could be slaughtered at will, but a wizard wielding mysterious powers, and an evil wizard who would never spare him. Beg for mercy? Absolutely impossible. He knew very well that would only lead to a faster death. Jackson forcibly suppressed the fear rising in his throat, took 2 steps as one, and thrust his dagger straight at Lucien's chest. However, when he was less than a few dozen centimeters from Lucien, he suddenly felt his body grow heavy. His forward-leaning posture instantly lost balance, and his entire body pitched forward. Damn it! At the critical moment, Jackson lost his balance and was filled with terror, realizing he was in mortal danger. He flailed his arms desperately, trying to regain his footing, but as an ordinary man caught completely off guard, he couldn't make any effective moves and was consumed by despair. Had this fall been anticipated, Jackson could have at least thrown his dagger while his body pitched forward, then rolled to create distance. But reality gave him no time to think. Ring of Control, the defensive magic Lucien had quietly cast at his side before unleashing the acid splash, now hummed silently around him, lasting for 2 minutes. Having mastered this spell completely, he needed only the faintest vocalization to simulate the vibrations. So when the light prohibition spell activated, darkness engulfed the tunnel and underground river, throwing the enemies into chaos while Lucien used the cover to silently complete his defensive preparations. He leaped sideways to avoid the falling Jackson, watching with cold eyes as his opponent's frantic arm-waving failed to steady his body in a pathetic struggle. Then, without emotion, Lucien pressed Jackson's own dagger against his throat and drove it deep, targeting the artery with a vicious twist. Blood scattered in the disrupted gravity like thin crimson petals before quickly pooling on the damp ground. Lucien had adjusted his angle beforehand, keeping his clothes spotless. Jackson's defiant cry caught in his throat, reduced to faint gurgling sounds. He convulsed on the ground for a moment before ending his wicked life. The other gang thug had just managed to shatter the ice coating his face. His frozen eyes, nostrils, and mouth made his movements painfully slow. Lucien raised his hand and drew it across, the blade slicing cleanly through the man's throat. In the underground river, the preaching old man finally fell silent after thrashing about for some time, his corpse pushed by the current against the wire mesh. Of the 9 enemies, Lucien had been most concerned about this one connected to the evil god. No one could predict if he might suddenly unleash some sinister power. Seeing him thoroughly drowned, Lucien finally felt relief. From the activation of the light prohibition spell until now, only 20-some seconds had passed, and deep darkness still shrouded the tunnel, underground river, and wire mesh. The 2 beggars accidentally stabbed by their companions writhed in agony, not yet dead. The beggar and gang thug who had fallen into the river were nearly driven mad with terror by this mysterious mage, desperately trying to reach the wire mesh and escape into the burned river, but in the pitch-black environment, they lost all sense of direction, crashing about blindly, unable to find the water entrance. Before taking action, Lucien had prepared for the worst. With too many enemies, he might not be able to eliminate them one by one, and would have to force the survivors to flee through the water entrance to the outer river where water ghouls waited. Of course, entrusting life and death to water ghouls wasn't his preference, but his magical repertoire was limited, and he hadn't yet learned the only area effect attack among unofficial magic, Holman's choking cough. To maximize casualties, he deliberately had the light prohibition spell completely cover the underground river and water entrance. When Lucien confirmed that the two people in the underground river couldn't find the water entrance, he felt things were developing in his favor. Of course, there was one problem. Lucien himself couldn't clearly see the exact positions of those four people within the Light Prohibition spell's dark zone, relying only on his mental power for rough sensing, making magical attacks impossible. While waiting for the darkness to dissipate, Lucien seized the time to recover his mental strength. A single ring of chaos consumed as much energy as 1.5 ordinary and formal spells, and combined with the Light Prohibition, Acid Splash, and Frost Ray, it had nearly drained him completely. At this moment, he could barely manage one more Acid Splash or Frost Ray at most. Time ticked by second by second. After crashing into the wall, Sika frantically changed direction. Suddenly, bright light pierced his vision, and he instinctively shut his eyes. When he opened them again, his legs instantly turned to jelly, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud, trembling as he whispered prayers. Lord, forgive my sins, spare me. 20 meters away, illuminated by the residual glow, stood the evil sorcerer, Lucien. The fluorescent light revealed his young, handsome face, making it appear even more sinister. When faced with mortal danger, some fight back desperately, while others simply kneel and beg for mercy. Seeing Sika's near mental collapse, Lucien's mind stirred as he prepared to use Eyes of the Stars. This informal spell had dual effects, hypnosis and bewilderment. It cast extremely quickly, but hypnosis required about 10 seconds of eye contact. If one attempted to command the target to do something they strongly resisted, they might immediately snap out of it, far inferior to the formal spell charm. However, with Sika already near breakdown, adding Eyes of the Stars would create a combined effect reaching at least half the power of a charm spell, enough to make Sika detain anyone trying to escape, while Lucien could leisurely finish them off. Just as the incantation reached his tongue, a piercing shriek suddenly erupted from the darkness, with mere seconds remaining brief, but filled with nameless terror, stopping as abruptly as it began, utterly eerie. Immediately after, another scream of intertwined agony and despair exploded forth, equally brief. Lucien immediately halted his spellcasting, stepped back to position himself completely within the ring of chaos, and began gathering energy for a frost ray, ready to unleash it at any moment. He sensed the situation was sliding towards something far more dangerous. Sika froze like a wooden statue, staring fixedly toward the source of the sound. The Light Prohibition spell expired, and darkness silently dissolved. The scene at the end of the underground river made both men's hair stand on end. The gang thug was held by a pale hand gripping his throat, his skull brutally torn open, exposing white brain matter that a pitch-black tongue was heavily licking. The tongue's owner was a human-sized monster with swollen, pallid skin covered in rotting flesh. Half its facial muscles had sloughed off, revealing bone-white skeletal structure beneath. Algae-like long hair cascaded to its shoulders, and two hollow eye sockets seemed bottomless, appearing to contain two pinprick-sized pale flames dancing within. The pale hand effortlessly lifted the grown man, demonstrating strength far beyond human capability. In the underground river, the previous beggar's brain had been completely drained, his corpse bobbing with the current toward the wire mesh. Another beggar cowered in the corner of the tunnel wall, and upon witnessing the carnage, his legs also gave out as he knelt down, praying in a trembling voice, "Great Silver Lord, eternal and unchanging silence, grant us your protection." The monster's naturally emanating aura of terror made Lucien's heart pound wildly from 20 meters away, let alone the collapsed Sika. Yet Lucien recognized the creature at first glance: a water ghoul, an undead creature that haunted the Burren River. The witch's notes contained detailed illustrations. Water ghouls were immune to hypnosis, charm, mental illusions, and morale-breaking spells. They were also unaffected by toxins, sleep, paralysis, trembling, and disease. They never tired, never exhausted, needed no breath, and felt no cold. They possessed strong resistance to ice and acid, but feared fire and positive energy. What puzzled and inexplicably terrified Lucien was that, according to the witch's records, water ghouls had no pale flames in their eyes, though this ghoul's flames were merely pinprick-sized. According to the witch's records, water ghouls possess only the strength of an ordinary person, but they are incredibly fast and agile, unlike typical undead creatures. Due to their undead nature, they have exceptional resistance to slashing, stabbing, and blunt force attacks, making it nearly impossible for normal people to defeat them unless they're extraordinarily lucky. Even formally trained knight squires would most likely face defeat and death in unknown combat against a water ghoul. Additionally, the witch repeatedly emphasized that water ghouls fear fire and positive energy. With proper preparation, even a simple torch could burn one to charcoal, but this only applies on land or riverbanks. If truly entering water, a water ghoul's strength, speed, and agility would dramatically increase, while flames would be weakened by the environment, leaving only pure positive energy, like holy light, to maintain its full potency. Lucien had originally planned never to provoke such creatures until he was fully prepared, but now, A water ghoul had come seeking him out. Worse still, among the informal magic he had mastered, there were no fire or positive energy attacks, and the water ghoul before him had clearly undergone mutation. Two pale flames danced in its eye sockets, revealing danger far beyond that of ordinary water ghouls. At this realization, Lucien's heart sank. Mages were far inferior to priests in positive energy research, and even the first circle spell, Holy Light Ray, was merely equivalent to informal divine magic. The only truly usable spells remaining were auxiliary ones like light. Fire elements were notoriously violent and difficult to control, virtually non-existent before formal magic, with only Maris's Little Flame, availably a spell designed solely to help apprentices who forgot their flint to light campfires in the wilderness. To deal with water ghouls, the witch was currently gathering materials everywhere, hoping to craft an alchemical item called blazing gel, something that could continue burning even underwater for a period, sufficient to handle several ordinary water ghouls. As for Lucien, having learned magic for only one day, his plan was to first master his spells, then slowly gather materials, and only venture to the Burin River to test his courage after the blazing gel was ready. However, plans never keep pace with change, and now he found himself completely unprepared, facing a mutated water ghoul in a narrow encounter. Flee. The moment the thought emerged, the water ghoul had already twisted open the gang thug's skull, scooping out and devouring the brain matter like ripe fruit, then casually discarded the corpse and lunged toward a nearby cultist with such speed it nearly left afterimages. The cultist was originally a frail beggar who had joined the cult only days ago and had not yet received his worshipped deity's blessing. Facing the attacking water ghoul, he couldn't even raise his hands before bone claws gripped his skull and effortlessly snapped his neck. Astounding speed. Terrifying strength. Lucien watched with a chill in his heart. Relying on escape alone, he probably wouldn't even reach the corner before being tackled from behind by this monster. Ah! The cultist beggar's agonized scream rang out, then abruptly ceased. This wasn't the first time Lucien had faced such a dangerous situation. Combined with his recent experiences, he managed to suppress his fear and terror, maintaining his spellcasting focus and calmly dismissing the thought of fleeing. He quickly assessed the situation before him. Water ghouls feared fire and positive energy, but it was just past midnight with dawn still hours away. If he used flint to light a torch and relied on arm's reach to swing and strike, given the water ghoul's ghostly speed and agility, it would be futile. Among the cantrips, the only fire-based spell was Maris's Little Flame, which merely produced an ordinary flame about 2 inches long at his fingertip, still requiring close combat, and he hadn't truly analyzed and learned this technique yet. Lucien watched like a detached observer as the water ghoul licked clean the beggar's brain matter, then pounced toward Sika. Methods flashed through his mind one after another, only to be coldly rejected. This was precisely the quality an excellent mage must possess. Meanwhile, Sika seemed to awaken from a nightmare the moment he witnessed the beggar's skull being torn open. Extreme terror caused his adrenaline to surge, his heart racing wildly, pounding against his chest with thunderous beats. This actually helped him break free from the mutated water ghoul's natural fear aura, restoring strength to his limbs as he crawled desperately forward through the sewage-filled passage using both hands and feet. However, the water ghoul's speed was terrifyingly fast. Sika had barely moved 2 steps when the dark shadow pounced on him, its cold, sharp claws gripping his feet. My current spells are Ring of Clumsiness, Starry Eyes, Mage Hand, Light Prohibition, Acid Splash, and Frost Ray. Lucien rapidly catalogued his options. The Ring of Clumsiness was still active, but had limited effect against a water ghoul whose strength and speed far exceeded human limits. The water ghoul was immune to hypnosis and possessed dark vision, making both Starry Eyes and Light Prohibition useless. The water ghoul lifted Sika high and pulled with both arms. Bone-chilling cracks suddenly exploded as Sika was torn in half. Heart, intestines, liver, and warm blood splattered everywhere, while his piercing screams echoed endlessly through the dark sewers. Mage Hand combined with Ring of Clumsiness might work on ordinary water ghouls, but this one is too strong. Acid Splash and Frost Ray are acid and ice-based, and it has extremely high natural resistance. I can cast at most 2 more cantrips. Lucien's thoughts raced, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he maintained his spellcasting focus. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. The material component for Acid Splash was sulfur. Sulfur was flammable and a main ingredient in black powder. This spell essentially ignited sulfur and compressed surrounding water elements to generate acid. If he could forcibly interrupt the spell just as the sulfur ignited, then use his mental power to fling the burning sulfur at the target, perhaps. Within 20 meters, the water ghoul's fear aura had already enveloped him. Lucien's heartbeat accelerated, his throat went dry, yet he still steadied his mind with iron will. The water ghoul held up the half of Sika's body containing the head, using its other claw to pry open the skull, while its blood-red tongue greedily lapped up the still-witching white brain matter. Lucian gripped his right hand tightly around a small clump of coarse sulfur granules. While continuing to analyze the runic nodes of the acid splash spell, he pondered, could he interrupt the magic just as it ignited and directly send it out with his mental power? According to the witch's description, abruptly interrupting the spell would trigger a magical backlash. At best, it would completely drain one's mental energy. At worst, it could damage the soul. Combined with the need to maintain stability while casting the spell outward, the trauma to the soul would become even more severe, with a real possibility of becoming an imbecile. Lucian's mind raced as he attempted to directly connect the final projection step with the initial phase, bypassing the dangerous intermediate stages. Analyze, reconstruct, combine, then analyze again, reconstruct again, combine again. Even for a simple apprentice-level spell, completing this in the blink of an eye was nearly impossible, not to mention the hidden flaws within. 20 meters away, the water ghoul finished licking Sika's brains clean, casually discarded the corpse, and charged toward Lucian. That rotting flesh-covered face, the stench mixed with blood, and the instinctive terror that accompanied it expanded before Lucian's eyes in slow motion, yet with crystal clarity. He suppressed his panic, maintaining the cold detachment of an observer. His fingertips clutched sulfur powder, the sand-like particles creating scattered points of light under the fluorescent stone's glow. A brief, strange syllable escaped his throat, and the surrounding air immediately fell into an eerie silence. The water ghoul moved with alarming speed in just 1 second. Precisely as the incantation concluded, it leaped from stillness to within a meter of him. At that moment, Lucian had just completed the preliminary rune transformation for Acid Splash, with flames manifesting in his palm. He forcibly interrupted the casting, feeling as though his brain and soul had been struck by an iron hammer. Dizziness overwhelmed him, his nose grew hot, and 2 streams of blood trickled down. The flames could no longer be projected by his mental power, but the water ghoul's claws were already approaching his skull. Lucian knew that any further delay meant death, so he completely released his mental control, allowing the flames to expand freely. Time seemed to stretch. A pale blue wall of fire rose before him, both incinerating the lunging water ghoul and scorching his own hand. The searing pain helped him break free from the dizziness, and he managed to manipulate the not yet completely out of control ring of chaos, causing the ghoul's pale arm to drop prematurely while he rolled sideways and backward. Rip! His clothes tore as claws slashed through Thema narrow escape. Lucian rolled all the way to the underground river's edge before stumbling to his feet and looking back. The pale blue fire wall, no longer sustained by mental power, had dissipated, but the water ghoul seemed soaked in corpse oil. It ignited instantly upon contact, its entire body becoming a human-shaped torch burning with pale green flames. It flailed its arms wildly, no longer pursuing, but instead staggered toward the underground river, seeking to extinguish the flames in the water. Despite his mental exhaustion, Lucian didn't retreat. Gripping his dagger tightly, he charged toward the burning creature. If not now, when? Fire was indeed the water ghoul's nemesis. Even its strength seemed consumed by the flames, making its movement sluggish. Lucian caught up and thrust his dagger directly at those 2 unforgettable pale fire eyes. After the first strike penetrated bone, the water ghoul's arm counterattacked, but Lucian was prepared. Taking advantage of the creature's slowed movements, he barely dodged and struck again. Once, twice. After 5 strikes, the water ghoul staggered to the tunnel's edge, less than half a meter from the underground river. The pale flames in its eyes finally extinguished, its hollow body consumed by fire, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash, turning into charred bones that lay motionless on the ground. Only after escaping danger did Lucian feel the full weight of his fear, breathing heavily. He used his dagger to extract what remained of the water ghoul's skull and plunged it into the cold river water, preventing the remaining brain tissue from being completely destroyed by the heat. Soon, the residual flames in the tunnel died out, and the water ghoul became a pile of ashes. Within those ashes, something bright and crystalline reflected the fluorescent light. Under the fluorescent glow, this gleaming object flickered with a faint pale blue light within the water ghost's ashes. Lucian approached and used his dagger to brush away the ash, revealing a silver-white ring. The band featured clean lines with hollow patterns resembling tiny gears, its metallic surface reflecting a cold luster. Set in the front was a pale blue gemstone about the size of half a pinky finger, with points of light floating and sinking in its depths. Was this on the water ghost's finger? He wondered to himself. He then bent down to pick up the ring, his fingertips touching the inner surface. The metal was bone-chillingly cold, like river water in early winter. Sure enough, the inner band was engraved with words in the common tongue. The human heart is often colder than ice and snow. On the surface, it appeared to be ordinary jewelry, but the elusive pale blue aura within the gemstone revealed an unfathomable depth. Lucian suppressed the soul wounds caused by magical backlash and let his remaining mental power slowly probe into the gemstone. The moment his mental power touched the stone, his soul trembled violently, As if swept into a silent blizzard, countless ice crystals swirled around him, with wind and snow displaying spell structures far more complex than in formal magic. It really is a magic ring, and even more complex than Benjamin's holy emblem of truth. This filled him with both delight and relief. Perhaps this is also why the water ghost underwent mutation. With his mental power nearly exhausted, Lucien could only withdraw his probe. I can't analyze it now, let alone leave a mental imprint in the magical array's core. I'll have to wait until I recover. If he were already a formal mage who had mastered the first circle spell, Identify, he could directly identify all first-level magical items. With deeper knowledge, he could even identify second and third-level items. That way, he could read the sealed information directly without analysis and inscribe his own mental imprint in the originally blank core. Most magical items have information sealed within them by their creators, making it convenient for subsequent users to understand their purpose, reason for creation, and so forth. As Lucien's level increased, his Identify spell would strengthen accordingly. According to the witch's records, mages had always been lazy in categorizing items, directly classifying them according to magical levels: apprentice magical items, 1st through 9th level magical items, and legendary magical items. The criterion was which circle of magic their effects corresponded to, or what level of knight ability they equaled. Within the same level of items, there were 4 grades: low tier, mid tier, high tier, and perfect. For example, if a ring sealed a 3rd circle lightning bolt, spell usable once per day, it would be a 3rd level low tier magical item. If it could be cast 3 times daily, it would be mid tier. If it additionally provided auxiliary properties like reducing lightning damage by 5 to 10, then it would be a 3rd level high tier magical item. If a magical item has a permanent magical effect, it is elevated by 1 level from its original grade. For example, if a magical item has a permanent effect equivalent to an 8th circle mind barrier spell that grants immunity to any form of mental detection or influence, it becomes a 9th level perfect grade magical item. The classification system for magical swords, armor, and similar items follows the same principle, with their power roughly equivalent to the attack or defense capabilities of knights of the corresponding level. Lucien carefully examined the silver ring in his hand. Since he hadn't yet deciphered its structure and inscriptions, he dared not wear it casually like an ordinary piece of jewelry. Instead, he wrapped it carefully and tucked it into his jacket pocket. If this was one of those activate upon contact items, it could very well harbor a curse. After securing the first magical item of his life, he looked up to face the bodies scattered throughout the tunnel and the extensive bloodstains, his expression immediately turning grim. Cleaning the scene and eliminating traces, not a single task could be skipped. Most urgently, he needed to extract the brain tissue from that mutated water ghoul. I haven't even learned preserve organ yet, but I've already obtained ghoul brain tissue. He muttered to himself, grateful that ghouls were undead creatures whose brain tissue retained its vitality and wouldn't decay for 3 to 5 days, enough time for him to learn this informal spell. Despite its name, preserve organ could actually keep most materials fresh for 24 hours without requiring any components. He switched to a sharper dagger and cut open the water ghoul's skull, which had been burned to a crispy texture. The deep black brain tissue looked like it was teeming with countless slowly writhing tiny worms, making the very air feel cold. Lucien suppressed his revulsion and retrieved a small pouch filled with ice crystals. Carefully collecting the black brain matter, ice crystals could both cast frost ray and naturally provided low temperature preservation. The work wasn't finished. Knowing that learning magic required enormous funds, Lucien's greedy thoughts surfaced as he thoroughly searched all the corpses' money pouches. He didn't even spare the 2 bodies in the underground river that had been licked clean of their brains and looked nauseating. In total, he collected 33 silver nayers and 52 copper furs. The preacher alone had contributed 25 silver nayers plus several copper furs, while the gang Lieutenant Jackson yielded 4 silver nayers and 6 copper furs. Looking at his money pouch bulging with silver and copper coins, Lucien couldn't help but smile. However, while searching through the pouches, he noticed his vision occasionally blurring, his ears feeling muffled, his head spinning with dull pain, and his feet feeling as if they were walking on thick carpet. Only then did he realize the backlash from forcibly interrupting his magic had torn his soul. Most of the potions the witch had left him were only apprentice level and couldn't heal soul damage. He would need to rest for a while, during which his spellcasting would certainly be limited. After collecting the coins, he switched to a cleaner dagger and began the heavy physical labor of throwing the bodies one by one into the underground river, then using a long pole to push them through the large hole beneath the wire mesh, letting the current carry them into the Burren River just like Jackson, Scar, and the others had done with those previous corpses. As for Scar's scattered organs, heart, intestines, liver, and other parts, Lucien fought back nausea and dry heaves as he gathered them up in a torn cloth and sent them into the Burren River as well. Their bloody scent would surely attract the sharp-toothed black fish, creatures similar to piranhas. By the time he finished collecting everything, he had gradually adapted to the grisly task. even handling the still warm kidneys with a self-deprecating thought that he looked like some dark sorcerer. He meticulously wiped the blood scattered throughout the tunnel with wet rags, then scooped river water to wash the stones until only dark stains remained in the cracks between the stone slabs. After confirming no obvious traces remained, he cleaned his hands under the tin lamp's dim light, tore strips from his damaged clothing to roughly bandage the burn on his right hand from the flames, then hurried toward the corner passage. The sewers were no place to linger at this hour. As he walked, Lucien pondered the water ghoul's origins. While the cult had provided the corpse, the true cause of its transformation remained a mystery. He touched the sticky mass of ghoul brain tissue in his pocket, then thought of the reed-eared rat's sudden appearance, suspecting the two phenomena might share a common source. A series of questions swirled in his mind as he decided to leave the city first thing in the morning to visit Sir Wayne's estate and find John, revealing the information about someone secretly preaching before returning to the city for the Music Association's rehearsal. Finally reaching the exit, he cautiously peered out, confirmed the night streets were empty, then bent down and crawled out. Next, he grabbed a handful of sulfur powder, patting it onto his clothes and shoe soles while scattering it around the area. The pungent, acrid smell immediately filled the air, masking his own scent, while interfering with any cultists or gang members who might try to track the sulfur traces. As a magic apprentice, with the fact of water ghouls gathering outside the Burren River blocking his path, Lucien dared not go directly to the church nor leave the city via the waterway. He could only do his best to erase all traces before returning to his rented room, maintaining the facade of an ordinary innocent musician until dawn while resting his mental strength and staying highly alert. Deep in the sewers, the underground current broke through the wire mesh, sweeping debris into a quiet bay of the Burren River. As usual, every 3 days several apprentice priests from the church would come with sacred artifacts to bury garbage and purify the water. By now, the sound of Lucien's departing footsteps had long since faded, and the moss's phosphorescent glow cast the long tunnel in gray-green light. Suddenly, a black shadow slid silently from the dark corner like spilled ink. The figure covered his mouth, laughing low with both disgust and excitement. He, the Silver-White Lord, the eternally unchanging silence, thinking a different name would fool everyone? It seems that one has fallen under his influence, which is his specialty. Things are getting interesting. He looked around, keeping his voice extremely low. If he wants to project his dissent, the commotion will be earth-shaking. That Cardinal Archbishop in Alto is no stranger to his projections, and his power certainly won't be inferior. Or perhaps, the remnants deep within the ancient magical empire could give him an opportunity? But now that the sewers are destroyed like this, once the church conducts a thorough investigation, his original arrangements will likely fall apart completely, probably has other contingencies. The black shadow shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, I need to modify my plan. There's no need to direct all hatred toward me, as long as the objective is achieved. As for that young fellow, clearly studying ancient magic, yet able to create the apprentice-level flame spell Sulfur Fire Wall, that wasn't invented until 300 years ago. Quite talented, truly interesting. With low laughter, the black shadow twisted and split into countless smaller shadows that vanished throughout the sewers. At least half an hour after the dark figure departed, a shadowy form swept through from the other end of the corridor, with faint black light rippling around its shoulders like waves, seemingly calm, yet harboring an aura of violence and destruction. The shadow came to a halt before the wire mesh, eyes warily scanning the surroundings. The newcomer was a man in his 30s, black shirt, black formal coat, black trousers, black leather shoes, topped with a black bow tie. His hair was slicked back neatly and gleaming, while his meticulously trimmed beard accentuated his stern features. This attire represented the latest fashion trend that Alto's upper nobility had recently adopted from neighboring countries, and he was clearly making a deliberate effort to imitate it. His name was Longsang Yalowin. Any gang leader who had dealt with the Yalowin crime syndicate understood that beneath this boss's elegant exterior lurked flames of unknown origin, viciousness, resentment, and endless rage that struck fear into all who encountered him. In truth, Longsang Yalowin was a knight who had awakened his bloodline power, standing just half a step away from breaking through mortal limitations to become a grand knight. However, his bloodline belonged to the darkness attribute. Once exposed, not only would he forfeit any chance of receiving noble titles or land grants, but he would also live in constant fear of church persecution, forced to hide in sewers like a rat, never daring to move swiftly under sunlight. The ancient magical empire once ruled sky, earth, and sea, conquering multiple dimensional realms and leaving profound influence on all extraordinary professions. In those days, a mage's third circle flight, sixth circle spell trigger, and numerous ninth circle forbidden spells marked crucial power leaps. At these 3 major thresholds, a mage's soul and mental power would undergo transformation, extending their lifespan accordingly. Thus, the empire designated first and second circles as beginner level, third through fifth as intermediate, sixth through eighth as advanced, and ninth circle as archmage. Knights subsequently adopted this framework as reference, aligning their four major bloodline advancement tiers with the 3rd, 6th, ninth, and legendary levels. 1. After Bloodline Awakening, 1st and 2nd levels are collectively called Knight. 2. 3rd through 5th levels are Grand Knight. 3. 6th through 8th levels are Sky Knight. 4. 9th level is Golden Knight, with Epic Knight beyond that. The clerical system likewise adopted the mage framework. Upon reaching intermediate level, most clerics gain elevated status and are honored as bishops, hence 3rd through 5th levels are also called bishop rank. Advanced clerics often receive appointments as cardinals, while 9th level clerics who enter the College of Cardinals are ranked as cardinals alongside spirit clerics. Those without such opportunities retain their cardinal titles. Throughout the Duchy of Wayalite, setting aside masters hidden in the shadows, there are only about 400 knights of official rank in the open, just over 50 at Grand Knight level, and fewer than 10 at Sky Knight level. Most of these knights were members of the Violet Knight Order, stationed at various strategic locations throughout the realm. As a second-tier knight, standing just one step away from the rank of Grand Knight, how could Longson Aaron not feel furious about his circumstances? It was precisely for this reason that he willingly became that important figure's black glove, specializing in handling dirty work that couldn't see the light of day. The faint smell of sulfur, the pungent stench of blood, and the distinctive putrid odor of the sewers mingled together. Aaron stepped lightly on the slippery stone slabs, his nostrils flaring slightly, as his powerful perception allowed him to quickly identify the most prominent scents of sulfur and blood from this complex mixture of odors after awakening his bloodline. He had not only gained divine blessing, but also significantly enhanced senses. Unfortunately, he had only come after noticing that Jackson and the others had failed to return for too long, arriving after sensing danger, and much time had already passed. The ice shards left by frost rays, the blood and flesh from corpses, and most other traces had been washed away by the underground river and garbage stench. Aaron could only detect a few deliberately cleaned bloodstains, brain matter marks, and the charred traces left by acid corrosion. Brain matter, water ghouls, he muttered with a frown. Humph. Since when do water ghouls know how to clean up crime scenes? Acid, sulfur, this is clearly the work of some reckless magic apprentice. If the opponent had been a formal mage, Jackson and those ordinary believers from the Silver Horn would never have been able to force them to leave any traces. More than half an hour had already passed, enough time for that apprentice to handle the aftermath, and even alert the church or certain nobles. Having the priests of the Silver Horn cast tracking spells was certainly feasible, but the longer time dragged on, the lower the success rate became. Moreover, if the opponent had already reported the incident, every passing moment would determine whether they could escape. Longson Aaron never took such unworthy risks. He suddenly turned around, his black leather shoes making a dull sound against the stone surface as his entire figure transformed into a dark shadow, speeding along the dim waterway toward the deeper depths. Lucien lay on the crude wooden bed, pretending to sleep soundly while his nerves remained taut, listening for any unusual sounds that might emerge from the night. More than 2 hours had passed, and outside remained deathly quiet. The cultists and gang members seemed not to have pursued him. After confirming his safety, he finally dozed off in a drowsy state. Before falling asleep, Lucien continued trying to analyze the magic ring, so that even if enemies found him, he would have some strength to resist. The magic ring's internal structure was a three-dimensional model, though it lacked complex curved surfaces and lines. Since Lucien understood the underlying principles of its construction, his recent review of high school mathematics and physics paid off. In just 1 hour, combined with calculations performed in his soul library, he managed to conduct a preliminary analysis and attempted to imprint his mental mark on the core of its magical array. His soul was still wounded, and as soon as he projected his barely recovered mental power, excruciating pain seized his skull like steel needles, causing his vision to darken and nearly making him lose control. Fortunately, imprinting was far simpler than direct spellcasting. Through sheer stubbornness, he managed to hold on and successfully left his mental mark on the array's core. Lucien estimated privately that casting any magic in the next 2 days would be extraordinarily difficult. The troubles caused by his injured soul far exceeded his imagination. Once the mark stabilized, the information sealed within the ring revealed itself. Ring of the Ice Avenger. Its creator was a magic apprentice betrayed by a friend, who spent all his wealth commissioning a powerful alchemist to craft this item. The ring's ice-cold touch kept the wearer perpetually alert and ruthless, with effects comparable to most formal knight's willpower. The daily second circle spell, Palmila's Ice Blade, allowed betrayers to suffer dual punishment through blood and frost. The alchemist left no name, only the reason for creation and the ring's abilities. Considering its combined effects, willpower enhancement to first-level knight standards and 1 daily ice blade, it was classified as a second-tier intermediate magical item. Recalling the water ghoul's mutation, Lucien concluded that the primary catalyst was indeed this first willpower amplification effect. He placed the ring of the Ice Avenger in his shirt pocket, ensuring he could reach it easily. Given his current status, wearing such a valuable ring openly would certainly arouse suspicion. Moreover, with his soul still unhealed and his mental power unable to operate at distance, he could only activate it through touch, and the willpower enhancement required skin contact to take effect. At dawn, persistent dull pain tore Lucian from shallow sleep, his forehead burning with fever, clearly accompanied by a low-grade temperature. He sighed inwardly at how his soul injury had weakened even his body, forcing himself to turn over and put on a clean linen shirt. With no time to cook porridge, he hastily grabbed his water bottle, took a couple of sips, and headed toward the outskirts of the city through the morning mist. The sun still lingered near the horizon, the sky gray and cool, while the moist fresh air helped clear the dizziness in his head. After about 40 minutes, the outline of Sir Wayne's manor appeared at the edge of his vision. Sir Wayne, formerly of the Violet Knights, was a second-level knight. After retiring from the frontier fortress in his old age, his friendship with Grand Duke Vailite, then still a count and leader of the knights, earned him frequent palace invitations as the Grand Duke's military advisor for the Dark Mountains. Influenced by the knight's iron-blooded style, his manor was surrounded by high walls and arrow towers, resembling a miniature fortress. In the morning light, farmers worked with heads bowed in the wheat fields. The manor gates stood open, with two young men in gray knight uniforms leading 7 or 8 soldiers on duty. One had dark yellow hair matching his pupils, while the other displayed the brown hair and blue eyes common in Alto. Who goes there? What business do you have at Sir Wayne's manor? The young man with dark yellow hair spotted Lucian approaching and demanded sternly. Lucian replied politely but without flinching. I'm Lucian, John's friend. There's an emergency at his home, and I've come to find him. Ian, with his dark blonde hair, let out a soft snort through his nose, his gaze sharp as an unsheathed sword. John is currently training with the other knight squires under Sir Wayne's instruction. I won't interrupt them until I'm certain you're truly his friend. His tone was impatient. Either prove your identity or wait until their training is finished. Ian's disdain for John was written all over his face. This commoner who couldn't even read had somehow become Sir Wayne's most promising squire, simply by rigidly following the knight's code. Ian considered this mere cleverness, incomparable to his own proper upbringing and strength. So upon hearing that Lucian had come for John, he immediately felt inclined to make things difficult. Another squire, Dorag, equally disliked John and now stood aside with a broad smile, secretly delighted to watch Ian toy with Lucian, though he would never admit this dislike stemmed from jealousy. Ian believed that a sheltered commoner, intimidated by a senior knight squire, like himself, would surely panic and even beg on his knees. Once the man groveled sufficiently, he would leisurely send someone to fetch John, both venting his frustration and avoiding real trouble. Unfortunately, Ian underestimated Lucian. Having weathered countless perils, Lucian showed no panic but remained composed, his voice resolute. John has a friend facing a life-or-death crisis. If your obstruction causes him to return too late and leads to irreversible consequences, you will bear primary responsibility. Such behavior severely violates the knight's spirit of mercy. I'm certain that when Sir Wayne learns of this, his fury will lead him to expel the squires involved, and their reputations will be ruined forever. Lucian spoke with both urgency and composure. According to John, Sir Wayne was a nobleman who strictly adhered to the knight's code, particularly valuing compassion. If this were true, Ian and Dorag's expulsion would be virtually certain. As for John's friend's emergency, it was actually Lucian's own predicament. To him, this was merely vague wording, not a lie. How dare you threaten me? Ian roared, his face flushing red, wishing he could draw his sword and cleave the young man in two. As a senior knight squire, he stepped forward, emanating an almost tangible pressure. That dangerous aura was identical to the killing intent Lucian had once sensed from Gary. The soldiers behind him involuntarily shuddered and stepped back in unison. Even Dorag, who had wanted to join in the harassment, halted his steps, secretly admiring Ian's prowess. Whether the soldiers, Dorag, or even Ian himself, all could already imagine Lucian's reaction to the full force of a senior knight squire's intimidating presence. Trembling with fear, stammering incoherent pleas for mercy, possibly even wetting himself from terror. What Ian, Dorag, and the soldiers couldn't believe was that Lucian remained so serious and composed, countering with a question. Do you want to violate the code of chivalry right now by harming the innocent and weak? His tone was steady, his gaze piercing, as if he completely ignored Ian's aggressive demeanor. Ian and Dorag began to have the strange impression that this shabbily dressed young man possessed a will like an immovable mountain. Do I need to repeat what I just said? Do you really want to be expelled by Sir Wayne? Lucian stepped forward another half step, his voice stern. Ian wished he could be a reckless villain who could draw his sword and strike down Lucian on the spot, but he still wanted to become a knight, to rise to nobility, to own his own estate. Abandoning everything over a mere quarrel didn't align with his true desires. Moreover, There were many farmers in the wheat fields outside the estate, and with John's presence, framing someone for murder would be impossible. If not for the loss of face, he would have backed down long ago. Dorag sensed Ian's lack of confidence and glared at Lucian resentfully before tugging at his companion. John is our comrade. Since his friend is truly in mortal danger, let's not waste time with this ill-mannered commoner. Let's go tell John quickly. Humph, if it weren't for John's sake, I'd definitely teach you some manners. Ian seized the opportunity to save face, swept his cloak, and strode directly into the estate to report to Sir Wanius for John. He secretly hoped that fellow would die soon. Dorag remained in place with a livid expression, saying nothing. Lucian paid no attention, quietly leaning against the fence. Though his soul was wounded and would normally have been shaken by Ian's intimidation, thanks to the resilient will provided by the Ice Avenger in his pocket, his mental strength had now reached the level of a first-rank knight. Ian's pressure was nothing more than a gentle breeze to him. In less than 5 minutes, John rushed out of the estate, leaving Ian far behind. Recognizing the visitor, he said in surprise, "Lucian, it's you. Who's in trouble?" Lucian pointed toward the dirt road leading to town. "The situation is urgent. Let's talk as we walk." The two jogged side by side for a while, and as John's puzzled gaze followed, Lucian delivered the story he had already prepared in one breath. "These past few days I've often encountered a beggar who keeps inexplicably condemning nobles and knights. Yesterday he pulled me into a secluded corner and said some blasphemous things. That's when I realized he's a devil worshipper, secretly preaching in alto. I originally wanted to report directly to the church, but later I accidentally witnessed him secretly meeting with Jackson from Aaron's gang. Worried they might be plotting something that could endanger Uncle Joel and Aunt Elisa, I came straight to you. If you report it through Sir Wayne, the church should take it more seriously." As a young man who faithfully upheld the code of chivalry, John had complete trust in his good friend without a shadow of doubt. Those scoundrels from Aaron's gang are actually connected to devil worshippers, damn them. I'll report this to Sir Wayne immediately. Wait, John. Lucian grabbed his arm and whispered a reminder. This might be more serious than you think. There used to be hundreds of beggars in Alto City, but now only a dozen remain. Where did all the others go? He rephrased his words, sharing all the intelligence he possessed with John in a complete, yet discreet manner. Upon hearing about the mass disappearance of civilians, John's expression quickly darkened. However, the self-control that came from years of strictly adhering to the code of chivalry prevented him from panicking. Instead, he steadied his breathing and made his assessment. The devil worshippers must have used those poor souls for blood sacrifices, he said in a lowered voice. This is extremely serious. We must inform Sir Wayne immediately. Lucian nodded but voiced his concerns. John, please don't drag me into this. I'm just a commoner. If the devil worshippers aren't completely eliminated and they come seeking revenge, I won't be able to withstand it, nor will I have knights protecting me day and night. I understand, John replied earnestly. He realized that even among the forces sent to eliminate the cult, there might be those who had been tempted by devils. To truly maintain secrecy, it would be best if he were the only one who knew. Looking at Lucian, he couldn't help but feel sorry that his friend wouldn't receive credit for this discovery. Lucian patted his shoulder instead. You should also ask Sir Wayne to keep your identity secret. Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, and Evan are all ordinary people that put them in danger. You'll still receive your reward from Sir Wayne. If I had any other choice, I'd even avoid Sir Wayne. With my apprentice-level magic, if I went directly to the church to report this, I might get arrested myself. Even if I sent a child or someone else to report it, it wouldn't receive enough attention and would leave the impression of some mysterious person in the minds of the priests and bishops, creating endless trouble. At least, if even Sir Wayne, a man in his 60s who's physically robust, has a happy family, strictly follows the code of chivalry, and serves as the Duke's advisor, were corrupted by evil gods or devils, then Alto would already be a paradise for demons. You're right, John nodded solemnly. If Sir Wayne does reward me, I'll share it with you. Lucian waved his hand with a smile. If he's willing to keep it secret, the reward will probably come under a different pretext and might not be money. Keep it for yourself. We're friends, don't worry about such things, and besides, I'm still freeloading at your house. After they reached an agreement, Lucian asked John to wait another 10 minutes before returning to the manor, so the butler and servants would think the matter had been resolved nearby. John quietly calculated the time and waited in place. Once 10 minutes passed, he adjusted his silver-gray chainmail and returned to the manor. Lucian hid under the dense foliage by the roadside, patiently observing. 6 minutes later, the sound of hoofbeats suddenly arose. 8 magnificent horses covered in black scales galloped forth. Leading them was an elderly knight with a stern expression, his silver armor reflecting cold light. Following closely was John, now equipped with full gear, carrying a sword and shield alongside 5 other attendants. Last came a young priest in white robes with a calm demeanor, a chaplain of Sir Wayne's Manor Chapel. The group swiftly passed along the dusty road. Only after their figures disappeared into the distance did Lucian exhale deeply and return to Alto City. As he entered the city gates, he felt slight tremors beneath his feet, like muffled thunder from underground. Lucian speculated that the church and knights might have already discovered something in the sewers. Whether or not they could completely eliminate the cult, at least the city would be relatively safe for the next 2 or 3 months. However, the sewers would be inaccessible for now, so he decided to focus his energy on analyzing magic first. A few minutes before 8:30, Lucian finally arrived at the entrance of the Musicians Association. "Sorry I'm late, just got stuck in traffic." In the spacious marble hall of the Musicians Association, Elena stood behind the reception desk, her eyes repeatedly drifting toward the entrance. The appointed time was just minutes away. Today was Lucian's first official day on the job, taking over the library, and she still needed to escort him to meet Mr. Hank, who supervised daily operations. Although Mr. Victor's backing meant that being late wouldn't cost Lucian his position, it would certainly leave a poor impression on Mr. Hank. If Mr. Wolf caught wind of it, he might even use it as an excuse to publicly embarrass Lucian. The thought made Elena increasingly anxious. Her blonde partner, Kathy, gently twirled her quill pen, her lake green eyes sparkling with amusement. "Elena, who are you waiting for? You're acting completely unlike yourself today." The association's reception always operated with two-person teams. When Lucian had come to handle paperwork previously, Elena had sent her other colleague to lunch because of her connection with George. The second time, Kathy had been accompanying a visitor to the third floor to meet with board members, so Kathy hadn't yet formed an impression of their new colleague. "I'm waiting for a friend who's starting work at the association today," Elena explained briefly. Just then, the door swung open. Winter air, still carrying traces of snow and wind, rushed in with a figure. Lucian, dressed in a dark coat, walked with slightly heavy steps but still politely nodded toward the front desk. "Lucian, you're finally here." Elena's anxious heart immediately settled as she stepped around the counter to greet him, but as she drew closer, she gasped in surprise. "Oh my, why do you look so pale? Are you ill?" Lucian could feel his own pallor. After his nighttime journey to and from Lord Wayne's estate, his headache and dizziness had worsened, and his forehead still burned with fever. He managed a weak smile. "I think I am indeed sick. My head feels feverish, though it's not too serious. Elena, please take me to see Mr. Hank first. Thank you for your concern." This damage to his soul wasn't something any ordinary charity doctor could treat. Well, library work is quiet anyway, especially today with church services. There'll be even fewer people. Elena signaled to Kathy to cover the desk temporarily, then helped Lucian up to the third floor. Mr. Hank was tall and thin, impeccably dressed in formal attire, with his characteristically stern expression. He didn't make things difficult for the newcomer, merely asking routine questions about name, age, and health status before waving for Elena to escort Lucian to the library. As they walked down the corridor toward the second floor, Elena spoke in a low voice. "Your morning shift partner is Piero Sandro. He quite likes music, but he's a bit peculiar in character." She paused thoughtfully, choosing not to add any harsher words. "His way of speaking often leaves people confused, but everything else about him is normal, and he's not antisocial. Just interact with him naturally." People who took these low-pay, high-responsibility positions usually had some connections within the association. Lucian hoped his colleague wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. After hearing the introduction, he felt considerably more at ease and said sincerely, "Thank you, Elena." Soon, the two arrived at the music library, a vast and quiet space that occupied half of the entire second floor. It was said to house thousands of books on music theory and related subjects, along with the vast majority of officially recorded sheet music, as well as archives of every past issue of newspapers like Music Reviews and Symphony Herald, plus a small collection of religious texts and travel journals for musicians' reference. Just past 8:30, the only sound throughout the library was the gentle ticking of a pendulum clock. A slender young man with black hair and brown eyes sat behind the wooden service counter, head slightly bowed, fingertips lightly touching sheet music, completely absorbed and still as a stone sculpture. Lucian's first impression of this scene was, indeed, a delicate young man who would become utterly absorbed in music. Elena called out in a lowered voice, "Piero, well, this is your colleague Lucian, who will be helping you manage the library from now on." The repeated calls pulled the young man back from his sheet music. He looked up, his brown eyes still holding traces of confusion. "Good morning, Elena. Is it Sunday today?" "Hello, Piero. I'm Lucian Evans." Lucian forced a polite smile despite the dull ache in his temples. Only then did Piero fully come to his senses, stepping around the counter to stand before Lucian. "Hello, Lucian. I'm Piero Sandor." Before he could finish, his gaze fixed on Lucian's face. Just as Lucian expected him to ask, "Are you feeling unwell?" Piero suddenly broke into a knowing smile and said, "Lucian, make sure to take care of your health." The words themselves were perfectly ordinary, but that men understand smile made them oddly suggestive. Lucian thought to himself, what twisted logic did this guy follow to reach such a strange conclusion? He finally understood why Elena said Piero often said things others couldn't comprehend. Elena winked at Lucian secretly, as if to say, "See? Just like I told you." Well, I need to go downstairs now. She gestured toward the towering bookshelves. This place is the association's treasure. Make good use of it, Lucien, and work hard. After seeing Elena off, Piero led Lucien behind the counter, explaining as they walked. Lucien, my thoughts are like inspiration, they just pop out. Sometimes you might not understand them, but don't mind it. I understand. Lucien nodded, then couldn't help asking, what exactly were you thinking before you reminded me to take care of my health? Piero made a thoughtful sound. I saw your pale complexion and unsteady gait. Well, Lucien, make sure to take care of your health. As he spoke, he once again wore that men understand smile, though his specific thought process remained completely blank. Lucien felt utterly defeated. His initial impression of Piero as a delicate young man absorbed in music had unknowingly transformed into a guy who likes music but is quite perverted. After briefly introducing Lucien to the librarian's duties, Pierre said casually, this library is only accessible to association members, so there aren't many people coming to read or borrow books each day, especially in the mornings. Lucien, as long as you're polite when the musicians and performers visit, you'll have no other problems. All right, take a walk around to familiarize yourself. I'll continue reading the well-tempered claviritz, the holy scripture of piano music. As soon as he finished speaking, this somewhat sleazy-looking fat man's eyes seemed to light up with music. The term holy scripture in the Church of Truth referred to the most sacred texts, and using it to describe the well-tempered clavier showed its revered status. Even on Earth, Bach's 48 pieces in the well-tempered clavier were hailed as the Old Testament of piano music, while the New Testament was Beethoven's 32 piano sonatas including famous pieces like Moonlight, Tempest, and Pathetic. Lucien was eager to dive into this ocean of books and nodded readily. Looking at the shelves full of books, he couldn't help wanting to move them all into his soul library, like a squirrel obsessively collecting acorns. He walked to the nearest bookshelf, pulled out a book, and flipped through the pages rapidly with a rustling sound. Within minutes, a complete book had taken its place in his soul library. He reached up and pulled down another one. He had barely been absorbed in this activity for a moment when Pierre noticed his strange behavior and approached curiously. Lucien, what are you doing? Lucien smiled playfully. I heard that genius musicians like to jot down sudden melodies between the pages of books. I thought I'd try my luck if I really found some unpublished pieces. I could become famous quickly. Really? Pierre stared at him skeptically. But the most important thing in music is still the fundamentals. Even if you became famous using those melodies, what would you do afterward? Haha, just kidding. Lucien shook the pages in his hand and adopted a more serious tone. I'm just checking these books for damage and making records to prevent future problems. This was an excuse he had prepared in advance. Wolf's stingy attitude made him cautious, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Pierre nodded in understanding, then suddenly blurted out, You're really like a woman. His erratic train of thought left Lucien completely puzzled, so he could only shrug and continue transferring the collection. That day was Sunday, and most musicians and performers had gone to church services. Only one or two desperate souls searching for inspiration hurried through the library to borrow some sheet music. The sound of turning pages echoed through the empty corridors. For hours later, Lucien's arms were too sore to lift, but he had managed to stuff over 100 books and several hundred pieces of sheet music into his soul library. Many of the books were about religion and travel accounts, which he planned to use to quickly sketch out the contours of this world. At 12:30, they finished the handover. Pierre munched on a piece of bread and stayed in the library to continue studying sheet music, while Lucien set off on the road back to Aunt Elisa's house. The streets were peaceful, without any tense or eerie atmosphere. However, his pale complexion made Aunt Elisa feel deeply sorry for him. After an afternoon nap, both his body and soul recovered somewhat, and he hurried to Mr. Victor's house to learn from the most basic scales and notes. 2 uneventful days passed this way before John returned home in the evening, pulling Lucien aside to tell him about the specific encounters from that day. In Aunt Elisa's cramped home, where even the simple wooden table and chairs made movement difficult, Lucien and John sat close together on polished old chairs, discussing the recent raid in hushed tones. The evening light filtered through the window while the tin stove in the corner hissed softly. At this moment, Joel was still playing his violin on the streets of the administrative district to make a living. Alvin was nearby, chasing and playing with children his age, and Aunt Elisa was bent over the stove, chopping vegetables, seasoning, and stirring the iron pot, the aroma of dinner preparation wafting through the door cracks. Sir Wayne told me it was likely a high-ranking knight who leaked the information, John said, furrowing his golden brows and keeping his voice low. When we infiltrated the sewers, we only found a massive chamber left behind by the devil worshippers. They had actually turned it into a devil's temple. But all those cultists had vanished without a trace. Lucien wasn't surprised by this. After all, he had waited an entire night after killing the old cultist before reporting to John. If the cult's leadership couldn't notice their subordinates' disappearance during that time, they'd be better off going home to grow oats rather than risking their lives serving devils. What about the Aaron gang? He asked casually. The Aaron gang, including Longsan Aaron himself. All the main leaders have disappeared as well. We only caught some ordinary thugs who knew nothing about the devil worshippers. John shrugged helplessly. The inquisitors from the heretical tribunal used combined divine arts for interrogation. They rarely fail. Those poor small-time criminals have probably already been secretly executed. The church is always ruthless when it comes to cults and devils. When it came to wizards, Lucian felt the church's attitude seemed somewhat more lenient. At least he himself hadn't been quietly executed back then. Of course, it might have been because that which was only an apprentice, not significant enough to warrant serious attention. Over the past 2 days, he had been immersed in the religious section of the music library, reading a book called The Hammer of Wizards. Written in sacred calendar year 392, some 423 years ago, by a renowned inquisitor, it specifically taught wizard hunters and night watchmen how to identify, track, and interrogate wizards, with content that was both cruel and self-proclaimed as scientific. The book contains several rather ingenious assertions. When divine investigation still cannot determine the truth, how can one further identify wizards? If the suspect lives a secretive, reclusive life, this undoubtedly proves he is a wizard. If he frequently attends banquets and treats people warmly, he is obviously disguising himself to divert suspicion. If he appears frightened upon learning you are a wizard hunter or night watchman, then he must be a wizard. If he remains calm, then he is even more certainly a wizard because wizards excel at shameless lying and concealment. When a suspect is captured and interrogation begins, if divine arts still cannot see through his true nature, the following methods may be employed. If he rolls his eyes during torture, it means he is using his eyes to seek his source of power, that is, the devil. If his gaze is vacant and motionless, it means he has already seen the devil. If he can endure the torture, it is the devil supporting him, and the torment must be doubled. If he cannot bear it and dies under punishment, it means the devil let him die, so he would not confess or reveal secrets. When all evidence fails to provide certainty, we shall leave the final judgment to our stern, just, and truth-bearing God. Let this man suspected of sorcery be bound to the stake, for if the Lord deems him innocent of evil magic, he shall remain unharmed in the flames. But if he burns to ash, without doubt he is a wicked sorcerer. Such is the Lord's will. This religious verdict from 4 centuries past lay quietly on yellowed parchment. After reading it, Lucian's heart clenched violently. That he could still stand safely in sunlight felt like having walked across history's razor edge. He closed the tome, thinking to himself, perhaps after these long years, the church's blade no longer targeted sorcerers specifically, but focused its fire on those northern heretics instead. What was ultimately discovered in that temple? He asked John in a lowered voice. John's expression darkened instantly, as if shrouded by night. He recalled, we night squires were only stationed on guard outside the main hall. Those who actually entered the depths were Sir Wayne, Count Verdi, and Cardinal Salvatore. They brought a squad of knights and priests. When they emerged, Sir Wayne's face remained grave throughout, yet he never spoke a word about what truly transpired within. Even stationed merely at the entrance, John had witnessed sights enough to spawn nightmares. Marble floors soaked through with thick layers of blood, the stench so dense it nearly formed a fog. Beside the great doors lay several crimson hearts arranged in neat rows, fresh and beating powerfully, as if still firmly connected to some chest. They said those had been carved from living bodies. Before this, I'd only heard of devils and evil gods' brutality in minstrel songs and Sir Wayne's tales. John clenched his fists, veins bulging on his knuckles. But seeing it with my own eyes that day, I truly understood their evil, bloodthirstiness, cruelty, and savagery. In that moment, hatred surged from my very bones. I wanted to kill them all, to tear them out by the roots. Watching John's voice grow heavy yet carry strength, Lucian curved his lips. John, have you found your justice? John nodded first, then shook his head. Whether justice suits oneself requires years, even decades of practice to determine. Before, I only wanted to protect my homeland and friends. Now I've added another goal: eliminating devils, demons, and their followers. This desire burns stronger than anything else. Lucian teased. I recall there's a special profession among knights called devil hunter. They walk constantly in darkness, solely to destroy evil creatures. Are you planning to take that path? By the way, how does Sir Wayne plan to reward you? At mention of rewards, John's rigid face finally softened, showing a hint of smile. Awakening bloodline power isn't so easy. Just look at the number of knights in our entire duchy. As for whether I'll join a knight order or become a devil hunter in future, that's still far off. He paused, his eyes flashing with childlike brightness. But Sir Wayne said he'd prepare fine steel longswords for each of us knight squires, real weapons of our own that we can take home. Mine supposedly carries some magical properties, making it sharper, only slightly inferior to a full knight's sword. Mentioning the long sword he'd long yearned for, John actually let out a few foolish chuckles. The two continued their conversation for a while longer, and when Joel returned, John wisely dropped the topic. However, he left Lucien with one final warning. I heard from Sir Wayne that the entire alto will appear relaxed on the surface while secretly intensifying investigations and vigilance. Lucien, since you've had contact with witches before, you absolutely cannot wander around during this period, lest you be framed by those jealous of your becoming Mr. Victor's music student. Thank you, John. Lucien nodded solemnly. John's willingness to share inside information already violated the knightly code he upheld, and Lucien naturally understood the weight of this favor. The message meant that any magic requiring large amounts of casting materials or producing excessive noise would have to be suspended for now. However, it also meant that the cult and Aaron's gang would inevitably lay low, their attention tied up by the city's undercover network, quietly increasing his own safety. Another Sunday arrived. In the morning, sunlight swept across the narrow windowsill as Lucien sat at his desk, filing away his recent study notes page by page. 1. Material-free magic progress. Ring of Confusion, Mage Hand, and Preserve Organ could all be cast smoothly. 2. Other apprentice-level magic and several magic circles. Analysis and construction were still progressing. 3. Soul Condition, completely healed several days ago. Mental strength significantly enhanced with meditation assistance. Now capable of casting 6 informal elemental spells consecutively. In his soul library, knowledge learned in the past was repeatedly reviewed with the aid of corresponding texts. The mutated water ghost brain tissue stored in a crystal bottle was entrusted to the Preserve Organ spell. With daily casting, keeping it fresh, it could remain intact for at least 3 more years, giving Lucien ample time to search for other rare materials. Through reading religious texts and travel journals, he had roughly mapped out the distribution of nations under the glory of the God of Truth. As for the heretical countries to the north, lands of infidels, and dark creatures in the dark mountains, these remained blank just as they did for most people in Alto. His study schedule was packed to the brim, and he only occasionally looked up to chat briefly with Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, Pieru, and Elena as a form of relaxation. In the afternoon, in Victor's music classroom, and in the others had just closed their piano covers and bid farewell. As the room quieted down, Victor flipped through Lucien's practice book from the week, smiling as he gave his assessment. Your musical notation and scale memorization are up to standard, and your attitude satisfies me as well. Next, we need to combine sight reading with performance, then gradually delve deeper into music theory. He placed the sheet music back on the stand and turned to inquire. Lucien, have you decided which instrument you'd like to learn? I'm proficient in violin, harpsichord, organ, and flute, and I can provide guidance on other instruments as well. Since becoming a magic apprentice, Lucien's life had been packed tight with studies and unexpected events, leaving him no time to consider instruments. Following his heart, he wanted to learn piano. His past life's love for piano pieces and lingering regrets had never faded. But looking toward the future, he might need to travel across the continent searching for the Magic Council headquarters, and a wandering minstrel carrying a violin was obviously more practical than transporting a piano. Lot, Felice, and Herodotus sat nearby, their curiosity tinged with faint coldness as they quietly awaited his answer. Seeing his hesitation, Victor gently encouraged. It's all right, feel free to share your thoughts. After multiple trials, Lucien had developed thick skin, and he looked up earnestly. Mr. Victor, could I learn your modified piano? Also, would it be possible to learn violin at the same time? How shameless, Lot, Felice, and Herodotus thought in unison, clearly trying to take advantage of free long-term lessons. Victor raised both hands in a stop gesture, yet his smile remained relaxed. Yes, but it's better to master one instrument first before learning a second. Focus is the key to success. Well, the harpsichord modification turned out better than I expected, so you'll start by learning that with me. I also need to use this opportunity to identify any issues and see how to bring out its new characteristics. Thank you, Mr. Victor. Lucien expressed his gratitude sincerely. After confirming the instrument that Lucien would focus on in the future, Victor rose from the soft sofa while gently clapping his hands, his smile nearly filling his characteristically gentle face. What perfect timing! Mr. Rhine and Mr. Xavier finished modifying the harpsichord just a couple of days ago. Lucien, come with me today to test its performance. He was as excited as a young boy. The tone, volume, and range of this instrument far exceed my imagination, even surpassing all existing instruments, though the sound quality still needs some refinement. I believe it's no longer a harpsichord, but an entirely new, revolutionary instrument. Let this be your starting point as you officially embark on your musical journey. It was clear that Victor was extremely satisfied with this achievement. The man who usually only smiled subtly was now beaming with exceptional brightness. Latte followed alongside, half-jokingly flattering as they walked toward the piano room on the second floor. Since it's a new, revolutionary instrument, perhaps Mr. Victor, who proposed the improvements, should give it a proper name. Victor glanced back at Lucien, his tone gentle. Lucien, what do you think it should be called? This instrument owes something to your contribution as well, so why don't you offer a suggestion for our consideration? Mr. Rhine thinks its mechanical structure is the most complex among all instruments, fully embodying the beauty of mechanical artistry, so he wants to call it the mechanical keyboard. Haha, his violin performance has nearly reached artistic perfection, but his naming skills. Though he didn't finish the sentence, Lucian, Latte, Felice, and Herodotus all understood perfectly in Victor's eyes. Rhine's naming ability was truly lacking. Lucian didn't rush to answer, instead asking, "What about Mr. Victor's and Mr. Xavier's opinions?" Mr. Xavier advocates for hammer keyboard, saying it combines the hammer piano and harpsichord. Victor shook his head with a smile. "And I think it should be called full keyboard. The hammer piano is also called the small keyboard. The harpsichord counts as the large keyboard, and this instrument has an extremely wide range, encompassing almost everything." The others listening to these names almost simultaneously thought to themselves, "Actually, you're all just terrible at naming, aren't you?" After pondering for a moment, Lucian found those three names truly unacceptable and spoke frankly without reservation. "Actually, the harpsichord is also called the plucked piano, and together with the hammer piano, both contain the word piano, so they're often simply called piano." The word piano has both a mechanical quality that aligns with Mr. Rhine's sense of mechanical beauty and implies dynamic variation, which is the outstanding characteristic of this new instrument in terms of tone and volume. So, I think we should simply call it piano. Due to this world's different linguistic system from Earth, Lucian could only reshape his original ideas and forcibly construct these reasons. Phyllis finally heard a decent name and was about to agree, but then realized that Mr. Victor hadn't spoken yet. Thinking it would be improper for a noble to speak out of turn and might go against Victor's preferences, she hastily closed her mouth. The woman who loved to mock others suddenly found her beautiful face flushed bright red, perfectly matching her flame-colored hair and making her look particularly stunning. Lot and Herodotus instinctively nodded, then caught themselves and glanced at her with knowing smiles. Victor pressed his lips together. "Piano? Yes, very good, excellent indeed. This name perfectly combines both mine and Mr. Rhine's ideas, so we won't need to argue anymore." Lucian nearly burst out laughing, finally understanding that Victor and Rhine had been locked in a stubborn debate over naming the instrument and had simply dumped the task on him. The group walked up the thick carpeted stairs to the music room on the second floor. The moment they pushed open the door, silver-haired Rhine was already seated at the brand-new instrument. He wore his favored red and black robes, shoulders straight, his slender fingers lightly touching the keys with his shoulders and arms barely moving. A gentle, delicate melody flowed forth, like whispers in the night or lovers' murmurs, instantly calming everyone's spirits. No one spoke until the piece ended. Only after the last note faded did Victor, Lucian, and the others offer gentle applause, afraid that louder clapping might shatter the tranquil atmosphere that had just settled. "Mr. Rhine, I had no idea that besides the violin, your harpsichord playing was so exceptional, every bit as good as Lady Sylvia's." Phyllis's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushing red again as she spoke with genuine admiration. In fact, Rhine had just used a harpsichord piece to test this piano's performance in specific ranges and volumes with nearly perfect results. In alto, Sylvia was widely recognized as the finest harpsichord performer. Because of the harpsichord's elegant tone, especially beloved by noble ladies and young women, she was frequently invited to banquets at the estates of counts and viscounts, and was said to be close friends with Princess Natasha. This background gave her an unparalleled position in the Musicians' Association. Rhine stood, placed his right hand over his chest, and bowed slightly like a performer taking a final bow. "I'm merely somewhat skilled in technique, but my musical accomplishments are still far inferior to Lady Sylvia's. At least I couldn't compose such beautiful music as what I just played." Lucian's attention, however, was focused on the books in his sole library: Haydn Piano Exercises, Chopin's Revolution in Piano Technique, Studies on Chopin's Fingering Methods, and others. He silently compared the theories in these books with Rhine's recent movements, nodding continuously. Every improvement to an instrument brings changes in technique and ultimately creates new styles. This piano's tone, volume, and range were approaching modern standards, complete with 88 keys and both forte and sustain pedals, making modern piano techniques of various styles the most suitable approach. On Earth, due to the limitations of instruments like the clavichord, piano playing initially involved only 3 fingers. Later, Bach liberated the thumb and pinky, making it possible to use all 10 fingers. However, influenced by the harpsichord's monotonous tone and the difficulty of controlling volume through subtle fingertip pressure, performers could only use ornamental techniques like trills and echoes to replace sustained notes and dynamic variations. Consequently, piano pieces from this period, including the well-tempered clavier, were filled with elaborate decorations but struggled to highlight pure melodies and lacked the resonant, urgent musical tones. It wasn't until the true piano emerged that both compositions and fingering techniques underwent dramatic transformation. Chopin liberated the thumb and pinky once again, boldly venturing onto the black keys, and invented techniques like glissando and finger substitution, even redefining playing posture. Lucien stood quietly to the side, his gaze following the sound of pages turning in the modern Hainin piano exercises. Victor and Ryan had already agreed to officially name this brand new instrument the piano. Lucien, come here, sit at the piano, and I'll teach you basic fingering, Victor called out. Both nervous and excited, Lucien quickly walked to the piano and sat down. As soon as he settled onto the bench, something felt wrong. His height relative to the keyboard was obviously too low. He turned to Victor and said, Mr. Victor, could you raise the bench a bit? Or perhaps find one that's 10 centimeters higher. Victor raised an eyebrow. You and Mr. Ryan are about the same height, and this bench is just right. Lucien gestured with his hands to show him. This height only allows the fingers and wrists to exert force. Once the forearms, upper arms, or even shoulders need to be engaged, it becomes stiff. The distance is also too far, the arms are stretched too straight and lack flexibility. Nonsense, Victor scolded, unusually stern. Forget all those informal, incorrect playing methods you learned in taverns and on the streets. Don't you see? Mr. Ryan also uses only his wrists and finger swears the need for forearms and shoulders. Lucien had anticipated this reaction. Indeed, when Liszt later used the swinging motion of his forearms, upper arms, and shoulders, combined with the freefall force of raising and dropping his hands high, to produce magnificent, powerful tones, he was harshly criticized by conservatives as not playing the piano, but smashing it. Lucien, don't fantasize that so-called unrestricted tavern and countryside styles are superior to proper musical education. Herodotus seized the opportunity to mock coldly. If you can't change these flaws, you'll at best become a wandering minstrel, never a qualified musician. Latte and Phyllis also secretly waited to watch him make a fool of himself, though as a beginner making mistakes wasn't uncommon, so they weren't particularly surprised. Remaining calm as usual, Lucien explained, Mr. Victor, technique and style should match the instrument. According to your introduction, this piano possesses unparalleled volume, tone, and stable sound quality, so why shouldn't the fingering change accordingly? The previous liberation was of the 5 fingers. Taking another step forward now might not be impossible. Earlier, you asked me to help identify remaining problems with the piano. This is precisely one of them. Hearing his logical reasoning, Victor found it absurd, yet momentarily couldn't refute it. Ryan stepped forward with a smile to support him. Mr. Victor, have you forgotten the liberation of the thumb and pinky decades ago? Fingering techniques have always been continuously improving, especially when the instrument has undergone such significant changes. I support Lucien. Victor pondered for a long time before finally nodding. Very well, let's try exploring new fingering techniques. However, if this path proves wrong, you'll spend enormous time correcting habits and relearning, which will be extremely difficult for you. Lucien, are you willing to bear this risk? I am willing, Mr. Victor, Lucien replied without hesitation. What an overconfident fool. Herodotus, Latte, and Phyllis all couldn't help but curse in their hearts. After accepting the advice from Lucien and Ryan, Victor presented Lucien with a very simple piece for sight reading practice. This was a piano primer he had specifically composed for his music students. Due to its intentionally simple nature, it lacked elaborate ornamental notes. When played on the original harpsichord, limited by that instrument's shortcomings, it could barely be considered listenable. However, when performed on the current piano, it possessed a song-like melody with a pure and beautiful quality. While not yet worthy of being called a masterpiece, it was certainly good enough to gain popularity. As his meditation practice continued to refine him, Lucien's soul and mental strength grew in tandem, dramatically improving his memory. Despite having only been exposed to music for a few days, he managed to complete basic sight reading within 10 attempts, reaching the level of noble students like Lot and Phyllis who had been immersed in music since childhood. This brought another pleased smile to Victor's face. All right, Lucien, try playing the first half. Don't be nervous, it's perfectly normal for anything to happen on your first attempt, Victor instructed. Remember to maintain proper fingering and don't panic or move your fingers randomly. As long as your fingering stays correct, you can master the entire piece with enough practice. After briefly explaining the basic points, he had Lucien dive straight in, rather than following traditional teaching methods that gradually familiarize students with fingering and keys step by step. Fortunately, the piece itself was simple enough that this direct practice plus instruction approach worked well for a mature adult mind with sufficient practice. It could be adapted to. For a confused child, however, it would likely prove much more challenging. Lucien curved his hands slightly, placing them gently on the keys as if holding eggs. His eyes scanned the sheet music, quickly replaying it in his mind before his fingertips descended. Notes emerged sporadically with fragmented rhythm. What seemed effortless when reading the score proved difficult in actual performance. First, he had to match the notes in his memory to the keys, then retrieve the corresponding fingering, ensure he used the correct fingers, and only then could he produce sound. By the time everything was confirmed and his fingers extended, the movements appeared clumsy and uncoordinated. Thus, long after one note ended. The next would arrive belatedly, filling the practice room with intermittent sounds resembling dying words. However, the focus gained from years of spellcasting training and the composure forged in life-and-death situations allowed Lucien to maintain his mental stability. He didn't rush the tempo and commit errors like wrong notes, mixed tones, or hurried playing. This at least kept the melody basically intact rather than degenerating into mere noise. Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus stood nearby, listening with smiles. They didn't mock him when they first touched the piano years ago. They had stumbled just as much, if not worse than Lucien. To ridicule Lucien would be to ridicule themselves. The piece wasn't particularly long, but what should have been a 1-minute melody stretched to over 3 minutes under Lucien's fingers. When he finally finished, Lucien realized his back was drenched in cold sweat. With beads of perspiration dotting his forehead, it felt just like when he had cast spells to kill in the sewers. Clap, clap, clap. Victor was the first to stand and applaud, his hands echoing in the spacious music room. While encouraging, he didn't forget to point out the issues. Lucien, your tempo was too slow and your technique rusty, but among all the beginners I've seen, you're the only one who didn't hit a wrong note on the first try. Maintain that composure and you'll master the fingering faster. However, performance requires emotion. Being overly rational will make it lackluster. Rhine, Lot, and the others followed with applause, having witnessed Lucien's debut performance. Yet out of noble pride and the arrogance of senior students, Lot, Felice, and others had no intention of offering praise, especially Herodotus, who held particular disdain for Lucien. As the applause died down, Rhine, an accomplished performer on both harpsichord and clavichord, added his commentary. Your memory is decent. Practice a few more times, and you'll memorize the key positions. At this pace, perhaps within a month you'll be able to instinctively respond to sheet music or heard melodies. However, your hand coordination is poor, and the notes in your mind can't quickly translate to your fingers. This piece is still simple, but later when you encounter works with many ornaments and complex left-right hand coordination, including the piano's forte and sustain pedals, both your hands and even feet will become challenges. To achieve fluency, only rigorous practice will do. At fastest 2 to 3 years, at slowest 10 years before you become a competent musician. As for excellence, that depends on talent. Lucien had been calculating earning living expenses, spell component costs, and laboratory equipment fees through music, so hearing this left him disappointed. He blurted out, Mr. Victor, Mr. Rhine, isn't there a faster way? Victor shook his head. Unless you're a on-scene generation prodigy who can grasp all techniques in mere months. But unfortunately, you're not. Solid foundations and lengthy practice are the proper path. I don't want to hear people say Mr. Victor's student can't even play piano properly. Felice, skilled at sarcasm, finally couldn't restrain herself and snapped, Stop daydreaming. Herodotus listened with amusement, then added with feigned kindness. Keep both feet firmly planted on the ground, Lucien, if you want to go far. Indeed, you're just starting out. Don't underestimate the difficulty of learning instruments. Lot, who didn't dislike Lucien as much as the other two, simply offered this piece of advice. Rhine smiled, his gaze sweeping gently across the group. It's wonderful that young people have ideals and drive, he said, casually balancing his bow on his fingertips with a relaxed air. But don't forget, musical technique is built through countless hours of tedious practice. Don't think my proficiency with the violin, harpsichord, clavichord, and harp came easily. Every bit of it was earned through painstaking effort. He paused, raising an eyebrow with an expression that seemed half joking, half serious. Of course, there is a shortcut. If you could awaken your bloodline and become a knight, your physical control and hand-eye coordination would skyrocket. Combined with your decent memory, you might become a competent pianist in just a week or two. Rhine spread his hands with a smile, adding, The only problem is how long it would take you to successfully awaken your bloodline, probably much longer than a few years, or even decades. Huh. His humorous conclusion drew chuckles from Victor, Lot, and the others. The difficulty of knight awakening was evident from the duchy's pitifully small number of knights. Lot, Felice, and Herodotus were all failures on the path of knighthood, who had turned to music instead. At Lucien's current age, hoping for bloodline awakening was less realistic than expecting to be a natural musical prodigy. As the laughter subsided, Victor's expression grew serious. If you just want to barely manage one complex piece, practicing 4 hours daily for 3 or 4 weeks straight might get you to a passable level, but what's the point of that? Focus on building a solid foundation in piano, Lucien. Lucien could only nod. He lowered his eyes, quickly calculating his monthly income and expenses. His salary of 10 silver nars required giving 3 to Aunt Elisa for meals. Though he missed the delicacies of his previous life and wanted to cook some Western dishes to satisfy his palate, both magic and music were at crucial starting points, leaving him no extra energy for such pursuits. Of the remaining 7 silver nars, once the tense atmosphere in Alto City passed, he would need to spend 5 or 6 each month on magical materials. As for rebuilding a secret magical laboratory glass bottles, Beakers, furnaces, specialized containers, everything cost money. He might have to pour all the silver coins looted from gang thugs and cultists into it. Worse still, glassware was inherently suspicious. Purchasing large quantities would easily raise suspicions about magical experiments. Despite racking his brains for solutions, he found none, feeling a dull ache at his temples. Additionally, he needed to buy 2 sets of dyed black linen clothing, some old fabric, and sewing supplies to hand-stitch a hooded robe for nighttime activities. He also planned to sew rows of small pockets into the lining of a cloth belt to organize different spellcasting materials and avoid future confusion. At this thought, Lucien couldn't help but mock himself. The pressures of life have driven me, a mage, to learn needlework. What kind of world is this? Several nights later, Lucien was once again analyzing Holman's cough using his soul library, determined to familiarize himself with it over and over until he could master it even without the ability to cast spells. The night was thick and dark, with only the dancing flames in the fireplace casting warm orange shadows throughout the room. Lucien sat cross-legged beside his bed, his expression focused and intent. After completing his scheduled spell analysis for the evening, he turned his attention to the subtle manipulation of mental power. Through repeatedly adjusting the frequency of fluctuations, he was delighted to discover that he could now leave nearly undetectable mental marks on his targets. During his busy schedule, he still hadn't abandoned his piano practice. Just as Ryan had predicted, after the initial leap brought by enhanced memory, hand coordination had become his greatest bottleneck. He could only practice that beginner's piece repeatedly, striving to make his fingertips truly match the rhythm. Suddenly, something unusual pierced his mental perception. Something was rapidly approaching. Lucien immediately stopped all movement and looked around. Books and magical implements were all properly hidden away. After confirming there were no oversights, he quietly got down from his bed and secretly formed spellcasting gestures. At that moment, 3 short, sharp knocks came from the tightly closed wooden window. Knock, knock, knock. As the third sound faded, the window latch sprang open on its own, and the window slowly opened like a door. Familiar magical fluctuations rushed toward him, the open-close spell. While maintaining high alert, Lucien also felt a surge of anticipation. Was he finally going to meet another wizard, or at least a magical apprentice? A black shadow swept through the wind into the window, landing steadily on the edge of his desk. In the firelight, it was a tawny owl. As it folded its wings, it suddenly raised its sharp beak and spoke in a hoarse human voice. "Boy, why didn't you open the door for the noble Lord Doro? Why did you make me do it myself?" This sudden bizarre scene left Lucien momentarily stunned. The owl before him had ordinary plumage but arrogant mannerisms, clearly possessing human intelligence. Was it a familiar? Or a transformation spell? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Lucien immediately put on an expression of extreme terror, retreating to the edge of his bed, crossing his arms over his chest, and trembling slightly. His fearful reverence seemed to greatly please the creature. The owl strutted 2 steps across the desktop, wings slightly spread, its voice still self-important. "Boy, Lord Doro knows you both fear and worship us magical, noble creatures. But I'm only here to ask you a few questions. As long as you answer honestly, Lord Doro won't harm you. Tell me, after the witch next to your cottage was burned to death, have any other wizards come looking for her?" Lucien could tell from the owl's stiff and mechanical grammar that it was definitely not a wizard using transformation magic, but rather a familiar bound by contract. According to common knowledge among magic apprentices, as long as they prepared the corresponding spellcasting materials, apprentices could summon and contract with familiars through rituals. Different materials yielded different familiars. Common ones included owls, cats, and ravens, while rarer ones were magical creatures like fairy dragons. Once the contract was established, a close and mysterious bond would form between the familiar and its master. The master could share part of the familiar's talents, while the familiar could borrow some of the master's magic. For example, if someone summoned a cat as their familiar, that apprentice's agility would instantly improve to the level of a high-ranking night squire, and they would gain night vision abilities. The cat itself could access apprentice-level spells like darkness and preserve organs, even touch upon necromantic magic, and gain the ability to speak and think basically. However, the number and frequency of spells the familiar could borrow were limited by the master's mental capacity. When the master was too exhausted to cast even 2 consecutive spells, the familiar could only watch helplessly. More troublesome still, the abilities the master gained from the familiar wouldn't improve further as the familiar grew stronger. If the familiar died or the contract was dissolved, these abilities would not only disappear, but would also enter a recoverable period of decline. For these reasons, Lucien had never made up his mind to summon a familiar. In the long term, it was equivalent to having an additional avatar. In the short term, it could rapidly enhance one's strength. However, his identity was special, and establishing such a deep soul connection with a familiar might very well expose his greatest secret. At this moment, looking at that strange owl, Lucien put on a terrified expression and squeezed out a response. "No, Really no wizard has come looking for the witch, at least? I haven't seen any. The owl spread its wings and commented shrilly. Very good. You're not lying. According to Lord Dualuo's observation, indeed no other wizard gentlemen have come here. Now, the second question. When you went down with the church guard to find the witch's magic laboratory, what did you see? What happened? Even an owl would use known questions to test people first. Lucien cursed silently, then recounted exactly what had happened. The only change was replacing the moment when his soul broke through its limits with taking advantage of jelly accidentally triggering the holy emblem of truth. As for the secret that the soul library had recorded all the contents when the magic books and notes burned, he kept absolutely silent about it, since no one would think of that anyway. What a tragedy this is. The owl Duoluo sighed with intense emotion, flapping its wings twice. Very good. Lord Duoluo is very satisfied with your answer. Good night, young man. With that, it dove out through the open wooden window and disappeared into the night. Outside the window was complete silence, and the owl's figure had completely vanished. The fear and panic on Lucien's face instantly disappeared. He raised his hand to extinguish the candle, and by the remaining moonlight, quickly put on his newly sewn black linen robe with a hood, then silently opened the door, went out, and closed it behind him. The night outside was pitch black, and the slums of Atlante had long since lost their lights. Lucien extended his mental power, quickly sensing the faint, nearly imperceptible spiritual mark he had secretly left on the owl Darun that others would hardly notice. During this period when he couldn't practice spellcasting, he could only integrate the frequency, wave, and radar knowledge he had learned into his spiritual marking techniques. For formal wizards, such marks were virtually useless, but as long as magic apprentices or familiars were slightly careless, they would be difficult to detect. Good. Lucien breathed a silent sigh of relief. This owl isn't flying very fast, and its level is only apprentice grade. Its master is probably still at the apprentice stage too. As long as he maintained a distance within 500 meters from the target, the specially tuned spiritual mark wouldn't lose its sensing range. Even so, following still carried risks. The owl's master might not be alone, whether there were other apprentices or even higher-level wizards nearby. Lucien had no clue. But to make contact with wizard circles and find legitimate ways to learn magic, he was willing to take the risk, deciding to observe carefully once he got closer. Besides, he still wore the second-level magic ring, Ice Avenger, on his hand. The owl Doro, unaware it had been marked, wasn't flying at full speed. To avoid drawing attention in Alto, which was strictly controlled by the church, it deliberately flew low, occasionally circling and stopping abruptly with extra caution. Even so, Lucien didn't dare run at full speed and was gradually being left behind. After 10 minutes, nearly 400 meters had opened between them. If Doro hadn't occasionally stopped to act like an ordinary owl, he would have lost it completely. Suddenly, Doro folded its wings and silently glided into a second-floor window ahead. Lucien quickly slowed his pace and quietly circled to the side of the building. By the faint starlight, he saw the sign, Copper Crown Tavern, above the door and couldn't help but be startled. A magic apprentice mixed in among mercenaries and adventurers? He carefully noted that the owl had entered the leftmost room on the second floor, a position near the back alley that would obviously facilitate escape. He slipped the Ice Avenger onto his left index finger, then circled to the tavern's back door. Lowering his voice, he uttered a series of awkward, strange monosyllabic incantations. Without using any casting materials, a faint shadow appeared on the door panel, the apprentice-level illusion, Silent Portal. For the next hour, all sounds of opening and closing the door would be completely muffled, and he could dispel it at will with his thoughts. After finishing the spell, he paused for several seconds, then cast the equally material-free, open-close. Transparent light shot from his fingertips, and the solid wooden door silently cracked open. Lucien slipped inside, his movements so light that only the rustle of fabric remained. As the wooden door closed again, he immediately dispelled the silent portal to prevent the crimson magical fluctuations from being detected by anyone with ulterior motives. Even though it was a tavern, the Copper Crown had grown much quieter at this hour, especially near the back entrance, which allowed Lucien to stealthily dodge the occasional passerby as he made his way to the second floor. Using the faint light that was nearly swallowed by the night, he silently climbed the wooden stairs and stopped between two doors, extending his perception into that weak mental mark to barely catch the voices inside the room. After a moment, he smirked, pulled down his hood, and walked straight to the door. The room was quite chilly. Smail was half reclining in a gently rocking chair, his toes touching the ground as he swayed slightly to the rhythm. In his left hand, he held a glass of amber-colored Dolan Sweet Winnie, a low-alcohol beverage that was effective for sleep, while his right hand lightly tapped the armrest as he listened intently to his familiar, the owl Doro, give its report. Doro's grammar was as peculiar as always, with its tone rising and falling unpredictably, but Smail was quite familiar with it. Within minutes, he had sorted out the situation. After confirming the details, he closed his eyes in contemplation and asked about Lucien's reaction at the time. Once the owl finished providing all the additional descriptions, he rubbed his temples and sighed deeply. It seemed the young man truly had no connection to the witch, which meant there was no way to track down that gentleman who claimed to be from the Continental Magic Council headquarters. Would he really have to continue hiding? Tap, 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 tap. The sudden knocking interrupted his musings. Smale shot up, his expression darkening as he tried to keep his voice calm. Who is it? Doro fluttered its wings and dove under the blanket on the bed, burying its head so only its eyes showed through the gaps in the wool, muttering continuously. Who could it be? Who could it be? Are they here to roast Lord Doro? A strange, low, and hoarse voice came from outside the door. I'm looking for Mr. Smale and the owl Doro. What? They're actually here for Lord Doro. The owl shrieked from under the blanket, nearly flying up with the blanket still attached. Smale had already gathered magic in his palm, but the mysterious and eerie quality of that unfamiliar voice made him hesitant to act rashly. He said in a deep voice, I am Smale, but I don't know any owl named Doro. Who exactly are you? I am a magician who once had an encounter with the witch, the person outside said in a flat tone. I've been secretly monitoring the witch's ruins, trying to determine the whereabouts of that gentleman from the Continental Magic Council headquarters. Today I happened to see your familiar Doro and heard its questions, so I followed it here. This is truly a tragedy. Doro wailed shrilly. Since the other party hadn't broken down the door, Smale felt slightly relieved. If they were from the church, why would they bother being polite? Upon hearing the word magician, he felt a hint of kinship with a fellow practitioner, but still didn't dare let his guard down. Then cast an unlocking spell and come in yourself. His mind flashed through the distinctions between divine arts and magic. Although successive popes had reformed the foundation of divine arts were still essentially gifts from God. The reforms only made low-level divine arts easier to learn and granted more new spells. The magical fluctuations when priests and magicians cast spells were vastly different, and careful observation could distinguish between them. Magical fluctuations immediately surged from outside the door. Smale determined it was an unlocking spell and secretly planned to strike first while the other party was still in the brief recovery period after completing the spell, seizing the initiative. However, as soon as the door hinge began to turn, an extremely cold and terrifying magical aura rushed toward him, like a powerful spell ready to be unleashed, yet deliberately leaked by the other party to make it impossible to ignore. Formal magic? Smale immediately understood that this aura was far beyond any apprentice-level magic. Are you a formal magician? He asked in a low voice, unable to hide his shock. The door opened completely. A mysterious figure in a black robe stood in the doorway, his hood casting his features deep in shadow, with all the cold pressure emanating from him, as if he could freeze the entire room at any moment. And Lucien could also clearly see this magic apprenticite was indeed the gloomy man with the hooked nose and black tight-fitting long coat he had seen before at the Copper Crown Tavern. Smale gazed at this mysterious sorcerer, shrouded entirely in black robes, watching as the shadow cast by his hood covered the entire lower half of his face. He immediately felt an indescribable coldness and sinister aura emanating from the figure, dark and terrifying like an endless abyss, creating immense pressure. If not for knowing this was necessary attire under the church's control, Smale might have mistaken him for one of those ancient dark mages who specialized in forbidden magic. After donning the Frost Avenger, Lucien immediately felt a bone-piercing chill seep through his arm into his flesh. Within the cold came an unprecedented clarity, his soul frozen free of all distracting thoughts, his will as solid and immovable as heavy stone. Any apprentice-level spells targeting the soul, will, spirit, or mind seemed blocked by an invisible wall of ice. He gently contained this frigid power, leaving only a small portion to swirl around him, mimicking the aura of a formal knight and making the very air seem to freeze. He pushed open the door and entered with calm, silent steps, casually closing it behind him with movements as natural as returning to his own home. Smale gripped his staff tightly, his gaze following every step. Lucien selected a wooden stool in the center of the room and sat down without ceremony, acting as though the homeowner meant nothing to him. Only after settling did he speak in a deliberately distorted voice. Several weeks ago, I happened to meet a witch. She told me there was a mage from the Continental Magic Council headquarters in Alto. I had long awaited such news, so we arranged a time for me to visit. You must understand how agonizing it is to constantly hide and live in fear of discovery by the church. I yearned to go somewhere I could study magic freely. Unfortunately, before our appointed meeting, the church burned her at the stake. Fearing the church might be watching, I lurked near her ruins, planning to wait until things calmed down before seeking out that young man named Lucien. Instead, I first encountered your owl, Doro. He paused here, offering no response to Smale's earlier probe about whether he was a formal mage, as if he hadn't heard the question at all. As for the apprentice gathering Smale had mentioned, the witch had never recorded it in her magical notes. Those notes focused more on personal study insights, and she considered such gatherings too commonplace to warrant documentation. having gained neither the information nor materials she sought. After hearing Lucien's account, Smale released a long breath. Their shared experiences, the same fears and longings, instantly brought them closer together. Magic apprentices and mages in Alto were like desperate souls struggling in dire circumstances upon meeting their own kind. Their first instinct was to join hands and help each other. Besides, if a true formal mage intended murder and robbery, he could have acted directly earlier. How could Smale possibly resist? If he truly meant to kill and steal, he could have simply struck immediately. There was no way to defend against formal magic. He carefully chose his words and spoke urgently. Master Mage, as you can see, I've known the witch for several months and invited her to join our secret gatherings of Alto's magic apprentices. About a month ago, she suddenly told us that she had met a peculiar, formal mage and wanted to get closer to him. If he proved trustworthy, she would introduce him to our group. Soon after, she joyfully informed us that he was an official mage from the Continental Magic Council headquarters, where one could study magic openly and freely. Smale's knuckles turned slightly white from gripping tightly as he spoke, as if afraid of missing any detail. At that time, all of us apprentices were so shocked by this news that we couldn't speak. We immediately asked her to invite that gentleman to our next gathering. We were equally tired of hiding and constantly fearing discovery by the church, all hoping to reach the Continental Magic Council headquarters through this mage's help. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice further. But that gentleman couldn't attend the first time due to urgent matters, only sending an arcane journal through the Witch-On issue from 25 years ago. Looking at those profound papers that were almost impossible to understand, we truly believed in the existence of the Continental Magic Council. Smale's gaze wandered in the air, as if recalling those pages densely packed with symbols. We immediately arranged a second meeting, but before the appointed day arrived, news of the witch's burning spread throughout the Purple Lily district. Only I knew her identity, so I first confirmed that the church hadn't cast suspicion on me, then immediately moved away from the Purple Lily district and took residence in this Copper Crown Inn, making it convenient to closely monitor any clues the witch might have left behind, and also to find the whereabouts of that official mage. He spread his hands, his face full of helplessness. Fearing the church's secret surveillance, I forced myself to wait until today before daring to act. Lucien had been listening quietly, noticing Smale's constantly changing expressions during his narration. Initial excitement, subsequent shock, and the dismay and loss upon learning the terrible news layer upon layer, without a trace of pretense. He nodded silently, judging that what the other said was largely true, yet he couldn't help feeling disappointed. Had hoped to learn more details about the Continental Magic Council from Smale. With his emotions somewhat settled, Lucien said slowly, "What a pity. Perhaps the witch was captured by the church precisely when meeting with that mage. In comparison, a magic apprentice's activities couldn't possibly attract such serious attention from the church." Smale slumped his shoulders and nodded gently. "I think so too. What a pity indeed." Disappointment nearly overflowed from his eyes. The owl Duoluo flapped its wings, its voice sharp and urgent. "This is simply a tragedy. By the way, where is that arcane journal you mentioned? May I have a look?" Lucien's tone was calm yet probing. "That journal is also very important to me." Smale showed a bitter smile. "Master Mage, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. We take turns keeping the journal, and it's not currently in my possession. To be honest, I recognize every single word in it, but when put together, I can't understand it at all. Only a formal mage like yourself could truly comprehend it." He looked up at Lucien with some hope. "If you don't mind, why not join our secret gathering? You'll be able to see it then." After revealing his situation, Smale noticed that this formal magician showed no dangerous behavior despite possessing overwhelming power. This convinced Smale that he could trust this person wasn't one of those cruel, malicious, evil magicians with ulterior motives. Emboldened, Smale boldly invited Lucien to join their secret gathering. If he could seek guidance from this distinguished magician, some of his magical difficulties might find perfect solutions, allowing his own abilities to grow. Lucien nodded slightly, his fingertips brushing against the Ice Avenger ring beneath his sleeve. The ring's cool touch helped calm his nerves as long as he wore it. He possessed a measure of self-protection. Exchanging knowledge with other magicians and apprentices would greatly benefit his magical studies. Moreover, the church's oppressive rule naturally drew practitioners together, making this gathering's risks worth taking. He spoke up. "What exactly do you do at these secret meetings?" Though his voice under the black robe remained calm, Smale lit up like kindling, his spirits soaring as he eagerly explained. Alto was once the final stronghold of the ancient Sylvanus magic empire. Even now, many magicians remain hidden here, secretly teaching apprentices and preserving the tradition. Because of this reputation, apprentices from across the Veilite Principality who stumble upon magical inheritance often journey here, seeking crucial materials or guidance. Under the church's strict surveillance, we initially struggled to find each other. Later, we began encountering one another by chance while purchasing materials or exploring nearby ruins, which led to exchanging secret contact methods. Over time, several independent magical circles formed in Alto. Each circle holds regular secret gatherings to exchange materials and discuss challenging problems. He deliberately lowered his voice. Our apprentice circle formed 7 or 8 years ago when several magical apprentices met while adventuring deep in the Melzer Black Forest. Since then, we've held secret meetings every 2 weeks. The original members gradually brought in people they trusted. The more people we have, the easier it becomes to find needed materials, spells, magic circles, or potions, and we can discuss problems more effectively. During gatherings, everyone wears cloaks and conceals their faces like you do. Aside from whoever introduced them, no one knows anyone else's true identity or whether they belong to other circles. Smale looked up at Lucian with sincere conviction. If you're willing to join, with your abilities, you'd certainly become a core member. I can handle the introduction and vouch for you. He recalled items he'd seen at gatherings, apprentice-level magical artifacts, and some members even brought formal magical items obtained from ancient inheritances. This made him slightly question the true extent of the black-robed magician's power. However, the man's ability to silently track his familiar duo Luo and find him undetected still convinced Smale to regard him as a formal magician at worst. He could verify this through the man's insights into magical problems during the gathering. Knowledge would always remain the best standard for judging a magician's true strength. The need for magical materials, potions, and that arcane journal strengthened Lucian's resolve to attend this secret gathering of magic apprentices. When and where do you hold your meetings? He asked in a lowered voice, then added, my magical laboratory was completely destroyed not long ago. I need a whole new set of experimental equipment. If you can prepare them in advance, I'd be happy to attend. Smale sat across from him, forcing what seemed like a friendly smile. His hooked nose and gloomy demeanor made the expression appear rather strained. This Saturday night, Smale replied. We'll hold the gathering, but we haven't finalized which section of the sewers yet. Master Mage, please leave your contact information. Once we confirm the location on Friday night, I'll notify you directly. Don't go to the sewers. Lucian's voice was hoarse and clipped. Something big happened recently, and the church is monitoring that area closely. Don't ask what happened, and don't ask how I know. Smale's eyes widened, and a chill ran down his spine. If he hadn't encountered this mysterious mage, he and his companions would likely have walked straight into the church's hands. Trust spread through his heart like warm water, significantly weakening his wariness. Then we'll change locations. Once you've decided on the place and time, draw a mark on the wall corner of the 8th house across from the witch ruins. I'll see it. Lucian continued. That house was right next to Annalise's home. Since Lucian went there for meals every day, he could easily spot the wall corner just by looking up. No need for deliberate observation. Understood. Smale nodded quickly. Let's agree on what the marks mean. Also, what should I call you? A code name is fine. The two quickly settled on simple graphic codes and exchanged names and passwords. Finally, Lucian stood up and brushed the dust off his black robe. Call me Professor, he said, walking to the door and turning back to add. I'm currently working on a necromancy experiment and need black corpse mushrooms and wraith dust. You can prepare those in advance too. Professor? What does that mean? Smale watched as Lucian turned the door handle. The door closed silently behind him, like the end of an ordinary visit between friends. Smale rolled the unfamiliar title around in his mouth to simple words joined together, yet he couldn't deduce anything about the man's true identity from this designation. After gently closing Smale's door, Lucian gathered his mental power and carefully twisted the nearly imperceptible mark on the owl Doro's surface, altering its structure and frequency until it completely disintegrated. Once he left, Smale would surely examine Doro from head to toe, trying to discover the reason for being tracked. Lucian didn't want to expose his unique mental power techniques so soon. He still cautiously made his way to the back door, cast Silent Portal, followed by Open Close, and slipped out of the Copper Crown Tavern without a sound. Then he took a considerable detour before returning to his small rented room. Lying in bed, Lucian felt a sense of security for the first time in Alto, where church forces held sway. Meeting a fellow magic apprentice was like having someone offer an umbrella in a storm. Even though the path ahead remained dangerous, at least he no longer had to walk alone. If even Smale was an apprentice, how many true magicians remained hidden in this city? Over the following days, he organized his life with meticulous precision. 1. Rise at dawn and spend exactly 1 hour training his body and swordsmanship. 2. Go to work at the library, alternately reading religious texts, travel journals, music theory books, or analyzing spells and magic circles in the Soul Library. 3. Compress language study to 1 hour in the afternoon, then join Lot and Felice in reading music and studying theory. 4. Begin piano practice promptly at 4 o'clock, repeating pieces until he met his daily standards. 5. Dedicate the entire evening to magical research, allowing nothing to distract him. Though Pierre's behavior was vulgar, once he immersed himself in music, he became as quiet as air. Wolf had been invited by some count to perform at his estate. The remaining musicians and performers were neither friends nor had the energy to trouble him. The library was therefore exceptionally peaceful, and Lucien's days passed pleasantly. His only small regret was not yet meeting Sylvia, known as the Lily of Music, the 24-year-old unmarried female musician. Pierre praised her beauty endlessly, as if a gentle and elegant goddess had descended to earth. Lucien was merely curious, stirred by this fervent emotion, but Sylvia specialized in the harpsichord and spent her time moving between the music rooms of noble ladies and wives, rarely setting foot in the Musicians' Association. Piano practice was true drudgery. By 6 o'clock each evening, sweat had soaked through his shirt, his arms and fingers ached and trembled, yet he still relied on sheer willpower to play through the pieces several more times. Only when he pressed the final note would he whisper his lament. Playing piano was indeed physical labor. Friday evening, he went to Aunt Elisa's house for dinner. Before entering, he suddenly noticed some simple figures on an inconspicuous brick surface at the corner of the neighboring wall, like a child's random scribbles, but clearly new additions. Obviously, it was coded language. The message was clear and direct. Saturday night at 10 o'clock. Wait for me in front of the 6th abandoned house at the easternmost end of the Adrian district. Owl. Owl was Smale's code name. Lucien glanced casually at the content, deciphering it effortlessly while maintaining his composed expression and steady pace as he entered Aunt Elisa's house. At 9:30 the following evening, thick clouds devoured the gentle silver moon and brilliant stars, making the night feel particularly oppressive. Lucien donned a black hooded robe, methodically checking the location and quantity of his magical materials before slipping the Ice Avenger ring onto his left index finger. After confirming no unusual activity in the vicinity, he silently pushed open the door and quickly melted into the pitch-black night. Humid, stifling warm air swept along the cobblestone streets as he spent roughly 20 minutes walking to the easternmost edge of the Atlantic district, locating the long-abandoned house. Suddenly, the hooting of an owl echoed through the air. Lucien immediately turned toward a tall willow tree nearby. Smile stood in the tree's shadow, wearing an identical black robe with his hood pulled back to reveal his identity. The owl Doro perched leisurely on a branch, vigilantly surveying the surroundings and standing guard for the gathering inside. Professor, it's our honor that you've come to join our meeting, Smile said, pulling his hood back down, his voice low but excited. I've already told the other members about your accomplishments. They're delighted and hope to consult you on some magical problems. Of course, compensation won't be lacking. Magical problems? Lucien chuckled inwardly, clearly realizing they didn't entirely believe he was a formal magician. Although the witch had only translated one formal spell for him, his analysis of the Ice Avenger ring gave him confidence that his knowledge surpassed most magical apprentices. Very well. I specialize in astrology and elemental magic. If the questions fall within these areas, I believe I can provide answers. Hearing this confident response, Smile became more convinced of his identity. Professor, please follow me. Under the cover of night, the black robes nearly merged with the shadows. The abandoned house stood just a dozen steps away, and Lucien followed Smile briskly to the entrance. Knock, 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 knock. Smile rapped on the wooden door in a peculiar rhythm, then hooted twice like an owl. About 5 seconds later, the decrepit wooden door creaked open slowly. Another black-robed figure stood inside, deliberately making his voice hoarse. Owl, is this the professor? Yes, Smile replied in an equally low tone. Professor, this is Firewolf. Lucien nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Hello. His left hand remained hidden within his wide sleeve, the Ice Avenger ready to strike. Passing through the cramped living room and another weathered wooden door, the three arrived at a storage room. A staircase leading downward appeared before them. An underground chamber. Lucien's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized. Why was he so fixated on building a magical laboratory in the sewers? He could easily excavate a private underground chamber beneath the surface. There was more than just the sewer system. When the time comes, I can conduct small-scale magical experiments and spell-casting practice with minimal disturbance and magical fluctuations in the basement. For those larger-scale experiments, I can find a secluded spot in the Melzer Black Forest and build a complete underground laboratory there, conducting experiments once a week. The basement space was cramped, with damp, cold, and rough walls. 11 low stools were neatly arranged around a central long table. On the table's surface, 2 candles flickered, their pale yellow flames casting dancing shadows across the faces of 8 magic apprentices clad in black robes with black hoods, making their features appear and disappear in the dim light. The air was filled with the cool scent of melting wax. Lucien descended the stairs with caution and vigilance, his boots echoing softly against the stone steps. Once he reached the bottom, Firewolf and Smile quickly worked together to close the heavy iron door at the entrance. The bolt clanged shut, sealing them off from the outside world. They then each found empty stools and sat down. Smile rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across everyone present as he spoke in a low, clear voice. Everyone, this is Professor, a formal magician with vast knowledge and formidable power. He then introduced each person to Lucien one by one. This is white honey, morning star, reindeer, white gloves, oak tree, sage, Mercury, and hanged man. Lucian nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Pleased to meet you all. Before we begin, may I take a look at that copy of Arcane? Sage's voice was aged, his tone slow but decisive. No problem, Professor. Please feel free to examine it while we discuss among ourselves. He withdrew a thick volume with a deep black hardcover from his wide sleeves and handed it to Lucian, adding, By the way, I've brought the complete set of magical experimental apparatus you requested. If you can guide me through a magical problem later, this set is yours. If not, you'll need to pay 30 silver nars. Lucian accepted the book but didn't immediately open it. Instead, he carefully examined the cover. It was a black as deep as an abyss, adorned with countless silver-white lines that wove together to form the common tongue word arcane, and several lines of small text. Sacred Calendar Year 790, Issue 11. The simple design concealed profound mysteries. The inner pages were made of high-quality parchment, with edges still carrying a faint scent of alchemical solutions. Turning to the main text, Douglas's established theory of gravity immediately caught his attention. 1. The theory of gravity perfectly explains the construction principles of numerous force field magics, and even most astral magic, spawning many new and powerful spells based on this foundation, becoming one of the main cornerstones of the force field systemon of the two great palaces of classical magical theory. 2. Using this theory, scholars have derived 3 fundamental laws of planetary motion from the chaotic changes of celestial bodies, providing significant guidance for divination magic, such as astrology and star reading. However, the article also frankly pointed out an unsolved problem that persists to this day. According to the gravitational formula and laws of planetary motion, people can precisely calculate the positions of celestial bodies, thereby deducing that the continent exists on a rotating planet that orbits the sun. The author personally spent considerable time preparing spatial teleportation magic to travel to the calculated coordinates, expecting to arrive on a planet's surface. Yet at the target location, he could see no celestial bodies nor any trace of the continent. What should have existed there? Planets that serve as gravitational sources seem to have never existed at all, the text read. I can clearly sense gravitational forces of the same intensity as those on land, yet chaotic and unpredictable, but I cannot locate their source. Where have those planets gone? Lucian had long known that the stars above were intimately connected to fate, indicating that this world's celestial bodies must hold secrets, but he hadn't expected them to be strange to such an extent. After flipping through the formulas listed in this article and the meanings of the formula symbols in the appendix of the Arcane Journal, Lucian analyzed these equations and found they were essentially consistent with the celestial mechanics formulas he knew. This meant that the results calculated using them should be fairly accurate, provided the mage hadn't made any computational errors. Yet at those precise positions, no planets could be found. They were all visible from the continent. How paradoxical. He closed the parchment in his hands, then quickly unfolded it again, lowering his head to cross-reference each parameter, confirming he hadn't missed any details before sighing helplessly once more. That contradictory feeling of having correct formulas yet failing to obtain observational results reminded him irresistibly of the frustration he'd experienced doing derivations in Earth's laboratories, that sense of being mocked by the unknown. Reading through the article to its conclusion in one go, he suddenly noticed the author's signature, Grand Arcanist, Legendary Mage. Lucian's heart jolted, judging by the order of titles. Grand Arcanist clearly ranked above Legendary Mage. And since both could appear simultaneously, they obviously belonged to different evaluation systems. One corresponded to power classification, while the other seemed more like recognition for contributions to magical theory research. As soon as this thought formed, he immediately flipped to the back, quickly scanning the bylines of each article. 8th level Arcanist, 9ring Astrologer, 6th level Arcanist, 8ring Elemental Mage. Indeed, without exception, they all confirmed his hypothesis, and he could barely find any examples where arcane rank exceeded magical rank, suggesting that advancement in academic research was far more difficult. When heightier designations like 9ring, 8ring, and 7ring caught his eye, his heart involuntarily quickened. It was a mixture of anticipation for the future and reverence for the unknown. After steadying his emotions, Lucian continued flipping through, browsing the titles of subsequent articles. Research on string vibration problems and certain magics. The differential method, or a brief account of infinite series. A solution to the 7 bridges problem. Derivations on several issues to note when electricity and magnetism transform into each other in magic. A new element determined by new methods. The eternal question, does mental power exist as waves or particles? Experimental research using mind storm magic. The titles flowed seamlessly, one after another. Fearing he might miss anything, his fingertips occasionally paused at paragraph breaks, quickly sketching rough frameworks in his mind before continuing to turn pages. Lucian's focused reading caught the attention of several magic apprentices nearby. Smail, Sage, and Morningstar exchanged confirming glances. This young man was most likely a genuine formal mage. When they had first gotten their hands on the journal, just as Smail had complained, I recognize every word, but when strung together, they're as obscure as incantations. Though Hanged Man and Mercury still harbored doubts, they had to admit that even when they couldn't understand the content, they still forced themselves to flip through it. While Lucien could browse smoothly throughout, the difference was self-evident. Half an hour passed before he closed the final page and exhaled deeply. Through this rough, yet systematic review, he had gained a clear understanding of the knowledge contained in the journal. Judging from these formulas, in just 300 to 400 years, this world's arcane research in mathematics and physics had probably reached the level of Earth's mid-18th century. Calculus was preliminarily established, research in surface and spherical geometry was advancing rapidly, and mechanics and electromagnetism were becoming increasingly refined. Even more surprising was that due to the peculiar development path of application before research, some magical fields had already far surpassed Earth's technology of the same era, such as spatial teleportation. As for elemental magic, essentially chemistry, its research depth approached that of early 19th century Earth. Scholars had determined that earth, fire, wind, and water were not true elements, established new elemental classification standards, and begun preliminary determination of atomic weights. These were research findings from over 20 years ago. By today's standards, despite various challenges similar to planetary existence issues that have hindered their development, they should have reached early 19th century levels overall, with chemistry possibly advancing to mid-century standards. Deep in the library, dim magical lamps floated quietly in midair, their warm glow bathing the towering rows of bookshelves. Lucien flipped to the final page of the hefty, arcane journal. His fingertips gently brushing across the paper's surface, the edges were slightly curled, showing fine creases from countless readings. Since this was purely fundamental arcane research without much high-level derivation combined with specific magical models, he browsed through it with ease. Had it been one of those theory application journals, he would have needed to consult references while puzzling over formulas. Yet he still hoped to encounter the latter. It would be most helpful for his current magical studies. After all, compared to his solid foundation, his magical application abilities lagged behind like a toddling child. He closed the journal with a soft thud from the thick cover, drawing the attention of all the magical apprentices. Lucien glanced around and smiled slightly. I've skimmed through it, and much of the content is quite interesting. Could this journal stay with me for the next 2 weeks? No problem, Professor. The sage in the front row looked up, his gray-white eyebrows trembling as he spoke in an aged yet dignified voice. As long as you can answer my question. This journal belongs to all apprentices, and since this is your first visitus guidance session, won't involve private written communication, but rather open discussion for everyone to hear. How does that sound? Still trying to test my knowledge? Lucien chuckled inwardly, thinking self-mockingly that he was quite the anomaly in this world. Let them judge as they would. He replied with a playful tone, Certainly, Sage. Please begin your questioning. As his words fell, the library instantly quieted, all eyes focusing on the parchment in the sage's hands. Apparently, this question had been debated among the apprentices for quite some time, without resolution. The sage slowly unfolded the parchment, revealing densely packed celestial mechanics formulas. After hearing the question, Lucien couldn't help but laugh. You have quite a few questions, but I'll only answer one: what these formulas represent and their most fundamental principles. Would you like to hear? He picked up the quill from the table and approached the parchment, pointing his pen tip at a particular symbol. This is the gravitational constant, and gravity is the core of this entire formula system. He gestured with his pen in the air, explaining concisely and clearly. What is gravity? When you jump up, you'll fall down without using flight magic. When apples ripen, they drop to the ground. This force that makes objects attract each other isn't divine blessing. Up and down are never absolute directions. As long as there's force, objects will move. The apprentices exchanged glances. Morningstar frowned, and Smail instinctively raised his hand. Why do apples always fall downward? Why? Lucien shrugged. To explain that thoroughly would require starting from a series of premises, assumptions, and related knowledge. That's not something that can be completed in a few hours, but rather years or decades of systematic study. For now, remember the conclusion and use it accordingly. When you become formal magicians, then pursue the underlying reasons. The sage was about to ask another question, but was cut off by Lucien's casual remark. These are all fundamental questions of magical principles. Don't rush to understand everything at once. Though his words sounded effortless, he smiled bitterly to himself. In truth, he too only remembered the conclusions, still completely confused about those complex derivations and proofs. Even junior and senior high school knowledge required him to piece together bit by bit from the vast literature in the library. At this moment, he sighed quietly to himself. The real reason is, I don't understand either. Lucien's words moved the sage to reflect deeply. The world of magic is truly vast and profound, containing the truths of this world's existence and operation. I once thought I had some understanding of magic, but after hearing your guidance and explanations today, Professor, I realize I haven't even touched the threshold. White Honey, the Hanged Man, Smile, and others nodded in agreement. Although the mysterious professor had only touched superficially on the practical applications of formulas, merely presenting conclusions about those laws and theorems without detailed explanations, they had gained tremendously just from understanding what the formulas represented, the laws governing planetary motion, and how to apply these formulas to analyze and construct magic and magical arrays. Even now, just recalling the lesson, they could sense that future analytical processes would be much easier. Morning Star, Reindeer, White Glove, Mercury, the Hanged Man, and other apprentices who already had some foundation in astral magic were left in a daze. Almost simultaneously, they pulled out their quill pens and began writing endless streams of formulas and data on white paper, burying themselves in calculations. In comparison, White Honey, Smile, and Oak Tree fared somewhat better. They could barely recognize a few star charts and astral matters. Yet even so, they could feel the boundless realm hidden behind Lucien's teachings, a world of arcane arts where cause and effect were clear, profound, and mysterious. Professor, I previously doubted whether you were a formal wizard, and now I apologize to you, White Honey said in a lowered voice, her excitement unable to conceal the unique allure of her femininity. You are the most knowledgeable, most amiable, and most graceful wizard I have ever encountered. I even believe that with your mastery of arcane and magical knowledge, you are certainly beyond the elementary level. This usually taciturn female apprentice, who deliberately disguised her voice to sound hoarse like an old woman, revealed her original voice while apologizing. She inadvertently disclosed important information that she belonged to another circle with formal wizards, though apprentices like her rarely received direct instruction. Lucien let out the sinister laugh characteristic of evil wizards. I accept your apology. Actually, I don't care what others think of me. Knowledge and power are truly mine, and they won't diminish by half because of anyone's doubts. He didn't probe further about that circle. Judging from White Honey's attitude, she knew nothing about the Continental Magic Council headquarters and had no access to other arcane journals. For himself, still an apprentice wizard, these people couldn't provide what he most desperately needed for now. Since that was the case, there was no need to risk deeper investigation. When his power was sufficient, it wouldn't be too late to explore. If he truly needed magical materials, he could easily have White Honey acquire them for him. The others remained immersed in their calculations. White Honey, Smile, and Oak Tree took the opportunity to exchange certain magical materials. When Lucien saw items he needed, he also purchased several under the pretext of experimentation, paying with silver nars. About 20 minutes later, the apprentices gradually emerged from their absorbed state. The sage was most excited. He stood up and, following ancient wizard etiquette, placed his right hand on his forehead and bowed deeply. You are a learned mentor, our guide to the magical world. Thank you for your most sincere instruction. To show my respect, please accept this set of magical vessels, and you may choose any other item I've brought. The Hanged Man, Morning Star, and others similarly expressed their gratitude to Lucien. Then another female apprentice, Mercury, stood up, bowed first, and asked in a slightly disguised sweet voice, nervous yet hopeful. Professor, may I ask a question about elemental magic? I've brought the black corpse mushroom you wanted. Her tone carried both intense anticipation and nervous anxiety from fear of rejection. White Honey, Oak Tree, and the others also looked respectfully toward Lucien. If Mercury agrees, we hope to listen in and receive your guidance, Professor. Everyone's expressions were reverent, like elementary students facing a stern teacher. Lucien silently mused. I've truly become a professor in name and reality. Mercury carefully raised both hands, cradling a simple wooden jewelry box. As the lid gently opened, 3 black corpse mushrooms lay quietly on the velvet lining. One pitch black as ink, the other 2 a duller grayish black. A heavy stench of decay immediately wafted out, flooding into their nostrils like a tide. Professor, these are the black corpse mushrooms you requested. Mercury lowered her voice, though it trembled uncontrollably. If you're willing to answer my questions about elements, all 3 are yours. Black corpse mushrooms were irreplaceable in necromantic magic and potions. The witch's notes mentioned that during multiple magical gatherings at her family's retreat, she had observed the market price for corpse mushrooms, about 10 silver nars each, which happened to be exactly what Lucien could save in a month of frugal living. The deeper the color, the higher the value. When someone was in urgent need, prices several times or even dozens of times higher weren't uncommon. After all, aside from the time-consuming cultivation process, they were virtually impossible to find in stock elsewhere. Lucien took the jewelry box and leaned in for a closer look. The cap patterns, stem thickness, and that putrid smell tinged with corpse stench all matched the characteristics of black corpse mushrooms. After confirming their authenticity, he closed the lid and nodded slightly. Ask away. Mercury took a deep breath, her voice still trembling. Professor, why does that article in the Arcane Journal, a new element determined by new methods, refer to what's extracted from sunstone as an element? Aren't the basic elements supposed to be earth, fire, wind, and water? She knew full well that this question touched on the core differences between ancient and current magical systems. If the answer overturned existing knowledge, all her understanding of elements would need to be rebuilt from scratch. Lucien's temple twitched almost imperceptibly. Previously, he had only explained formula applications without delving into underlying principles, not only because truly understanding them would take years, but because his own knowledge was merely superficial. Yet in these apprentices' eyes, he was already an omniscient professor. If the Continental Magic Council's arcanists, or church spies lurking within magical circles, discovered that he could both easily comprehend the latest arcane achievements and knew that earth, fire, wind, and water weren't true elements, wouldn't his cover be blown immediately? He had to remedy the situation before rumors spread, reshaping his image as a quick-thinking genius with leaps of insight, rather than an all-knowing old scholar. After calming down, Lucien realized he couldn't maintain absolute rationality at all times. The excitement and pride he felt while reading the Arcane Journal had made him drop his guard. Recalling his cold-blooded composure when killing in the sewers and facing corpses, that was only because he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, combined with the maturity gained from recent experiences, ensuring that both body and mind firmly remembered when facing danger, never panic. Lucien reflected inwardly while continuing to speak. This paper on a new element determined through novel methods contains few formulas and represents a standard results-based magical experiment. Regarding the elemental theory mentioned within, I can only offer my superficial perspective, and you'll need to judge its validity for yourselves. Mercury listened quietly, her sweet voice no longer betraying the earlier panic and trembling, displaying focus and composure that matched Lucien's. Very well, Professor. In that case, why don't we let our other companions listen as well? Come, you should all weigh in on this matter. According to convention, when magical materials she provided were involved, private communication was typically used if the parties preferred discretion. However, Lucien's earlier words had left Mercury somewhat unsettled, so she decided to openly share the discussion to see if others might offer different interpretations. Lucien first addressed his previous oversights, then dove straight into the main topic. In truth, the seeds of doubt were planted long ago when ancient mages repeatedly failed to locate the four fundamental elemental planes of the material realm's inner layer that they had theorized. Most attributed this to problems with spatial folding or detection methods, yet a very few mages, myself included, influenced by their thinking, began questioning whether earth, fire, wind, and water were truly elements at all, but rather represented four higher-level, more abstract concepts. As for what they specifically represent, I haven't fully clarified that yet. However, based on this paper at least, the mainstream academic community has established a new definition for elements and discovered new varieties beyond the conventional ones. He gestured toward the parchment in his hand and continued explaining the experimental procedure. The author used the ninth circle spell, Firestorm, to continuously bombard sunstone within a sealed magical array. After violent explosions, a pure, beautiful silver-gray crystal appeared among the debris. Its hardness and flexibility surpassed mithril, while being lighter in weight, a completely new element. Born from sunstone, it was named Tai. As Lucien recounted the experimental details, he speculated about the magical community's overall progress in elemental research. This demonstrates that academia can now confirm and name new elements based on certain definitions, yet hasn't established the kind of systematic patterns and predictive models found in Earth's chemistry. Meanwhile, some elemental properties differ drastically from known Earth elements, which explains why certain magic appears so bizarre and difficult to replicate. He casually mentioned several improvement schemes for apprentice-level elemental magic and pointed out hidden material properties in everyday items, validating the reliability of his viewpoint. After his explanation concluded, Mercury and the other magical apprentices fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting the information. Professor, I believe you're correct. Mercury could barely contain her excitement, nearly letting something slip. The difficulties I encountered while learning elemental magic could be resolved perfectly with this explanation. Thank you so much. The hanged man's voice remained coldly eerie. Professor, could you elaborate further on elements? Might souls also be composed of some special element? Among the magical materials and items I've brought, while there's no wraith dust, I can let you select another piece. He seemed to focus primarily on studying necromantic magic, but since this issue of Arcane contained no articles on necromancy, he could only ask about elemental matters that might relate to necromantic magic. After Smail, the sage, White Gloves, White Sugar, and other apprentices attentively listened to the explanation of elemental questions, they no longer harbored even the slightest doubt about Lucien's identity. This mysterious professor before them had become, in their minds, the most knowledgeable and magically insightful powerful spellcaster they had ever encountered. Lucian's analysis of several apprentice-level elemental spells made familiar incantations seem completely renewed, and everyone felt as if something was sprouting within their hearts. Now, hearing the hanged man mention questions about souls, they looked at Lucian with bright eyes full of expectation. Lucian shook his head in refusal. Regarding questions about souls, I'm truly not skilled in that area and cannot provide answers. Before he finished speaking, he had already swept the 3 black corpse mushrooms from the table into a small cloth bag he carried, and pulled the small wooden box that the sage had offered containing a complete set of magical experimental apparatus to his side. Who else among you has brought black corpse mushrooms or wraith dust? You may ask questions, or sell and trade as well. The water ghost brain tissue was sufficient for 7 or 8 experiments, but each one would consume a corpse mushroom. Black corpse mushrooms could not be artificially cultivated under the church's strict control and could only occasionally be found in the Melzer Black Forest, making them extremely rare. Aside from Mercury, none of the other apprentices could produce any at the moment. The sage's voice was somewhat aged but exceptionally respectful. Professor, finding more corpse mushrooms in Alto is no easy task. In the other 2 magical circles I participate in, those formal mages are all incredibly arrogant. Without rare items that can move them, or the opportunity to become their students, one can hardly hope for guidance. Your knowledge far exceeds theirs, yet you're willing to patiently instruct us. We are all deeply grateful. White Sugar, standing behind the sage, nodded in agreement. If I obtain black corpse mushrooms, I will certainly bring them immediately. However, wraith dust is even more difficult. Wraiths can only be produced through unique environments or the intense emotions of unfulfilled desires, and they're quickly discovered and purified by the church. As for summoning wraiths with the blood of evil creatures, that blood is even harder to obtain than wraith dust. I will need black corpse mushrooms long-term until my experiments succeed, and the same goes for wraith dust. Lucian sighed lightly, somewhat disappointed at not being able to gather the materials, but then felt relieved. After all, this was merely an exchange circle for magical apprentices. Very well, bring out all the materials you've brought. If there's something I need, you may ask a question. As for how much that question is worth, it depends on the value of the materials. Most of the advanced papers in Arcane were beyond apprentice comprehension. After Mercury asked elemental questions for himself and the formal mage behind him, the remaining apprentices could only bring out their accumulated doubts about incantations and construction bottlenecks, with questions concentrated in the elemental and astral fields that Lucian excelled in. Lucian answered them one by one. As his clear and thorough explanations concluded, the apprentices' respect continued to climb, especially among those who had been guided by formal mages before. By comparison, they found Lucian's explanations both systematic and easy to understand, clearly demonstrating more profound and extensive knowledge. In their minds, knowledge equated to power. Lucian was also quite satisfied. With knowledge that didn't involve his unique techniques, he had obtained a complete set of magical apparatus, 3 black corpse mushrooms, and most commonly used spellcasting and magical array materials, truly embodying the principle that knowledge equals money. Before making it to the featured list, I never imagined I'd rank first, but your support has kept me there for several consecutive days, which makes me incredibly happy. While I never dared hope to defeat the master authors after all, their reader base speaks for itself. Being able to stay a little longer is wonderful. Please continue supporting with your votes. Once Lucian had pocketed all the magical materials and artifacts he could afford, he paused his tutoring sessions with the 10 magic apprentices, Sage, Smale, White Sugar, Mercury, and the others. Lowering his voice, a sinister smile crept across his lips. Well, that's all for now. I'll continue your instruction when I attend the next gathering. He had long understood that knowledge is money, and since he was desperately short on funds, he naturally wasn't willing to share his expertise freely anymore. Moreover, his own foundation still had many gaps, and the more he taught, the easier it would be to expose himself. Maintaining an air of mystery was the safest approach. Having received several days of guidance from such an erudite and experienced formal magician, Sage and the others were thoroughly satisfied, feeling that what they had given was far outweighed by what they had received. They all rose simultaneously, placing their right hands on their foreheads and bowing deeply in the ancient magical tradition of honoring one's mentor, their gratitude evident in every gesture. Professor, we will now proceed with our exchange of items and knowledge, as well as our magical discussions. You are most welcome to observe, Sage invited with obvious delight. Unlike instruction, magical discussion was completely open and free-flowing. Anyone who didn't wish to speak after the item exchanges could simply leave quietly, and inviting Lucian to observe meant he could listen without participating. In the eyes of Sage, White Sugar, Mercury, and the others, this powerful and learned gentleman couldn't possibly be interested in their apprentice-level discussions, but if they could occasionally earn a comment from him, it would be a precious and rare gain. Lucian still had several apprentice-level spells whose analysis was progressing extremely slowly due to interference from his earth-based knowledge, and his casting and combination techniques remained limited to what he'd gleaned from the witch's notes and his own experimentation. Sage's invitation sounded to him like bags of gold coins raining down. Suppressing his inner elation, he nodded casually. Very well, I'll listen. Thank you, Professor. White Sugar spoke first, her husky, yet somewhat sensual voice particularly pleasant to hear. After the 10 apprentices finished exchanging items and knowledge, the discussion officially began. Since Lucien had already solved most of today's difficult problems, and the remainder had found direction during the recent exchanges, they only discussed a few unresolved topics before shifting their focus to exactly what Lucien had hoped for. Practical matters such as analyzing the principles behind certain spells, specific casting techniques, and spell combinations. While each magic apprentice certainly retained their own unique techniques and knowledge, even the general discussion of magical applications proved highly beneficial to Lucien, greatly compensating for his deficiencies in apprentice-level magic usage. The gap between magical knowledge and practical application was somewhat bridged, so he listened with complete focus and concentration. Under the shadow of his hood, his gaze remained fixed on the runes and incantations rapidly exchanged among the group, while apprentices like White Sugar, Oak, and Sage only saw a silent professor standing quietly against the wall, seemingly uninterested in their elementary discussions and apparently contemplating some profound theorem on his own. This illusion inevitably stirred a faint sense of disappointment in their hearts. When night approached 20 minutes past 2 in the morning, the group concluded their discussion. After a few closing remarks, they exchanged information about new developments regarding the Melzer Black Forest and several other recognized ruins in the surrounding area before officially declaring the secret gathering adjourned. As they escorted the professor from the basement, Sage spoke with sincere respect. Esteemed Professor, if I obtained any leads on Wraith Dust, I will report immediately at our next gathering. Of course, if you prefer not to wait, could you perhaps leave a more direct means of contact? Lucien shook his head in refusal. If there's news, tell Owl. He knows how to reach me. In his view, having Smail act as a buffer was safer. One layer of separation provided sufficient room for maneuvering, and besides, he already knew Smail's true identity and would certainly maintain covert surveillance. Mercury sighed softly, showing a hint of disappointment. Then, Professor, will you attend the gathering in 2 weeks? At the basement entrance, several apprentices' gazes converged from beneath their hoods. That depends on circumstances. Lucien responded vaguely. He might venture deep into the Melzer Black Forest, or could be at a critical juncture in his experiments. No one could predict his schedule 2 weeks hence. At least he didn't refuse outright. Mercury and the others relaxed slightly, having previously worried that without the allure of arcane journals, he might never appear again. Now they finally had some reassurance. From this gathering, Lucien not only made significant progress in magical applications, but also acquired substantial equipment, particularly that complete set of magical laboratory apparatus. Fortunately, his recent commitment to physical training had strengthened his arms, so when climbing the ladder to leave, he neither appeared awkward nor relaxed his vigilance. After leaving the basement, Smail approached the owl duo Luo, using mental communication to quietly confirm no anomalies in the surroundings before waving to signal everyone's departure. Night fell like a curtain soaked in ink, heavily shrouding the narrow alleys of the slums. Lucien chose a direction completely different from the others, maintaining a steady but consistently brisk pace as he wound through familiar streets. Reaching a relatively open clearing, he suddenly stopped, his voice turning ice cold. Your Excellency, come out. Stop following me. Silence only. Pitch black silence responded. I've already detected you. No need for skulking about. If you have business, ask me directly. Lucien spoke again. As his words fell, a bone-chilling coldness emanated from around him, as if a powerful magical arrow was knocked and ready to unleash. At any moment, Lucien's body radiated a terrifying icy aura, as though a formidable spell was about to be cast. Lucien hadn't actually discovered anything. He was simply being cautious, employing the classic bluffing tactics favored by villains and evil wizards to deceive potential threats. After all, he couldn't afford to be truly followed, especially since people like Mercury and White Sugar had formal wizards backing them. In the pitch-black darkness where he couldn't see his own hand, he prepared to bluff one more time according to plan before taking a detour home. A sharp caw broke the silence as a crow startled from a treetop ahead, flapping its wings as it flew to the other side, seemingly driven away by his voice. Whether it was another wizard's familiar or just an ordinary crow that happened to be perched there, Lucien couldn't tell, but the effect was clearly satisfactory. He nodded with satisfaction, putting on an air of mysterious profundity while thinking to himself, this is really. After suppressing the aura of the Ice and Snow Avenger, he quickly slipped into the maze-like network of narrow alleys in the slums. The terrain here was labyrinthine, easily disorienting those unfamiliar with it. Spreading out his mental power, he probed while making continuous turns, only confirming that no one was following after he emerged from one of the exits. Only then did he return home. This was the limit of his capabilities. When he arrived back at his small hut to find everything still peaceful, he finally allowed himself to relax temporarily. A week later, in the dead of night, a pitch-black hole opened in the floor of the kitchen where the stove and clay pots were kept. It was an underground chamber 3 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and taller than a Persona's secret laboratory that Lucien had painstakingly excavated over 7 nights using the minor fossil to mud magic array. The walls were made of solid stone blocks, and the ceiling was embedded with a small, sound-dampening magic array to prevent anyone entering the house from detecting the hollow space below merely by the sound of their footsteps. At this moment in the underground chamber, he stood on a wooden stool, gripping a runic silver dagger and concentrating as he carved straight lines into the wall surface. The dagger was a specialized tool he had acquired at a secret gathering, joining minor fossil to mud, sound dampening, and create mechanism as the fourth magic array core implement he could currently use. The others could only be considered apprentice-level magical traps. As he carved more and more lines, a complex small-scale, conceal magic fluctuations array gradually took shape. Originally, this type of function belonged to third circle magic, but due to its widespread application, it had been simplified in ancient times into a weakened version that even apprentices could operate. After carving the final line, he took out a pouch of black, odorless powder ground from the magical plant black camel vine, which adhered to anything it touched and carefully applied it into the grooves with his silver dagger. He then cautiously poured in mercury, the silver-gray liquid being absorbed like water droplets by the black camel vine powder, firmly adhering to every single line. Instantly, the entire magic array was filled with silver-gray lines, flickering with an eerie radiance. After placing the other materials in their proper positions using various methods, Lucien pressed his hand against the core of the magic circle and extended his mental power to activate it. Silver-gray lines spread from the core like flowing streams, lighting up bit by bit, then climbing along the floor and walls until the entire magic circle was instantly ignited into a cold, luminous web. After a few moments, the light web seemed to be devoured by the stone walls, completely merging into the structure as all lines and radiance vanished without a trace. The sensation of mental exhaustion hit him immediately, and Lucien had to lean against a stool to barely keep his balance. Inscribing such a magic circle consumed enough energy to cast 4 or 5 informal spells. According to his calculations, the materials composing the magic circle would be depleted and unusable in 10 days, requiring complete replacement. To extend its lifespan, he would either need to continuously sustain it with his own mental power, or replace it with a formal magic circle of complex structure capable of slow self-recovery, like those mentioned in the Ice and Snow Avenger. Alternatively, he would need to find objects containing abundant magical power to serve as the core. Fur, horns, eyes, or even blood from magical creatures would suffice. Fortunately, everything was finally complete. Lucien sat back down on the stool to regulate his breathing. This fluctuation-dampening magic circle had to be installed last. The other protective arrays and traps had already been completed during the previous night's late hours and several earlier nights. After a moment, he stood up and placed various magical experimental vessels on the long stone table created by the reverse technique of minor fossilization to mud. Crystal-clear glass flasks and graduated cylinders, delicate small furnaces, and various precisely calibrated narrow-necked bottles that gleamed softly under the lamplight. Confirming everything was in proper position, Lucien nodded with satisfaction and returned up the stone stairs to his small room, casting the opening and closing spell and triggering the mechanism magic circle to seal the entrance seamlessly. From the outside, it looked no different from an ordinary cellar. Now I can conduct some less intense magical experiments and spellcasting practice, he thought to himself. Then he collapsed onto his bed, seizing the time to rest briefly. Dawn would break soon. Lucien, please take care of your health, Pierre said at the street corner in the early morning, looking at his somewhat haggard face from staying up late, once again reminding him in a low, concerned voice tinged with sympathy. Lucien shook his head with a smile. It's just insomnia. By the way, I haven't asked yet, what instrument are you learning from Mr. Victor? Pierre asked with a sudden shift in topic. For Lucien, who aspired to become a musician to conceal his identity as a mage, Pierre's question required no concealment. He smiled and replied, currently, I'm studying under Mr. Victor with his modified harpsichord. Well, Mr. Victor believes his modified harpsichord has become an entirely new, revolutionary instrument, which he has named the piano. He'll be registering it with the association soon. After entering the circle of magic apprentices, Lucien could certainly exchange his knowledge for herbs, ritual materials, and other necessities. However, the source of that knowledge was ambiguous, and deeper discussions would expose flaws. Moreover, knowledge would eventually be exhausted. Even if he could exchange it for money, converting that money into clothing, fine food, housing, and carriages required a respectable and well-paying profession as cover. Thus, he was particularly diligent in his musical studies. If it would take several years to find the Continental Magic Council headquarters, Becoming a true musician was obviously more suitable than being a wandering minstrel. After all, few would suspect that an elegant, talented musician capable of composing intoxicating melodies could be connected to the dark, evil, or even hideous identity of a mage. Harpsichord? Piano. Pieru exploded like ignited gunpowder, his expression suddenly animated. He leaped up and dove between the bookshelves, circling the narrow aisles twice before stopping at a particular shelf. He tapped his forehead first, then pulled out a thick musical instruction manual. Whether it's harpsichord or piano, you'll need this. He thrust the book into Lucien's arms, speaking rapidly. This is how I learned the harpsichord. In 4 months, I'll be taking the association's musician examination to become a certified musician. Like other guilds, the Musicians Association maintains strict control over internal affairs, with musician certification almost completely monopolized. The title of musician, however, depended more on the opinions of the nobility. Lucien looked down to see the cover clearly labeled, The Art of Harpsichord Performance. He thanked Pieru politely, having stayed up all night until dawn. He was mentally exhausted and completely unable to analyze magic, so he might as well pass the time with this book. However, Pieru had no intention of letting him rest. He poured forth endless instruction about harpsichord fingering, sheet music, and music theory, spilling out all his thoughts like someone who had found a kindred spirit, with a touch of mania in his tone. Lucien managed to cope based on his recent foundation, but his heavy eyelids kept drooping as drowsiness repeatedly overcame him. Several times he wanted to interrupt, but was overwhelmed by Pieru's passionate explanations. Fortunately, at that moment, gentle footsteps came from outside the library. A woman wearing a black veil hat and an elegant white dress entered. Though she wore no belt to cinch her waist, she still appeared slender and graceful. Each step was perfectly measured, as if naturally rhythmic, her bearing so dignified that she seemed like a beautiful painting floating slowly from the distance. Beneath her long dress, she appeared to be wearing white stockings that resembled hosiery, the sheer fabric making her legs look perfectly straight and slender. This world actually had stockings too? Perhaps they were a byproduct of alchemy. Lucien remained as perceptive as ever whenever he encountered elements from Earth. He couldn't help but observe and speculate. However, to this lady in Pieru, his gaze had already become rather improper. Ahem, ahem. Pierre snapped out of his frenzied musical state, cleared his throat softly, and nudged Lucien with his elbow to signal him to restrain himself. Then, with an enthusiastic smile, he called out, Lady Sylvia, do you need any help? Only then did Lucien lower his gaze and bow respectfully. So, this was Sylvia. Sylvia was already accustomed to such brief scrutiny and showed no anger. She removed her black veil hat and spoke in a gentle tone. Hello, Pieru. I've come to borrow a few books. They are. Beneath the veil, her black hair flowed like silk, her eyes were as deep as the night sky, and her slightly narrow eye shape combined with her delicate, straight nose indeed made her beautiful and gentle, just as Pieru had described. Pierre hadn't expected her to remember his name. His cheeks flushed red with excitement as he eagerly agreed, then hurried toward the bookshelves, wanting to help her find the books. Sylvia stood before the wooden cabinet, and a faint fragrance drifted into Lucien's nostrils. His heart stirred slightly. Could the piece of black nightingale fabric he had found back then belong to her? With his enhanced soul, his memory had become increasingly clear, and he quickly recalled how that piece of fabric had earned him his first fortune. He glanced at the black veil hat in her hand, silently speculating. Upon closer consideration, he dismissed this speculation. The fragrance was similar, but slightly different. Perhaps different ladies were using the same perfume or powder. He was only mildly curious about this matter and had no intention of investigating further. He certainly wouldn't go up to her and say, Hello, I found your lost veil and sold it. Meanwhile, Pierre's memory became completely muddled due to nervousness and his desire to impress. He couldn't remember where any of the books were located. Several minutes passed, and he returned empty-handed, his face still red, but now from panic rather than excitement. Seeing that he hadn't returned for some time, Lucien couldn't help but look back. He saw Pierre's flushed face casting him a pleading look for help. Shaking his head with amusement, Lucien walked directly to a row of bookshelves and casually reached up to pull out the books Sylvia wanted. This wasn't just because of his remarkable memory, but because he had already cataloged all the books and materials in this music library into his own soul library. The shelves and their arrangements in his mind corresponded exactly with reality, so with just a thought, he could pinpoint the exact location of any target. When it came to the first book, Pierre didn't think much of it, and was simply filled with gratitude. But as he watched Lucien move without pause or hesitation, walking to several bookshelves in succession and pulling out exactly the books Sylvia needed, his jaw began to drop. When had Lucien become so familiar with the library? In just a few minutes, Lucien returned to Sylvia carrying a stack of heavy books. The covers were uniform in color and size, clearly carefully selected and organized in order. Setting the books on the table, he politely inquired, Miss Sylvia, would you prefer to read here, or shall I carry these to your lounge? Toward this stunningly beautiful woman, Lucian was not entirely without masculine thoughts, but his mind remained clear. Was a mage with plans to travel to the Continental Magic Council headquarters, making it impossible for him to remain in Alto indulging in romance and love. Without expectations came no excitement, and he maintained a calm, composed demeanor that stood in stark contrast to Pierre's flustered fumbling beside him. Just register them and leave them on the table. Someone will come to collect them for me later. Sylvia's voice was low and slightly husky, yet possessed a unique sensuality. The lecher, who had stared directly at her legs upon entering, now behaved like a gentleman who preferred men to women, which struck her as somewhat odd, though not enough to arouse genuine curiosity. As Lucian bent his head to register the books, she casually asked, "What's your name, and whose student are you?" Anyone who could secure a position as library assistant had some connections within the association, so Sylvia maintained basic courtesy. Lucian set down his pen and looked up to answer. "Miss Sylvia, I am Mr. Victor's student, Lucian Evans." Sylvia's lips curved slightly, her smile like an elegant lily. "I've heard that Mr. Victor has created an entirely new instrument, the piano. I very much look forward to his concert." With that, she returned to silence and said no more. After completing the registration, she walked toward the exit. Under the lamplight, her black veil swayed gently, and only then did Lucian notice three people already waiting by the door. A tall woman wearing a black veil who stood half a head taller than himself, her long legs wrapped in a black gauze skirt, standing straight as a spear. A young girl in a maid's uniform with delicate features, and a middle-aged woman in a black dress, beautiful and elegant, yet with such a sharp aura that it overshadowed all her gentle qualities. When the middle-aged woman's gaze met Lucian's, her deep blue pupils opened like an abyss. He felt all color drain from his surroundings instantly, transforming into a cold black and white world, as if massive waves were about to crash down and shatter his spirit. Fear froze him in place, and he didn't notice when the maid took the books or when Sylvia had already stepped outside. Only after the woman's figure and the accompanying chill had departed did the world regain its color. At that moment, the tall woman seemed to turn back at something Sylvia had said, casting a playful glance through her veil light and seemingly insubstantial, yet landing precisely on Lucian's heart. Who exactly are these two people? Such terrifying power. Cold sweat streamed down Lucian's back. That middle-aged woman's single glance seemed capable of dispelling all his magic and mental strength, making her the most powerful person he had encountered thus far. Only then did Pierre approach, sighing deeply. "Miss Sylvia is truly my goddess. Just seeing her leaves me speechless, my hands and feet go haywire, and I don't even know where to look." Sigh. "It seems you're even more perverted than I am, with skin thick enough to stare at her legs without even blinking. Truly admirable." Lucian, why has your complexion gotten even worse?" Lucian's voice seemed to drift from the depths of an abyss as he answered in a hollow tone. "Pierre, did you see those three ladies with Lady Sylvia?" He recalled the scene from moments before, only to discover with shock that he couldn't remember the faces of the two unfamiliar women. The only thing clear in his mind was the smiling gaze of the woman in the black veil as she glanced back, those deep blue, dangerous pupils that seemed capable of tearing souls apart, burned into his memory like a brand. That overwhelming presence was something he had only encountered in the fantasy novels he'd read in his previous life. Fortunately, she hadn't harbored any killing intent. Otherwise, he would either be dead with his soul shattered or completely mad by now. Pierre shook his head, indicating he hadn't seen anyone, but quickly guessed what kind of situation Lucian had encountered. He sighed. "Lady Sylvia is close friends with many noble ladies. You probably saw one of the night ladies who has awakened her bloodline power. You were rudely staring at Lady Sylvia's legs earlier, so it's not surprising that someone would suppress you lightly with their aura. It's a pity Sylvia comes from common birth. Otherwise, she would have become a noble lady long ago. However, a woman like her is beyond the reach of people like us who haven't even passed the musician examination. Unless one becomes an outstanding musician like her, or a famous, great musician whose name will be inscribed in history." From the birth of the first knight to the present day, spanning several centuries, humanity had long confirmed that unlike naturally powerful races such as dragons, knights' bloodline powers required training to awaken. However, when two knights or their descendants united, their children often found it easier to awaken their bloodlines. Since strength represented status, nobles almost exclusively married within equally excellent bloodline families for the sake of their offspring. Except for a few desperate Romeos, it was rare for nobles to marry commoner women. As Pierre's lament echoed in his ears, Lucian analyzed the situation on his own. Compared to Lord Wayne, whom John had described and he had seen with his own eyes, those two ladies seemed even stronger. Could it really be the rumored Princess Natasha, who was friends with Sylvia? If so, that terrifying middle-aged woman beside her must be a powerful guardian. Natasha was just one step away from becoming a 6th-level celestial knight, and anyone capable of serving as her guard would be, at least, a celestial knight. With such strength, her earlier display was indeed normal. At this thought, he suddenly mocked himself. Why am I worrying about all this? Whether princess or powerful warrior, what does any of it have to do with me? Pierrot collected his thoughts and suddenly patted Lucien's shoulder with a leap in logic. Lucien, focus on learning the piano well. Although you can't catch up to me, remember that only music truly belongs to oneself. Mentally exhausted, Lucien struggled through until noon, declining Pierre's invitation to lunch together and practice instruments in the fourth-floor music room, preparing to head home for an hour of much-needed sleep. He gripped the carved banister, slowly making his way down step by step. The stone walls of the stairwell reflected the hazy afternoon light, making his dark circles even more pronounced. Just as he reached the corner of the main hall, he spotted Elena standing by the window, her smile sweet as honey. The young man facing her wore an exquisite dark blue formal coat, his golden hair gleaming in the sunlight, his features sharp and handsome, every gesture radiating the distinctive elegance of nobility. Perhaps noticing Lucien's descent, the noble gentleman politely nodded farewell to Elena, then brushed past and ascended the stairs leading upward. Having known Elena for quite some time, Lucien teased, "Elena, could that be your sweetheart?" Elena let out a low hum, rubbing her cheeks that had grown stiff from maintaining her smile for so long. After glancing toward the staircase to confirm the man had left, she lowered her voice. "How could he possibly be my sweetheart? That's the association's notorious playboy Mackenzie Griffiths, student of Counselor Othello, and second heir to the Griffiths family. Oh, and he's also your classmate Latte's cousin, skilled at harpsichord and violin." Ugh, those few minutes of fake smiling made my face ache. Why the fake smile? Wouldn't a polite nod suffice? Lucien shook his head with a laugh, initially planning to leave, but Elena's response made him pause. Her expression filled with disgust. Because he's a scoundrel with a terrible reputation behind closed doors. There are rumors about commoner girls who rejected him a few times, only to be, well, you understand. Girls like us from common backgrounds have no defense against him. Fortunately, he's so arrogant that he believes himself irresistibly charming. As long as I don't give him a cold shoulder that might provoke his desire to conquer, things usually stay peaceful. Besides, there are plenty of infatuated girls surrounding him hardly has time to focus on one commoner. Lucien frowned. Noble privilege is indeed terrifying in this world. But this approach only offers temporary avoidance. What if he suddenly takes an interest someday? Wouldn't you be in danger? People can't always predict their own emotions. Elena shrugged with a helpless, bitter smile. I can only take it one day at a time. His visits to the association follow a fixed schedule, so most of the time I can avoid him in advance. Cassie? Well, he's lost interest in her now and actually fears her clinging to him. Huh. Someone who might inherit a title. How could he possibly marry a commoner girl? That's fortunate then. Lucien nodded. Anyway, at your age, you'll need to marry in another 2 or 3 years. From casual conversations, Lucien knew Elena was 2 years older than him, nearly 20. For Alto and the entire commoner class, this was already considered a late marriage. Once she settled down, she'd probably need to find a lighter job that wouldn't require such constant busyness. However, upon hearing the word marriage, Elena sighed deeply, her voice carrying unmistakable sadness and hesitation. Lucien, do you think that after seeing so many refined gentlemen of high society at the association, witnessing their luxurious lifestyles, and meeting so many talented young musicians, I could ever want to return to my old life? Can you just casually marry anyone these days? Once a person's horizons broaden, they can never again settle for their former ordinary life. Elena leaned against the window in the social hall, her golden curls gleaming softly in the afternoon sunlight. As she mused aloud, she looked up at Lucien across from her. So what are your plans? We're decent friends, I suppose, so I ought to care about you. Lucien deliberately put on a stern face, though he couldn't hide the genuine concern in his voice. Elena burst into laughter, her voice sweet as freshly melted honey. Perhaps I'll pick a promising young musician as a husband. She blinked her clear, emerald eyes. If Mackenzie weren't so fickle and ruthless, becoming some nobleman's mistress might be an option, but I'm just joking, of course. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Let me tell you a secret. Lucien V already saved up quite a few silver nars. She lowered her voice, tapping her purse lightly with her finger. I'm planning to apprentice myself to a musician, just like you. My target, naturally, is Lady Sylvia. She excitedly listed her reasons. Sylvia was strikingly beautiful, brilliantly talented, still unmarried at 24, yet regarded by the men in the association as a goddess devoted to music except for Mr. Victor. Victor's wife had been dead for nearly 10 years, and everyone could see his unwavering devotion to her memory. Lucien nodded approvingly. It's good to have your own aspirations. Have you decided who you want to study with? Lady Sylvia. She'd be ideal, but unfortunately she rarely takes students. Elena said, then suddenly turned her gaze to Lucien's face with a mischievous expression. How about when you become an accomplished musician, you take me as your student? Sure, as long as I actually become a musician. Lucien raised an eyebrow cooperatively. Elena pumped her fist in front of her chest. Then it's settled. Lucien, work hard, believe in you. Because of that crow, Lucien missed the next several magic apprentice gatherings. He buried the arcane journals he had finished reading and copying under a crooked maple tree in the suburbs, then used coded signals to notify Samaire to retrieve them. From the marks Samaire left behind, their disappointment was evident. Beside the original time and location symbols, he had added several doodles expressing hope for Professor's arrival. But Lucien remained unmoved. The last batch of magical materials would last 3 months, and as long as he avoided combat, there would be no problems. He still needed to thoroughly digest the practical applications of apprentice-level magic and the knowledge excerpted from the journals, which would take at least several weeks. Day after day, his mental power finally reached the point where he could cast 9 apprentice-level spells consecutively. He was only one step away from becoming a formal magic apprentice when the soul undergoes minute mutations. Meanwhile, Victor's concert at the Chant Hall had entered its final month of preparation. Victor still couldn't complete the 4th and final symphony, and as time drew near, his nerves grew increasingly taut. His previous tricks for diverting attention no longer worked, forcing him to suspend lessons for a month for students like Annie who hadn't yet formally begun studying with him. Students like Lucien, Lot, and Felice, who were learning instruments, notation, and music theory, clearly felt their teacher's temper deteriorating rapidly. The once gentle and elegant Victor now frequently teetered on the edge of breakdown. Bang! The practice room door slammed shut in front of everyone, the wooden panels trembling. From inside came Victor's suppressed, yet violent roar, accompanied by the sharp sounds of ink bottles, quills, and papers being swept to the floor and shattering. If Mr. Victor continues like this, he may never find his inspiration. We need to talk to him. After exchanging glances with each other, Lot spoke with bitter resignation. Victor's reputation and standing in the music world and among the nobility directly affected the future achievements and livelihoods of Lot, Felice, and the others, so they couldn't maintain the elegant composure that aristocrats prized. Their faces were filled with worry, anxiety, and bitter expressions. The corridor outside the music room was so quiet that one could hear the faint flickering of flames in the wall sconces. Felice clasped her hands tightly, nearly turning her knuckles white, pacing back and forth at the door and looking back every few steps. Seeing Lot speak in a low voice, she finally couldn't contain her emotions, her tone sharp and frantic. How can we persuade him? Should we tell Mr. Victor, please calm down, inspiration will surely come, and you'll definitely be able to write a new piece? If a few words of comfort could solve this, why would Mr. Victor be trapped in there? Lot frowned, his gaze shifting between the tightly closed wooden door and Felice. Perhaps we should remind Mr. Victor that he doesn't necessarily need to use an entirely new composition. He has so many previous symphonies, he could easily choose another one. In fact, for this crucial concert, Victor had already written 2 new pieces and carefully selected one old work from his past compositions that represented his peak level. Since contemporary symphonies all followed a strict 4-movement structure, each lasting dozens of minutes, a concert only needed 4 pieces, and he was now missing just the final one. No, I've tried persuading the master. The butler Ace appeared at the top of the stairs at some point, his aged face filled with helplessness. He said those 2 new pieces are the crystallization of his musical soul and inspiration, and among his old works, only that one piece can stand alongside them. Adding any other works would only lower the standard of the entire concert and leave flaws that could be magnified and criticized. He absolutely refuses. Herodotus rubbed his temples and sighed softly. Mr. Victor pursues perfection too much. His previous symphonies have long been praised by nobles and musicians alike. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited to perform at the Chant Hall. Should we try persuading him again? After speaking, he looked toward Lot and Felice, seeking their opinions. As for Lucien, he unconsciously ignored Hema, poor boy who had been learning piano for less than 2 months, and could only play the simplest pieces, clearly had no voice in this matter. Lucien indeed had nothing to say. He could see that Victor had poured his entire soul and passion into this concert, making it difficult for outsiders to persuade him. Mr. Ace, what do you think? Felice knew well that among those present, no one understood Victor better than this old butler who had accompanied him for nearly 30 years, watching him grow from a teenage boy into a musician. She looked at Ace with earnest and worried eyes. Ace shook his head sadly, his voice low. The master won't listen to your persuasion. This concert means 2 things to him. First, his position and future in the music world. Second, his late wife's dying wish. Before the mistress passed away, she always regretted not being able to see the master perform at the Chant Hall, so the master must have a perfect concert. Sigh. I hope that thinking of his wife's expectations will help the master gradually calm down. But we can't just sit here and do nothing. Phyllis still had some chance of marrying into nobility, while Lot had long regarded music as his only way out, feeling just as anxious and restless as Victor. Lucien remained grateful to Victor and nodded in agreement. Perhaps we could find some sleep aids or mood-stabilizing potions or foods. As a magic apprentice, he instinctively thought of magic and potions first, displaying this mindset quite thoroughly. No. Ace immediately shook his head with a serious expression. The master specifically instructed that he must not take such potions, as they would suppress inspiration and thinking. Lucian frowned. So we can only wait for Mr. Victor to overcome this himself? We just watch helplessly. What else can we do? Are you going to write the symphony for Mr. Victor? Herodotus, who had never liked Lucian, was extremely irritated and spoke with barbs. As soon as the sarcasm left his lips, everyone fell silent. Instead, Lucian felt inspired. While Victor certainly needed to rediscover his inspiration on his own, he should also prepare backup plans so he wouldn't be helpless at the crucial moment. He still needed to think carefully about exactly what to do. The quiet lasted for a moment before the piano room door creaked open. Victor emerged with sunken eyes and exhaustion written across his face. I'm going to the association to practice the first 3 pieces. You should all come along to see how the orchestra coordinates under conducting. Then practice your individual instruments in the piano rooms. After his brief breakdown, Victor had steadied himself again. Lot, Phyllis, and the others secretly breathed sighs of relief. This master who had performed in royal courts across various countries ultimately knew how to regulate himself. However, the shadow of whether the 4th symphony could be completed still hung over everyone's minds. The 5th-floor concert hall was brightly lit. With Victor conducting and concertmaster Rhine assisting, the orchestra performed a complete 4-movement symphony. Solemn and grand with rigorous structure, lightly infused with religious undertones, the notes swirling beneath the dome in an intoxicating manner. As the final notes faded, Victor walked over to Lucian and the others who had been listening attentively from below the stage. Go practice in the piano rooms. I'll come by later to provide guidance. Just as he finished speaking, applause suddenly rang out in the already excellent acoustics of the concert hall. The clapping sounded thin and sparse in the vast space. A very fine symphony indeed, came a laughing voice. I didn't expect to hear such beautiful music so soon after returning. It seems, Victor, that your concert is already prepared? Haha, it's sure to be quite successful. Despite the praising words, barely concealed mocking laughter was unmistakable. Lucian recognized the familiar voice and turned around to see Wolf, who had just returned from his trip. His boot-like chin was raised high with arrogance, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. Victor's expression immediately darkened. Wolf's victorious demeanor suggested he had already learned something. To avoid the headache-inducing concert preparations, Victor feigned casual interest and asked, Wolf, it seems your invitation out of town was quite fruitful. He deliberately tried to change the subject, but there was no escaping his colleague. Wolf had already learned about Victor's recent struggles through gossip from others, and could easily guess that his colleague was troubled by his compositions. He immediately seized the opportunity with sharp words. Victor, didn't you want me to listen to your music last time and give you some feedback? I've been thinking it over, and since we're both musicians of alto with no deep grudges between us, I'll agree to your request 4 pieces, performed in their entirety. You. Victor immediately detected the mockery in his words, anger surging through him. Just as he was about to explode, steady footsteps echoed from outside the hall. 2 figures entered one after another. The first was an elderly man with silver hair, wearing an impeccable black formal suit and leaning on an ebony cane, his expression stern and rigid. The second was a strikingly handsome young man with brilliant golden hair. Lucian recognized him as Mackenzie, Lot's cousin. Counselor Othello. Both Victor and Wolf simultaneously composed themselves and bowed to the elderly man. Lucian followed suit, thinking to himself, so this is the council member of the Musicians' Association and Mackenzie's teacher Baron Othello. The laws formed over the nobility's long history had long established that inheriting a title didn't necessarily require awakening one's bloodline, though among those with equal inheritance rights, those with knight-level strength naturally held an advantage. Othello was an example of someone who inherited his title as an only son despite not awakening his bloodline. Fortunately, he possessed outstanding musical talent, particularly excelling in serious compositions, and with the endorsement of several noble companions, he quickly established himself in musical circles. Othello approached Victor, his gaze sharp. Victor, I hear your 4th piece hasn't been composed yet. Victor nodded dejectedly. Yes, Counselor Othello. The old baron slightly raised his cane. This concert will be held in the choral hall, performed before His Grace the Grand Duke and Her Highness the Princess. There can be no mistakes whatsoever. Do you understand? I understand. I've been working hard on it. Victor's voice was subdued. Othello shook his head with a sigh. I would rather the concert's repertoire be less spectacular than risk any problems during the performance. You've written so many excellent pieces in your early years, there's no need to stubbornly insist on new compositions. 1 week before the final date, I want to see the list of 4 pieces on my desk. The orchestra needs sufficient time to rehearse. Victor, do you have any objections? Victor shook his head with difficulty. No, Counselor Othello. He understood that the association was pressuring him. Whether he completed a new composition or used an old work, he had to finalize his decision before the final week, or the concert would be handed over to someone else. Good that you understand, Victor. Othello's expression softened as he turned and slowly walked out of the hall. Seeing the first heir in line had already taken a few steps ahead, McCandless immediately seized the opportunity and spoke to Lot with a gentle smile that concealed sharp edges. My dear cousin, it seems your musical journey hasn't been going smoothly. For the musician examination in a few months, one of the examiners very much look forward to your violin performance. Of course, I've always been fair and won't lower my standards just because you're my cousin. Lot's eyes nearly sparked with fire. His jaw clenched so tightly it produced a faint grinding sound. McCandless paid no attention to this anger and turned to Lucian. And you, how fortunate for a commoner to become a musician. This is the Lord's blessing. Yet you waste your time chasing after girls instead of practicing properly? As one of the examiners for the musician assessments over the next 3 years, I'm giving you a solemn warning. Lucian was initially stunned, then remembered. To save money for her music studies, Elena had been asking him for music theory guidance whenever she had free time recently. McCandless had obviously misinterpreted this situation. After speaking, McCandless turned with a satisfied smile to catch up with Othello. Within the Griffiths family, Lot had always tried desperately to please this first heir, and now could only watch helplessly as the two departed. Oh, Victor, you still haven't written your fourth composition? Wolf feigned sudden realization with exaggerated surprise, then barely concealed his delight as his lips curved upward freely. Enjoy it well. Victor, this might be your first time, and also your last time performing in the sacred chant hall. Hee hee. And you too, that supposedly brilliant commoner student didn't fail to pass even the musician examination in a few years. His laughter was boisterous and grating as it faded away with his footsteps. Lucian noticed that Victor's hands were clenched so tightly that even the pale blue veins were protruding. Victor kept his eyes fixed on Wolf's retreating figure until the heavy doors slowly closed, blocking him from view. Only then did Victor release a long breath and turn to address Rhine and the orchestra members on stage. Continue with your practice. I just had a good melody come to mind, so I'm heading to the lounge to write it down. Each musician in the association had their own private lounge. Rhine repositioned his violin on his shoulder and walked to the edge of the stage, his usually confident smile replaced by an unusually serious expression. Mr. Victor, I believe your current emotional state is quite unstable. It would be best not to force yourself to compose right now, as it won't yield any meaningful results. Victor deflated like a punctured water balloon, his carefully maintained composure instantly draining away as exhaustion, frustration, and anger flooded his face. I know, Rhine. I just need some quiet time. Rhine nodded gently and immediately began delegating tasks. Lucian, Latte, please accompany Mr. Victor to the lounge. Phyllis, Herodotus, head to the practice rooms to work on your instruments. Though Rhine was neither nobility nor an official musician, his mastery of the violin, harpsichord, and other instruments, combined with his composed demeanor, commanded respect from Lucian and Latte. They followed his instructions without question, treating them as if they had come directly from Victor himself. During the journey to the third-floor lounge, Victor remained silent, lost in disappointment and bitter resentment toward himself. Lucian and Latte, unable to find appropriate words, followed quietly behind. Once inside the lounge, Victor finally spoke. You two, go practice your instruments properly. Close the door behind you when you leave. He settled into the sofa, elbows resting on his knees, his gaze fixed on the opposite wall. As Lucian was leaving, he followed Victor's line of sight and saw an oil painting hanging on the wall, a woman with black hair and dark eyes, her delicate face wearing a gentle smile, serene and tender. The painting's colors were so refined and lifelike that she seemed ready to breathe at any moment. The door slowly closed, and through the narrowing gap, Lucian caught one last glimpse of Victor maintaining the same posture like a statue, his eyes locked onto that oil painting. Returning silently with Latte to the fourth-floor practice rooms, Lucian found that Phyllis and Herodotus had also set aside their instruments and sat dejected, lost in thought. Latte managed to squeeze out a few words, as if trying to comfort everyone while convincing himself. Regardless, with Counselor Othello's requirements, Mr. Victor's concert at least won't be a disaster. He had expected to feel relieved saying this, but when the words left his mouth, they were filled with bitterness. Having followed Victor for years, he knew his gentle and kind teacher had always cared for his students. Even though Latte occasionally looked down on Victor's humble origins, that contempt had long since faded with time. If this concert could elevate Victor to the ranks of renowned musicians, Latte would be able to escape McCann's harassment and prejudice during his own musician certification exam. Phyllis smiled silently, equally bitter. Even if the musical issues are resolved according to Counselor Othello's requirements, who can guarantee Mr. Victor's mental state? If a conductor keeps making mistakes during a performance, can the concert possibly turn out well? Yes. Herodotus, much younger than Bilet and still showing his inexperience, pressed his forehead against the glossy surface of his violin. His voice carried a dreamlike quality, soft as a whisper of wind. The practice room fell into complete silence, so quiet that even the sharp sound of a pin dropping on the wooden floor could be heard. In this utterly still environment, Lucien, who had been sitting nearby lost in thought, became practically invisible. At this moment, Lucien's consciousness had already sunk deep into his soul library. He flipped through page after page of his collected sheet music, comparing each piece with the original versions from Earth. He absolutely could not present a symphony unchanged, only to have it discovered that it bore striking similarities to existing melodies in this world, earning him the disgraceful reputation of a plagiarizing fool and destroying his musical career. This caution was his way of repaying Victor's constant care and affection. Lucien had secretly prepared a backup plan. When his inspiration truly ran dry, he would select a classic symphony from Earth and present it to Victor in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion about his abnormal identity. Fortunately, he had already transcribed all the Earth sheet music using this world's notation system while practicing sight reading. Otherwise, this step alone would have taken over a month. As his fingers rapidly turned pages in the soul library, he was relieved to discover that with just a glance, his mind could instantly search for any matching melodies. This was easier than he had imagined. Through his recent intensive studies, he had also gained a clearer understanding of alto's musical trends. After the church had relaxed its strict suppression, the music here was slowly transitioning from a structurally rigorous, heavily religious classical period to a romantic era that emphasized personal emotions. To be safe, Lucien first focused on Bach, whose works possessed typical religious characteristics. To his surprise, however, almost all of Bach's compositions had highly similar pieces in this world, especially the well-tempered clavier and the 12-tone equal temperament piano collection, which were nearly identical. Thank goodness I didn't rashly present them, he thought, secretly grateful for his caution, though this careful approach wasn't exactly something to be proud of. Having ruled out Bach, Lucien turned his attention to Beethoven's 9 symphonies, which he knew best. He first pulled up the most familiar Symphony of Fate, the Fifth Symphony in C minor, and compared it thoroughly. Remarkably, there were no similar melodies. This masterpiece of the classical period both aligned with alto's musical trends and was sufficiently powerful. Not wanting to waste more time, Lucien decided after brief consideration that this would be his choice. To be absolutely certain, he searched through Beethoven's other 8 symphonies and 32 piano sonatas, still finding no obvious similarities. As for classical or romantic pieces by other composers written for the modern piano, since the piano had only recently appeared in this world and was limited by the inadequacies of older instruments, Lucien randomly selected a few for comparison and confirmed there were no similar compositions. After settling on the Symphony of Destiny, Lucien began to worry about how to present it to Victor. He couldn't simply hand over the sheet music directly, nor could he hum the melody in public and make up some tired excuse like "found it in a crack" or "received it from a down-and-out old man." Such legendary encounters had become increasingly unconvincing. Victor's character was far above ordinary people. If he couldn't trace the original composer, he would likely refuse to use it. The safest approach was to disguise the piece as his own rough draft, deliberately leaving flaws that would give Victor reason to revise and perfect it. What about hypnosis? With Lucien's current mental power, most information forcibly implanted in Victor's mind would evaporate upon awakening. Moreover, he had only studied music for 2 months and could barely play simple piano pieces fluently. A quick check of his background would reveal he had neither received systematic training nor ever shown talent. With such a foundation, composing a soul-stirring symphony would be impossible. That's what I'll do. With thoughts churning in his mind almost to the point of explosion, Lucien suddenly stood up, walked to the piano, spread several sheets of white paper on the music stand, picked up a quill pen, and began writing down scattered melodies. Then, his hands fell upon the keys. Dang, 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 dang. Passionate, resonant chords suddenly thundered forth. Lot looked up in bewilderment. Phyllis instinctively turned her face, and Herodotus nearly fell off the piano bench. After the magnificent opening rhythm passed, the melody that followed was unbearable to hear, chaotic and incoherent, like noise. Lot furrowed his brow. Lucien, what are you doing? The blow Mr. Victor suffered today upset me. Thinking about the lives of the poor and my own struggle to learn music, I felt anger and defiance welling up inside me. So I had inspiration and wanted to write it into a musical piece. Lucien turned around to explain. You're writing music? Phyllis sounded as if she had heard a fairy tale, her mouth opening and closing, her voice slightly shrill. How long have you been studying? How much piano technique have you mastered? And you want to compose? Lot spread his hands and shook his head. I understand you want to help Mr. Victor, but don't waste your effort. Beginners can't write decent melodies. Herodotus sneered. What do you think music is? The black bread you eat every day? Listen to what you just played. Absolutely terrible. Not even a melody. It just annoys people. Wanting to compose after less than 2 months of study? Just a clown. Phyllis originally wanted to add a few more sarcastic remarks, but thinking of their current predicament, she only sighed wearily. Please, Lucien, don't make more trouble at a time like this. But Lucien shook his head firmly. I have inspiration, and I believe I can write good music." Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus had nothing more to say, looking at Lucian as if they were looking at a deeply hidden madman. Chaotic, jarring melodies poured from the piano beneath Lucian's hands. Still at the stage where he could only play simple pieces, Lucian's technique was completely inadequate for the complex melodies he attempted. Each note came out separately, like a blacksmith hammering with his iron mallet, striking blow after blow upon the hearts of Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus, filling them with such manic irritation that they wanted nothing more than to tear Lucian apart. Enough! Herodotus and Lot roared almost simultaneously, abandoning all pretense of their usual aristocratic composure. The piano fell silent. Lucian looked up, gazing at the three with an almost innocent, clear expression. "Lot, Phyllis, Herodotus, aren't you going to practice your instruments? Mr. Victor specifically instructed us to practice diligently." "You?" Herodotus clenched his fists, fury turning his gaunt cheeks crimson. Having never won a fight since childhood, he instinctively feared physical confrontation, yet his mind rapidly assessed their relative strength. Lucian stood half a head taller than himself, about 5'8". Born a commoner who made his living through manual labor, his arm strength was certainly formidable. Add to that his knight's squire friend, and he'd probably picked up some swordsmanship as well. A direct fight would be unwise. Moreover, if Mr. Victor caught students brawling, the consequences would be dire. He glanced down at his own scrawny arms and found a dignified excuse for his anger. "I don't want to see you, nor do I want a commoner like you dirtying my hands. I'm going to practice in another room." With that, he turned toward the door. "What's wrong with Herodotus?" Lucian asked with apparent bewilderment. In truth, driving away even one person would help conceal the unreasonable, erratic progress he made when composing melodies. Herodotus, gripping the door handle, nearly stumbled and fell. He shot Lucian a venomous glare. The fellow was clearly doing this on purpose. But after once again weighing their physical differences, he gritted his teeth and stormed out of the practice room. As quiet returned, Lucian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up his quill pen and began recording the melody he'd just played on white paper. The musical passage contained fragments of rhythm from Beethoven's Symphony of Fate, but mostly consisted of parts he'd randomly cobbled together following his instincts. Any person with musical training would shake their head at first glance, finding it barely better than garbage. Lot looked up at the ceiling, rubbing his temples, before finally confirming. "Are you really going to compose music?" "Of course, I'm composing right now," Lucian replied without lifting his head. I'm getting another bit of inspiration." He set down his quill pen, and the piercing piano sounds exploded once again in the cramped room. Phyllis clutched her head and stood up, muttering weakly. "Lot, I need to go to the back garden for some peace. If I listen any longer, I'll go mad." Lot sighed deeply. "I'm going to another practice room too." As their footsteps faded away, Lucian reached back and locked the door. Then he bent over the two melody segments he'd just written down, adding more musical phrases from the Symphony of Fate. Following his thoughts, he continued writing, filling several pages with what appeared to be garbage-like melodies. This was the method Lucian had just to visit, a gradual process to accomplish his goal. First, he would get them to accept the fact that he was composing music, then disguise it with mediocre melodies, improving day by day. This progress needed to be documented in his musical drafts as evidence for future questioning. Once they subconsciously believed his compositions contained quite a few pleasant melodies, he could invite Victor to listen to his piano version of the Destiny Symphony full of flaws and have Victor correct the defects, perfect the piece, and arrange it into a proper symphony. In his view, a genius who steadily grew under everyone's watchful eyes, gradually revealing his hidden musical talent, would be far more acceptable than a freak who suddenly produced a soul-stirring symphony capable of lasting hundreds or thousands of years while claiming it as his own creation. To achieve this, all his practice time would need to focus on the piano version of the Destiny Symphony. Even if the melody remained full of holes, he had to ensure his basic performance wouldn't drag down this work known as the Crown of Symphonies, or Victor, Lot, Phyllis and others would simply shake their heads in denial. History provided precedent. Beethoven's Destiny Symphony had a disastrous premiere due to only one rehearsal and cold weather, receiving a lukewarm audience response. Only when performed again a year and a half later did it receive unprecedented thunderous applause. Lucian quietly reminded himself with this historical lesson. Even the greatest compositions require proper timing and adequate preparation. After determining today's composition progress, he immediately made revisions to his draft, ensuring the improvement was clearly traceable, then closed the piano room and began his arduous practice. Slow, fragmented piano notes echoed in the empty room, the originally heart-touching melody sounding like noise under his fingers. But even if the door wasn't locked and someone heard him, he didn't care. This perfectly fit his gradual improvement plan. Throughout the afternoon, neither Victor nor Rhine, nor Lot and the others, came to disturb him. Taking advantage of this peace, he managed to play through the Third Plusminute Symphony 3 times, albeit brokenly. His fingertips swelled from the keys, his arms ached. But this confirmed which rhythms and fingerings needed improvement next. Dusk fell. Lucien gathered his thick stack of revised sheet music and walked up the stairs toward the fifth-floor concert hall. The hall blazed with lights as the symphony orchestra rehearsed, freshly applied rosin creating fine powder among the string instruments. Victor energetically wielded his conductor's baton, apparently having shaken off his previous gloom and thrown himself wholeheartedly into the music. Below the stage, Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus had taken their seats early. The three listened intently to the orchestra's performance while observing Victor's conducting technique. Seeing Lucien enter, they merely cast cold glances his way, clearly unwilling to acknowledge this arrogant and difficult madman. Lucien paid no mind, smiling at each of them in turn, though Phyllis responded only with a helpless sigh. Settling into a soft chair, he closed his eyes, listening to the orchestra rehearsal while mentally calculating tomorrow's progress. Exactly how much should he improve the melody to hit the perfect mark? The melodious music flowed, and half an hour passed in a flash. The rehearsal concluded, and Victor walked down from the stage alongside Rhine, wearing gentle smiles as they inquired about the students' afternoon practice and whether they had encountered any problems with fingering or technique. Mr. Victor, Herodotus stood up, burning with indignation. Lucien is so arrogantly presumptuous as to want to compose music, Lord. How long has he even been studying music? His crude, cacophonous, and grating music sounded like the groans of demons, driving us to seek refuge in other practice rooms. Herodotus shut the door with obvious disgust, about to voice his complaints when he met Lucien's smiling gaze. Lucien silently thanked him. If not for your vocal protests spreading the word, I would have had difficulty bringing this up myself. Seeing that his lengthy denunciation had only earned him a smile in return, Herodotus raised his voice in irritation. Mr. Victor, you'd better advise him to abandon such unrealistic delusion. She clearly has no idea what he's capable of. I refuse to be tortured by that noise every day. Victor set down his bow and looked at Lucien with puzzlement. You're attempting to compose music? Rhine nearby raised his silver eyebrows with a hint of mockery in his tone, his gaze falling on the sheet music in Lucien's hands. Lucien nodded earnestly. Today's events, combined with past experiences, suddenly gave me inspiration. I want to record them. Upon receiving this confirmation, the gentle-natured Victor didn't immediately scold him, but instead asked patiently, Is this a melody you composed? May I take a look? Of course. Lucien had been carrying the sheet music with him precisely because he wanted Victor, as a musician, to witness his progress. With authoritative recognition, he could establish his footing in the musical field. Rhine smiled with interest. Give me a copy as well. A beginner who's only studied music for 2 months daring to compose it sounds intriguing. This was exactly what Lucien had hoped for. He divided the sheet music into 2 copies and handed them to Victor and Rhine respectively. Rhine looked down at the pages, his thin lips twitching slightly, as if suppressing laughter, while Victor's brow gradually furrowed. After a moment, he spoke in a steady yet gentle voice. Lucien, I understand your intentions, and I'm grateful. But you're still a beginner in music. What's most important now is building a solid foundation and mastering your instrument. In another year or 2, it won't be too late to try composing. Given the day's troubles, Victor guessed why Lucien had suddenly been inspired to write music, so he didn't scold him instead. His words carried comfort and appreciation. Victor's attitude immediately conveyed the subtext to Lotte, Phyllis, and the others. So this bastard Lucien wasn't writing music out of genuine love for composition, but was pretending to want to share Victor's burdens to curry favor with their teacher. They suddenly understood, thinking to themselves, we never thought of this tactiquerie, just too honest, simple, and well-mannered to compete with such a scheming fellow. Thus, their gazes toward Lucien became noticeably more complex. Rhine, driven by curiosity, read through the sheet music from beginning to end, then smiled as he offered a half-hearted critique mixed with consolation. While this composition is quite immature and lacks the finesse to truly be called music, there are still some glimmers of potential within it. For instance, these 2 measures. As he spoke, he softly hummed those 2 measures, the very segments from the Fate Symphony, forcing Lucien to admire his sharp musical perception. Rhine continued. However, if you want to compose truly great music, having just 1 or 2 brilliant moments isn't enough. Lucien, don't get so caught up looking at the distant horizon that you forget to watch the path beneath your feet. Thank you for your encouragement, Mr. Rhine. Lucien replied politely, then turned to Victor. Mr. Victor, composing won't interfere with my piano practice. I truly have inspiration. Victor opened his mouth, about to say something more, but the endless trivial matters of recent days had left him mentally exhausted. He could only sigh inwardly. With only 1 month left until the concert, time was incredibly tight. Finally, he shook his head. Fine, as long as it doesn't interfere with your practice, you can give it a try. Consider it another form of training. Lotte, Phyllis, and Herodotus exchanged glances, their eyes full of astonishment. This guy actually wants to compose music. Ridiculous. After gaining Victor's approval, Lucien continued his life as a noisemaker. In the practice room, endless cacophony rolled about like rough gravel, with only occasional tiny sparks of brilliance flickering through, and within those sparks lay his progress. As his practice deepened, more melodies from the symphony of fate gradually emerged. However, Latte, Felice, and Herodotus had long since developed an aversion to the noise. Whenever Lucien began playing, they would either turn and leave or play their own instruments even louder. Lucien deliberately mixed and discarded passages, and combined with his still lacking technique, others found it difficult to detect his improvement. Over time, they only worried that their own musical talents might be worn down by the noise, but discovered that once they got used to it, the cacophony wasn't quite so unbearable after all. Thus, no one paid serious attention to Lucien's compositions anymore. Time quickly approached the final week. After repeated and lengthy practice, Lucien could finally manage to play through this symphony of fate in its entirety, albeit barely. Though many techniques remained clumsy and errors were frequent, the overall melody could no longer be concealed. After pressing the final key, Lucien lifted his hands and quietly listened to the melody echoing through the practice room, feeling a subtle sense of accomplishment. It wasn't because he had successfully plagiarized the Symphony of Destiny, but rather because he was gratified that after nearly 3 weeks of dedicating all his time except for essential daily magic study piano practice, his dedication had finally paid off. Every morning, he would practice on the virtual keyboard in the music library, immersing himself in the ocean of notes just like Pierrot. After hastily eating lunch and skipping his afternoon rest, he would rush directly to Victor's house or the association's practice room, continuing until evening. Only when Victor came to provide guidance would he temporarily set aside the challenging pieces and switch to relatively simpler etudes. Such rigorous practice had enabled him to at least manage to play through the entire Symphony of Destiny without it being dismissed as mere noise. Although he still struggled with several technical passages and his tempo remained somewhat sluggish, anyone with profound musical cultivation could discern the unique value contained within this composition, and Mr. Victor was naturally no exception. However, Lucien was well aware that his progress was extremely abnormal. It relied on massive repetitive practice and extraordinary memory to barely conquer this single piece. If he were to tackle another work of equivalent difficulty, he would still need to invest in lengthy practice sessions, falling far short of those who first solidified their foundations before advancing. With this thought, he reined in his inflated pride and turned to organize his sheet music. Behind him, a gleaming silver flute caught his eye. Felice's full lips were pressed against the mouthpiece, yet she hadn't begun to play. Those ruby-like eyes were fixed intently on him, confusion and shock still lingering. Having just prepared to finish her practice, she had happened to hear Lucien's fluid final passage. Though she could still detect technical roughness and rhythmic sluggishness, she had begun to faintly appreciate the complete charm of the melody, which stood in stark contrast to the fragmented playing she had heard before when interrupted by garbage melodies. To maintain secrecy, Lucien had deliberately interrupted the Symphony of Destiny with crude passages, making Felice, Lot, and others sharing the practice room believe he was merely improving his technique without recognizing the value of this composition. Today's slip was exactly what he intended. With only 1 week remaining until the concert, he planned to have Victor preview it in the next 2 days. Felice's current confusion and amazement were precisely the effect he wanted to create. "Felice, do you have any thoughts?" Lucien put away his sheet music, revealing a sincere and polite smile. Felice lowered her flute, opened her mouth, and finally managed only, "This, your playing ability has improved tremendously." She still didn't believe it was an original melody by Lucien, instead attributing it to his rapid advancement in piano skills, speculating that it was simply a piano piece she hadn't heard before. After all, her main focus was studying the flute. Lucien simply wanted her to have an impression, and seeing that she didn't ask further, he smiled and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Phyllis. Night is approaching, and it looks like there might be a storm tonight, so I should head back now." The harvest moon of September remained swelteringly hot. The dark mountains blocked the monsoon winds, and Whalelight Park was surrounded by mountains forming a basin where violent rainstorms occurred every few days during these months. Though it wasn't even 6 o'clock yet, the sky was as dark as 7 or 8 in the evening, with humid, oppressive air pressing down on the rooftops, ready to unleash a torrential downpour at any moment. "See you tomorrow then, Lucien." Phyllis replied unusually normally, yet her gaze still followed his departing figure. She had reached her conclusion, but remained puzzled. Lot and Herodotus had left early, leaving her with no one to consult. Downstairs, the hall was dimly lit. Butler Ace was directing the servants to scrub the floors, his manner as serious and polite as always. Lucien approached him. "Mr. Ace, where is Mr. Victor? I need to speak with him." Phyllis's perception made Lucien want to resolve matters ahead of schedule. With such things, sooner was always better than later. "Mr. Victor has gone to the cemetery and may not return until very late," Ace replied steadily. "Mr. Lucien, is it urgent?" tomorrow would work as well. Rather than wait an uncertain amount of time, it would be better to postpone until tomorrow. Lucien nodded his farewell, his mind already focused on returning home to conduct magical experiments. That was his true path. During this period, he had nearly devoured that entire arcane journal, rapidly filling in his foundational knowledge using the documents, materials, and books the library could unseal. This was a time of rapid advancement in magical analysis, construction, and application. He had integrated frequency and vibration knowledge into Holmes's coughing sonic magic, and after repeated experiments, had forcibly derived 2 new apprentice-level informal spells. She wasn't even certain whether the Magic Council headquarters had records of them. However, compared to knowledge and technique, his soul resilience and mental strength improved. Slowly was still a bit short of being able to cast 10 apprentice-level spells consecutively and enter the ranks of formal magic apprentices. Most people experienced explosive mental strength growth at this stage, becoming high-level apprentices within a year or two. He had taken the opposite path, with knowledge racing ahead while mental strength struggled to catch up. The evening grew increasingly dark, with lamplight swallowed by the humidity. As he pushed open the door to Aunt Elisa's house, Lucien casually glanced toward the corner of the neighboring wall where the previously erased markings had been. New symbols had appeared. News of evil creatures. His expression remained calm, as if he had merely glanced over by chance, then stepped inside. Those were a set of drawings left by Smile, their meaning clear. Respected Professor, the sage has news of evil creatures. Tonight at 10 o'clock, same place as before. Owl. After missing several consecutive secret gatherings, were they finally using evil creatures to tempt him? The taste of black bread dipped in salty potato and beef stew spread through his mouth as Lucien chewed with his head down. But his thoughts lingered on those symbols. Could it be a trap? If so, was it the crow's owner or someone else? After pondering for a long time, Lucien decided to observe from the shadows first, confirm there were no ambushes, and then make contact with Smale and the sage. Once he obtained the blood of evil creatures, he could summon vengeful spirits, collect wraith dust, and then focus on earning money to purchase the coveted Moonlight Rose. However, before that, he needed to prepare all the items at hand. At night, in Lucien's magical laboratory, under the dim candlelight, the alchemical array's runes crisscrossed like a spider web across the stone table's center. A black vessel, thick as a cup's rim, sat steadily in the middle with blue flames licking its bottom, while crimson liquid churned inside like molten lava. Lucien concentrated intently, his left hand gripping a 20-centimeter-long clay rod, stirring slowly, while his right hand held up a slender glass tube. The thick, ink-black liquid within dripped rhythmically into the vessel. With each drop, white mist erupted suddenly, and the red liquid contracted and solidified violently, as if about to explode on the spot. Only through Lucien's stirring with his left hand and precise mental control of the alchemical array could he barely stabilize the reaction. Once the black liquid finished pouring, he pressed his right palm against the array's edge. The runes instantly switched, and blood-red threads emerged from the array, wrapping the black vessel tightly. Then he chanted obscure incantations in a low voice, and his left index finger shot out a white light tinged with frost, piercing directly into the vessel's interior. When extreme heat met ice, the reaction became even more violent. Dense white steam rolled and rumbled, but was firmly bound by the red threads, eventually stabilizing. As the mist gradually dispersed, only a small amount of crimson viscous liquid remained, clinging to the vessel's inner walls and flowing like dancing flames. Only then did Lucien exhale, quickly pouring it into a spare glass tube and sealing it with a label. The blazing gel was successfully crafted. The witch's notes mentioned that blazing gel had considerable explosive power. Previous failures had left Lucien with minor injuries throughout his body. He had personally tested it, and the effect was similar to a gasoline bomb, though lacking sufficient explosive impact. Originally, he planned to mix in nitroglycerin, but considering his lack of powerful protective spells, he abandoned the idea for now. He extinguished the flame and opened the wooden box in the corner. Inside lay 7 test tubes neatly arranged. 2 tubes of blazing gel, 3 tubes of brown aloe potion that accelerated mental recovery, its brownish liquid constantly bubbling violently, and 2 tubes of storm, which could heal external wounds but would exhaust physical strength. Lucien inserted them along with the newly crafted blazing gel into the hidden pockets at his black robe's belt, which were padded with cloth scraps to prevent the rune-inscribed glass tubes from colliding with each other. After completing this, he opened the magic notebook on the stone table. The left and right pages recorded 2 apprentice-level spells of his own creation based on inspiration from vibration and frequency, successfully modified from the sonic spell, Holman's Cough, after hundreds of experiments. They consumed mental energy no less than any astral magic, had niche applications, but could produce surprising effects in specific environments. He gazed quietly for a moment, then picked up his pen and wrote elegant names at the top of the pages. Bat's Screech. Professor's Resonating Hand. After finishing his preparations, Lucien left the laboratory and returned to his small room, lying on the narrow bed with closed eyes to meditate. At 9:40, he pulled down his hood and left the house. The sweltering night was thick with oppressive air, waiting for a storm to break. Lucien didn't retrace his previous route. Instead, he took a more secluded alley, spending over 10 minutes to reach the vicinity of the abandoned house with the tall willow tree growing by its door. In the darkness, he didn't rush to reveal himself but lurked in the shadows behind a pile of crumbling stone walls, his gaze fixed on three figures beneath the willow, black robes, hoods pulled low, faces obscured. Judging by their builds, one was Smail, another was the sage, and the third, slightly thinner in frame, Lucien couldn't be certain was the same magic apprentice from last time. He circled the area while staying in the shadows, carefully checking corners, eaves, and bushes for ambushers. Finding none, he remained cautious. After confirming it was safe, he retreated to his original hiding spot and reached into a small pocket sewn into his belt's lining. His fingertips precisely grasped a black, oddly shaped spellcasting component, its surface rough and uneven, like weathered stone. Lucien opened his mouth as if to chant, but made no sound. The material in his palms suddenly vibrated, the frequency increasing like a heart beating faster, sending invisible ripples spreading from his fingertips. This was his original apprentice-level spell, Bat Scream. Based on the principle of bats using ultrasonic waves for echolocation. This biological radar, combined with detect magic aura and mental power, could scan the surroundings for hidden individuals. When learning detect magic aura, Lucien understood that below the sixth circle, whether magic apprentices or formal wizards, while there were many ways to conceal one's aura, they all required the caster to have no beneficial or defensive magic continuously running, permanent effects excluded. Once an opponent exhausted their means of hiding their aura, they often couldn't address other detection vulnerabilities, making Bat Scream particularly valuable. Of course, if enemies knew of this method beforehand, they could evade detection through ethereal or spiritual forms. Lucien knew that wizard battles weren't just about spell strength, but about tactical decisions in the moment. If only apprentice-level light magic weren't so scarce, he would have loved to construct an infrared detection spell to sense heat. The more reconnaissance methods available, the greater the chance of survival. At this moment, rings of ultrasonic waves spread like ripples from the irregular black sphere in his palm. Each time they struck an obstacle, the waves bounced back, feeding information through the material to his mental sea. In the night, the surrounding landscape gradually formed in his mind as a three-dimensional image as clear as daylight. With me as the center, radius 100 meters. Lucien calculated mentally. The interior of the abandoned house couldn't be penetrated for now, detecting only a few ordinary rats with no magical aura. If he truly had infrared detection, the inside of the house might be clearly visible too. Suddenly, he caught an outline at the top of the Willowan owl, presumably Duo Luo. Nearby, perched on another branch, was another dark shadow, a crow. A crow. Upon seeing the crow, Lucien actually felt much more relaxed. Based on their previous encounter, he judged that the crow's master was always cautious, never making a move without absolute certainty. During this period, he had neither contacted outsiders nor made any suspicious moves, so he was confident there had been no intelligence leaks. The other party was most likely still testing him. He ended the bat screech magic. The black material in his palm seemed to be instantly drained of moisture, crumbling into fine powder that slipped through his fingers and scattered onto the dust at his feet. It was the bat's pituitary gland. With his current mental strength, he couldn't stably release high-intensity ultrasonic waves and could only complete the spell with the help of this organ. Lucien had planned to remain hidden a bit longer, confirm there were no anomalies in the area, then go meet with Smile and the sage. Just then, a lowered female voice came from the other side of the eaves. "Respected professor, I believe you are nearby, but haven't shown yourself because you saw me. It was my teacher who discovered traces of the evil creature. He bears goodwill toward you and hopes to communicate with such an erudite magician as yourself." The voice was deliberately altered, yet couldn't hide its unique husky sensuality. It was indeed the magic apprentice Honey. After brief consideration, Lucien stepped out from the shadows behind the house, as if materializing from the darkness itself. He walked slowly toward the willow tree and spoke calmly. "Please convey my thanks to your teacher. Although I know there's a pair of eyes watching us from that tree, I still hope to formally express my gratitude through you." "Professor, how did you know?" Honey was so startled, she nearly forgot to alter her voice. She turned to look at the old willow, but in the thick darkness, she could see nothing in such deep blackness. Even magical auras were obscured, yet he could detect Ashley? Her heart grew increasingly cold at this professor's mysterious abilities. The crow in the tree seemed struck by lightning, nearly tumbling from its perch. It flapped its wings, circled once in the air, then flew off into the distance. Meanwhile, the sage and Smile's faces changed dramatically. They hadn't expected to be watched by another magician's familiar. Realizing that if the other party harbored ill intent, they might already be in grave danger, They couldn't help but shudder slightly. Two pairs of eyes fixed on Honey with cold light, their voices suppressed and angry. You owe us an explanation. Honey immediately straightened and bowed sincerely. I deeply apologize for concealing this from you. Please accept this gift. My teacher simply wishes to meet with the professor. Should he encounter danger while hunting evil creatures, Ashley could provide support through their connection. However, Ashley has already left. As for the true intention of having the familiar secretly assess this mysterious magician's strength, she didn't voice it, but everyone present understood. After the sage and Smare expressed their anger toward a formal wizard, there wasn't much they could actually do. The power gap was simply too vast. If they killed Bai Mitung over this matter, that crow might immediately fly back and eliminate them. So when Bai Mitung apologized and promised compensation, both men nodded, hoping such incidents wouldn't happen again. This is Alto, they warned. Such behavior could make your teacher suspected of being a church spy, turning him into an enemy of all wizards and apprentices. The last time the witch and the wizard from the Magic Council headquarters were ambushed by the church, many colleagues suspected there was a spy among them. This concern still churned in their hearts. Lucian stepped through the shadows and stopped before the group, his hoarse voice scraping like a rusted blade. Can you tell me where the evil creature is? Bai Mitung dared not delay and immediately explained the discovery in detail. Within the old city walls of the noble district stood Baron Lawrence Mansion. For 3 consecutive generations, this family had failed to awaken any bloodline power. They could neither secure important positions in the duchy nor obtain holy water from the church. The mansion had few servants and felt cold and desolate. A few days ago, the crow Ashley was patrolling the night sky when it heard commotion from within the mansion. Out of curiosity, it swooped down to investigate. Inside, it witnessed a frenzied gathering. Crowds of naked men and women dancing wildly around a small altar in the center that flickered with dark red candlelight. Someone was attempting to collect the scattered power, and that person was Baron Laurent himself. Ashley detected a trace of evil creature's aura emanating from the Baron. Bai Mitung added that after days of covert observation, they were certain tonight's gathering would commence again, and the ritual had reached a critical stage. After listening, the sage nodded slightly, his aged voice carrying a sigh. Many fallen nobles are like this. If several generations lack knight bloodlines and they can't obtain holy water, they'd rather risk dealing with devils and demons than miss their chance. While noble status meant hereditary titles and lands, without bloodline awakening, others would gradually encroach upon their territory, eventually devouring their estates and leaving only bankrupt titles. After a few more generations, even if not stripped of rank, their glory would be forgotten, making them no different from commoners. Lucian had his own assessment. The Silverhorn cult, which had been dormant for nearly 2 months, was likely stirring again. He looked up and continued questioning. Do you know the evil creature's strength? Also, how do we infiltrate the noble district? The noble district was surrounded by inner city walls, and the gates had long since closed. Only nobles residing within could command soldiers to open them. Bai Mitung replied. Based on the altar's specifications, my teacher deduced it should be a low-level devil with ordinary knight-level strength. However, if we disrupt the ritual before its completion, the projection it manifests will only have the power of a high-ranking knight squire. Bai Mitung didn't consider this matter particularly dangerous. She was confident that she, along with the sage and others, could easily eliminate a demonic projection of this caliber. As for the professor, he was a powerful formal mage of unknown rank. She gently touched the short staff at her waist, her gaze settling on Lucian in the darkness, feeling reassured. With the professor overseeing this operation, success was virtually guaranteed. The sage picked up the conversation, lowering his voice. Bai Mitung doesn't know how to contact the owl, so she reached out through me. I happen to know a secret passage that leads directly into the noble district at night. That's why we came together, to guide you, Professor. As he spoke, his excitement was barely contained. Thanks to your guidance last time, I've nearly completed the analysis of my spell model. If you permit, let me take the lead tonight. A demonic projection of this level hardly warrants your personal intervention. The sage's mind churned with conflicting thoughts. He was grateful for the professor's teachings, yet Bai Mitung's mentor secretly doubted the professor's abilities and wanted to use tonight's mission to observe him. The sage feared this suspicion would shatter his image of the mighty professor. And worse, if the professor's true level were exposed, Bai Mitung's mentor might strike against him, leaving the sage with no one to turn to for guidance. Fear and reverence intertwined, driving him to impulsively volunteer for the task. Lucian silently weighed his options. If this matter involved the Silverhorn cult, everything could change dramatically. The stronger his companions, the safer he would be. The sage likely carried magical items similar to the Ice Avenger, a potentially valuable asset. After a moment's consideration, he nodded. Very well. Once this is over, you may ask me one question. As long as he obtained the Wraith Dust and escaped safely, he planned to disappear from magical circles for a while. By then, whether his true strength was exposed or his reputation crumbled would no longer matter. "May I assist you, Professor?" Bai Mitong spoke softly. She wanted both to make up for her earlier rashness, and, with the Raven Ashley having departed, the task of observing the professor's abilities now fell to her. Lucian readily agreed, was more than happy to accept a hostage who volunteered herself. Smayer, standing to the side, pondered for a long while. His connection to the professor had already elevated his status within their circle. If he let the sage and Bai Mitong take all the credit, he would lose both the witch and the professor's favor. With his weak abilities, he would inevitably be marginalized, which would be detrimental to his magical progress. With this in mind, he solemnly requested to join the mission as well. Thus, under the sage's guidance, Lucian and the others set off toward the noble district. In the stifling, oppressive night, several magic apprentices clad in black hooded robes, the kind that would immediately mark them as sinister, mysterious figures to any observer, moved carefully through the shadows of buildings. Even when they occasionally encountered drunkards on the streets, they were ignored and allowed to pass. The night was far from empty. Besides the reeking drunks, night watchmen from the Church Inquisition lurked in the darkness, prowling like greedy vultures through shadowy corners, hunting for the scent of blood and decay. Those black-gloved hands were the stuff of nightmares for every mage and apprentice in Alto City. After more than 10 minutes, the group passed through the chaotic cluster of houses in the Adrian district. The terrain here was labyrinthine, filthy, and damp. When they reached the city gate leading to the noble quarter, the sage at the front stopped and raised his hand, pointing toward an ordinary house surrounded by countless dilapidated dwellings. White Honey and Smile had always trusted the sage, but caution remained their watchword. Each began chanting detection spells, sending magical ripples gently across the rooftops and ground. Only after confirming no anomalies did they fall silent. Lucian had intended to add his own checks, but when he realized the detection methods the two were using almost completely overlapped with his own repertoire except for Bat Screech, he abandoned the idea and simply swept the area once with his mental power. After all, Bat Screech couldn't penetrate building interiors, making it of limited use. Pushing open the door, they were greeted by a cloud of ancient dust. The rotting beams were draped with spider webs, clearly indicating the place had been uninhabited for some time. However, the sage calmly walked through the living room, casually remarking as he went, "Beggars used to spend nights here regularly, but in recent months, they've all disappeared." Lucian and White Honey remained silent, while Smile couldn't help but whisper, "Why would beggars disappear? What could they possibly do?" "Word is it's connected to evil creatures," the sage replied in a flat tone, seeming to know some inside information but offering no elaboration. The group entered the dim bedroom. The sage first moved a broken wooden crate to the corner, then used a corresponding magical array to disable a concealed magical trap. The floorboards creaked softly as a hidden door opened, releasing a cold but not putrid draft as if people frequently passed through, maintaining ventilation. Lucian, White Honey, and Smile couldn't help but speculate silently. Could the sage be from the noble quarter, regularly using this secret passage to attend clandestine gatherings in the Adrian district? But none were foolish enough to voice such suspicions aloud. After confirming the area was secure, the sage was first to enter the passage, with the others following and sealing the entrance behind them. The tunnel floor was smooth, and the walls were lined with the luminescent moss commonly found in sewers. Pale blue light danced across the stone surfaces, bringing waves of chill. Their footsteps echoed through the narrow corridor, creating an involuntary sense of tension. Even more concerning was that every 10 meters, a minor fossilization to mud, magical array was embedded in the ceiling. When passing beneath them, the slightest touch of mental power could instantly soften the bricks and stones above into liquid mud. Noticing the inquiring gazes from Professor, White Honey, and Owl, the sage smiled slightly. These are arranged to destroy the passage in emergency situations, ensuring it won't be discovered. I appreciate your caution and care. Lucian nodded to the sage with his hoarse, unpleasant voice, carrying the authority befitting a professor. White Sugar relaxed and smiled. I feel much more at ease now. 10 minutes later, in a shadowy corner of the noble district, tall shade trees intertwined their branches, fragmenting the moonlight into scattered pieces. Lucian's group emerged one by one from the dense undergrowth, brushing dirt from their clothes. The sage, familiar with the terrain, led the way and quickly located Baron Lawrence Villa, 3-story old building with desolate, gloomy exterior walls covered in creeping ivy, looking exactly like a haunted house. Only one guard stood before the iron gate. Unlike the noble guards on the streets who wore silver-gray chainmail, he wore only ordinary leather armor, hinting at the Lauron family's decline. Smile surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "This place is secluded with only one guard. Why don't we just go in directly? What do you think, Professor? Don't make too much noise." Lucian nodded, indicating he could try. The sage, his face hidden under a black hood, stepped forward with an aged voice tinged with amusement. "Perhaps I should handle this, Professor. After all, I am an apprentice of the astrology school." Lucian smiled grimly. "Excellent. Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Though his odd phrasing sounded awkward, White Sugar, the sage, and the others understood and nodded in agreement. With the decision made, Smile shrugged in compliance. At that moment, Luke, the guard at the gate, leaned against a stone pillar, yawning repeatedly while cursing the Baron silently. Throwing parties every few days while putting on noble airs. Only 10 silver nars a month for us. Me father and grandfather got 20 when they served the old Baron. Amid his complaints, he heard an owl hooting in the night sky, sending chills down his spine. He turned and shouted, "Go catch some mice. Stop dawdling around like my 60-year-old grandmother." Nothing was visible in the pitch darkness. Just as Luke was about to look away, he noticed a mysterious figure completely shrouded in black robes, standing a dozen steps away. The bone-chilling cold emanating from the figure made his heart skip a beat. Just as he was about to shout, the robed figure slightly raised his head, and their eyes met. Under the hood, the nose, mouth, and cheeks were all blurred shadows, but those eyes seemed to press right against his face. Within the deep black pupils, countless points of light flickered like stars in the night sky. Luke first felt confused, then his tense muscles relaxed as an inexplicable trust and awe welled up in his heart. Confirming that the eyes of stars had taken effect, the sage calmly approached Luke face to face and whispered, "We're here for the Baron's ball. Open the gate and let us in." He added, "Keep your voice down and wake the others. Honoring your wishes is the least I can do." Luke turned, braced both hands against the heavy door, and forced it open just enough for a single person to slip through sideways. The damp night wind slid in through the gap, but he stood motionless. Lucian, the sage, White Honey, and Smile edged along the wall one after another, their footsteps nearly soundless, feeling their way toward the unlit depths of the villa. None of the four noticed that Luke hadn't pulled the door shut behind them. He turned around, facing the darkness of the courtyard with his back, and stood tall at his post. For the first time, a fierce light burned in his eyes, as if he meant to prove his loyalty by doing just a little more for that gentleman. At the center of the villa's hall, a crude yet meticulous altar dominated the floor. The silver candlesticks had been polished to a gleam, but their flames had been deliberately snuffed out, leaving only dim embers that winked from time to time. Above the altar stood a middle-aged man, Baron Laurent. His silver robe billowed as he raised his arms, and the silver thread cuffs threw off a muted sheen. Eyes shut, hands lifted high, his face was twisted with fanatic zeal, as if straining to catch a hurried chanter or the whisper of an unseen void. A strange aura slowly spread through the hall, then was bound to the floor beneath the Baron by a twin horn emblem in pale silver. Fine silver filaments unfurled at the emblem's edge, webbing out across the floor and drawing the aura behind the Baron, where it gathered. Colorless mist condensed into a whirlpool streaked with pink and inky black, rolling and contorting until it took the form of a tall, horned silhouette. "Are you ready? I grant you my power." The voice of the apparition seemed to rise from a deep well, low and thrumming. Baron Laurent's eyes snapped open, pupils pinpricking, his fervor tipping into madness. "Great Lord of Silver White, eternal and unchanging silence. My soul is yours. Let the angel you send join my blood and awaken my strength." The figure was transparent, its features indistinct. It leaned down and pressed itself to the Baron's back, then seeped into him inch by inch like spilled ink swallowed by paper. Baron Laurent blanched at once. Sweat beaded on his brow. Pain surged between his brows, but a hotter fanaticism crushed it down. His lips trembled, a bright sheen gathered at the corners of his eyes. "There are countless magical traps outside," he rasped with a laugh, pain and ecstasy twined in his voice. "No one can stop me now from receiving the power of the great Lord of Silverwhite and restoring my family's honor." Beyond the villa, tiny magical runestones lay hidden among the grass and flower beds. As apprentice mages, Lucian and the others dared not rush in. They hugged the ground, probing each trap and the arrays concealed in the dark. The sage made a swift judgment. "Professor, there are too many layers and several arrays woven together. Silently disarming them will take at least half an hour." White Honey gripped a pale blue crystal, a tool for sensing the presence of evil beings. Its light flickered urgently. She whispered, breath tight, "We're a little late. The demonic aura is here. 10 minutes at most before the projection fully descends. We have to rush, and now there's no time to dismantle this slowly." Smile's brow furrowed. "If we force our way through, we'll burn most of our mental strength just clearing the traps." He turned to Lucian. "Professor, we can only ask for your hand. You're the only one who can wipe these traps and arrays quickly and cleanly." Their caution along the way had cost them time, and now the stakes were spiking. The sage and White Honey also glanced at Lucian, unable to help themselves. They stayed silent, but their thoughts churned. "My talisman can destroy the central array, but the traps outside are so dense. We really asked the professor to act? Is the professor truly a real mage? Just how powerful is he? If Professor isn't a formal magician, would he stop attending gatherings in the future out of fear of White Honey's teacher?" eyes filled with worry, confusion, and expectation intertwined in the darkness. Lucian, who had been standing quietly to the side as if calculating in secret, raised his head and revealed a deliberately cold smile. No problem, I'll resolve this quickly. They'll lose their effectiveness soon, so get ready. Professor is so confident. In the awkward atmosphere, everyone instinctively held their breath. Lucian strode toward the villa. His black robe billowed, the hood concealing his face, revealing only his faintly glowing eyes. Reaching the wall, he extended both hands and pressed them against the surface, then parted his lips slightly, silently reciting an incantation. Invisible waves spread from his palms, flowing along the wall and reflecting back, with the frequency being adjusted and amplified repeatedly. In front of the villa, the sage, White Honey, and Smile exchanged glances, confusion swirling in the depths of their pupils. What exactly was Professor doing? After a moment, White Honey suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet trembling lightly. She frowned. Are you shaking? Isn't it you? The sage was equally puzzled. Then Smile pointed ahead and cried out. Look, the villa is shaking. The three-story old villa began swaying back and forth, the amplitude growing from slight to violent, with glass and walls producing crisp, clanging, and banging sounds. The ground remained almost still, yet the trembling was concentrated in the building itself. This was definitely not an earthquake, but the villa oscillating on its own. Could it be Professor? The brief discussion made White Honey's heart race. She stared at Lucian, who was still pressing against the wall and trembling along with the villa, her voice shaking. It looks like it's about to collapse. What level of magic is this? I've checked in books, even third circle fireball spells would need more than 10 hits to bring down a villa without magical array protection. The sage watched the tottering building, his eyes filled with both disbelief and terror. Smile was already dumbstruck, muttering to himself. Once the villa collapses, all the magical traps and arrays will be useless. Professor really wasn't lying. The owl Duo Luo on his shoulder stretched its neck with all its might, its tone excited. What has Master Duo Luo witnessed? Further away, a black crow perched on a treetop, having somehow followed them again. It fluttered and nearly fell, lowering its voice yet unable to hide its shock. What level of magic is this exactly? The answer finally emerged: the apprentice-level magic, Professor's resonance hand, which calculates natural frequencies and creates resonance to destroy buildings, most effective at demolishing bridges. In the villa's grand hall, Lawrence stood at the center of the altar wearing a silver robe, his face twisted with pain, yet radiating fanaticism and excitement. Scorching blood surged through his veins as the semi-transparent dark shadow behind him gradually merged into his spine, the burning sensation like countless needles piercing his bone marrow. He could clearly hear the humming rush of blood, the clarion call of his awakening bloodline. After 40 years of searching, trials, and waiting, would he finally reap the rewards tonight? Around the hall, deep and intermittent moans from men and women echoed like the rising and falling cheers at a knight's coronation ceremony. Lawrence clenched his fists, suppressed maniacal laughter escaping his throat. Suddenly, the floor began to shake, walls resonated with thunderous crashes, and dust cascaded from the ceiling. An earthquake? His pupils contracted as the remnants of his reverence for the god of truth were instantly torn from his heart. Could this be punishment from the old gods? But he immediately gritted his teeth. With only one step remaining, how could he retreat? If he successfully awakened his bloodline and became a knight, even if the villa collapsed, he might still have a chance of survival. The half-merged shadow seemed to sense his obsession, and an ice-cold voice drilled directly into his heart, growling urgently in the infernal tongue. The magic circle cannot withstand an earthquake. To completely merge with my projection requires another 6 to 7 minutes, and the tremors will only intensify. Once this entire building collapses, you will surely die. Lawrence, stop. You have already absorbed a small portion of the projection. Your strength now equals that of a peak high-ranking knight squire. You can continue next time. In mere seconds, all this information flooded his mind. Lawrence's eyes turned blood red, his chest feeling ready to explode. Success was within reach, yet blocked by natural disaster, leaving him with no outlet for his fury. No, perhaps it will subside in the next moment. He bit down hard on his lower lip, still refusing to let go. However, his prayers were shattered by exploding glass. The window frames shook violently, and with a tremendous crash, the entire row of windows shattered, allowing violent wind and rain to sweep into the hall. Lord, it's an earthquake. Run. Terrified screams erupted everywhere. Some grabbed their clothes and stumbled toward the main door. Others rushed naked toward the windows, while still others simply held their heads and wailed. The delicate ladies, drained of strength by the ritual, had legs weak as jelly. One collapsed to the ground and could only crawl toward the exit using her elbows. The lambs, offered beneath the altar, fled one by one, causing the runic lines to instantly dim and the shadow to blur. Lawrence threw back his head and roared in fury, his voice rolling and echoing through the empty hall. After his roar, he snapped out of his fanaticism and frustration, glancing around to see the villa still trembling violently as debris and dust fell like rain. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn earthquake." Then he hurriedly ran toward the villa's exit, disabling the magical traps and other obstacles blocking his path one by one. Behind him, a man in a black formal suit who had seemed immersed in the depraved revelry moments before now watched the area outside the villa with a grave expression. Outside the villa, night winds stirred the shadows as Xianjia, Bai Mi Tang, and Sima Air stood with wide eyes and gaping mouths, unable to utter a single word. The villa had just swayed violently left and right in terrifying tremors before Professor withdrew his hands and slowly retreated into the darkness, issuing orders in a sinister yet calm voice. "They're starting to flee outside. Prepare to hunt down that evil creature." "Professor, why not just bring down the entire villa?" Bai Mi Tang asked instinctively, watching the house still swaying from inertia. Lu Xian chuckled softly twice. "If the villa collapsed and crushed our target directly, how would I collect the evil creature's blood in time? Besides, the sound of collapse would be too loud. It would alert the night watchman and even nearby churches." He gestured with his hand, his tone remaining composed. "Building structures are complex, with multiple natural frequencies. My current mental power can only use resonance hand to simulate the first frequency, making it shake, but insufficient to cause the entire building to collapse through resonance. I'm still just an apprentice mage. Bringing down a bridge might be within my reach, though." This explanation fully awakened Xianjia, Sima Air, and Bai Mi Tang. That tremor without materials or incantations had been Professor's true power, terrifying and awe-inspiring. They looked at Lu Xian with reverence and fear in their eyes. Bai Mi Tang steadied herself and entered spellcasting focus. Using a magical item on her person, she sensed the crowd pouring out of the villa and reported in a hoarse, cold voice. "Target carrying evil creature's aura is 15 meters from the nearest window. If we move 1 meter left, we'll have a better casting angle." Xianjia moved while maintaining focus. "Sima Air, use Huaman Z's choking cough." "Understood." Sima Air's tone was calm. Huaman Z's choking cough was a high-decibel sonic attack that could cause targets to lose balance, suffer injury, or even die from direct hits, while surrounding people would have their eardrums damaged and fall unconscious. "Xianjia, set up a sound barrier. Watch out for black gloves." Sima Air reminded. Bai Mi Tang continued reporting Baron Lawrence's position. High-ranking knight attendant level combat power. 5 meters remaining. With low-level devil projection, fusion didn't use acid or fire magic. 1 meter left. Prepare, I'll use missile spell. She judged Baron Lawrence's strength from his running speed, agility in dodging falling debris, and the force with which he pushed past others in front of him. The cold exchange lasted only a few seconds, but it was enough to determine Baron Lawrence's position, strength, and their first wave of attack. Standing quietly beside them, Lucian experienced for the first time the combat style of formally trained magic apprentices. While panicked crowds continued to scatter and flee, Baron Lawrence took advantage of the earthquake's chaos, desperately pushing through the obstructing guests to reach the window. The glass remained intact, so he covered his head and crashed through it, his body immediately leaping outside. Suddenly, a thunderous roar exploded in his ears, as if a long-brewing storm had unleashed its fury at that very moment. The deafening rumble made the Baron's eardrums ring, his mind reeling, his chest feeling as though molten lava had been poured into it. He lost his balance completely, stumbling and falling, barely managing to land on his feet. The next second, an arrow gleaming with cold metallic light tore through the air, precisely piercing his right eye with the arrowhead buried deep, producing a dull thud. Dark red blood reeking of sulfur flowed along the arrow shaft, but was steadily caught by an invisible hand. Lucian was casting Mage Hand without incantation. To maintain the image of a powerful wizard, he expended nearly half his mental strength. Combined with his earlier use of the Resonance Hand, taught by the professor, his remaining power was only enough for 2 more apprentice-level spells. Baron Lawrence's agonized scream was completely swallowed by the silence barrier. Only then did he realize he was under attack, but it was already too late. The second arrow followed immediately, striking deep into his mouth before his silent scream had even ended. The sound ceased abruptly. The Baron, who possessed the strength of a high-ranking knight's squire and had merged with an evil creature's projection, was thus killed instantly, without any chance to retaliate under the coordination of several magic apprentices. Witnessing this scene, Lucian couldn't help but think to himself. His combat power didn't even reach 5. On the lawn, men and women who had been knocked unconscious along with the Baron lay disheveled and scattered. In the distance, other guests who had fled in different directions were still frantically searching for exits, too terrified to notice this patch of grass as they continued running toward the villa's outer walls. The villa's trembling gradually subsided. The debauched men and women who had just crawled out were covered in sealing dust, their legs weak. Baron Lawrence had sent all servants to the small house on the other side of the garden during such lewd rituals, so no servants appeared in this area. Lucian controlled the invisible hand, continuously collecting the evil creature's blood into glass tubes inscribed with magical runes, filling 1.5 tubes completely. Smale, the sage, and White Rock Candy assisted nearby, while taking some of the excess blood for their own experiments or spellcasting. 3 tubes filled with blood were inserted into the specially designed hidden pockets of Lucien's black robe. He glanced over the men and women who had just recovered from the earthquake shock and whispered, "Time to leave." Yes. The sage, White Rock Candy, and Smale packed away the remaining test tubes and turned to follow the professor. Just as the 4 apprentices began to move, a black shadow suddenly burst from a window more than 10 steps behind them. The figure gripped a pitch-black dagger, eyes filled with malice. Lunging straight for Lucien's back, had been hiding in the villa all along, waiting for this moment, determined to assassinate this powerful wizard who had ruined his plans. Judging from the magic that had just shaken the villa, this was his only chance. The dark shadow moved at a speed far exceeding that of Baron Laurent, even surpassing the visual limits of ordinary humans. If the men and women at the debaucherous party had calmed down and looked in this direction, they would have seen only a long, blurred streak of black light and afterimage left by extreme velocity. Such speed was beyond what any normal person could achieve. Only those who had awakened their bloodline powers could accomplish this. The one launching this surprise attack on Lucien was actually a true knight. From the moment the shadow burst forth to when it sprinted behind Lucien, with the pitch-black dagger about to pierce him, barely 2 seconds had passed. The sage, White Sugar, and Smile, caught completely off guard, hadn't even noticed the powerful enemy approaching and attacking from behind. Only Lucien, when the sinister black dagger was already close to his back, suddenly felt a tremor and fear rising from deep within his heart, instinctively lunging forward. However, Lucien's forward momentum couldn't match the speed of the approaching shadow. This was a vast gap in strength, like the distance between abyss and heaven. Even though Lucien could use his knowledge to create new magic and intimidate knights, mages, and magic apprentices, when it came to actual combat, knowledge that couldn't be converted into power couldn't help him cast instant magic to block the dagger's attack. Only by becoming a true mage, with spell models constructed in his soul through mental power, could he instantly cast magic to defend himself after sudden awareness in such critical moments. Lucien's only hope was that his forward dive might weaken the dagger's attack. As long as he wasn't killed outright, he could still counterattack with the Ice Avenger. The shadow coldly watched as the dagger in his hand was about to contact Lucien's back when suddenly, a croaking sound rang out, and a transparent, chainmail-like shield of light appeared around Lucien. First circle magic, mage armor. Although the sage and others hadn't reacted, when the shadow had burst forth, the black crow Ashley perched atop a tree outside the villa had noticed. As the familiar of a formal mage, it not only possessed dark vision, but could also borrow its master's magical power. The dagger, gleaming with black light, struck the transparent mage armor. Points of light bloomed as the armor quickly shattered into piece after piece of mail, scattering and glinting in the darkness. The shadow hadn't expected the sudden appearance of mage armor. Though he managed to pierce through it with his own strength and the dagger's special properties, he was momentarily delayed. He watched helplessly as Lucien half-turned, pointing his left hand toward him, and 3 crystalline cold lights flashed forth. Palmila's ice Bladesicon circle magic. At this critical moment, Lucien didn't panic or succumb to fear. With remarkable composure, he activated the Ice Avenger ring, understanding that in this situation, only offense could serve as the best defense. Simultaneously, his will, enhanced by the Ice Avenger, became like that of a formal knight, refusing to be crushed by the shadow's dark, terrifying aura that penetrated the soul. An ordinary magic apprentice would have already fallen into endless shadows under the pressure of the Shadow Knight's presence, standing frozen in place, defenseless against attack. 3 streaks of cold light, resembling thin ice blades wreathed in wisps of white vapor, materialized and instantly crossed the arm's length distance between the 2 combatants, flying toward the Shadow Knight's throat, chest, and lower body. Shadow flames suddenly erupted across the knight's form, radiating an aura of violence and destruction. At such close range, he dared not rely solely on his bloodline power to withstand a second circle spell. Though he burned with desire to kill this mage who had ruined his plans, in this life-or-death moment, he understood clearly that survival mattered more than vengeance. His dagger swept upward, his arm leaving afterimages as he delivered 2 consecutive slashes, shattering the ice blades aimed at his throat and chest into fragments that scattered like fireflies in the night. Immediately after, his right leg whipped out, his foot wreathed in dancing shadow flames, striking the final blade dead and kicking it to pieces with a thunderous impact, the ice shards instantly melting away in the black shadows. With all 3 blades destroyed, the Shadow Knight immediately counterattacked. His dagger's cold gleam flashed again as he lunged toward Lucien, who had rolled to the ground, while his left palm extended, dark shadows surging as he prepared to intercept the 2 silver-black projectiles spewing from the black crow Ashley's beak. First circle magic missile. At that very moment, the scattered ice fragments, like fallen stars, suddenly transformed into billowing cold mist that contracted sharply. The surrounding air instantly crystallized into ice, even encasing the Shadow Knight's flames within a crystalline shell, where they danced silently within their frozen prison. Palmila's ice blades made one experience both the searing pain of blood and the bone-piercing embrace of ice and snow. During the brief freeze, two magic missiles struck the Shadow Knight's chest, shattering the ice layer and sending him flying backward. His shadow flames flickered violently, but stubbornly refused to die. Coscon drank night. The Black Crow Ashley's hoarse warning cut through the night. Now the scholar, White Sugar, and Smile finally got a clear look at the figure that had been sent flying. Though they didn't understand his exact strength, seeing the professor rolling on the ground and the strange flames burning on the knight's body, they immediately judged that their opponent had activated his bloodline power and was no ordinary enemy. Without hesitation, the scholar triggered the magical item on his chest. An invisible ripple emanated from his chest, instantly enveloping everyone within a 10-meter radius. Those caught in the wave, men and women alike, began yawning, their eyelids growing heavy as they collapsed softly onto the lawn and flower beds, falling into deep sleep. First circle magic, sleep. The Shadow Knight, tumbling through the air, was grazed by the light wave, his mind growing foggy as if a soft, warm bed were calling to him. With fierce willpower, he suppressed the drowsiness and shook his head violently to stay conscious. However, in the next moment, a tremendous force field surged toward him like a giant hammer riding the waves. The violent impact struck the Shadow Knight Hedon with a bang, hurling him toward the villa's windows, which shattered on impact with a crash and clatter that made the entire building tremble. First circle magic, force wave, a spell built into White Sugar's robes. He's a second rank, neither won't die that easily. Keep attacking, Professor. Black Crow Ashley transformed into a dark shadow gliding through the night sky, her voice clearly audible in the wind. Lucian raised his hand, preparing to hurl the blazing gel at the Shadow Knight to form a pincer attack with Ashley. When a sudden tremor interrupted his motion, the entire villa shuddered violently, swaying like a gravely ill old man on the verge of collapse. The ceiling cracked, and wooden beams and stones cascaded down in a chain reaction. Fissures spread rapidly across the walls within seconds. Crash! The villa collapsed entirely, burying the Shadow Knight firmly beneath the heavy rubble. Just as the sage had warned earlier, Baron Lawrence's old mansion had fallen into disrepair over the years. Lucian's hand of resonance alone wouldn't have been enough to destroy a sound building. But this crumbling structure, after enduring the previous resonance vibrations and the Shadow Knight's direct impact, was finally pushed to complete collapse. The deafening crash of the collapsing ruins echoed through the night. The sage couldn't deploy a sound barrier in time, and the thunderous noise carried far into the darkness. Black Crow Ashley, the sage, and Smile almost simultaneously thought of the same, named the Night Watchman. If they lingered by the ruins searching for the Shadow Knight, they would only face the church's armed purge. Ashley's form stretched out again as she transformed into a mass of black mist, cradling White Sugar against her chest. She whispered to Lucian, "Until next time, Professor," before soaring into the sky and vanishing instantly into the inky night. The sage and Smile bowed slightly to Lucian. "Professor, we take our leave." The two then departed through the door, quickly melting into the rainy night using their carefully prepared hideouts in the noble district. In their view, the powerful and mysterious Professor surely had his own means of escape and needed no concern. However, Lucian could only grumble inwardly. "You could have taken me along." The price of masquerading as unfathomably profound was now fully apparent. He lingered no longer and turned to dash out the gate. Boom! Thunder cracked across the distant sky, and raindrops the size of beans poured down in torrents as the storm arrived as promised. Meanwhile, in the depths of the villa ruins, dim flames flickered to life, and shadows seemed torn open. Crack of broken beams split from the heat as a charred figure slowly crawled out. Most of his shadow armor had dissipated, revealing a meticulously trimmed beard and a face illuminated by the interplay of rain and fire-lung Son Aaron, leader of the Aaron gang. He looked up in the direction Lucian had departed, his eyes dark with malice. That fellow used a magical item at the most critical moment, not an instant spell constructed from his own soul. His strength probably isn't as formidable as I thought. That terrifying magic must have drained all his mental power. Should I pursue? His body trembled as piercing pain reminded him of his severe injuries. Worse still, with such a commotion, the night watchmen and even bishops were already on their way. Getting entangled now would mean certain death. After quick deliberation, Son Aaron suppressed his rage, flickered, and melted into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The rain grew increasingly fierce, as if the entire sky was pouring down. The sharp raindrops stung Lucian's body, but he paid no heed, keeping his head down as he ran. All his spellcasting materials were either stored in reinforced glass tubes or wrapped tightly in specially treated waterproof magical cotton cloth. The downpour couldn't penetrate them. For any magic apprentice with promising prospects, such preparation was essential coursework for survival. Amid the lightning and thunder, Lucien felt isolated from the world, with only his heartbeat and the sound of rain. He rushed toward the hidden passage along the route he remembered. Where tree shadows intersected, a slightly raised patch of ground came into view. The entrance lay ahead. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of lightning tore through the sky, illuminating the surroundings and revealing a strange man standing in the curtain of rain. His white formal wear was soaked through, yet his chest remained neat and straight. Pale red hair clung to his forehead, and his 10 fingers were a pair of gleaming black gloves. Black Gloves, a night watchman. When Lucien spotted the night watchman, he was noticed in return. The two men, who would have remained hidden from each other in the heavy rain and darkness, were now perfectly illuminated by the massive lightning strike. The moment Lucien spotted the night watchman, he immediately hurled the blazing gel clutched tightly in his hand. The magic in his ice revenge ring had long been depleted, making these 2 vials of blazing gel his sharpest weapons at the moment. While sprinting through the torrential rain, he gripped 1 vial in each hand, ready to throw without hesitation the instant an enemy appeared. Had the bat's shriek not been drowned out by thunder and the curtain of rain, rendering his reconnaissance useless, he could have detected this night watchman much earlier and avoided direct confrontation. Caution drove him forward without pause as the second vial of blazing gel in his right hand followed closely behind the first, cutting through the rain. Simultaneously, Lucien accelerated toward the concealed entrance to the secret passage on his left front. The night watchman was no ordinary opponent. The instant he detected the attack, he thrust both arms forward, and his gloves so black they seemed to devour light itself caught the first vial of blazing gel securely. These gloves were magical items provided by the church to night watchmen, inscribed with anti-magic arrays corresponding to their rank. The gel that should have exploded under mental force became like a flame instantly snuffed out, neither detonating nor igniting the clinging, unquenchable blaze. Such gloves were rare, which kept the number of night watchmen limited. Each night watchman was also extraordinarily formidable. Their ranks included high-ranking night squires, priests, formal knights, and even recruited dark knights, evil creatures, and wizards. While he neutralized the first vial of blazing gel, Lucien's second throw swept past with slightly less momentum, seemingly missing its target, yet it struck the ground directly in front of the night watchman's chest. A fireball erupted with a thunderous explosion, shooting high into the air, impossible for even the fierce wind and rain to extinguish. The blazing flames instantly engulfed the night watchman, triggering the detonation of the vial still in his grasp. Bang! The double explosion was deafening. The night watchman was hurled several meters back, the blazing gel clinging to his body and burning fiercely. Rainwater falling on him only produced white steam, utterly unable to douse the flames. Lucien didn't look back to confirm the results. He rushed to the secret passage entrance, muttered an incantation under his breath, and touched the groove with his hand. The mechanism clicked open. At that moment, a shriek that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul suddenly exploded, carrying the oppressive presence of an apex predator that sent chills down his spine and weakened his knees. Without the lingering protection of his ice revenge ring, his spellcasting focus and composure would never have survived this mental assault. Another whip-like bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating the scene in stark brightness. The night watchman charged through the rain curtain, still covered in roaring flames, yet seemingly oblivious to the searing pain. However, his face was pale, and a line of lava-like blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, wounds from the explosive impact rather than flame burns. His scorched white ceremonial robe and shirt had torn open, revealing skin covered in crimson scales beneath. This scale armor blocked the flames, and even the pounding rain only brought forth a charred smell, causing him virtually no harm, at most slightly singeing the scales. Seeing this situation, how could Lucien fail to understand his opponent's true strength? This was a dark knight who had awakened his bloodline power, and his bloodline was that of a red dragon. Compared to the previous Shadow Knight, this night watchman was indeed somewhat weaker, but he still possessed speed and strength far beyond Lucien's ability to match. If he turned to flee, he would likely be caught before even reaching the secret passage. His mere apprentice-level spells couldn't truly stop his opponent, especially since the night watchman wore those black gloves that could suppress magic. Unless Lucien immediately became a formal mage and used his surging mental power to push the resonance hand's simulated frequency to high-energy infrasonic levels, he had no way to defeat his enemy. The night watchman lunged forward, dragon's might rolling down like a tide. Lucien gripped the ice and snow Avenger tightly to resist the pressure, forcing himself to stay calm as he quickly calculated the distance between them. 20 meters, 10 meters. Suddenly, he hurled his last vial of blazing gel toward a spot 5 meters in front of him. Boom! Fire erupted, and the burning gel shot forward under his mental guidance while the uncontrolled shockwaves swept in all directions, engulfing him as well. The night watchman wasn't afraid of the blazing gel's flames, but the explosion's impact still forced him to pause and even step back half a pace. The reverse shockwave sent Lucien tumbling. He clutched his hood with one hand and protected his chest with the other as sparks danced before his eyes. The secret passage entrance lay diagonally below, and losing his balance, he rolled directly into it, tumbling several meters before stopping inside the tunnel. As if struck heated by a giant hammer, he felt his organs churning, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat. He spat blood onto the ground, his ears ringing and vision blurring. The explosive sounds outside had barely ceased when the night watchman kicked off the ground and charged again, diving into the passage entrance and reopening a 20-meter gap between them. Wary of another magical item ambush, the night watchman chose to advance in a serpentine pattern. But after running only a few meters, he saw the black-robed mage with one hand pressed against the passage wall and the other gripping a potion, slightly bent as if bowing to him. The next moment, the passage entrance collapsed with a thunderous roar. The outermost stone instantly turned to mud and fell away, causing the stones behind to lose support and continue crumbling. In just 1 second, the exit was completely sealed. This was an emergency minor stone to mud magic array that the sage had installed. The night watchman's momentum didn't slow as he crashed directly into the brown mud wall, smashing a meter-deep human-shaped crater in the debris before being forced to stop and gather his strength again. Deeper within, the sounds of successive cave-ins echoed. The scent of mud carried a strange fragrance, like thunder rolling in his ears. He gritted his teeth and punched the wall viciously. "I will catch you, you damned mage." Deep in the passage, Lucien swallowed a storm potion to stabilize his injuries and stimulate his potential. Every 10 meters he escaped, he triggered a pre-plant magic array, causing the tunnel behind him to collapse section by section. After 5 consecutive collapses, he stopped the detonations, fearing the night watchman might track the sounds of the cave-ins to locate the exit from above ground. Fueled by the potion's unleashed potential, Lucien took half the time it had taken him to arrive, quickly exiting through the secret passage and sealing it with magic. He lifted his damp black robe and carefully transferred the test tubes, potions, and other small items into the pockets of his linen undershirt, then activated Maris's little flame. The outer layer of the robe had been treated with special herbs to mask his scent. If the night watchman picked up his trail from the smell, the consequences would be disastrous. Now, with sulfur's help, flames roared to life, and despite being soaked by rain, the robe quickly turned to ash, erasing both odor and traces. After completing this task, he burst from the building and ran through the pitch-black storm back to his cottage, splashing through muddy puddles. Upon entering, Lucien immediately used a small fire to dry his linen shirt and trousers, stored the potions and test tubes in his crude laboratory, and carefully hid his spellcasting materials. Only when he collapsed onto his bed did he finally exhale softly. The clear thinking and abundant energy he'd experienced were merely the temporary result of the potion overdrawing his potential. Once he relaxed, overwhelming weakness instantly engulfed him. His unhealed wounds, still affected by the storm potion coursing through his system, burned and throbbed with pain, and he soon drifted into a half-conscious state. Lightning split the night sky, thunder rolled, and the torrential rain fell like a curtain, isolating the cottage from the world. Paradoxically, the chaos brought an indescribable sense of peace. This very harsh weather prevented the church's night watchman from successfully tracking the apprentices, and the night passed quietly amid the waterfall-like sound of rain until dawn. Lucien reasoned that the high-ranking powerhouses would likely focus their attention on the deceased Baron Laurent. The demonic bloodline and power within the Baron, combined with the ritual that had borrowed demonic forces, would easily remind people of the previous Silverhorn cult. At dawn, though the heavy rain had weakened, it remained fierce. Sunlight was devoured by dark clouds, leaving Alto City and its surroundings perpetually dim. Street beggars voiced complaints and laments amid the rain as they struggled for their daily survival. Waking groggily, Lucien felt terrible all over and decided to skip the library that morning, resting until after lunch before visiting Mr. Victor. With Pierre watching over it, the perpetually quiet association library wouldn't have any problems anyway. When he failed to appear for breakfast, Aunt Elisa sent Alvin to check on him. Lucien took the opportunity to ask Alvin to request leave from the library on his behalf. He then fell back into drowsy sleep amid the monotonous rain. He didn't open his eyes until noon, finally feeling like he'd struggled back from death-like exhaustion, though his body remained hollow and weak. While the blazing gel explosion hadn't been particularly violent, at such close range it was enough to severely injure someone below night level like himself. Fortunately, he'd prepared the storm potion in advance to suppress the deterioration. After a simple lunch, he borrowed Aunt Elisa's umbrella and, with his spirits somewhat restored, headed through puddles toward Victor's home in the Jisoo district. It would be best to resolve everything today. Only 3 days remained until the final week. 10 o'clock in the morning, Victor's music room. Victor sat before the piano in distress, his brow deeply furrowed, anxiety and unease written across his face as he struggled to find the melody that continued to elude him. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. His emotions erupted like a wild beast, and he took a deep breath, managing only with great difficulty to suppress them. Holding a quill pen, Victor opened the door to the music room and saw Latte, Phyllis, and Herodotus, who weren't supposed to arrive until the afternoon. He asked curiously, "Why did you come so suddenly? Is something wrong?" Latte's expression was somewhat stiff, as if he didn't know where to begin. He still forced himself to answer. "Mr. Victor, Mackenzie asked me to tell you that Baron Othello requests that you must come to the association today. Her Royal Highness suddenly wants to know the repertoire from the last 3 concerts." Normally, Latte would go to the association for practice in the morning and come to Victor's for lessons in the afternoon. But as soon as he arrived at the association, he ran into Mackenzie, who looked extremely anxious, and learned this terrible news. The quill pen slipped from Victor's fingers and fell softly onto the thick carpet without making a sound. Victor's face instantly turned pale, and he staggered backward several steps before barely managing to steady himself. "Mr. Victor." The 3 students hurried forward to support him. He waved his hand to indicate it wasn't necessary, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "I understand. Let me have a moment. I'll go to the association in 30 minutes. At noon, torrential rain fell like curtains. Lucian arrived at the entrance under the guidance of a servant who was already quite familiar with Victor's mansion, and saw the butler Ace waiting under the eaves. "Mr. Ace, which room is Mr. Victor in? I have urgent business with him." Lucian held his umbrella, his tone filled with concern. "You don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" Ace shook his head, his tone heavy but polite. "I'm fine. It's the master." He left for the association at 10:40. Baron Othello sent someone personally, saying Her Royal Highness wants to check the names of the pieces from the last 3 concerts. He's already been summoned to the association to confirm the repertoire. Lucian stood frozen in place, the sound of rain seeming to suddenly amplify. He urgently asked, "How long has Mr. Victor been gone?" "He left at 10:40. Based on the usual journey time, plus the time needed to handle business at the guild. If you wait about half an hour, the master should be back." Ace thought he wanted to chase after him. It was now 12:35 in the afternoon. Lucian felt a strong sense of disappointment surge in his chest. If he hadn't taken leave this morning, he would be able to meet Mr. Victor at the association. Right now was this fate? Then he looked up at the gray, heavy sky, rainwater splashing on his umbrella, and his eyes suddenly became determined. "No, I must try no matter what. Perhaps the torrential rain has delayed the process. Perhaps the list hasn't reached the princess yet. I can't just give up like this." He nodded his thanks to Ace, gripped his umbrella tightly, stepped over the threshold, and set foot on the stone path where rain was stirring up white mist. Lucian thanked Mr. Ace, picked up his umbrella, and rushed into the rain that was creating water vapor, running toward the Musicians' Association. At 11:20 in the morning, inside the board office on the 3rd floor of the Musicians' Association, Othello leaned back in his high-backed chair, his pale gray, uncompromising eyes fixed firmly on Victor. "Victor, you need to make a decision. 20 whole minutes, and you can't pick a single piece that satisfies you? These are the crystallization of all your inspiration over more than 20 years." Victor sat pale and expressionless, rigidly positioned in the chair across from Othello. The wide desk surface was covered with his sheet music, but his vacant gaze seemed to look through the pages towards something more distant, perhaps the first violin that had led him onto the path of music, or perhaps the cold, damp cemetery. After a long moment, he trembled his lips, his voice hoarse. Could you give me a little more time to think?" Board member Othello. Wolf, who was also seated at the table, suddenly broke into a barbed smile. "More time to think? Can you come up with even better compositions?" "Victor, stop forcing yourself. Perhaps among the works you consider mediocre, there are 1 or 2 decent pieces buried. Don't waste board member Othello's time. He has more important matters, like having lunch with Her Royal Highness." Othello nodded and opened a silver pocket watch. The hands on the dial pointed steadily to 11:20. "Her Royal Highness has scheduled lunch for 1 o'clock sharp. The carriage ride from the association to Latasha Palace takes about 15 minutes. He looked out at the continuous curtain of rain outside the window. The storm that began last night hasn't stopped, and there's flooding in many parts of the streets. We'll need to take a detour and leave at least 10 minutes early. Before lunch, I also need an hour's nap to avoid being tired and discourteous. Victor, you have only 10 minutes left. If you still can't make up your mind, I'll let Wolf replace you. He just collaborated with an orchestra at Count Lafati's concert. There would be no problem." Latasha Palace was indeed the royal palace of the Principality of Vayrite. Wolf's eyes burned with intense desire. If he could successfully perform in the sacred chant hall, with the connections he had cultivated in aristocratic circles, his future prospects would reach new heights, perhaps even earning him a position on the board. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice, though he couldn't hide his excitement. "Victor, I'm not trying to steal your opportunity, but for the sake of the association, you must make a decision. Victor withdrew his wandering gaze and stared at the stacks of sheet music. 2 minutes later, he slowly extended his trembling right hand, pointing to one of the pieces. This one. Those few words seemed to drain all his strength, and he nearly collapsed back into his chair. But with the decision made, a faint sense of relief swept through his heart. At least he wouldn't have to agonize anymore over that unfinished new composition, the piece that had tormented him for 9 whole years and kept him awake night after night. Perhaps this wasn't such a bad thing after all. Othello clapped his hands with satisfaction. Victor, you've finally decided. I'm pleased. However, your mental state is concerning. If you can't recover before the concert, I have some potions that could help you, though they would slightly damage your health. Well then, both of you may leave. I need to nap for an hour. Wolf walked out of the office with Victor, who was filled with deep disappointment and seemed to struggle with every step. As the wooden door closed behind them, Wolf shot Victor a hateful glance. Enjoy your last concert at the Chant Hall. Don't let your wife down in Heaven Mountain. You? Victor couldn't tolerate anyone mocking him through his deceased wife. He jerked his head up, fury blazing in his eyes. Wolf spread his hands and snorted coldly, his tone sharp and cutting. Why are you glaring at me? The one who will disappoint your wife is you, not me, Victor. With those words, he left with a cold laugh. Victor, as if struck at his most vulnerable point, covered his face with both hands and crumpled to the ground. Latte, Phyllis, and Herodotus, who had been waiting nearby, turned pale with shock and quickly helped him to his feet. Let me go to the lounge to calm down. We'll start practicing the full repertoire this afternoon, Victor said, his voice hoarse and weak. The three exchanged glances, speechless with bitterness. How to help Mr. Victor regain his spirit had become their greatest challenge. After leaving Victor's house, Lucien grabbed his umbrella and rushed into the pouring rain. The fierce wind whipped rainwater against the umbrella, making his already weakened body feel even heavier. The rain-shrouded streets were nearly empty of pedestrians and carriages, allowing him to run with few obstacles. However, his physical weakness forced him to stop every few blocks to catch his breath, gasping heavily while the wind battered his umbrella. If I could arrive just a few minutes earlier, maybe I could intercept the list before it reaches Princess Natasha. He skirted around puddles that reached his ankles, walking while panting, then broke into another sprint. The fierce wind bent his umbrella backward, nearly tearing the handle from his grip. My clothes are soaked through anyway. He simply closed the umbrella and tucked it under his arm, letting the rain pound mercilessly against his body as he sprinted forward. Without the umbrella's drag, his speed increased considerably. At this moment, all his persistence, struggle, and determination were unleashed by the storm. As long as he gave his all, he would have no regrets. The heavy raindrops struck his face, bringing sharp stings that only strengthened his resolve. The journey from Victor's house to the Musicians' Association usually took over 20 minutes, but this time Lucien made it in just 6. At 12:41, he stood outside the association's main entrance, hands braced on his knees, back slightly hunched, rainwater streaming continuously from his soaked hair and dripping onto the patterned stone pavement. His drenched clothes clung to his body, so heavy he could barely catch his breath. After catching his breath slightly, he pushed open the heavy wooden door and entered the hall. Elena leaned out from behind the counter, startled by his appearance. Lucien, is the rain that heavy outside? How did you get this soaked, even with an umbrella? It's nothing, Lucien said, too rushed to explain further. Elena, where is Mr. Victor? He should be in the lounge. I just saw Phyllis taking lunch upstairs, Elena replied after thinking for a moment. Thank you. After Lucien handed the umbrella to Elena and thanked her, he hurriedly turned and rushed up the stairs. Elena stood at the doorway, holding 2 umbrellas, watching his retreating figure with confusion. What could possibly make him so frantic? Rainwater dripped from the windowsill at the stairway entrance, making the wooden steps slippery and gleaming. Lucien, already lacking in stamina, leaned against the wall as he rushed to the top-floor lounge in one breath, then knocked 3 sharp times on the door. The door opened to reveal Lot's face, dark as a thundercloud. He glanced at Lucien and merely nodded, offering no pleasantries. No one was in the mood for small talk at this moment. Entering the room, the lounge was as dim as an abandoned warehouse. Victor sat behind his desk with his hands covering his face, like a painting drained of all color, not even lifting his head at the sound of the door. By the sofa, Phyllis, Herodotus, and Rhine, who had just arrived after hearing the news, sat in collective silence. The simple lunch on the side table remained untouched. Has Mr. Victor finalized the musical program? Lucien asked, trying to catch his breath. Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus remained silent, while only Rhine nodded slightly. Yes, it's still the same piece as before. Disappointment hit him like a wave. Lucien took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration, and quickly moved around to the front of the desk. Placing both hands on the surface, he raised his voice. Mr. Victor, I've composed an entirely new piece. If you just listen to it once, it will surely inspire you and help you complete a perfect symphony, and we can still change the program in time. His words came out too fast, direct to the point of being reckless, but he couldn't spare time for more careful phrasing. You've actually written a piece? Herodotus, already filled with grief and anger, couldn't help but laugh coldly at these words at such a grave moment. This fellow was still losing his mind. Phyllis's ruby-like eyes flashed with fury, clearly thinking Lucian was being ridiculous. Lot stepped forward, trying to pull Lucian away from the desk to prevent him from further upsetting Victor. Victor remained buried in his palms, his voice fragile and low, seeping through his fingers. It's useless. 10 minutes ago, Counselor Othello entered Latasha Palace to dine with Her Highness the Princess. The program is set in stone. There's no hope left. Is there truly no way at all? Hearing that Othello had already gone to the palace, Lucian felt as if he'd fallen into an icy abyss, overwhelming defeat surging in his chest. Lot easily dragged him away from the desk. Lucian, stop with your clever schemes, and be quiet. You must be quiet. Lot scolded in a low voice. However, Lucian still refused to give up. As he was being pulled back, he almost pleaded, Mr. Victor, please try once more. With such heavy rain, perhaps we can still catch Counselor Othello. Changing the program might still be possible. It's useless, utterly useless. Victor murmured as if in a dream, never lifting his head, seeming to lack the strength to support himself, with only despair coiling around him. Even though they thought Lucian was going mad and acting foolishly, his sincere and earnest efforts stirred the same feeling in Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus. However, thinking that everything was already predetermined and fate had made its arrangements, they were overwhelmed by a deep sense of powerlessness. Like Victor, they weakly scolded Lucian. Stop fantasizing, Lucian. Although we'd like to fight for it too, it's useless. We can only give up. At this point, Counselor Othello may have already arrived at Latasha Palace. It's no use, Lucian. Give up. Even if Counselor Othello hasn't arrived yet, how long would it take to compose a new piece? Playing the current repertoire well might also bring success. Disappointment filled the air in the lounge. Lucian stepped back a few paces, his chest feeling as if a heavy lead block was pressing down on it. Exhaustion, disappointment, and self-blame all surged through his heart at once. Perhaps it really is fate's arrangement that I got injured and took leave. If only. Well, it's not my business anyway. If we fail, we fail. That dejection crept up his shoulders like a shadow, and his expression gradually became as grim as everyone else's in the room, as if all color had been drained away. But Victor's care and attention over these past months suddenly flooded his memory. 3 weeks of hopeful, relentless piano practice also appeared before his eyes, and there was that persistence and refusal to give up when he rushed here through the storm. His gaze fell on Victor's almost ashen expression, then swept over the faces of Lot, Phyllis, and the others, disappointed yet unwilling to change the outcome. A stronger emotion burned in his chest: unwillingness. He had already made so much preparation and effort. Should he just accept this ending? Why complain about what had already happened instead of fighting for the present and future? No matter how great the obstacles, we must face them, overcome them, and seize hope. Lucian took a deep breath, his eyes searching around the lounge until they finally settled on the piano in the corner, a gift from the association after Victor and Rhine had developed this new instrument. Placed here, it was merely a symbol of Victor's contribution to piano development. He suddenly broke free from Lot's grasp and rushed to the piano, sitting down and lifting the lid. What are you doing, Lucian? Lot and Herodotus roared almost simultaneously, while Phyllis sprang to her feet and quickly walked around to the back of the piano. She was closest. Only Rhine watched him with some curiosity and amusement. What kind of piece could be written in 3 weeks? Lucian didn't answer. Emotion flooded into his fingertips like a torrent, and his hands struck the keys heavily. Dum 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 dum, dum 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 dum. Oppressive, deep notes exploded in the lounge like thunder tearing through the night sky. Victor's hands trembled, unable to continue supporting his head, and he sprang up abruptly, staring at the piano in bewilderment. Phyllis, Lot, and Herodotus all felt their hearts shake simultaneously, frozen in place, before remembering they should stop him. But at that moment, the subsequent melody began to emerge with Lucian's playing, like a raging storm, rapid, intense, and shocking. The relentless melody surged forward like merciless suffering, like raging waves in a tempestuous sea, like war horns echoing across a battlefield as enemies advanced like a tide, offering no respite. Occasionally, the strings would trace a brief, gentle passage, but this tranquility vanished in an instant, followed by notes even more fierce and desperate, like the final breath before death. The melody crashed down like a violent storm, yet no one chose to retreat. Everyone gritted their teeth and faced this brutal music heat. When the waves of sound surged, the scene resembled a small fishing boat on a storm-tossed sea, sailors clinging desperately to masts and rigging, rising and falling between wave crests and troughs. Or like a phalanx on a bloody battlefield, as frontline soldiers fell, those behind immediately filled their positions, maintaining the shield wall's formation. It was precisely this fearlessness that made Phyllis, Lot, and Herodotus suddenly freeze their movements, staring in disbelief toward the side of the stage at that face still dripping with water. Ryan pushed back his chair and shot to his feet, the emotions in his chest nearly exploding. Lucien's fingertips struck like blades, cutting into the strings again and again. He clenched his teeth, his mind filled with a single cry. Why give up? Why give up? He could still chase Baron Othello, and if he couldn't catch him, he could seek an audience with Princess Natasha to request a change of repertoire. If she refused, he could still move her with his music as long as there remained even the slightest possibility. He must never retreat. The notes transformed into arrows piercing toward Victor, each one making his spine stiffen as if he were undergoing divine judgment. Lucien played faster and faster, emotion and melody merging into a blazing torrent that washed over his memories of these past months. He had wanted a peaceful life, a warm home, loving parents, but fate had inexplicably transported him here, stripping away everything. He had witnessed witches burned at the stake and been forced to venture into dangerous sewers. To learn to read and improve his life, he had been intercepted by gangs and brutally beaten. To quietly study magic, he could only move stealthily through Alto, where the church's power reigned supreme, repeatedly facing death in the crevice between light and darkness. The music grew increasingly frenzied, like the beating of a heart ready to burst at any moment. Each leaping note demanded an answer. Was it fate that made you lose hope, or did you abandon it yourself? Was it fate that forced you to submit, or did you bow to fate? As long as thought still functioned, surrender was not an option. One must seize fate by the throat, advance against adversity, and crush all suffering. The tumultuous final passage suddenly soared to new heights, like thunder striking the chest. Victor couldn't help but rise to his feet, his fists clenched tight. Lucien, naturally introverted and poor at expressing emotions, was for the first time pouring out his innermost feelings completely and thoroughly through the piano, through music. It was his stubborn defiance against life, his unwavering persistence in ideals and love, his absolute refusal to compromise with difficulties and setbacks, his never-give-up spirit, and his tenacious struggle against so-called fate. The torrent of emotions swept forward with the notes, so intense that even the piano strings seemed to tremble. The technique was rough, the rhythm scattered, with occasional wrong keys and broken phrases exposed beneath the melody, yet all were completely consumed by that burning passion. Each keystroke was like a heavy punch landing on war drums, striking the hearts of the 5 audience members present. Their feelings varied, but all were swept up by the same storm. Phyllis's perception was the most delicate. She clasped her hands tightly together, her knuckles white from excessive force, her entire body rigid as if nailed to the chair back. After her father lost his title, she had been surrounded by mockery and humiliation from companions and relatives. After much hesitation, she had refused this shortcut of marrying some nobleman casually and mustered the courage to step through the door of music. At this moment, the piano music transformed into overwhelming wind and rain, hurling these years of hardship and nightmares brutally before her. Could she overcome them? Could she truly become a musician, possess an independent life and love, rather than being someone's chosen accessory? The higher the melody soared, the tighter her chest constricted. Lot and Herodotus were similarly trapped in the awkward position of noble second sons. Unable to inherit titles, the easiest path would be to hide in annuities and debauchery, yet they had chosen music instead. The repeatedly echoing heavy beats were like merciless hammers, pounding the family's cold stares and peers' ridicule into their memories. Lot's hands gripped the armrests, veins bulging, as if Macance's mocking face was pressed right behind the piano strings. He wished he could immediately stand on stage and deliver a crushing blow to fate. In contrast, the somewhat timid Herodotus was like being forced to a cliff's edge by giant waves, his face contorted, his body shrinking back bit by bit, yet still forcing himself not to look away should he flee, stand guard, or swim against the tide. Rhine's usual elegant smile had completely vanished. His silver eyes rose and fell with the melody, ripples surging. He raised his hand to gently beat time, murmuring to himself, "Is this fate knocking at the door?" It had been a long time since such intense emotions. The most excited and entranced of all was Victor, his hands clenched tight, his expression wild with fervor, his body trembling with each passionate phrase, as if reliving his first failed concert, remembering how his wife's comfort and encouragement helped him rise again, how he begged countless people, endured endless mockery and scorn, until finally earning a second chance that brought him great success. He thought of his wife's passing, his own descent into despair, and how he gradually emerged from that quagmire to fulfill her dying wish, becoming an accomplished musician who earned the opportunity to perform at the Sacred Hall. He recalled pouring all his passion and energy into that concert, only to fail at the final step, 9 years of effort unable to produce the masterpiece he envisioned. He remembered Wolf's malicious taunts and revenge, and Baron Othello's stern arrogance. All of this transformed into arrow-sharp notes and hammer-like beats that struck mercilessly at the walls of his heart, as if forcing him to surrender. Yet within the same melody lay defiance and stubbornness. He had risen after every fall before, and this time would be no different. I've failed so many times and still found the strength to rise again. Should I give up now? As long as there's hope, I cannot surrender. Winnie, are you encouraging me? If I'm going to play, I'll play until the very end. Victor's thoughts churned wildly. While on stage, Lucien gritted his teeth in determination. If I want to encourage Mr. Victor to chase hope, how can I give up halfway? He pressed the keys with all his strength, the notes seeming to walk on a tightrope, ready to fall at any moment. Victor and Latte held their breath, while Phyllis and Herodotus even clutched their chests, fearing that wire might snap. The melody flowed like healing balm, mending all invisible wounds, like a mother's warm embrace soothing the trauma of battling fate. Victor's expression gradually calmed, and Phyllis and the others broke free from their frenzied distortion, like warriors gathering strength during a brief respite. This gentle, encouraging passage flowed for over 10 minutes, forming a stark contrast to the earlier intensity, allowing everyone to unconsciously sink into this moment of tranquility. Suddenly, the sunlight retreated and shadows returned. The sky darkened, the sea fell silent, yet beneath the surface gathered fierce winds and towering waves. The battlefield, too, was once again shrouded in dark clouds as soldiers gripped their weapons, marching toward a new round of blood and fire. The melody built layer upon layer, emotions accumulating inch by inch, like the held breath before a final battle. At last, the storm struck with thunderous force. Fishing boats were hurled skyward by massive waves only to crash down again, displaying fate's cruel mockery. On the battlefield, blade light and blood once more intertwined, brave and fearless, as if to defeat that unconquerable destiny. After countless attempts, the fishing boat was battered and broken, ready to fall apart at any moment. Yet the storm seemed to be nearing its end. Repeated failures did not drive the warrior to despair or surrender. Instead, they fueled his fighting spirit as he steadily and firmly pushed back his enemies step by step. The darkest hour before dawn descended, the air hanging like a blade's edge, causing Luot, Ziliodid, and the others to hold their breath. Victory or defeat? Would they crush the obstacles or be utterly destroyed by them? Would they seize fate by the throat or abandon hope and surrender to destiny? Just as Waikito and Phyllis's hearts beat faster and faster, brilliant, magnificent strings suddenly erupted, as if light had pierced through the gloom. This was clearly the trumpet of triumph. Waikito threw his arm up forcefully, his blood nearly bursting from his chest. Sunlight shattered the dark clouds, the storm vanished without a trace, and the battered fishing boat survived. The enemy was swallowed by the dust of defeat, and the warrior finally achieved ultimate victory. The victory song echoed beneath the high ceiling of the lounge. Phyllis lowered her right hand from her heart and pumped her fist to the rhythm. Like Luot and Ziliodid, she could barely contain her ecstasy, as if she too had drawn strength from the music and conquered life's burdens. In contrast, Laine's emotions appeared calm, though a sincere smile bloomed on his almost ethereally handsome face, as if he was genuinely pleased for anyone who conquered fate. As the climax ended, the air still trembled. Luxian tried to stand, but found his legs weak from pouring his entire soul into the performance, his whole body feeling drained. Waikito's gaze was both bewildered and fervent, staring intently at Luxian, as if asking Heimer, perhaps himself, what is this? Laine, Luot, Phyllis, and Ziliodid all turned their eyes toward him, waiting for an answer. This is fate. Luxian gripped the chair back and struggled to his feet, meeting Waikito's gaze. Before his answer had fully settled, enthusiastic applause erupted in the room. The applause began with Laine, gentle and sincere. Waikito then came to his senses, clapping with relief and excitement that made him tremble. Luot, Phyllis, and Ziliodid joined in with complex yet admiring expressions. Waikito walked around his desk toward Luxian, his hands turning red from clapping, his voice trembling with barely contained emotion. This is music, true music. Seeing his emotions had stabilized, Luxian smiled with relief. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Waikito. I believe you've already drawn inspiration from this melody and will surely be able to complete the parts one haven't yet perfected. Why not apply to Counselor Oselu and Her Highness Princess Natashan to change the piece? You could certainly compose an excellent symphony. Everyone immediately understood Luxian had found an excuse, inspiring Waikito in an irrefutable way while voluntarily yielding the glory. Luot and Phyllis's eyes sparkled with excitement, while Laine quietly watched Waikito. Waikito stood frozen in place, silent for a long time, emotions surging across his face: joy, relief, greed, excitement, hesitation, struggle, memories, as if a silent battle was raging in his heart. Luxian spoke again, trying to lift the moral burden from him. Mr. Waikito, I'm not giving you the piece, just list me as second composer. The piece is still far from perfect. This honor rightfully belongs to you. Several expectant gazes fell upon Waikito, but he suddenly sighed deeply, his expression returning to calm. a smile mixing regret and acceptance appearing. I won't do that, Luxian. This is your piece, your great piece. I can already see a great musician who will be remembered by history. At this point, he lifted his chin slightly. Besides the Lord and Winnie, what has sustained me throughout my life is my own morality. This is my creed, and the quality Winnie admires most about me. Luxian suddenly felt that Waikito's shining moral radiance stung his eyes a little, and something called moisture appeared at the corners of his eyes. Mr. Victor. Lot and Herodotus cried out simultaneously upon hearing Victor's refusal of Lucian. Though Lucian's piano piece still had flaws and inevitable mistakes during performance, the soul-stirring emotion had already deeply resonated with both men. This was undoubtedly a masterpiece capable of shaking the world. If Victor were to perfect it and arrange it as a symphony, it would surely become the most thrilling work in nearly a century, the most brilliant gem in the crown of symphonic music. Yet Victor actually refused? Refused the opportunity to become a famous, great musician? The two men instinctively shouted out, trying to dissuade him. Even Phyllis nearby showed an expression of disbelief. In her place, facing such temptation, she could never have said no. After making his decision, Victor seemed to be penetrated by sunlight, radiant and spirited. He pressed his right hand downward, signaling for everyone to be quiet, and gazed at Lucian once more. Mr. Victor. Lucian called softly. He understood that unless he used magic, there was no way to shake Victor's firm will. The man might waver, despair, or break down, but he would never betray his beliefs. Lucian could only console himself inwardly. Fortunately, the music had ignited Victor's passion, and even if he ultimately used old works, with the contrast of two new pieces, the concert could still succeed, just lacking perfection. Seeing his student's expression, Victor smiled slightly, placed his right hand on his chest, and bowed gently to Lucian. Thank you, Lucian. Such beautiful, powerful, soul-shaking music is the most moving piece I have ever heard in my life. This is the Lord's blessing, giving me a completely new understanding of music. Lucian, would you do me the honor of conducting at my concert and presenting this great piece to everyone? I can't wait to share this excitement with the world, this determination that tells us to never give up. Ah! Lucian was stunned, never having expected such a sudden plot twist. Seeing him dazed, Victor asked humorously, "Are you unwilling, Lucian?" "How could that be?" Lucian snapped back to his senses, nodding eagerly. "Mr. Victor, please feel free to use it. I'm just wondering, isn't it your concert? Being a conductor occasionally isn't bad either, and besides, you are my student." Victor's smile returned to its gentle warmth. Fool. Phyllis lightly rubbed against the carpet, the sound of her boots barely audible, her eyes showing both envy and relief. At this moment, Victor's attitude of treating Lucian as a true disciple was unmistakable, and being able to arrange this piece into a symphony for performance would surely make Mr. Victor's concert a great success, bringing many benefits to all of them as well. Performing a newcomer's composition at one's own concert and introducing him to the audience, allowing his work to gain recognition and his reputation to soar rapidly, this is something only a true disciple could inspire every musician to do. Felice had expected to be consumed by anger, but when the last note faded away, she found her chest echoing only with shock. The melody was like a fierce wind that uprooted all her critical words, leaving behind only helpless surrender and a hint of jealousy. The same emotions surged in Latte and Herodotus's hearts as their gazes shifted between the strings and Lucian, feeling both defeated and unwilling to accept it. It wasn't until Lucian heard Victor's casual remark of "quiet fool" that he truly understood his teacher's decision. He hadn't expected things to end this way, and after a moment of surprise, he could only look up and nod. "I am honored, Mr. Victor." "Lucian, did you really compose this?" If there's any problem, it would cost Mr. Victor all his reputation. Herodotus, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up. His fists were clenched tight, knuckles white, his voice trembling with excitement. In his twisted expression, it was impossible to tell whether he hoped for Lucian's confirmation or denial. Only then did the people in the hall snap back from the music's lingering resonance. 3 weeks ago, Lucian had been just a rookie who had studied music for less than 2 months, constantly claiming he had inspiration and wanted to try composing. Now he had produced such a magnificent and stirring work. Could he really be a brilliantly talented musical genius? Could he be a gem buried in the dirt? Incredulous gazes shot toward Lucian one after another. Only Rhine and Victor maintained their smiles, their expressions carrying subtle curiosity and appreciation. Having been immersed in the musical world for years, they knew very well if someone truly unknown could write this piece, that would be the greatest miracle. But precisely because of this, they were even more amazed by Lucian's talent. A trace of self-mockery rose in Lucian's heart. Though he had his principles, his moral standards ultimately couldn't match those of the kind Mr. Victor. However, this emotion passed in an instant. He quickly composed himself. Things had reached this point, and any explanation would seem pale. He pulled out a faint smile. "Yes, this has always been my inspiration. Only because I lacked formal musical education, Those melodies once had nowhere to rest. He raised his head, speaking at an unhurried pace, yet as if narrating a long sequence of personal experiences. This inspiration comes from my life, from the oppressive, painful, hopeless days without a future in the slums. Whenever I saw others wearing beautiful clothes, eating exquisite food, enjoying lives I might never be able to approach, I wanted to break free from fate's shackles and fight for my own future. To learn letters, to learn music, I encountered countless difficulties and was even injured by gangs. Even so, I never gave up, but persisted all the way until I finally reached Mr. Victor's door. The light illuminated his somewhat lean profile, his gaze bright and clear. Thus, this inspiration gradually transformed into passionate, never-sating melodies. They inspire me that as long as I'm still alive, I should never give up. Mixing lies with truth, Lucien briefly recounted his conflict with Aaron's gang while collecting scrap, hoping to make his story more convincing. The difficulties and mockery you faced that day, Mr. Victor, reminded me of myself. Lucien spread his hands and slowed his speech. Inspiration struck like lightning, and melodies began pouring out. Over these 3 weeks, I've been constantly refining them. Lot, Phyllis, and Herodotus have all heard fragments of these pieces. I've kept the sheet music I've written during this period in my cottage. I didn't dare bring it today because of the rain, afraid it might get damaged. Ryan and Victor exchanged knowing smiles, following his gaze toward the 3 young people. How incredible that these youngsters who spent every day with Lucien hadn't recognized the true value of those melodies. Lot, Phyllis, Herodotus, did you hear them? Victor asked with interest, his face showing both amusement and curiosity. The 3 named individuals paused to recall, then suddenly realized that many passages from the piano performance did sound familiar, a familiarity that had built up gradually over time. Phyllis remembered yesterday afternoon's scene, glancing at Lucien with complex emotions before smiling bitterly. Perhaps prejudice made us deaf. I heard the magnificence of the final movement yesterday evening, but paid no attention to it. I also heard many melodies over the past 3 weeks, but the pieces weren't finished then, and your clumsy playing concealed their brilliance. She still muttered stubbornly at the end. Well, as Phyllis said, prejudice made me deaf. Lot nodded straightforwardly. I admit I've heard certain passages of your composition. I must say, Lucien, your musical talent is astonishing. Generally, such large-scale works take months at minimum, sometimes years to complete. If Lucien's talent weren't so extraordinary, Lot might have felt resentment, jealousy, or anger. But with such a vast gap between them, these emotions instantly lost their fire. Moreover, if his classmate could truly become a great musician, it would benefit his own musical path, just like Mr. Victor's successful concert. Having navigated the complex web of relationships in aristocratic circles, Lot was no mere frivolous fool. Herodotus, who had remained silent for a long time, finally nodded. He was reluctant to acknowledge Lucien as a genius, but that musical piece still echoed in his mind, inspiring him. Hearing the praise, Lucien instinctively explained, I could write it so quickly because these inspirations had been accumulating for many years. Lucien, no need to explain. Genius needs no justification. Victor raised his hand to stop him, smiling sincerely. I dare not claim I've heard every musical piece, but if such great, inspiring melodies were already in circulation, I couldn't possibly have missed them. It's precisely because they're unfamiliar that proves this is your original work. Ryan nodded in agreement. I've traveled in many countries and have never heard such stirring, never give you up melodies. Lucien, your life has given you precious wealth. Perhaps it's poverty and hardship that drive people forward, and the lower classes always give birth to unimaginable geniuses. Haha, thank you, Lucien. Being able to hear this piece makes my trip to Alto completely worthwhile. You are undoubtedly a true genius, an exceptional genius. Ryan withdrew his fingers from the keys, his tone sincere. Strangely, when speaking of genius, he didn't add the qualifier musical. Pushed into the spotlight by continuous praise, Lucien's cheeks quickly flushed with heat, and his ears turned red, making him appear innocent and shy. Yet inwardly, he couldn't help feeling embarrassed that I had never imagined he would be evaluated in such a way. Victor picked up where Ryan left off, his voice carrying barely concealed excitement. Perhaps only someone like you, a beginner who hasn't yet been constrained by the rigid structures of formal compositions and established musical expression methods, combined with natural musical genius, can truly release their emotions and inspiration, soaring through the world of music without any restrictions. He raised his hand to compose himself before continuing. Actually, I've been working on my 4th symphony for 9 whole years. Ever since Winnie was called to the Lord's grace, I wanted to write a symphony for her, not just a serenade. But my musical education and past compositional experience kept reminding me that symphonies should only express serious religious themes or purely showcase musical beauty. My creative process has been troubled because of this. Although in recent years Alto has seen a trend of using symphonies to express emotions and other themes, those works remain immature and have provided me with limited inspiration. So even though I've accumulated many melodies and ideas, I've never been able to complete this symphony. Victor looked toward the manuscript on the piano, his eyes gleaming. Until today, hearing your piece which maintains rigorous structure while completely presenting its theme, I finally understand how to compose. Therefore, I must thank you, Lucien. After speaking, he clapped his hands twice, giving himself and everyone a moment to collect themselves. Well then, Lucien, write out your composition. I'll help you supplement the melody and refine the details. Then we'll take it to the association for registration. We cannot be careless with a piece like this. When Counselor Othello returns, I'll request to change the program. In the time leading up to the concert, I'll quickly arrange it as a symphony and then conduct extensive rehearsals. Lucien's original plan was to use the piano version of the Symphony of Fate to inspire Victor, perhaps even having him complete the melody and refine the details before adapting it into a full symphonic piece. This way, the surprise he caused would be limited to just a few people like Victor, Lot, and Rhine, rather than becoming known to the masses and making himself appear as some kind of freak in their eyes, which would inevitably draw unwanted attention. After all, being able to compose such a piece after less than 2 months of studying music was absolutely unprecedented in the continental music history that Lucien had studied. But now that things had developed to this point, there was no way to back down. Victor's statement that genius needs no explanation had completely cornered him, so Lucien nodded decisively. Very well, Mr. Victor. In his view, even if this piece were suspected of plagiarism, people would only focus on his precocity or genius, and would never associate it with forbidden entities like wizards or demons. After all, religious texts described music as a gift from the God of truth to humanity, and the more common rumors only spoke of wizards or devils granting formidable power, heavenly voices, or masterful performance skills. No one had ever heard of them directly bestowing the talent for composing music, especially a piece filled with such positive energy about struggling against darkness and persevering through adversity. During this period, Lucien had been reading travel journals and religious texts in the music library, and had also interacted with people like Lot, Felice, and Herodotus. He had vaguely sensed a rift between the church and the nobility. Though they remained devout, their words often revealed a subtle attitude of religion belongs to God, nobility belongs to the king. If this was the case even in Alto, where divine authority was at its peak, one could imagine how it was in other countries. Lucien judged that without concrete evidence, the church couldn't possibly use divine magic to examine high-ranking individuals at will. The Musicians Association's close ties with both nobility and church gave him even more confidence. What truly required caution was encountering important figures at future banquets or performances. To guard against assassins, inspections would be inevitable. But if he could gain sufficient status and reputation through this piece beforehand, routine checks would become superficial and lax, easy to handle. Even when facing powerful nobles or clergy, the inspection process would often be simpler, or even omitted entirely. They were confident in their ability to suppress any threat single-handedly. As his thoughts concluded, Ryan had already fetched a quill pen and a stack of pristine white paper from the desk and brought them to the piano. Lucien placed the paper on the music stand and raised his pen to write, but immediately sneezed several times in succession. Damp coldness crept up his spine, making him shiver involuntarily, and raindrops from his hair splashed directly onto the paper with his sneezes, spreading into circles of water stains. Only then did Victor notice that he was completely soaked through. Lucien, didn't you bring an umbrella? His tone carried concern mixed with reproach. Lucien's linen shirt clung tightly to his chest, revealing the lean yet fluid muscle definition he had developed through months of training. Felice's cheeks flushed slightly, and she dared not look directly at him. I did, but the rain outside was heavy, and I ran here. Lucien wiped the water droplets from the tip of his nose, not mentioning that he had actually run directly through the rain to get here. Victor looked both pleased and touched. Lucien, I have several outfits in the lounge. Since you and I are about the same height and build, go change into something. You look like you might be getting sick. As he spoke, he gently pushed Lucien toward the lounge, his voice filled with concern. Hurry up, Lucien. Leave the task of writing the piece to me. I'll see if I can recreate it completely. Hearing this, Ryan reached over and took the feather pen from Lucien's hand, adding casually, Don't worry about it, just go change. Their fingers briefly touched on the pen, and Lucien was surprised to find that Ryan's body temperature was even cooler than his, who was drenched from the rain, as if he had a naturally cold constitution. In the side room of the lounge, Lucien first dried his dripping hair and body with a towel, then took out the clothes Victor had prepared, a crisp white shirt, a well-fitted black tuxedo jacket, paired with black slim-fit pants and polished shoes. Once he changed, he instantly felt a sense of warmth and dryness envelop him. He smoothed out the hem of his shirt in front of the mirror, seeing himself in formal attire for the first time. Black hair and eyes, handsome features that exuded a quiet and steady charm rather than fragility. Lucien pushed the door open and returned to the hall. Ryan was immersed in the piano keys and sheet music, never looking up. Victor turned around, taking in Lucien from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. You really are a handsome young man. The lingering doubts in Phyllis, Latte, and Herodotus dissipated with that glance after all. Judging people by their appearance is not a habit exclusive to earthlings. Lucian, come over and see if the melody Mr. Rhine wrote is correct, Victor beckoned. As he brushed past Latte, she offered a flawless noble smile, lowering her voice. Lucian, I hope we can discuss music together more often in the future. Of course, Lucian replied politely. Phyllis, overhearing their conversation, bit her plump lower lip, her white teeth contrasting with a faint blush as she softly said, Lucian, I apologize for my previous prejudices. I hope we can get along well and discuss music together. She was genuinely moved by Lucian's determination not to give up today and the beautiful piece he played, but she couldn't say she liked him yet. The blush on her face was more about shyness and hesitation. Herodotus stood on the other side, his emotions complex as he stared down at his shoes, remaining silent. Lucian accepted Phyllis's apology and then walked over to the piano, quietly discussing the details of the piece with Rhine and Victor. By 3 in the afternoon, the rain had lessened, and the curtain of water outside was much thinner. Phyllis looked through the glass and saw Baron Othello's carriage driving into the association's gate. Victor gestured for Lucian to neatly stack the organized sheet music while cheerfully explaining. Actually, the part of the melody you couldn't write down was already nearly expressed in your emotional performance earlier, which is why I could complete most of it so quickly. It seems that music truly requires emotional resonance, and devotion and gratitude are part of that. That's why pieces with religious themes are always more moving than those that simply showcase the beauty of music. Alright, though this piece still has some parts that need refinement, they're just minor details. We can register it with the association for now. Victor carefully put away the sheet music while saying with confidence, I believe Counselor Othello won't be able to resist such a magnificent work. If Her Highness the Princess hears it, she certainly won't mind changing the repertoire. Lucian's fingertips still retained the warmth from the piano keys. That passionate improvisation he had just performed was born from his anger and unwillingness to surrender, had poured his longing for loved ones, the agony of losing everything, his struggle against setbacks, and his unwavering determination onto the strings. Had it not been for the deliberately unfinished latter half that he had never practiced, he would have thunderously unleashed the entire piece in one breath. Even so, many melodies naturally emerged under his fingers rough, yet brimming with power, providing Victor with the perfect inspiration to complete the composition. Following Victor's lead, they climbed 3 flights of stairs to reach a softly lit room on the 3rd floor. Behind a desk by the window sat an elderly gentleman with completely white hair and round-framed glasses. His pale gray eyes swept over them as he spoke in a calm voice. Victor, have you finished your symphony? Joseph, it's not mine. Victor smiled, gently pushing Lucian forward. This is my student Lucian. He's just composed an excellent work, and I've brought him here for registration. He then turned to introduce. This is Mr. Joseph, a senior music critic who has heard virtually every composition, including Elven music. He's also an apprentice priest. He'll determine whether there's any plagiarism and use the Lord's power to place a temporal seal on the score. Any similar melodies that appear afterward will be considered plagiarism. Joseph studied Lucian with curiosity in his voice. How long have you been studying with Victor? To be able to compose so quickly shows remarkable talent. He reached out to take the score, adjusted his glasses, and began examining it carefully. Well, 3 months. Victor wiped away non-existent sweat, including the time Lucian had spent learning to read music, then rounding up the figure. What? 3 months? Joseph looked up in shock, then incredulously returned to flipping through the pages, muttering, Victor, are you pulling my leg? Victor didn't respond, simply waiting with a smile. The pages rustled as Joseph turned them. His smile gradually faded as he began tapping time and humming silently. Soon, he seemed to plunge into an ocean of music, his brow furrowing and relaxing, his hands alternately clenching into fists and opening, like an emotionally charged conductor. Humming to oneself was much faster than a formal performance, and he completed the entire piece in just over 10 minutes. As he turned the final page, the old gentleman exhaled deeply, his expression both moved and exhilarated. A magnificent work. It reminds me of the days when I aided the knights in the dark mountains against evil creatures. Had we not remembered the Lord's teachings in our darkest hour, we would have perished in the abyss long ago. This piece proclaims, never compromise with evil, never surrender. Suddenly remembering the earlier details, he shot to his feet. His glasses slipped from his nose and crashed onto the desk, the lenses shattering with a crisp sound. Wait, you said he composed this? After only 3 months of studying music? Shock was written across his face, his expression nearly contorted. As you can see, Victor could only recount everything he knew about Lucian's background as truthfully as possible. Joseph picked up his broken glasses, half sighing and half helplessly waving them. Well, the emergence of genius always shatters our common sense, our confidence, and, apparently, our eyeglasses. At least I can confirm it's not plagiarism. No known melody matches it. and the determination and struggle it embodies perfectly reflect Lucian's character. He solemnly advised, "But if you don't want to face skepticism, you'd better produce new works of comparable quality every year or two, and demonstrate talent befitting a genius in your daily life." Having personally experienced the events at the Dark Mountains, Joseph felt a special affinity for this composition. In his heart, there could be no finer music in the world. Lucian thought to himself, "In a year or two, I'll probably no longer be here. It seems I won't need to plagiarize too much." Joseph began casting his divine magic, silver-white holy radiance condensing into feather-like patterns of light at his fingertips, swiftly copying the score and imprinting it with a temporal seal. After completing this task, he casually asked, "It's fashionable nowadays to give compositions names. What would you like to call this one?" "Let's call it Destiny," Lucian replied. With the registration complete, leaving behind Joseph who was rapturously examining the score repeatedly, Victor led Lucian to the door of Counselor Othello's office. "Perhaps in a moment, Counselor Othello's expression won't be much better than Joseph's," Victor whispered teasingly. As he knocked on the door, Victor suddenly began to laugh, displaying a lightness and humor he hadn't shown in the past several months. "What a terrifying earthquake it reminded me of, Wenchuan. Well, I'll take advantage of this relatively quiet moment to update a chapter. Tonight's update will depend on the aftershocks. I hope our friends and you stay safe." "Who is it?" "It's me, Victor." Othello's voice, slightly aged yet still commanding, came through the heavy wooden door, made particularly clear against the backdrop of rain. "Counselor Othello, I have some matters I'd like to discuss with you." Victor restrained his earlier smile, his demeanor becoming gentle and composed once more. There was silence behind the door for 2 or 3 seconds before Othello's voice, tinged with amusement, rang out again. "Haha. Victor, are you worried about Her Highness's evaluation of your composition? Come in." The door's unlocked. Clearly, he was in excellent spirits, most likely having received praise from Princess Natasha. For someone like him who hadn't awakened his bloodline and couldn't become a knight, the most reliable way to preserve his noble title and lands was to earn the favor of either the Grand Duke or Princess Natasha, who had already inherited the title of Countess of Violet. Music was the princess's greatest passion, and as a counselor of the Music Association, Othello had a natural advantage in this regard. Victor grasped the brass door handle, turned it gently, and pushed the door open, entering the office with Lucian. Outside, the rain continued to fall, but inside the room was warm and inviting. Othello sat upright behind his red wooden desk, his black formal attire crisp and unwrinkled, completely untouched by rainwater. His face glowed with good humor, radiating vitality. A slender quill pen moved swiftly across the paper, its scratching sound mingling with the crackling of the small fire in the fireplace. Hearing footsteps, he looked up while continuing to write, speaking with evident delight. "Victor, Her Highness is very interested in the piano concerto you've composed this past year. She's even more curious about that entirely new instrument, the piano, and is eagerly anticipating next Saturday evening's concert. Don't disappoint her." At this point, he noticed the young man standing behind Victor. The stranger closed the door with deliberate care, was well-dressed, and possessed a handsome, composed face that naturally inspired goodwill. Following noble etiquette, Othello didn't immediately inquire but turned his gaze to Victor, waiting for an introduction. Clearly Victor had brought this unfamiliar young man for a specific purpose. As for the boy in the linen tunic from 2 months ago, Othello had long since forgotten him. Victor was in high spirits at the moment. Though he understood the upcoming negotiation wouldn't be easy, his soaring confidence made his eyes bright with determination. "I'm deeply honored to have earned Her Highness's favor, and I'm even more confident about the concert," he said, stepping aside to make the introduction. "Counselor Othello, this is my student Lucian Evans. He has composed an excellent new piece, and I was hoping you could help evaluate it. Your authority in serious music is widely recognized." Even though Victor was fundamentally a sensitive musician, this didn't mean he was poor at communication or an antisocial recluse who didn't know how to interact with people. He didn't directly mention his intention to change the program, but instead offered Othello a subtle compliment, ensuring he could examine Lucian's composition without any prejudice or resistance. Othello didn't find this strange at all. If Lucian was truly Victor's musical protege, it would be perfectly normal for Victor to introduce and recommend him to other musicians, performers, and critics, often under the pretext of evaluating a student's compositions or performances. In good spirits, Othello's usually stern face broke into a polite smile. "Victor, when did you take on this student? You've been preparing for concerts all year, and I haven't heard anything about this." Victor didn't explain immediately. Instead, he smiled and handed over a stack of clean, neatly arranged sheet music, gesturing for Othello to read it first before speaking. The soft rustling of pages turning was particularly clear in the spacious, quiet reception room. Othello took the score, his expression returning to its customary seriousness as his gaze fell upon the notes on the first page. The short, powerful opening melody quickly took shape in his mind, striking his eardrums like drumsticks. His brow furrowed instinctively. This opening's predictable intensity and conflict employed techniques he had never attempted in his decades-long musical career, while also carrying the flavor of alto's recent emphasis on personal emotion and secular themes. Othello's expertise in serious music was limited to religious praise, and he had always harbored an instinctive resistance to this new trend, especially given his advanced age and reluctance to embrace change. Yet he still read through the entire composition. As the finale concluded, the notes gradually faded from his mind, and the room fell into an almost frozen silence. How should he comment? In recent years, the Symphony Herald had generally welcomed compositions with similar themes, and the mainstream led by Princess Natasha also championed this style. Criticism would inevitably seem conservative. However, as a nobleman and musician of distinguished reputation, he would never publicly nitpick the technical shortcomings of a fledgling young composer, nor would he offer insincere praise for the melody. The silence stretched time unbearably long. Finally, he gently closed the score, speaking slowly and steadily. I am pleased to see a young person with such exceptional musical talent. However, Lucian, music is humanity's voice of praise to the Lord, a sacred and magnificent religious hymn. I hope you will devote more of your talent and attention to this purpose. Thank you for your evaluation, Director Othello. Lucian bowed slightly, his tone polite, though his expression remained as relaxed as if the previous words didn't exist. Praise the Lord himself? Now that would be the greatest joke of all. Othello made no mention of the composition itself, but Victor was already quite satisfied. Getting this notoriously demanding director to refrain from criticizing the piece was itself a form of recognition. So he revealed his true intention. To receive your praise brings me great comfort on Lucian's behalf. I would like to present this work to everyone at my concert. Absolutely not. Othello gave almost no pause for consideration, rejecting the proposal outright, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Victor, the authority of his noble status and directorship fully unleashed. Victor met his gaze with equal intensity, his tone steady but unyielding. Director Othello, why not? Othello was slightly surprised by Victor's firm stance, but quickly thought he had grasped the man's intentions. Victor wanted to use this new piece to boost his reputation. The program had already been submitted to the princess, and changing it now would make her think the association unreliable. Victor, are you willing to sacrifice the association's development for your personal fame? Victor met his gaze with a defiant smile. If we have better music but fail to present it to His Grace the Grand Duke and Her Highness the Princess, that would truly damage the association's reputation. Director Othello, if you disagree, I'll approach Lady Sylvia and ask her to deliver the score directly. I will never give up. You. His authority challenged, Othello rose abruptly, glaring at Victor like an enraged lion. Seeing the tension escalate, Victor softened his tone slightly. His Majesty and Her Highness have no prejudice against such themes. They might even prefer it. Director, you can surely imagine their reaction upon hearing this piece. Greater satisfaction, more joy, which would benefit you as well. Without the patronage of high nobility, this type of lyrical music could never become fashionable within a few years. Othello's anger gradually subsided. He reflected on his advanced age and how none of his descendants had awakened their bloodline he needed to pave the way for his family. Looking at Victor's expression, it was clear that even if refused, he would find another route. After brief contemplation, he spoke in measured tones. 2 days before the concert, I want to hear your rehearsal. If there are no issues, I'll authorize the program change. Victor clenched his fist, cheering quietly. As you wish, Director Othello. Othello glanced at Lucian, his stern features showing complexity. Victor, your student is remarkably talented, yet has no reputation within the association. With his abilities, he should have been famous long ago. Victor answered truthfully. 3 months ago, he came to me to formally study music. 3 months. Othello's confusion deepened. Yes, he's only been systematically studying for 3 months. Victor suddenly looked forward to the director's reaction, while Lucian stood stunned beside them. Othello's mouth fell open, remaining speechless for a long while. Like a frozen statue, the combination of his usual seriousness with such bewilderment appeared almost comical. Are you certain? Victor, are you sure he wrote this? I watched him complete it bit by bit, and I still have the manuscript. Joseph also confirmed it's not plagiarized. To strengthen his case, Victor presented the testimonies of Lot, Phyllis, and others as his own observations. Lucian could write this piece because of his life experiences. Othello collapsed back into his chair as if losing all support, murmuring under his breath, seemingly mourning his own lengthy musical career. After a long moment, he waved for them to leave. Exiting the office, Lucian spotted a familiar face. Korea, the church guard in silver chain mail, the high-ranking knight's squire who had fought reed rats with him in the sewers. Led by Elena, who handled reception, Korea walked straight to Lucian with an expressionless face. Lucian, please answer, why didn't you come to the Music Association library this morning? Were you ill? Elena was already anxious, not understanding why the church guard had come, and found the question even more absurd. The church was monitoring people's attendance? Victor was equally surprised such a perfectly normal occurrence warranted interrogation. Did the church have too many personnel on hand? Last night's incident caused such a massive uproar? The church actually launched a carpet search? Lucian's heart jolted, but he quickly analyzed the situation. He must have been placed on the suspect list due to his contact with the witch, though clearly not as a priority target, otherwise the guards wouldn't have waited until afternoon to come knocking. Facing guard Korea in his white uniform with red trim, Lucian showed no signs of panic. He raised his eyes, his tone steady and controlled. Last night I rode until the early hours to complete the final section of my composition, which left me completely drained. I felt unusually exhausted at dawn and thought I might be ill, but after resting until noon I recovered completely. It was simply overexertion. Korea flipped through the black ledger in his hands, his quill pen hovering in midair. Can anyone verify this was fatigue rather than illness? If not, please come with me to the church for an examination. I've already explained the reason. Lucian remained calm, his voice like polished metal, clean, yet substantial. I wasn't ill. As the standoff continued, a deep, approving male voice interjected. Guard, I can vouch for him. Lucian was indeed composing last night, which caused this morning's fatigue. He created an exceptional and magnificent work. Whenever I complete a satisfying piece, I feel the same exhaustion. The speaker was Victor, an elderly musician with graying hair, tall and slightly gaunt. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside his student. Korea's gaze lingered on the conductor's baton emblem on his uniform chest. And you are? This is musician Victor, Lucian's teacher, Elena explained nervously, her voice trembling slightly with fear of the church. Yet she wondered inwardly. Had Lucian really composed something and earned such praise from Master Victor? Or was the teacher simply trying to appease the guard? The quill pen descended again. Korea wrote another line but shook his head. Master Victor, given your teacher-student relationship with Lucian, your testimony cannot be fully accepted. Are there other witnesses? If not, he must come with me to the church merely for a physical examination, not to the tribunal. Lucian maintained his calm exterior while his mind raced for an escape plan, the air falling into a brief, oppressive silence. Suddenly, the light sound of boots echoed from the corridor. Baron Othello, a director of the Musicians' Association, set down his documents and emerged from his office, his voice steady with the distinctive elegance of nobility. I can testify. He did indeed complete an outstanding work of composition depicting the struggle against evil and adversity. To write such a melody, one must burn with complete passion and soul. Though Othello didn't particularly care for that type of music, he recognized Lucian's talent and effort. More importantly, he didn't want the association's affairs disrupted by church investigations, especially with Victor's upcoming concert crucial for maintaining the association's reputation. Korea's eyes narrowed slightly as he bowed respectfully, writing another line in his ledger. With your testimony, your lordship, I believe I can take my leave. Korea himself would never believe that Lucian was the wanted professor. According to the tribunal's records, Lucian was just an ordinary person when interrogated 3 months ago, while that mysterious professor was a powerful magician of at least the third circle. It would be absolutely impossible for anyone to grow to such a level in just 3 months, even if they had sold their soul to the devil. He knew perfectly well what the tribunal and the bishop were thinking. During the first round of screening this morning, they hadn't even put Lucian on the list. It wasn't until this afternoon, when he noticed Lucian had even the slightest bit of suspicion, that the idea of taking him back for some rough treatment occurred to him, while also crushing Knight Gary's last hope. Now that a baron had stepped forward to testify in person, pushing further would mean making an enemy of the nobility for a young knight who hadn't even made it into the Temple Knight's ranks. Such trouble wasn't worth it. Korea turned and left decisively, his boots echoing briefly on the stone floor of the corridor. Watching his figure disappear around the corner, Lucian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If he had truly been searched, the wounds on his body would have immediately given him away, and his excuses of illness and fatigue wouldn't have fooled anyone. Fortunately, the Destiny Symphony incident had brought him dual testimony from Baron Othello and Mr. Victor at this moment. They had become his most solid shield. You'd better go prepare your music and practice. My standards are quite demanding, Othello said curtly before pushing open the door to his office and locking it behind him. The corridor light fell in dappled patterns through the colored glass. Elena stared with bright green eyes, looking Lucian up and down as if seeing him for the first time. Director Othello had actually said that Lucian had written an excellent piece. She wanted to ask for details, but with Victor present, she forced herself to swallow her questions. Yet curiosity bounced around in her chest like a lively rabbit, making her reluctant to return to the first-floor hall. The entire third floor had just settled down after Korea's appearance when Wolf spotted Victor standing by Othello's office door from a distance and approached suspiciously. What just happened? Victor, what are you doing here? Nothing major. Anyway, it's all resolved now. Victor shook his head, showing no intention of discussing it further. I came to see Director Othello to request a change of repertoire. He spoke openly about his reason the orchestra rehearsed here daily. and even without allowing outsiders to listen in, the news couldn't be kept secret. Wolf's expression immediately darkened. As a professional musician, he would never believe Victor's claim of suddenly having inspiration and writing a new piece in just a few hours. Such a work would require at least 1 or 2 months of preparation. You strung together your own melodies and inspiration and actually wrote a new piece? Director Othello agreed. Didn't he already report the repertoire to Her Highness the Princess? A series of rapid-fire questions laid bare his urgency and unwillingness. Director Othello has already agreed. Victor smiled without a trace of sympathy. As long as the orchestra's performance meets the requirements, he will take responsibility for reporting the repertoire change to Her Highness the Princess. The news hit Wolf like a blow to the head, leaving his expression frozen. He shook his head, his voice rising with a sharp tremor. This is impossible. How could Director Othello agree to such an absurd request, based on a piece you hastily threw together? Victor said earnestly. Wolf, I'm afraid Counselor Othello has already approved this performance. You're certainly welcome to protest to him, though I truly can't imagine what grounds or reasoning you could present. Also, this new work isn't mine, but rather the creation of my student Lucien. Yes, that very pauper you've declared will never become a musician. It's precisely his poverty and suffering that provided him with inspiration and drive to compose such a moving piece. Wolf was stunned at first, then burst into laughter, pointing at Lucien standing nearby. Him? Victor, are you telling me that a pauper who's been studying music for less than 3 months has actually written a piece worthy of performance in the sacred hall? Either you've lost your mind, or you think I'm a fool. Huh. If he can truly compose such a work in so short a time, I'll honor my oath from now on I'll only write music criticism and never compose again. But if that's not the case, Victor, you'll owe me a public apology for your lies. Wolf, Victor replied with a steady expression, you'd better verify before making such boasts. You'll hear it with your own ears at the concert, and Mr. Joseph will also archive the score in the library for your review. However, pieces that haven't been formally performed won't be immediately available after registration. You'll need to wait a few days. Victor's seriousness and composure brought Wolf's laughter to an abrupt halt. He glared darkly at Lucien and snorted. I see you've truly gone mad, taking a beginner's work to perform in the sacred hall. Prepare to lose all your reputation and standing. Victor. Despite his words, he stubbornly refused to back down, anger overriding reason. Before turning to leave, he threw another remark at Lucien. As long as you're recognized as an outstanding musician, as long as your compositions receive unanimous praise, I'll fulfill my oath. As Wolf's figure disappeared around the corner, Victor finally couldn't help but chuckle softly. Arrogance breeds prejudice. Prejudice makes people foolish, and foolishness often leaves a bitter taste. If he were just a bit smarter and went to verify with Counselor Othello and Joseph, he wouldn't have said such things. We have no obligation to prevent him from reaping what he's sown. He then turned to Lucien. You're still mentally exhausted. Go home and rest well today. Starting tomorrow until the concert, come help me arrange the music and assist with orchestra rehearsals. As for the library procedures, I'll discuss them with Mr. Hank. Lucien, still recovering from his injuries, indeed needed rest. He nodded in agreement, retrieved his umbrella from the lounge, and walked alongside Elena toward the first-floor hall. Throughout their walk, Elena kept studying him with curious, surprised, and somewhat puzzled glances. Just as they were about to reach the first floor, she finally lowered her voice and spoke. I'm starting to wonder if you're really the same Lucien I know. When you were guiding my practice, I could tell you were progressing rapidly. But composing a piece that earns praise from both Mr. Victor and Counselor Othello, I never could have imagined it. Not even in my dreams. Lucien shrugged and spread his hands candidly. I don't know what happened either. When inspiration struck, I wrote incredibly fast. Perhaps that inspiration came from my inner emotions, from my experiences over the past decade or so. Elena was still quite naive about the creative process in music. After hearing Lucien's words, she laughed and said, maybe you really are a musical genius, Lucien. Hee hee. I've believed in you from the very beginning, she said, blinking her emerald eyes and adding, when you become an outstanding musician, don't forget about your friend here. Of course not. Lucien nodded gently with conviction in his voice. With that, he headed downstairs. The dim yellow light on the first floor cast across the clean wooden floor, bathing his figure in a soft glow. Lucien formally bid farewell to Elena and pushed open the door to leave. The cool breeze greeted him outside as he walked with steady, crisp steps. Elena remained where she stood, arms crossed, watching his figure gradually disappear around the street corner. After a long moment, she finally snapped back to reality and walked toward Kaishi, murmuring to herself, what kind of person is he really? At dusk, Lucien returned to the Oderang district dressed in a neatly pressed formal suit. Upon seeing him, Chower stroked his beard and teased with a smile. Little Evans has become quite the gentleman. Lucien simply smiled without offering much explanation. After a quick wash, he casually gnawed on a piece of hard black bread. Once his stomach was barely filled, he collapsed onto his bed, completely relaxing as he fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until 9 o'clock at night that he stretched and woke up, the sticky fatigue in his mind completely swept away. The external wounds on his chest and arms had also mostly healed under the continued effects of the storm potion. The night was deep, with moonlight filtering through the window cracks onto the wooden floor. Lucian gazed toward the hidden door to the basement, a dangerous thought crossing his mind. Using the blood of evil creatures to summon undead beings in exchange for wraith dust. But he still restrained his impulse. He had to wait for the outside turmoil to settle before making any plans. Then, he retrieved another vial of storm potion from the most concealed compartment in his room. Pulling out the cork, a pungent smell immediately rushed into his nose. He tilted his head back and drank it down. The fiery liquid flowed down his throat like tiny bolts of lightning exploding through his blood vessels, overdrawing his physical potential once again while making his mind clearer than ever before. Reflecting on the gains from his spellcasting and combat during the day, he sat cross-legged by the bedside and began to meditate. His consciousness sank into the starry spiritual world as he channeled stellar power, gradually refining his mental strength bit by bit, preparing to cross the threshold into becoming a formal magic apprentice. This stage wasn't just about gaining one additional apprentice-level spell that could be cast continuously, but also about faster recovery of mental strength and slightly stronger resistance to psychic magic. The night sky stretched deep and black, adorned with countless stars, as Lucian once again used meditation to channel stellar power for refining his mental strength and soul. Within the starscape constructed through meditation, the stellar force line belonging to his personal destiny star shone brightest, like a clear silver thread drawing endless starlight toward his consciousness. Those particles of light slowly seeped in, gradually tinting his mental power with pure silver white, then spreading along pathways to reach his soul. A faint luminescence appeared on the soul's surface, like thin frost forming on water, before being absorbed within, strengthening the soul at a pace barely perceptible, yet undeniably real. Before becoming a high-level magic apprentice, mental power and soul growth naturally progressed rapidly, which was why the witch Gravis had advanced from novice to high-level in just 1 year. At this moment, Lucian's progress was no less impressive. Combined with the stimulation from the storm potion, his mental power surged more powerfully than usual, and the stellar force he could manipulate and use for refinement increased accordingly. In less than half an hour, his soul began to feel swollen, as if it might burst with starlight from within. Lucian didn't stop meditating but instead captured the rhythm of this expansion and contraction. His soul compressed and fused stellar power during contraction, while expelling impurities during expansion. Through this cycle, the starlight was compressed layer by layer, and for the first time he clearly sensed his soul materializing into something like a heavy, solid crystal. When the meditation naturally concluded, that sense of physical substance faded, but he found his mind clearer than ever before. He had crossed the threshold to become a formal magic apprentice. The subtle mutation in his soul granted him natural resistance to mind control, mental confusion, and will suppression spells. Recovery from such damage would now be nearly twice as fast, and his psychic perception had shifted from vague to somewhat clear. However, the cost of this breakthrough was equally significant. Lucian assessed privately that even with continued training, if he failed to advance to formal wizard status and couldn't use magic to extend his lifespan, he would likely struggle to live past 60. As the overdraft effects of the storm potion gradually subsided, profound fatigue and weakness washed over him. After confirming his condition was stable, he fell into deep sleep. Having become a formal apprentice, his mental power would undergo another rapid improvement phase until reaching the minor milestone of high-level apprentice. Over the following days, Lucian assisted Victor in perfecting the melody and details as the original composer, personally adapting the piece into a symphony. The orchestra rehearsed day and night, with Rhine, the excellent performer, patiently adjusting every pause. Finally, on the day of Othello's visit, in the spacious concert hall, the Destiny Symphony was performed in its entirety for the first time. As the final notes echoed beneath the soaring dome, Othello slowly rose to his feet, his applause resonating long through the empty corridors. He spoke solemnly. "When I heard only the melody before, I couldn't judge this piece's true value. Now I'm reassured it will certainly cause a sensation. Victor, congratulations again, you have an excellent student." Turning his gaze to Lucian, he added, "Lucian, you are indeed an unimaginable talent. But genius always attracts controversy, especially when you haven't even mastered the piano yet. If you can't maintain a pace of producing masterworks every year or two, prepare to face overwhelming doubt and criticism. Fame coming too early isn't necessarily good for you." Othello still regretted that Lucian hadn't channeled his musical talent into serious religious themes. He shook his head and turned to leave. As Othello's figure slowly disappeared at the entrance of the concert hall, Victor lowered his voice and looked at Lucian with some apology. "Your music touched my soul that day, and in my excitement, I acted impulsively. While no one would suspect you of plagiarism, genius needs no explanation. I overlooked the pressure that fame too early might bring you. It's all right, Mr. Victor. Lucien smiled calmly, his right hand lightly pressing against his chest. My heart is strong enough, and pressure actually motivates me. He indeed didn't want to be thrust into the spotlight at this age, but since it had already happened, he might as well use his fame to open doors to high society. That way, he wouldn't have to search everywhere for moonlight rose powder, and he could earn some gold thalers along the way to pave the road for his magical studies. Victor understood his thoughts and nodded solemnly. I believe in your willpower. But for the next year, I'll try to shield you from distractions so you can focus on perfecting your piano skills. If a genius musician can't even play his instrument well, he'll easily be questioned. After finishing the serious matter, he added, in 2 days, you'll come with Lot and the others to the backstage of the chant hall. As the composer, you have the right to bring friends to the concert, but don't exceed 5 people. Concerts at the chant hall were always open only to high society. A single ticket cost 1 gold thaler, equivalent to 1 or 2 years' savings for a commoner. Fortunately, the hall reserved a small number of seats specifically for musicians, conductors, and performers to host their friends and family. Really? Lucien's eyes lit up. Uncle Joel had always considered attending a concert at the chant hall one of his life's dreams. Lucien didn't know when he might leave the city of chant, nor whether he'd have another chance to hold a personal concert there. If he could fulfill Joel's wish now, Lucien would naturally be delighted. Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, John, Alvin, plus Elena made exactly 5 people. In the small living room of Elisa's house, dinner had just been served when Lucien gently set down his fork and cleared his throat. Uncle Joel, Aunt Elisa, Alvin, my teacher Mr. Victor is conducting a concert at the chant hall this Saturday evening, and I can invite friends. Would you like to come with me? The chant hall? We can really go. Aunt Elisa's hand holding the spoon suddenly froze, her voice trembling with excitement. For residents of Alto, sitting in the chant hall to hear a concert was a distant dream. The expensive tickets and invisible social barriers made most commoners not even dare to think about it. Lucien nodded solemnly. Joel was both joyful and hesitant. But isn't it only relatives and friends of musicians who can receive invitations? Maybe friends of a musician's student also qualify. Elisa said, making excuses for Lucien while unable to suppress her smile. Alvin could no longer contain himself, his eyes shining like 2 little light bulbs. Going to a concert at the chant hall? I'll definitely be the most envied kid in the Adejan district. Lucien realized that every guest attending the concert would receive a program listing the piece titles, composers, arrangers, and other details. So he answered without concealment. I helped Mr. Victor complete a work, which gives me the right to invite my own friends. You? Helped Mr. Victor complete a work? As a bard, Joel understood the difficulty of composing music far better than Elisa and Alvin. The wooden fork in his hand clattered onto the table. Little Evans, really? He had initially wanted to say, Little Evans, lying isn't a good habit. But considering Lucien's consistent behavior, he didn't seem like someone who would lie about such matters, so he simply asked for confirmation. Lucien merely smiled slightly without further explanation. Uncle Joel, you'll find out when the time comes. Joel shook his head half skeptically, laughing with emotion. Little Evans, you've grown up and started having your own secrets. Though I still find it hard to believe, perhaps our little Evans truly is a natural-born musician? We need to hurry and rent some formal wear, wait for the concert to begin, and see your work performed on stage. I certainly don't want to be disappointed by you. Watching Joel's expression change from shock to anticipation, Lucien felt even more warmth in his heart. Aunt Elisa's cheeks flushed slightly, making her look several years younger. Then she said worriedly, We'll tell John about this, but he might not be able to make time. It would be such a shame if he missed your first publicly performed piece. Meanwhile, Elena, who had already heard the work and was convinced of its excellence, gladly accepted the invitation. For a music apprentice like her, appreciating and even witnessing a friend's debut premiere at the chant hall held great significance and made her feel truly regarded as a friend. Saturday evening at 8 o'clock, the chant hall blazed with lights outside. Carriages rolled up slowly, with sturdy dragon-scale horses holding their heads high as they stepped forward, their iron hooves striking the cobblestone pavement with crisp, powerful sounds. The carriages were either luxurious or understated, but each bore their respective family crests. Attendants holding programs stood straight in the cold night, welcoming elegantly dressed gentlemen and ladies. Count, I didn't expect you'd already returned to Alto from your territory. In the crowd, a middle-aged man bowed to a red-haired, robust knight. The surrounding nobles all showed respect upon seeing this manha was the current head of the Hain family, Count Hain, Phyllis's uncle. Count Hain nodded slightly, his voice deep and resonant. This is my little niece's teacher's concert. Besides, Alto has been plagued with troubles lately, so we old fellows naturally must return to serve His Grace the Grand Duke. As a third-level Grand Knight wielding flame bloodline, though over 50, he remained vigorous and imposing. His 32-year-old son Harrington had just advanced to 6th-level Sky Knight. further solidifying the Hain family's position in Alto. "Count, you truly are a loyal knight." The surrounding nobles offered their praise. Count Hain took the program from an attendant and glanced over it casually, his gaze pausing on an unfamiliar name. With some curiosity, he smiled and said, "Lucian Evans? I had no idea Victor had such a student who could already compose music." Lady Yvette, a noble lady nearby, also seemed puzzled. "Phyllis has been helping her teacher prepare for this concert recently, so I've rarely seen her. When I visited the estate for vacation a few months ago, she never mentioned this Lucian. How strange indeed. Then let us wait and see what this mysterious composer's work has to offer." Count Hain smiled, shifting his gaze from the program as he walked toward the hall's entrance. The guards at the entrance asked him to surrender his sword and inspected his belongings. Because Grand Duke Valyrit would personally attend the concert, security was far stricter than usual to prevent assassins from infiltrating. However, the guards didn't conduct excessive searches. The entire chant hall had long been equipped with a massive anti-magic array that suppressed all magic and supernatural powers below the legendary realm, a masterpiece the church had spent over 100 years completing. Shortly after Count Hain entered, two squads of guards in red military uniforms with a single golden stripe on their left chests ran in formation to clear the way. Escorted by them, two understated dark purple carriages approached. Purple exudes elegance, tranquility, and grace. The carriage bore the same family crest, a powerful armored gauntlet at its center, gripping a silver shield, surrounded by a circle of vibrant violets symbolizing nobility and refinement, with fortress-like heraldic lines forming the outer border. This was the emblem of House Waylateeth, symbol known as the Shield of Truth. Two carriages bearing matching crests came to a steady halt before the red carpet of the Sacred Hall. Guards stood motionless on either side of the steps, cold light reflecting off the creases in their armor. The nobles who had already taken their seats rose again at the gesture of Count Hain and Count Lafati, gathering in the entrance hall to await Duke Waylight. Musicians and performers like Victor, Rhine, and Lucian followed protocol, standing behind the side entrance and bowing from a distance. The door of the rear carriage opened, and a tall woman in an elegant black evening gown stepped out first. Her purple hair gleamed softly under the night lamps. Her slightly thick eyebrows swept gracefully toward her temples, complementing her deep violet eyes and accentuating her striking features. A straight nose and perfectly proportioned pale red lips that embodied absolute beauty. If lily-like Sylvia conveyed gentle grace, she was a violet in full bloom. This was the Violet Countess, Natasha. The stern-faced, middle-aged female knight Lucian had encountered before appeared as well, shadowing Natasha's side like a guardian. Natasha herself was a 5th-level Grand Knight, standing half a head taller than most men, her long, powerful legs lending an imposing presence to her very stride. She quickly approached the front carriage, raised her hand to open the door, and bent down to assist her father. Duke Waylight also had long purple hair, though years and the successive losses of his wife and eldest son had streaked his temples with silver. Lacking Natasha's extraordinary knightly talents, he had barely reached 2nd-level knight through church remedies and family elixirs, yet his bearing remained refined. Father and daughter shared 3 or 4 similar features, and even past 60, he remained handsome enough to draw soft gasps from young ladies. However, this devout gentleman had devoted all his affection to his deceased wife, remaining free of any romantic scandal for over a decade. In his youth, when he was still the Count of Violet, he had traveled as an envoy across the Storm Strait to the Kingdom of Home, where he fell in love at first sight with the king's only daughter. After overcoming countless obstacles, they became husband and wife, a tale still sung by wandering minstrels today. Now, supported by Natasha, Duke Waylight stepped onto the red carpet. His gaze swept over the Sacred Hall, sacred and solemn, virtually unchanged since his earliest memories, his emotions fluctuating between past and present. Reflecting on his long life, he couldn't help but turn to study his daughter, now his only concern and worry. She filled him with immense pride, yet often troubled him with her overly sharp edges and character stronger than most men. The foyer lay just ahead. Duke Waylight composed his thoughts and maintained his dignified yet kindly smile as he exchanged greetings with Count Hain, Count Lafati, and other nobles loyal to his family. Natasha remained by his side, wearing a constant smile and nodding gracefully. She appeared both perfectly at ease with these social protocols and somehow detached from the entire affair. Only when she spotted Sylvia in the small antechamber did her smile become truly radiant, and she offered a slight bow with the masculine courtesy of placing her right hand over her chest. Standing nearby, Lucian witnessed this scene and felt something peculiar stirring. Drawing upon his extensive reading and knowledge, he almost immediately detected the subtle affection between Natasha and Sylvia. It seemed, perhaps, quite likely. What a waste, he thought to himself, secretly pitying those gentlemen who still harbored romantic fantasies, though he himself had never entertained any notion of entanglement with either lady. After performing the standard knight's salute to his liege lord, Count Hain smiled and suggested, "Your Grace, Perhaps we should proceed inside. Otherwise, with us old fellows lingering here, the young people won't be able to relax properly. In the center of the great hall, his son, the flame-haired and handsome Viscount Harrington, was engaged in conversation with Princess Natasha. For the nobility, while the concert at the Sacred Chant Hall was certainly important, the socializing before the performance was equally crucial for reputation and connections. Duke Vailite's gaze swept over Viscount Harrington with a mixture of faint pity and expectation, then shook his head. Let's wait a bit longer. Cardinal Salda will also be attending the concert tonight. Count Lafati, with his golden hair, fell silent along with the surrounding nobles. Saldeth Church's representative in the Duchy of Vailite, a member of the Cardinal College, a Holy Spirit priest, lived in semi-seclusion year-round, rarely setting foot outside the church. If even he was attending personally, was the situation truly so grave? Could this be more than just some minor disturbance involving low-level mages, dark knights, or cultists? Questions churned in everyone's minds, yet none dared speak at this moment. Just then, an extremely modest carriage bearing only the sacred emblem of truth on its side panels came to a gentle stop before the Sacred Chant Hall. Two knights in silver full armor that appeared surprisingly light leaped from their mounts and assisted with the carriage door according to knightly protocol. Next, an elderly man with white hair emerged from the carriage, plain white robes, a white soft cap, his every gesture as kindly as a neighborhood grandfather. Yet when he walked, his presence was as steady as a mountain, prompting the same thought among all the nobles present. His Eminence, the Cardinal, showed no signs of being a powerful figure over 200 years old. Inside the small antechamber, with Salda's arrival, Lucien, whose powers were sealed by the anti-magic array, suddenly felt a warmth, as if holy light had slipped through cracks into his soul. He was mildly surprised. Had the man's spiritual power reached such an extent? To prevent any mishaps, he had hidden the ice and snow avenger in his laboratory beforehand, and carefully restrained his mental energy throughout the journey to pass the guard's inspection, having just experienced that terrifying confinement where he could neither probe nor cast spells. As for Salda, his reputation was universal. Lucien had already inquired about him back in Altoa. Holy Spirit priest, a legendary domain powerhouse of mythical proportions, one of those who stood at the pinnacle of the world. Such individuals were rare, even within the Truth Divine Church. It was said that among all the cardinal archbishops, only a dozen or so were Holy Spirit shepherds. Even including the leaders of affiliated knightly orders, the magnates of the Inquisition, and the heads of ascetic monks, based on the rumors Lucien had heard, there were likely no more than 30 in total. This was remarkable, considering the church was the most powerful force in the entire world, including alternate dimensions. Lucien silently marveled at Cardinal Archbishop Salda's formidable presence, then turned his gaze to Rhine beside him. Rhine kept his hands pressed tightly against his sides, his slightly narrowed eyes betraying a hint of fear, as if worried that invisible holy light might burn his skin. Such subtle reactions were crystal clear to Lucien, who had long suspected something was amiss with Rhine. Just as Lucien was about to look away, Rhine seemed to sense his scrutiny and suddenly turned his head. Their eyes met directly. Lucien maintained his composure and met Rhine's gaze steadily. Rhine's lips curved slightly upward in a faint smile, which Lucien returned, before they both turned their attention toward Salda at the far end of the entrance hall. As Salda stepped into the hall, Grand Duke Vailite moved forward, took Salda's right hand, bent his knee slightly, and kissed the back of his hand according to the highest knightly protocol, saying in a low voice, "Truth alone endures." This was neither flattery nor mere courtesy, but the formal tribute of royal authority to divine power. Salda helped the Grand Duke to his feet, smiling warmly. "Your Grace, I'm delighted to see you remain in good health. I'm also pleased to see our dear little Natasha has grown ever more knightly in bearing." The two walked arm in arm into the sacred hymn hall, with Natasha falling half a step behind to support Salda's other arm. The remaining nobles arranged themselves in orderly formation according to rank and allegiance, following in perfect order. Seeing the crowd enter the hall, Victor turned to Rhine and said, "Let's go backstage to prepare. Lucien, you stay here to wait for your friends and take them to that small viewing platform on the west side of the hall." Lot and Herodotus's friends were mostly nobles who had no desire to sit in that remote little platform. They preferred the central social arena of the main hall. The same was true for Phyllis, whose uncle and cousin wielded tremendous power and were naturally surrounded by many nobles. Phyllis glanced back at the departing figures with a soft sigh, then followed Victor and the others into the hall. Soon, only Butler Ace and Lucien remained in the small entrance hall. Ace waited there to receive Victor's relatives, while Lucien awaited his own friends. Before long, a carriage that seemed nearly overwhelmed by heavy cargo arrived. Alvin, dressed in an adorable little formal outfit, jumped down first, followed by John, whom Lucien hadn't seen in a while. The formal wear made him appear even more upright and handsome, his golden hair gleaming under the lamplight. Alvin helped Joel down, while John carefully assisted Elisa, whose formal dress was stretched tight around her considerable frame. Lucian stepped forward with a smile and gave John a light punch on the shoulder. I thought you weren't going to make it. John chuckled and returned the punch to Lucian's shoulder, though with much gentler force. Lucian, how could I miss the debut performance of your composition? He then gave him a proper knightly embrace. I have good news for you. I've been promoted to senior knight squire. Good news just kept coming one after another. Lucian led them into the small foyer, where Elena arrived by carriage. She wore a fitted pale yellow gown that accentuated her slender waist, the skirt swaying gently with each step. Though her carefully adorned face wasn't as stunning as Sylvia's or Natasha's, she possessed an angelic purity that seemed almost otherworldly. Joel glanced at Lucian with a teasing smile. Little Evans, you certainly know how to charm the ladies. Poor John here hasn't even held a girl's hand yet. At these words, the usually composed John's face flushed crimson, the redness spreading down his neck, clearly still a novice when it came to matters of the heart. Of course, Lucian wasn't much better off in that regard, whether in his past life or present. No, we're just friends, Lucian said awkwardly, waving his hands dismissively. His current focus was solely on magic, knowledge, and the Magic Council. After the pleasantries, Lucian guided the group through the small foyer to the west side viewing area. Though it was far from the main hall and had only 20 seats, it was perfect for their party. Once the earls and higher nobility had settled into their prime viewing boxes, Duke Violet set down his program and turned to Archbishop Salda. Your Grace, what progress have you made investigating Baron Lawrence's case? While the city guard and intelligence services are taking action, they can hardly compare to the Inquisition, much less high-ranking clergy who received divine revelations from the God of Truth. Archbishop Salda's gaze was benevolent as he watched the orchestra taking their positions on stage, his tone measured. Most likely it's the cult of that particular Duke from Hell. His predecessor was sealed deep within the Dark Mountains by the ancient magic empire, and he's been seeking to locate and absorb his power. They should have been more discreet in their operations. But wizards were also involved. Natasha interjected with confusion. Salda nodded. The Lord's revelation confirms there are indeed other conspiracies at work. We're currently cross-referencing foreign intelligence with documents from the ancient Sylvanus magic empire. As for those wizards, they're merely a few apprentices and one mysterious professor from Magic Council headquarters. He's not particularly powerful, third circle, perhaps fourth at most. Nothing to worry about excessively. From Magic Council headquarters? Duke Violet and Natasha asked simultaneously, their expressions equally peculiar. Salda appeared like an elderly man in his twilight years, with dim and cloudy eyes, seemingly slow to react to events, yet still wearing a kind and benevolent smile, turning a blind eye to the strange behavior of Grand Duke Waylight and Natasha. Several months ago, guided by divine revelation and accurate intelligence, the Inquisition's night watchman tracked down a Magic Council emissary hiding in Alto. While Magic Council wizards often pass through Alto to venture into the ruins of the last magical empire deep in the Dark Mountains, few dared to linger in Alto and attempt to contact the ancient magical inheritors there. For over 2 centuries, the Magic Council had been recruiting wizards from various regions. Each successful recruitment added considerable power to the council's existing structure unless that wizard was content to remain stagnant. Grand Duke Waylight was a devout believer who had encountered many spellcasters, so he lacked the instinctive fear and revulsion that ordinary people felt when discussing wizards. At that moment, in the front row of the box, Salda, Grand Duke Waylight, and Princess Natasha sat side by side, quietly discussing the tracked emissary. Several counts and countesses in the back row held their breath and listened intently, strange expressions crossing their faces as they obviously recalled certain rumors, yet none dared to interrupt. The hunt that year had failed, and the night watchman could only watch helplessly as the emissary destroyed himself. Salda did not immediately answer everyone's questions, but instead turned to look at the tall paladin standing beside him. Fully armored, his face hidden beneath the helmet made his emotions impossible to read. The paladin explained to Grand Duke Waylight and Princess Natasha. We suspect that the professor, this mysterious wizard, carries the same purpose as the previous emissary and is responsible for investigating that wizard's death. We can confirm that he arrived in Alto only after the witch was burned to death. Only knights belonging to the church could be called paladins. Natasha had shown a strange expression earlier, but now she still lounged lazily against her chair back, her eyes smiling as they swept over the seats of ordinary nobles and musicians below, casually commenting. It seems you have quite good control over Alto's magical circles. Her devotion to the God of Truth had once earned Cardinal Salda's recognition, and her mentor was none other than the leader of the Holy Sword Knights. However, except when praying or facing divine statues, she maintained this languid posture before anyone, including the Cardinal and the Grand Duke. The professor deliberately concealed his magical knowledge, but the vast differences between current and ancient magical systems made his disguise full of flaws. Obviously, he lacked trust in Alto's local wizards. Grand Duke Waylight speculated that he might be suspecting that the previous wizard had been hunted down precisely because he had made contact with Alto's magical circles. The tall paladin shared the church's internal assessment, while our two hidden operatives within Alto's magical circles found themselves under suspicion due to that incident, making it difficult to track the professor. Until they had concrete intelligence on the professor's whereabouts, the night watchmen dared not approach their secret gatherings, fearing a trap that would prevent them from setting up an ambush. In Alto, where church influence ran deep and wide, the inheritors of ancient magic had weathered centuries of upheaval. Some were secretly recruited, others fell into the church's hands and switched sides. Yet the church had not eliminated them entirely. They deliberately preserved this underground magical current, waiting for the truly significant prey to take the bait. Grand Duke Veilite stroked his gaunt chin, his voice low and resolute. Set the professor aside for now. The pressing matter is determining what the Silverhorn's true objective in Alto might be. As you wish, your grace. The paladin nodded. He had reached the same conclusion. The Magic Council had only sent one wizard of limited ability who couldn't cause much trouble in the short term. The professor was already under surveillance by junior night watchmen, allowing them to focus entirely on tracking down the Silverhorn. Natasha toyed with her purple hair that cascaded to her waist, asking casually, "Still no sign of Long Signaluan? Perhaps someone is sheltering him. Finding him could lead us to the root of this whole affair." The paladin nodded slightly, then fell silent. Below, the musicians had taken their positions, ready to begin the opening notes at any moment. The box door swung open, and a purple-haired young man half a head taller than Natasha strode in. His features bore some resemblance to Natasha's, though his were more rugged and composed. His simple knight's attire bore the violet family crest embroidered on the left chest. The young man smiled in greeting, nodding to Count Hain, Count Lafati, and the others in turn, before finally bowing to Bishop Salda and Grand Duke Veilite in the front row. "Dear cousin, you're late." Natasha raised her hand teasingly. The newcomer was none other than the supreme commander of the city guard, Count Wyerdy, Grand Duke Veilite's nephew. After completing his knightly salute, Wyerdy took a seat beside Natasha, facing the middle-aged woman seated between them. "I was dealing with intelligence on the silver horn that the city guard had gathered, though progress remains limited." As he spoke, he opened the program. "Luxian Yuwensi? Who is this composer? When did he write this Destiny's Symphony?" Wyerdy, who held considerable standing in musical circles and was familiar with the association's roster, posed a question that prompted Grand Duke Veilite and Bishop Salda to examine their programs more closely. "Destiny as a theme?" Bishop Salda smiled warmly. "It seems we have a composer who dares to innovate." The church, confident in its position, paid little mind to Alto's constantly evolving musical trends. Grand Duke Veilite set down his program, raising an eyebrow. "Yet I've never heard his name before. What is his relationship to Victor?" As a nobleman with a passion for music, the Grand Duke prided himself on knowing every alto musician qualified to hold concerts in the sacred chant hall, making this unfamiliar name all the more intriguing. Natasha burst into laughter. Yesterday, Baron Othello had suddenly asked her to change the program, but remained tight-lipped about both the music and its composer. She lowered her voice with a hint of mischief. "Hee, I know this Lucian Evans, Victor's student, a kid who's only been in the business for 3 months. What could he possibly write? Apart from his audacity, he looks as delicate as a little girl. I'm truly looking forward to this." As a 5th-level Grand Knight, her hearing and memory far exceeded those of ordinary people. 3 months. She snorted softly, recalling her own experience of learning music at 8 and composing at 9, yet had to admit this sounded both surprising and unbelievable. Beside her, Verdi frowned slightly. This count, who always pursued perfection in everything, could least tolerate being surpassed by others. In contrast, Salda remained calm, saying quietly, "There are always those blessed by the Lord as geniuses." This remark reminded Natasha of the many rumors about Bishop Saldun, remarkable in his youth, far outshone by his brilliant classmates. Yet ultimately, it was he who spent a full 150 years ascending to the ranks of Holy Spirit priests. He often advised his juniors, "Devotion to the Lord has nothing to do with talent or gifts." Therefore, whenever discussing so-called geniuses, Salda always appeared serene and detached. Grand Duke Veilite noticed the nobles in the box were astonished by Natasha's words and turned to smile at them. "Only by hearing the music can we determine its authenticity. Musical talent is something the devil cannot bestow, but lies are precisely the devil's symbol." As soon as he finished speaking, Victor stepped onto the stage with his conductor's baton. He first bowed deeply to the Grand Duke's box, then nodded respectfully to the nobles and musicians around the hall, before turning around with his gaze lowered to the tip of his baton. In the silence, the first symphony began. The melodious music echoed through the hall. Grand Duke Veilite closed his eyes to listen, and after a moment, smiled. This is Victor's finest work to date, displaying musical beauty to its fullest. As the melody flowed, the nobles' conversations gradually faded away. Backstage, Lucien exchanged smiles with Lot, Felice, and others. Their teacher was clearly in excellent spirits. After various ups and downs, except for Herodotus, who remained somewhat distant, Lot, Felice, and Lucien had returned to normal classmate relationships, a change born from respect for true talent. The first symphony lasted over 40 minutes, bringing the atmosphere in the sacred chant hall to a fever pitch. During the intermission, the Grand Duke couldn't help but quietly express his concerns to Count Hein and others if Victor opened with a universally acknowledged masterpiece, and the following three movements couldn't reach the same heights. The concert's quality might plummet. However, when the second symphony began, the Grand Duke's expression relaxed. The melody was more lively and fresh, like wind sweeping through mountain forests or the sweet fragrance of ripened countryside. Personal emotions were subtly woven into the pure musical beauty without seeming intrusive. The exquisite interplay of themes and melodies elevated the entire piece to another level, filled with joy and freedom. As the final movement concluded, the Grand Duke led the applause during the brief intermission, saying with satisfaction, "Victor continues to improve indeed." Count Verdi echoed his praise. "It's been a long time since I've heard such light and beautiful music." In truth, given his age, he didn't particularly favor pastoral styles, yet felt compelled to agree with the Grand Duke's assessment. Another authority, Princess Natasha, gently kept time with her hand and commented coolly, "It's still not enough." He invested too little emotion and failed to support a distinct theme. This symphony still has room for elevation. Everyone knew that Victor had been experimenting with new musical styles for years in memory of his deceased wife, and this piece represented his greatest achievement. Unfortunately, it was mercilessly critiqued by Natasha, who adored thematic music for its significant flaws. When it came to discussing music, the other nobles seated behind the box finally found their opportunity to join the conversation. Unlike earlier when serious matters were being discussed, and they could only listen to the exchange between Bishop Salda, Grand Duke Wayalite, and Princess Natasha. Count Hein was the first to speak, smiling as he shared the origins of the piece with the Grand Duke and Princess. "My dear little niece mentioned that Victor worked on this composition on and off for 2 or 3 years. After learning about the concert at the Sacred Chant Hall, he spent 3 full months at my brother's estate to complete it. The melody is filled with pastoral charm, reminding me of the oats ripening back home." As he spoke, Count Hein silently felt grateful to Phyllis, though this niece had always been someone he both disliked and found disagreeable. Ever since she began studying music, even someone like himself with no musical talent could seize opportunities to discuss compositions with His Grace the Grand Duke and Her Highness the Princess. His thoughts drifted to the past. After the old count's eldest son died in the war against heretics, the second and youngest sons fought bitterly for the title. The current Count Hein had not yet awakened his bloodline at the time, while the youngest son Phyllis's father, who was deeply favored by the old count, seemed almost certain to win, becoming the source of his midnight nightmares. But fate took an unexpected turn when he successfully awakened his bloodline against all odds, and his son Harrington's talents proved no less remarkable than those of Princess Natasha and Count Wildey, finally allowing him to inherit both the title and the entire county of hereditary Hein family lands. Grand Duke Wayalite nodded gently. "This piece also brings back memories of harvest festivals from my youth." He looked toward Natasha. Regardless of whether the emotion is sufficient to support an independent theme, purely in terms of melody, Victor's work is already quite excellent. What's even more anticipated are his next 2 pieces, which should logically be better with each one. After a pause, he added, "However, the final piece isn't Victor's work, but rather composed by his student Lucien, a beginner who has only been studying music for 3 months. It truly makes one curious what kind of composition he could create." Count Lafati then joined the conversation. This nobleman, who appeared to be only in his 30s, resembled a legendary dawn angel, handsome to the point of being dazzling. Princess Natasha laughed without any regard for propriety. "Uncle Hart, you're the last person who should say such things. Someone who awakened the sun, bloodline, and became a sorcerer at age 10 has far more talent than Lucien. Besides, you're only 67 this year, and already an 8th circle high sorcerer with a normal lifespan of 200 years. You have every chance of reaching the legendary realm." Only then did everyone remember that the seemingly young Count Lafati was actually a powerful spellcaster. Nobles referred to bloodline spellcasters as sorcerers to distinguish them from wizards. Unlike other families whose mixed bloodlines occasionally produced mutations, the Lafati family had always insisted on bloodline purification, marrying only within the family. Though this resulted in many deformed members, it also ensured that powerful abilities were passed down through generations. Count Wildey answered seriously on Lafati's behalf. "This is power bestowed by the Lord. Uncle Hart becoming a sorcerer at 10 was the Lord's favor and grace. Music is said to be the same." Natasha laughed carelessly and said, "Honestly, I'm really looking forward to it. Whether Lucien's composition is good or bad, it'll be quite interesting either way." Lafati shook his head gently and countered in a low voice, "Victor placing it last, in the most important position, already shows this work is quite excellent. I don't think he would joke around with his own concert." His gaze swept toward the boxes above. Count Hainberg and several other nobles shared his sentiment. Although they didn't know Lucien and were quite surprised by how briefly the young man had been studying music, they had reached the same conclusion from Victor's arrangement that the work won't disappoint. To consolidate their family positions and pass down their glory, these nobles might have flaws in other areas, but when not swayed by emotion, they were far from foolish. Well, we'll hear it after just one more piece anyway. Natasha chuckled twice and turned her gaze toward the stage. Next is Victor's newly composed piano concerto. I've been eyeing that brand new instrument for quite some time. Verdi sat upright in his chair, his posture as straight as if he were mounted on horseback, not relaxing for a moment. He raised an eyebrow and responded, "Is that so? I wonder how its tone and sound quality compare to the harpsichord." Backstage, after the second piece earned enthusiastic applause from the Grand Duke, Victor finally breathed a sigh of relief. Returning backstage, he could even exchange a few jokes with Lucien, Lot, and the others. Rhine remained characteristically low-key, standing silently to one side throughout. Phyllis and the others assumed Rhine was preparing for the upcoming piece and thought nothing more of it. When the brief intermission ended, Victor walked toward the piano. He would personally perform the solo, with Rhine serving as concertmaster to coordinate and conduct the orchestra. On stage, the resonant and rich piano sound opened like church bells, and after several brief melodies, a sacred and solemn atmosphere had formed in the hall. This was a concerto with a religious theme. Excellent instrument. Verdi nodded with satisfaction upon first hearing, then closed his eyes to listen intently. The piano's broad range brought the grand, solemn religious character to its fullest expression. At several high notes, the volume and control were perfectly balanced, instantly filling the entire hall with reverence. As the final movement concluded, Bishop Salda solemnly made the sign of the cross over his chest. This is praise to the Lord. This new instrument has elevated the work to a higher level. Natasha also habitually crossed herself, then couldn't help but exclaim loudly, "This instrument is absolutely magnificent." Harpsichords and clavichords compared to it are like girls' toys. They completely lack this kind of grandeur. The Grand Duke had been raising his hand to applaud, but hearing his daughter's words, he couldn't help but frown and remind her, "You are also a young lady, Natasha." Faced with her father, Natasha didn't dare talk back and could only mutter, "Well, I'm the most special girl of all. I can match any Mani love intense, powerful music and combat." Verdi smiled meaningfully, but said nothing. Natasha immediately straightened her back, and on that stunningly beautiful, yet somewhat commanding face, two bright purple eyes fixed intensely on Verdi. "Looking down on me? Need to step outside for a fight?" I didn't say anything. The smile on Verdi's face suggested otherwise. Seeing that neither would back down from their argument, Grand Duke Vaillet had to divert their attention with another topic. "Next is the Symphony of Destiny you've been eagerly awaiting, Natasha." Natasha first leaned forward to observe the musicians below who were preparing, then glanced sideways at Verdi and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Dear cousin, how excellent do you think this work will be? I believe it should surpass all of your compositions." Verdi showed no weakness. "Dear cousin, I recall that your talents lie only in performance and musical criticism, yet you've never written a single outstanding piece. No matter how much you envy me, I far exceed you in musical talent and composition. It's a pity I have no interest in becoming a musician, otherwise the record of composing music in just 3 months." "Really? Is that truly so?" Natasha feigned surprise. "Cousin, why do I feel you can't even compare to Lucien, who has only been studying music for 3 months? None of your works have ever been performed in the sacred hall. It's simply because I don't want to." Verdi was struck at his sore spot and spoke through gritted teeth. "Besides, someone who has only studied music for 3 months, even if he can write decent pieces, I don't believe they could be better than my works." As soon as the words left his mouth, he secretly cursed himself had fallen into Natasha's trap. If Lucien's piece was brilliant, Natasha would certainly use his own words to mock him. And if the piece was mediocre, she would lose nothing. Natasha leaned back in her chair smugly and repeated lazily, "I'm truly looking forward to this final work more and more. I'm equally anticipating it. It's truly hard to imagine what a piece composed by a beginner would be like." Grand Duke Vaillet's tone was full of curiosity. Except for Salda, who sat with half-closed eyes as if asleep, all the other nobles and musicians below were filled with anticipation. In the high box, Wolf's face was ashen, barely able to conceal his fury. Having listened to the first 3 excellent works, the frustration in his heart was nearly overflowing. The more outstanding Victor was, the more he felt his own opportunities were being stolen. "I want to hear what your genius student's work is really like," he muttered through clenched teeth. "If there's even the slightest flaw, I'll criticize it harshly in my review, ensuring he never has the confidence to continue on the musical path again. If this final work contains major errors, Victor, you will be remembered as the shame of the sacred hall." He secretly vowed to magnify and find fault with every melody and every note. On the western small platform, Elisa gripped Joel's hand tightly, her knuckles white from the force. The usually composed John gripped the armrest, his fingertips trembling slightly. Only Elena, who was familiar with Counselor Othello's temperament, and Evan, who had no concept of the situation, remained relatively calm. Verdi tried to remedy his earlier careless words. Music is a subjective art. Perhaps what you consider excellent, I may not think so. Victor walked to the center of the conductor's platform. The final piece was about to begin. This was also the finale of the first Sacred Hall concert. Looking at the orchestra ready to perform, memories flooded back like a tide. His failed first concert, the difficult second one that sought recognition but achieved great success. Every moment with Winnie, his concern for his wife's reluctant gaze during her final moments, life's repeated falls and recoveries, and the encouragement Lucien had given him through music. Winnie, can you hear this from heaven? He called softly in his heart. Glancing once more at Lucien behind the curtain, emotions boiling to their peak in his chest, he raised the conductor's baton, his right hand rigid like a clenched heart. Dong 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 dong. Destiny came knocking at the door. Such a concise, shocking, and powerful opening had never appeared before. Grand Duke, Natasha, Verdi, and others who had closed their eyes to appreciate the music couldn't help but open them. Just four notes, their distinctive tone and accented rhythm sounded like fate or death knocking at everyone's door, inescapable and unavoidable. From these notes alone, one could sense the theme of the entire composition, a theme that would completely sustain the piece. The French horns then took over, and a bright, powerful variation unveiled the second theme, the determination to rise and fight against fate's shadow. Woodwinds and strings chased each other, as the first theme's cold, stern knocking collided heated with the second theme's soaring cry. Notes pelted the audience like a torrential downpour. Danger and despair intermingled, forcing the heroes to grit their teeth and endure. The nobles who had never truly seen battle, those who drew power from bloodline, but had never been baptized in blood, along with equally fragile ordinary musicians, clenched their fists and pressed their backs rigidly against their chairbacks. Grand Duke Wayalite, Wolf, and others turned pale, as if they might be torn apart by the melody at any moment. The few nobles who had experienced wars against dark creatures and heretics showed markedly different expressions. Sir Wayne's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze seemingly pulled back to the battlefield by the melody, as if he could still smell gunpowder and blood. Saul appeared calm, but his half-closed eyes quietly opened, and his long-dimmed gaze sharpened once more as memories of his youth awakened within the wall of sound. Wild and Natasha, who had likewise never participated in large-scale warfare, displayed completely different postures. Wild held his right fist horizontally before his abdomen, emanating a shield-like oppressive presence that naturally brought to mind the Violet family's title of Shield of Truth. Natasha leaned forward, her eyes burning with fighting spirit, as if she might leap up the next moment to charge at fate and darkness, crushing them face to face. On stage, Victor poured all his personal emotions and past experiences into his conducting. The Symphony of Fate became even more perfect under his direction than when Lucien first performed it. Fate's iron hammer and the unyielding cry rose wave upon wave, until the climax was temporarily suppressed by fate, and the movement came to an abrupt halt. The intense musical torrent finally ceased, and many nobles and musicians finally relaxed their rigid shoulders, their breathing rising and falling in succession. Only Natasha waved her arms, clearly unwilling to accept that fate had not been completely defeated. Never before had any symphony caused their emotions to fluctuate so dramatically. At this moment, Natasha's slender legs were slightly bent like a leopard ready to pounce, prepared to leap toward darkness once again. After experiencing the emotional tide, Sylvia and others leaned back against their chairs with relief and shock, exchanging glances, surprise and admiration clearly visible. The program reminded them in black and white that this was actually the work of a newcomer, of such high caliber that it could almost be directly classified among the great works. Was this yet another musical genius like Jisoo and Tool? In this magnificent, triumphant symphony, Wolf came to his senses with a face that could no longer be described as merely ugly. It was ashen, as if he were about to die. Even he, a critic filled with malice and prejudice, could not deceive himself into believing this was a mediocre or inferior work. Victor's student was truly an unimaginable musical genius. No wonder he would take a commoner as his pupil. He anxiously glanced toward Othello, the council member seated in the center, then quickly scanned the various boxes, hoping that the nobles and bishops who were always critical of thematic music would deliver harsh negative reviews when the piece ended. That was his last lifeline. Below, Joel, Alyssa, John, and Elena were equally captivated by the melody, their emotions rising and falling with the music's tension and excitement, leaving no room for other thoughts. Victor had completely merged with the composition, pouring out all the emotions in his heart without reservation. Finally, he conducted with almost convulsive movements, leading the orchestra toward the ultimate climax. Darkness was completely dispelled. The hero returned triumphant with head held high, and the stirring theme of never giving up, never bowing to difficulties, echoed throughout the entire hall. Clap! Grand Duke Valet could no longer contain himself. He applauded vigorously and rose to walk to the front of his box, standing shoulder to shoulder with Natasha as they acknowledged the orchestra and Victor. In fact, before the Grand Duke acted, thunderous applause had already surged from all directions, filling the entire hall. Only music infused with genuine emotion could stir the hearts of the audience. At this moment, the concert was undoubtedly a tremendous success. Victor first placed his right hand on his chest and bowed to the boxes, then quickly retreated backstage and grabbed the well-prepared Lucien. The two returned to the stage side by side. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce my student Lucien Evans. He is the composer of this stirring piece, Victor announced loudly. The applause instantly became even more fervent, with nobles and musicians clapping while exchanging whispered comments. Genius. An unprecedented melody. Count Hain also praised sincerely. Even someone like me, a complete outsider, was deeply moved. Grand Duke Vaillant clapped and shouted, "An incomparable symphony. Young man, you will surely become an outstanding, even great musician." As soon as he finished speaking, Natasha's voice, without deliberately raising in volume, rang clearly throughout the hall. Words cannot express what I feel at this moment. In this work, I heard what I have always been searching for: music with a complete emotional theme, containing many intoxicating compositional techniques. Lucien, you will be a revolutionary in music history. Verdi, who had also applauded enthusiastically after the piece ended, heard Natasha's comments and his expression changed slightly. To be surpassed by a young man who had only studied music for 3 months made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Salda slowly rose to his feet with the deliberate grace of a true elder, smiling as he glanced at Lucien. Young man, you possess an indomitable spirit. May the Lord bless you. The three most powerful figures in alto, the Grand Duke, the Cardinal, and the Princess, had successively expressed their appreciation for this musical piece and for Lucien himself. Applause instantly surged through the hall like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire sacred chant hall in thunderous waves that seemed endless, even awakening Xiaoer and the others. Xiaoer clapped his hands almost frantically, as if he were the one being praised on stage rather than Lucien. Since his days as a young apprentice, he had pinned his unfulfilled musical dreams on Lucien, never expecting success to come so swiftly. Amid the thunderous applause, tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. Lucien is incredible. His progress has far surpassed mine, John said, his face equally flushed as he clapped his hands red. Elena gazed at Lucien below the stage, her face filled with disbelief. The young man who had scraped by collecting garbage just months ago had now composed what she considered the finest symphony, becoming a celebrated musician from now on. She could only address him respectfully as Mr. Evans. Among the crowd, only Wolf sat slumped in his chair as if his soul had left his body, unable even to stand, let alone speak. This is the Lord's blessing. Lucien maintained perfect gentlemanly etiquette, bowing toward the boxes and the applause, deliberately playing the role of a devout believer. This would not only help him avoid future suspicions of heresy, but also prevent Korea and other church guards and constables from daring to arrest or search him without solid evidence. Salda nodded approvingly at this standard response, then turned to the Grand Duke. To occasionally attend a concert and encounter such excellent works brings me great joy, especially the final piece, which demonstrates the determination and will that light shall triumph over darkness, and that life blessed by the Lord shall ultimately overcome suffering. This composition must be a gift from the Lord to the faithful. With this pronouncement from the Cardinal, no one dared attack the symphony with accusations of challenging fate. Those who understood music could hear the piece's true meaning, but could only keep it to themselves. The applause continued to roll. Ona sustained fervor never before witnessed in the sacred chant hall. Victor's eyes reddened and his face flushed crimson, knowing that his first sacred chant hall concert had achieved unprecedented success. He whispered repeatedly, "Can you hear this, Winnie? Can you hear this, Winnie?" while pulling Lucien along for bow after bow. From the side of the stage, Natasha smiled as she looked at Verdi. "His work undoubtedly surpasses all your compositions before. Everyone can attest to that. What do you think, dear cousin?" Verdi turned his head away from her pointed gaze. "It's his composition, not yours, Natasha." Natasha pursed her lips defiantly. "His thematic and unique compositional style has given me tremendous inspiration. I'll soon have works that surpass yours. Perhaps I should ask him to be my musical advisor." Verdi paused, then shrugged. This symphony is the culmination of his life experiences and an explosion of inspiration. To write another work of equal excellence, or to guide you in creating one, would require at least 2 or 3 years of accumulation. Dear cousin, I'm not optimistic about your chances. Perhaps it's worth a try." Natasha raised an eyebrow, her smile growing broader. After the nobles had departed in succession, Lucien followed Victor backstage. The orchestra musicians, still riding the waves of excitement and reverence, rose to their feet in unison. "Mr. Victor, Mr. Evans, this has been the finest concert we've ever participated in. An unprecedented enthusiastic response, an unparalleled success. This was how the other musicians directly evaluated the concert, except for Ryan, who stood silently to the side. The applause continued like a torrential storm, with a scale and intensity far beyond any of their previous performances, and those clapping were precisely the nobles and musical authorities who ruled alto and generously patronized musicians. These musicians themselves possessed considerable musical cultivation, with several among them worthy of being called virtuosos. They had their own judgment about the merits of the Destiny Symphony, and under the dual impact of the work and the live atmosphere, their emotions were completely ignited, their excitement far surpassing anything before. Because of the success, and because his long-cherished wish had been fulfilled, Victor could hardly contain his elation as he strode forward to embrace Rhine. "Thank you, Mr. Rhine. Without your piano modifications, without your exquisite performance, this concert would never have been so perfect." Rhine responded with a gentle laugh, yet remained humble. "The music is the heart of the concert. This is your glory and Lucien's." The two embraced, celebrating the glorious moment in the sacred chant hall. Not far away, Thomas the cellist, that burly man with the thick beard, also gave Lucien a bear hug. "Mr. Evans, you are destined to become the most famous musician in alto, indeed in the entire continent." The respect and courtesy in Thomas's speech, treating Lucien as a true musician, made him somewhat uncomfortable, accustomed as he was to being called by his first name. During rehearsals, Thomas and the others had already recognized Lucien's potential and were quite courteous to him, but at that time Lucien had no achievements to speak of, insufficient to earn the title of Mr. Tonight, however, he had received unanimous praise from the three most powerful figures in alto, especially when the equally renowned Duke Weyrich described him as incomparable, and Natasha, the chief writer of Symphony Herald, and also a princess, called him a revolutionary of music. One could imagine that once the reviews and newspapers were published, Lucien would become a rising star in the continental music scene within a year, and even though his piano playing was still not proficient, it would be enough to earn him the title of musician. As long as he could create another work of above-average quality within the next 2 years, his position would be unshakable. If this thematic music trend became widespread, he would become an authority in the field. It was precisely for this reason that the attitudes of Thomas and other musicians had undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. On the other side, Victor embraced each musician in turn, thanking them for their collaborative efforts. Although composers were far superior to musicians in status and income, a successful concert could not do without their diligent performance. After acknowledging everyone, Rhine walked up to Lucien and opened his arms once again. "I can envision that for many years to come, this kind of thematic music expressing personal emotions will surely become mainstream alongside religious themes. Lucien, or rather, Mr. Evans, you will be the pioneer of this trend." Although Lucien was not quite accustomed to such enthusiastic celebration, he did not reject it either, returning Rhine's embrace and answering in a self-deprecating whisper, "A pioneer who cannot even master the piano proficiently? Haha, Mr. Rhine, your violin performance was excellent just now, though it lacked a bit of passion." Lucien's voice wasn't loud, but carried a probing tone. During their brief embrace, he noticed that despite Rhine's slender appearance, his arms were surprisingly muscular and seemed to contain explosive power. "Perhaps I'm naturally quiet and don't have intense emotions," Rhine replied casually as he released his arms, clearly not the answer Lucien was hoping for. The embracing ritual continued. Victor first hugged each musician one by one, then it was the student's turn. Lucien followed his mentor's lead, embracing each of his companions. The complete Destiny Symphony was absolutely magnificent. Phyllis's cheeks flushed red as she hugged Lucien with excitement. The concert's success meant Victor's status in the music world would rise significantly, which would greatly benefit her future development as well. She could already envision herself surrounded by other noble ladies and wives, all eager to hear the details. Locke gave Lucien a hearty embrace. The audience nearly clapped their hands raw. "Lucien, I'm so proud to know you." Herodotus's hug was brief, and after releasing him, he simply commented, "You were excellent." Finally, Victor walked over to Lucien with a smile, giving him the warmest and strongest embrace. "I don't even know how to thank you. Lucien, the greatest fortune of my life, and the grace bestowed upon me by the Lord, was not refusing to teach you letters back then." "I'm very fortunate to have met you as well," Lucien replied solemnly. Victor released him and added another important matter. "Also, you deserve half of this concert's earnings. Don't refuse, this is rightfully yours. With this money, you won't have to continue living in the Adarjan district. While poverty and hardship can inspire creativity, so can pursuing a better life, and the Adarjan district is too dangerous." Lucien quickly calculated in his mind. The chant hall, excluding the small western stands and a few boxes, had 365 seats, all targeting the upper class. Despite the considerable number of seats, Alto was the capital of the Veilite Principality, the church's city of chants, and the largest city closest to the Dark Mountains. With numerous nobles and clergy, plus their wives, children, and an equally large community of musicians, tickets were perpetually in short supply, and every show was sold out. For many minor noble branches, this constant sellout was actually beneficial otherwise. The weekly 1 gold taler tickets would be enough to bankrupt them. They only booked tickets at the chant hall in advance when they needed to socialize or favored a particular musician. Thus, a single concert's ticket revenue amounted to 365 gold talers, equivalent to nearly 4 years of Victor's total income, while a typical night lord earned only between 300 to 500 gold talers annually. According to the Musicians Association regulations, 40% of ticket revenue was donated to the church, 30% went toward the association's operations and the sacred choral hall's maintenance, and the remaining 30%, roughly 110 gold talers, belonged to the musicians. However, the orchestra's expenses were also paid from this 30%. So Victor would ultimately receive between 60 and 70 gold talers, equivalent to more than half a year's income for him. This demonstrated the enormous profits of sacred choral hall concerts. Victor publicly announced he would share half his fee with Lucien, 30 to 35 gold talers. For ordinary commoners, this represented a fortune that would take decades, perhaps a lifetime, to save. Enough to buy a 3-story townhouse in the Purple Lily district or acquire a 2-story old villa with a small garden in the Jisoo district. The stark contrast highlighted the exorbitant costs of magical experimentation. I cannot refuse. Thank you, Mr. Victor. Lucien accepted with a clear conscience. Golden coins seemed to glitter before his eyes. 30+ gold talers meant he could purchase 30 grams of rare moonlight rose powder and rent a vacant villa in the Jisoo district for 2 or 3 years. The only variable was that moonlight rose was priceless when available, not something one could simply buy on demand. His urgency to leave the slums wasn't pretentious, but a matter of safety. His current status and position no longer allowed him to remain hidden in the Adrang district, or it would inevitably arouse suspicion. His professor persona had been active throughout that neighborhood. Leaving sooner meant greater security. Additionally, the villa's basement could be secretly converted into a well-soundproofed magical laboratory, such as excavating a testing chamber directly beneath the composition room. Moreover, desiring a more respectable and comfortable life was perfectly reasonable. While celebrating the concert's success, Phyllis was excitedly inviting everyone to enjoy the pastoral scenery of harvest month at her estate, when a middle-aged woman in a black gown entered. Camille, a powerful sky knight under Princess Natasha's command. Lady Camille. Phyllis, Lot, Herodotus, and other noble offspring who had long heard her name immediately bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Victor, Lucien, and the others also offered gentlemanly courtesies. Camille's features were dignified, yet her expression stern, her seriousness nearly overshadowing her natural elegance. She spoke with calm eyes. Mr. Evans, Her Highness invites you to serve as her musical advisor. You would visit Latasha Palace twice weekly for approximately 1-hour musical discussions each time, with generous compensation. As her words fell, the musicians in Phyllis's group couldn't help but display naked envy. In other countries, altos musicians were often honored as chief musicians to counts, grand dukes, or even kings. But in alto itself, such distinction was even more precious. Only Ryan's eyes suddenly dimmed somewhat. Lucien hadn't expected a single composition to cause such a stir and instinctively declined. I've only been studying music for 3 months. This piece was merely an explosion of accumulated inspiration, a fear I cannot serve as Her Highness's musical advisor. Going to Latasha Palace, protected by various divine magical arrays, wouldn't involve overly strict inspections, but Natasha herself was a 5th-level Grand Knight, and this Lady Camille, who rarely left her side, was even a Celestial Knight. When interacting with them, any carelessness on his part could easily expose his identity as a mage. However, the title of musical advisor to Her Royal Highness was equally tempting. Only entering the palace twice a week for 1 hour each time, he could safely navigate potential scrutiny and perfectly conceal his true identity simply by focusing all his attention on the music. When Lucien initially declined, Lot and the others instantly showed disappointment and surprise. The air briefly stagnated as all eyes focused on him. Camille's expression remained calm, as if she had already anticipated complications. The princess's voice was gentle yet resolute. What I value is precisely your techniques and compositions that break free from old conventions, as well as your experience in composing thematic music. I hope to draw inspiration from this. Mr. Evans, would you be willing to serve as an advisor? Faced with everyone's searching gazes, Lucien realized that refusing again without sufficient reason would be meaningless and would only appear deliberate. So he bowed slightly, his tone humble yet firm. It would be my honor to serve your Royal Highness. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Evans. 2 gold talers per month as compensation. Camille nodded, then took her leave. The brilliance of gold talers flashed in his mind. His previous monthly salary had been merely 10 silver nars, and now this was equivalent to 25 silver nars per hour. At least until becoming a formal mage, he would no longer need to worry about the cost of most materials. More importantly, this title truly granted him entry into high society. How enviable, Lucian. Phyllis and Lot wore complex expressions, but still offered sincere congratulations. Victor also cast him a look of relief and satisfaction. By the time Lucian left the chant hall, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Only scattered lights could be seen nearby, along with the emptiness of darkness where most carriages had departed. The days during the harvest moon were scorchingly hot, but once rain fell, the nights would be swept clean by biting cool winds. At this moment, the slightly cool air brushing against his face was like a bucket of ice water, jolting him awake from the excitement of Victor's successful concert and the joy of unexpectedly earning gold thalers. He slowed his pace and pondered on the steps. Since he would be leaving the Atlanti district soon, he needed to thoroughly clean up his laboratory before moving, to prevent vagrants or others from breaking in during the vacancy and causing trouble. Additionally, the Wraith must be summoned as soon as possible, preferably tonight. Starting tomorrow, he would focus entirely on purchasing moonlight roses. Moonlight roses were extraordinary plants that assisted night squires in awakening their bloodlines, requiring harsh growing conditions and producing scarce yields. Becoming a knight was a shortcut for commoners and even ordinary people to leap into the noble class. The vigorous demand made moonlight roses perpetually in short supply despite their high prices, often being completely consumed within noble circles. If ordinary people wanted to buy them, they could only try their luck or pay even more outrageous prices on the black market. The most reliable method was to first become a squire to some knight, and once one possessed the potential to awaken their bloodline, receive them as a reward. The moonlight roses in the Principality of Violite were almost monopolized by the church, the Violet family, and several other prominent families, which was one of the important reasons they held power in the country. Lucian turned his gaze toward Felice. She came from the Hain family and was Count Hain's niece, theoretically possessing the qualification to purchase moonlight roses from within the family. Although her father had failed to awaken his bloodline with the aid of potions after 3 attempts, ultimately losing in the struggle for titles and having a terrible relationship with the Count, his bloodline had never been stripped away. Felice herself had also tried 3 times without success and could only turn to focus on music instead. The question was, how to persuade her, and how to eliminate her suspicion about his motives for purchasing moonlight roses. Thinking of this, Lucian sighed softly and continued down the steps. The danger of being intercepted by the night watchman last time was still vivid in his memory, and he felt an increasingly urgent desire to improve his strength. If Felice disagreed, he would have to risk going to Alto's black market or attending secret gatherings of magical circles. At this moment, only 2 ordinary carriages remained at the entrance of the chant hall. Joel's face was flushed red as he excitedly recounted to Elisa, John, and Elena his view that he had long seen Lucian's musical talent. Seeing Lucian approach, Joel laughed heartily, spread his arms wide, and gave him a solid embrace. Little Evans, your musician's dream and my chant hall dream have both come true tonight. What a magical evening. You are the pride of your father and all of us. Joel had originally treated the musician's dream as a joke, but since Lucian began studying with Victor, he increasingly believed it was real. Being tightly embraced, Lucian felt secretly embarrassed. Couldn't they avoid hugging? He was really not accustomed to this kind of etiquette. Handshakes would be so much better. After Joel finished his embrace, John also gave Lucian a hug, his excitement evident in the strength of his grip. Lucian, you're truly a musical genius. I'm so proud of you. John's arms felt like iron bands around him, and Lucian could barely breathe, yet he could hear genuine joy in the tremor of John's voice. When John finally released him, he added with barely contained excitement, I thought I'd become a knight first. This comment stirred something in Lucian's heart. He had already planned to prepare Moonlight Rose for John once his finances improved, to help awaken his bloodline. Now he could naturally mention this idea to Phyllis, remembering benefactors and friends after success always earned appreciation and trust. Since arriving in this world, Joel's family had cared for him devotedly, and he had long considered them family, perhaps even closer than Victor. The only question was how to persuade Phyllis, with money or something else. I'm just getting started. I won't truly be considered a musician until I've established myself for at least 2 or 3 years, Lucian replied with a smile. Perhaps by then you'll have awakened your bloodline and become a true knight. John shook his head, releasing his arms. I've just been promoted to senior knight squire, and am just beginning to learn letters. There's no rush to break through. A solid foundation increases the success rate. The first bloodline awakening attempt has the highest chance of success, and each subsequent attempt has lower odds. After 3 failures, unless you use those dangerous special potions with severe side effects, success becomes impossible. Elena waited until the 2 separated before stepping forward to give Lucian a gentle hug, her smile warm. Congratulations on your success, Luciano. I should call you Mr. Evans now. We're friends? Don't be so formal, Lucian said half-jokingly, ruffling her hair. Otherwise, I might not teach you music anymore. The gates between the administrative district and the Aderjan district stood open, with only soldiers on patrol. After seeing Elena off, Lucien walked home with Joel's family through familiar streets to their small wooden house. The night was silent. Lying on his hard wooden bed, Lucien let his turbulent emotions gradually settle. In a drowsy state until after 1 in the morning, he suddenly opened his eyes, got up swiftly, repeatedly checked the security of doors, windows, and passages, then silently slipped into the underground magical laboratory. For an hour, he used a pure silver dagger to carve several new magical traps on the long table covered with special alchemical arrays. After confirming the light patterns activated, he moved to a corner and retrieved a vial of dark red blood from a wooden box preserved with an organ preservation spell. He opened the magical notebook on the nearby table and called up the corresponding pages in his soul library, ready to record data related to wraiths. Wraith dust was the core objective of this experiment, but studying these undead creatures that resembled souls would also greatly benefit his understanding of necromantic magic and strengthen his own soul. The glass test tube's exterior was covered with softly glowing runes. As soon as he removed the stopper, an intense sulfurous odor hit him. The dark red blood churned like magma, occasionally producing crimson bubbles. Lucien chanted obscure incantations in a low voice, his mental power connecting with some otherworldly dimension. He raised his hand and flicked it, sprinkling the devil's blood forward. The dark red blood stopped eerily in midair and began splitting into individual droplets at an incredible speed. The droplets of blood quickly formed a small, sinister magic circle reeking of blood and evil, then began to evaporate violently. Pale red mist swirled as a humanoid shadow suddenly materialized. The figure's limbs and facial features were indistinct, yet it carried such intense malice and hatred that its twisted emotions were almost visible to the naked eye. Though Lucien had not yet fully grasped the mysteries of this dimensional space, apprentice-level magic had simple structures, and he had practiced repeatedly in virtual environments, making this summoning of a low-tier undead creature remarkably smooth. The moment the wraith manifested, it opened its mouth as if to release a piercing shriek, lunging at Lucien with instinctive hatred for all living things. The prepositioned magical trap immediately activated. The surrounding air coiled like tangled ropes, binding the spirit tightly in apprentice-level spirit binding spell. Its advanced variants could even transform knights into bound corpses, preserving their strength and intelligence while granting undead properties. Simultaneously, a transparent circular barrier expanded around the wraith, with sound waves creating ripples across its surfacey apprentice-level trap, silencing barrier. The shriek was absorbed by the barrier, and though Lucien didn't hear it directly, he still felt nausea rising in his throat, accompanied by mild retching and mental disorientation, as if hearing phantom wails. Through this brief experience, he determined the scream was a low-intensity infrasonic attack with strong penetrating power, capable of causing physical harm and inducing psychological hallucinations. Fighting through the discomfort, Lucien immediately recorded in his soul library magical notes, the wraith's attack frequency, approximate wave range, and potential effects. Limited by his current abilities and equipment, he couldn't make more precise measurements for now. With the spirit bound and its shriek neutralized by the barrier, the wraith could only struggle futilely in place, growing increasingly frantic yet helpless. Lucien remained expressionless, ignoring its thrashing as he activated the alchemical array on the table. Golden light rose from the carved lines, displaying scan results 1 by 1 weight, 21.26 grams, heavier than expected, strength, unmeasurable. After recording the data, he began chanting, casting a series of apprentice-level spells while simultaneously evaluating their effects. Mage Hand, pass straight through, unable to make contact with the spirit. Acid Splash, no effect. Frost Ray, no effect. Homin's Choking Cough, slight distortion of the wraith's outline with minor damage, preliminarily attributed to wave interference or magnetic field disruption. Maris's Little Flame, produced extremely weak effects, cause currently unknown. Spell after spell, Lucien calmly compared results and analyzed principles. The wraith's fury gradually subsided, its form becoming increasingly transparent, as if fearing this composed researcher, cowering within the spirit-binding chains and trembling. Unmoved, Lucien continued documenting its every tremor, every silent scream, remnants of basic instinct. Then Lucien cast light and dancing lights, pure illumination spells at the apprentice level. Under their radiance, he observed the wraith becoming agitated, desperately trying to escape, but unable to break free from its bindings. In the light, its malice and resentment gradually dissipated, though the process was painfully slow compared to the church's holy light attacks. This level of wraith was extremely vulnerable to bright light. Even a simple apprentice-level illumination spell was enough to make it writhe in agony. Lucien noticed that the metal pointer in the alchemical array carved on the experimental table showed an extremely slight displacement. The weight seemed to have changed minutely, but the instruments used in basic alchemy couldn't provide precise measurements. After confirming all light sources were functioning properly, he systematically tested the experimental items he had listed beforehand. 1. The duration of light spell exposure versus the wraith's rate of deterioration. 2. The effect of dancing light's flickering frequency on the wraith's emotional fluctuations. 3. The combined effects of different wavelength combinations. Having completed his records, he looked at the wraith, now curled into an almost perfect ball, and shook his head gently with a compassionate smile. You're free now. Only then did he experience the absurd feeling that he was torturing an endangered species. Several more intense beams of light struck down, and the already severely wounded wraith was finally erased from existence. As its piercing shriek came to an abrupt halt, transparent, faintly glowing dust fell like snow, settling entirely on the energy grid lines of the magical trap. Had he encountered this creature unprepared, he couldn't guarantee victory. But in a well-equipped laboratory, magic's advantages were amplified to their fullest, effortless, clean, and utterly decisive. Once the dust had completely settled, Lucien bent down to examine it, then wrote in his record book, 21.25 grams. He added a note. Considering measurement errors in the alchemical array, cannot determine whether wraith consciousness possesses quantifiable mass. After completing his records, he carefully collected the dust into a narrow-necked glass vial, sealed it with a cork stopper, and placed it in a labeled wooden box. Then he began dismantling the makeshift laboratory used for binding and observation, extinguishing the crystal lamps, deactivating the magical trap, and categorizing and packing the alchemical instruments, memory crystals, and spare reagents, everything maintained in perfect order. The next day, when the week began, Lucien got up and headed to the Musicians' Association. Having become Princess Natasha's temporary musical advisor, he was clearly no longer suited to continue his work as a library administrator, and he needed to collect his concert earnings from the association. Sunday was the day when most followers of the Truth Divine religion gathered for worship, making the five-story Gothic-style building of the Musicians' Association exceptionally quiet, with hardly any people coming or going. As soon as Lucien stepped onto the stairs, two guards snapped to attention and saluted with unusual enthusiasm. Good morning, Mr. Evans. Good morning. Lucien nodded slightly, though he was secretly puzzled. Last night's concert hadn't ended until after 10 o'clock, and today was Sunday. News shouldn't have spread through the association so quickly. Yet the guard's attitude said it all. Had Elena told them? She was the only attendee from last night who had to work at the association on Sundays, but she was never one to boast unless someone asked directly. After Lucien walked away, the two guards huddled together, speaking in hushed tones. Who would have thought Mr. Evans would become a musician so quickly? I remember 3 months ago when he came here to haul garbage, I even helped him watch his card. I never expected it either. The other guard looked back at Lucien's retreating figure with admiration. These past 2 months, he's been working in the library every day, often coming to practice instruments in the afternoon. He looked just like any ordinary music student who would have guessed he was a musical genius. Too bad I don't have that talent. The first guard shook his head with a sigh. Otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck guarding doors here. Haha, Mr. Evans must be here today to quit his library job. A genius like him won't lack noble sponsors or opportunities to hold concerts. In the association's main hall, the cold winter sunlight streamed across the polished floor tiles. Elena and Kathy stood by a wooden cabinet, busy organizing documents. Upon seeing Lucien, they immediately set down their work and stood at attention. Good morning, Mr. Evans. Elena wore a mischievous smile, as if sharing a secret worth bragging about, while Kathy appeared both respectful and admiring. Good morning, Elena. Good morning, Kathy. What are you organizing? Lucien asked curiously. Elena blinked and handed him several fresh newspapers, her voice light with excitement. The latest issues of Musical Review and Symphony Herald. This is the first time I've seen a friend's name in these papers, Lucien. You're absolutely amazing. Though not yet fully literate, Elena's work at the association had given her frequent exposure to documents. Combined with her natural diligence and Lucien's guidance, she could now recognize all letters and most names of association members. Lucien was slightly surprised. So soon? Don't these papers usually come out at month's end? And the concert was just last night. Musical Review and Symphony Herald were the most authoritative publications in the music world, highly sought after across the continent. They were published in the final days of each month, featuring outstanding compositions, reviews, and news about famous musicians from the past month, though almost everything related to alto. Victor's concert had taken place in the 3rd week of Harvest Month, so logically, these papers shouldn't appear for at least another week. Elena said with excitement. I heard that many musicians were so moved by your Symphony of Destiny that they stayed up all night writing reviews and delivered them to the association first thing in the morning before attending Mass, so the association decided to publish them early. This is the first batch from the printing press. Mr. Evans, would you like to buy a copy? Her voice was cheerful, and her flaxen curls swayed gently in the morning light. Kathy stood quietly beside her, curious yet reserved. With a sense of reverence for Lucien in her eyes, today's two newspapers held extraordinary significance for him. It would be hard to justify not buying them, Lucien thought to himself, then smiled slightly. Give me one of each, he said, untying the money pouch from his waist and gently pouring out 20 copper fells, which clinked crisply as they fell onto the counter. Since joining the association, Lucien had saved most of his money each month, except for the 3 silver nars he gave to Aunt Elisa and occasional clothing purchases. The experimental equipment he had acquired at the gathering saved him a considerable expense for now, and his money pouch was no longer as flat as before. Of course, Victor had later given him a formal suit, and he had also spent several silver nars on replacement formal wear, taking the opportunity to buy a few more black shirts and have a new hooded black robe tailored, all of which now lay quietly in his wardrobe, waiting for the days when they would be needed. What does it say? Elena handed over the 2 newspapers, her eyes wide with curiosity. Kathy also held her breath. During break time at the association, their greatest pleasure was having acquaintances read the papers aloud to them. Pierre often did this, and Lucien was naturally no exception. Lucien unfolded Music Review, the rough paper carrying a faint scent of ink. The front page center featured only the bold title Music Review and Sacred Calendar Year 815, Issue 9, along with an oil painting of the sacred chant hall's exterior and 2 lines of equally bold text. Gentlemen and ladies, remove your hats and pay tribute, for here is a true genius, Othello. He read these 2 lines aloud. Elena and Kathy's eyes immediately brightened like lit candles, gazing at him with something approaching worship. Lucien then continued scanning the page. Music is a gift bestowed upon us by the Lord, a weapon to inspire our progress. But for over 300 years, apart from sacred and solemn religious music, other compositions have merely seemed pleasant, yet this pleasantness always appeared pale, powerless to touch the heart. Until that night at the Sacred Chant Hall, when I heard this Symphony of Destiny composed by Mr. Victor's student, Lucien Evans, I finally understood what music truly needs. Music is the poetry of every person's inner emotions. Without emotion, without pouring forth the soul's power, music is destined to be pale, like a soulless walking corpse. This Symphony of Destiny, with its theme and emotion running through all 4 movements, uncompromising resistance to darkness and steadfast struggle against adversity, has become the most stirring, most shocking, most powerful, and most moving symphony I have ever heard. Lucien Evans is undoubtedly a musical genius who has shaken the entire alto music world and will surely shake the entire continent. Music needs emotion, just as life needs a soul. After hearing Lucien's brief reading, Elena couldn't help but gasp softly. Such high praise? His Grace the Duke seems to really love your Symphony of Destiny. She paused, pointing to those repeated superlatives, her tone certain and amazed. For consecutive most words, His Grace the Duke has never given such an evaluation before. Casey chimed in with agreement. What about the second article, Mr. Evans? The thematic melody and emotion that runs through the entire piece of music supports a great symphony. The reviewer wrote with an almost trembling excitement. Lucien Evans, this genius musician, used only 4 brief, yet powerful accented notes to create a minimal melodic unit, from which he constructed a single, continuous theme that permeates the entire work, light triumphing over darkness, never retreating in the face of adversity. This singular theme presents rich diversity through alternating interpretations by different instrumental sections. The fierce confrontation between several similar themes completely reveals Evans' inner emotions. It embodies heroic spirit, unwavering determination, the code of every knight, and the chivalric spirit I hold most sacred after the Lord himself, which is why I am deeply moved by this great symphony. Those short yet powerful 4 notes are like everyone's heartbeat, providing momentum for the entire piece. I would like to name this minimal melodic unit a musical motif, and with them, complete and rigorous thematic symphonies can be born. Mr. Evans' uninhibited genius composition shows us the new techniques that thematic music should possess, and reminds us to abandon old constraints. She is a revolutionary and pioneer of musical trends. Reading this far, Lucien felt somewhat embarrassed. He hastily flipped through the remaining content and discovered there were 40 articles in total, with 29 discussing himself and this symphony of fate, including comprehensive analyses of technique, emotion, and spirit. The remaining 9 focused on Victor's piano concerto and the entire concert. The final appendix contained complete scores of 3 brand new symphonies, including Fate. This entire issue of Musical Review was almost entirely divided between Lucien and Victor. In comparison, the music critics from the previous 2 Chant Hall concerts had each written only 1 article, and if not for the association's deliberate consideration, this time, those few might not have had any space at all, wasting their opportunity to perform at Chant Hall. Under the eager gazes of Elena and Casey, Lucien opened Symphony Herald. This newspaper had also nearly become his and Victor's exclusive publication, though it focused on the live spectacle. When the Symphony of Fate finished playing, the prolonged and unprecedented enthusiastic applause, immediate evaluations from important figures, and subsequently published musical analyses were all meticulously recorded. Lucien flipped from back to front, casually summarizing the key points for the two girls. They listened with great interest, their eyes sparkling like crystals. What did the first page of Symphony Herald say? I see it's signed by President Jonas Christopher. Elena couldn't help but ask. Jonas Christopher, a renowned musician who had composed hundreds of outstanding pieces, president of the Alto Musicians Association, and called a living musical legend by the Grand Duke. Lucien closed the newspaper, and indeed the first page bore two prominent lines in bold black letters. If you haven't heard this magnificent and majestic work, then you can say you've never heard any music in your life. Jonas Christopher. Wow. Elena and Casey exchanged glances, no longer knowing how to express their amazement. After a long silence, Elena whispered, after these two newspapers are published, in just a few months, you'll become the most prominent and famous musician on the entire continent. You might soon receive invitations for court performances, or even to serve as a court musical advisor. Lucien merely smiled and shook his head without answering. He picked up the newspapers and walked up the spiral staircase to the third floor, knocking on Mr. Hank's office door. Congratulations, Evans. Hank came around his desk and gave him a firm embrace. Mr. Hank, I plan to resign from my position at the music library, Lucien said directly. Of course, we wouldn't dare keep Her Highness's musical advisor managing the library. Hank readily agreed, then handed over a bulging money pouch. According to Victor's wishes, this is your deserved compensation. The heavy weight made Lucien's heart race. This meant he was about to experience a major breakthrough in both life and power. He opened the pouch, and golden thalers clinked against each other with crisp sounds. 33 coins in total. Holding the money pouch in his hands and feeling its weight, Lucien felt a surge of excitement and exhilaration. It was like being on Earth, earning a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan when housing prices were at that same level, and suddenly receiving a windfall of over 300,000 yuan. Even though Lucien had been tempered by so many experiences and could generally maintain his composure, he still felt significant emotional fluctuations, especially since this money represented hope for rapidly improving his self-defense capabilities in the short term. He lifted the pouch slightly, and the crisp sound of copper quintals clinking echoed in his palm, the slightly warm metal seeming to whisper that new opportunities had arrived. I suppose I'm quite the money lover after all, he thought with self-mockery, then secured the pouch and nodded to Hank before heading toward the wooden stairs leading to the second floor. He had known Pielu for over 2 months now, and while they couldn't be called intimate friends, they could at least be considered acquaintances. Before leaving the library, it was only natural to inform him in person. Hank watched Lucien's figure disappear around the stair corner, a knowing smile playing at his lips as he shook his head gently. It's wonderful to be young and talented. If Lucien had shown disdain for so many quintals or maintained a coldly indifferent expression like stagnant water, it would have made Hank think this young musician was peculiar. As for the 1 quintale that should have been added according to custom, Lucien knowingly didn't mention it, and Hank was happy to pretend ignorance. They both tacitly observed the unspoken rules of their trade. In the second-floor music library, sunlight streamed through tall windows onto the wooden floor. Pielu sat listlessly behind a wooden cabinet, with 2 newspapers spread before him, their corners slightly curled by the morning breeze. Good morning, Pielu. Lucien called softly as he approached the counter. Pielu looked up as if awakening from a dream, his eyes first confused, then darkening. Lucien, or perhaps I should call you Mr. Evans. This cold tone caught Lucien slightly off guard. Having spent 2 months together, he knew Pielu was neither foolish nor blindly arrogant, and even if jealous, wouldn't display it so openly. Pielu's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out an accusation through gritted teeth. Why do you people play piano like that? Do you even understand how to play the harpsichord? His dark brown eyes, mixed with disgust and confusion, stared fixedly at Lucien. Lucien's heart stirred as he looked down at the counter. There lay 2 copies of this morning's freshly printed Music Review and Symphony Herald, both clearly turned to the same page reviews of Victor's piano concerto. He had already skimmed through them earlier and stored the full text in his sole library. Now, with just a glance, he could see that the latter half of both articles focused on Victor's fingering technique when playing piano. One praised how this new instrument had been made to display its unique charm, while the other harshly criticized it for violating the traditional fingering techniques of generations of harpsichord masters, calling it a betrayal of music and declaring the so-called improvements meaningless. Though he understood what Pielu was referring to, Lucien still didn't understand why his reaction was so intense. Such debates should be left to the various gentlemen to argue. But Pielu pressed on, his voice nearly rising. Do you people even understand the art of harpsichord performance? Pielu demanded again. Piano harpsichord. Upon hearing these words, Lucien suddenly recalled that after Pierre learned he was studying piano, he had recommended a book called The Art of Harpsichord Playing. Lucien immediately summoned this book from his sole library. gently traced the cover with his fingertips, and read the author's name aloud in a low voice. Antonio Sandor? Piero, who is Mr. Antonio Sandor? He asked, looking up with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Piero was stunned at first, then straightened his back, his voice filled with pride. He is my father, a great harpsichord player. I cannot tolerate you destroying his art. Lucien had no intention of continuing the argument about fingering techniques. He raised his hand in a calming gesture. The quality of fingering ultimately depends on musical expression. Let time be the judge. Anyway, Piero, I'll be leaving the library starting today. But Piero wouldn't let it go, pursuing coldly. I was wrong about you, Lucien. You think your musical talent gives you the right to squander it carelessly, showing no respect for tradition. If you don't abandon your current playing technique, you'll only stray further down the wrong path and eventually lose your reputation as a genius. Though he wanted to argue further, faced with Piero's stubborn determination, Lucien gave up. He silently turned and walked away. Such matters couldn't be resolved with words. I thought we could become friends. Walking out of the music library, Lucien sighed inwardly. Not every good person you meet becomes a friend. Most are just brief encounters who gradually drift apart for various reasons. Yesterday's concert ended successfully, and Victor announced that teaching would resume its normal Monday to Friday schedule. After days of busyness, he himself, along with Lot, Felice, and Herodotus, all needed rest. Today was Sunday, and everyone had gone to church for service, leaving the fourth-floor piano rooms empty and causing Lucien, who wanted to discuss something with Felice, to come up empty-handed. Maybe I'll visit her home in the Noble District this afternoon. He tucked the heavy money pouch back into place, pondering excuses for the visit. Urgency might actually seem more reasonable, but how could he convince her? Should he directly present the gold thaler, or think of other bargaining chips? Carrying this worry, Lucien returned to the first-floor hall and asked Elena if there were any garden villas for rent in the Jisoo district. According to custom, house rentals were handled at City Hall or the Adventurers Guild, but since the Jisoo district was mainly populated by musicians, performers, and music teachers, rental properties in this area were coordinated by the Musicians Association. Under Elena's enthusiastic and well-organized introduction, Lucien took interest in a two-story garden villa at 116 Jisoo district. The owner was an ordinary musician who had been invited by a viscount from the Syracuse kingdom to serve as a music advisor, and had entrusted the association with renting out his property. Though the villa was in a remote location, it was quiet and elegant, with an annual rent of only 1 gold thaler. Deciding to visit the property first before finalizing the decision, Lucien glanced at the hall clock. It was nearly 10 o'clock and bid farewell to leave the association. Next, he needed to return to his cottage to continue dealing with the hidden items there, and in the afternoon, he would visit Felice while also checking out the villa. Goodbye, Mr. Evans, Elena said with a charming smile, while Kathy bowed formally. As soon as Lucien returned to the Atterjan district, he noticed a crowd of neighbors gathered outside Aunt Alyssa's house, whispering among themselves just like when John had become an official night squire. Since it was Sunday morning service, these poor folks who worked from dawn to dusk rarely had a chance to rest during daylight hours. They clustered in small groups by the doorway, their conversations coming in fragments. Thanks to his expanded mental power, Lucien's hearing had become much sharper than before. Even from his own cottage doorway, he caught words like Joel, invitation, and moving away, which immediately filled him with an inexplicable sense of unease. Suppressing his impulse, he turned back toward Alyssa's house. Hey, Roy, what are you all talking about? Lucien called out to a familiar neighbor. Roy, weathered from years of manual labor and looking older than his 30-something years, didn't yet know that Lucien had become the princess's music advisor. He grinned so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. Lucien, Joel finally caught a break. Before the service, some nobleman invited him to work as a family musician on his estate. You should have seen how happy he was. And stopped smiling as he packed up with Alyssa and Alvin. The pay must be pretty good. Oh, and apparently it's because you became a musician that this lord thought Joel must be talented to have taught you. So he extended the invitation. Another neighbor, Aunt Liz, looked at him intently. Is that really true? Did you actually become a musician? The more Lucien heard, the more something felt off. Fighting down his growing anxiety, he asked, which nobleman was it? Did you catch his name? Even if a noble really had hired Joel because of Lucien's newfound fame, there was no reason for such hasty action. Even if there wasn't time to notify John, who had left the city that morning, Joel should have at least told Lucien. Joel had always been steady and reliable, so leaving without even saying goodbye was completely out of character. Liz and several neighbors shook their heads in unison. How could we dare ask a nobleman's name? Liz explained. We just saw his fine clothes and the servants and attendants with him, so we knew he was nobility. Do you remember what he looked like? Did Uncle Joel leave any message or note for me? Lucien pressed. Roy thought for a moment. He was a very distinguished old gentleman with completely white hair, wearing a black formal coat, and carrying a walking stick. His attendants were in their early 20s, all sturdy men. The description sounded detailed, but upon reflection, it was utterly generic, no different from the burly men you'd find anywhere in the market district, adventurers' guild, or taverns. Liz slapped her forehead. Joel did ask me to tell you, and John not to whirl, have someone send word once he gets settled there. Nothing else. Lucien fought to keep his anxiety in check. Nothing else. The neighbors all shook their heads. Lucien took several deep breaths to calm himself. First, find clues, then go notify John. If this group really had ulterior motives, they must have left some trace behind. Alyssa's house was locked tight, but he happened to have a spare key at home. The neighbors watched with puzzled expressions as he hurried back to his cottage. As he pushed open the door, the sensitivity of his soul and mental power immediately alerted Lucien that something was amiss inside. Someone had been here. They hadn't deliberately erased their presence, simply letting it fade naturally. If he weren't a formal magic apprentice, he never would have detected such a subtle difference. His gaze swept across the room, and when he focused again, there on his table sat a white letter. Countless thoughts raced through Lucien's mind as he feigned nonchalance, calmly closing the door before walking to the table. He slipped his left hand into his coat pocket, fingertips touching the cold, intricate patterns of the ice revenge ring. A wall of steel-like resolve instantly rose within him, no different from a knight who had achieved a formal breakthrough. But he immediately suppressed this aura, judging from the earlier clues. His opponent didn't yet realize he was a mage rather than an ordinary young man. An unfamiliar letter lay on the table. Supported by the calm resolve simulated by magic, Lucien's right hand moved with the caution of someone handling a dangerous mechanism as he opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. The paper was ordinary, with several rows of printed words arranged neatly but appearing rigid, lacking the warmth of handwriting. Dear Mr. Evans, we are greatly honored to have invited Mr. Joel's family. As long as you cooperate with us in some manageable tasks, they will certainly live happy, prosperous, and wonderful lives. When everything is completely finished, they will return safely and intact with wealth that will satisfy you. This is a fair transaction. Kidnapping, but clearly the target wasn't money. Lucien suppressed the urge to tear up the letter, analyzing quietly while carefully searching for clues between the lines. What exactly did they want him to do? Suddenly, the original lines quickly faded and disappeared. Then black words appeared one by one, forming new sentences. Mr. Evans, you truly deserve to be called a musical genius who composes magnificent pieces. Your calmness and composure just now satisfy me greatly. I repeat, this is a fair transaction and cooperation, not kidnapping. Of course, if you betray us, you will never see Mr. Joel's family again. Supernatural power. He absolutely couldn't let them discover he knew magic, or all hope of rescue would be lost. As a magic apprentice who had encountered undead creatures like wraiths and water spirits, Lucien wasn't frightened by the eerie scene before him, but became even calmer. He had no trust whatsoever in this so-called transaction, certain it was naked coercion. Experience told him, never expect kidnappers to release hostages after conditions are met. What returns might only be corpses. Therefore, he immediately decided to refuse the coercion, secretly plan a rescue, while outwardly stalling for time. He took 2 deep breaths, forcing himself to remain calm, and spoke in a low voice. What do you want me to do? How can I trust that you'll guarantee Uncle Joel and his family's safety? Perhaps they've already been killed by you. Moderate firmness was a necessary negotiation strategy for protecting hostages. The writing faded again, and new text appeared. What we require is very simply to fully utilize your musical talent, create more and more excellent works, and become Princess Natasha's long-term musical advisor. This shouldn't be difficult for a musical genius like you who can compose such complex and magnificent pieces in just 3 months, and it aligns perfectly with your goals and future path. You see, as partners, we always have Mr. Evans' best interests at heart. Black ink appeared line by line on the envelope, like dark serpents slithering through dim light. As for Mr. Chower's family, rest assured killing them serves no purpose for us. Before the envelope, Lucien's palms grew damp with sweat while his mind raced. Is their real target Princess Natasha? Or do they want to use the princess's name to infiltrate Lataxia Palace and extract secrets? Perhaps they plan to gain the princess's trust and then manipulate certain nobles' inheritance rights. He recalled yesterday he had been invited by the princess to serve as a temporary music advisor, and today Uncle Chower's family was kidnapped. Their swift response could only mean there was an insider among those present at the time. But who could it be? While reasoning through this, he lifted his hand and wrote rapidly on the paper, his tone cold and firm. Unless you can prove Uncle Chower's family is alive, I'll assume they're dead and refuse to cooperate. You can kill me, but you cannot force me. The handwriting twisted, and new words emerged. Mr. Evans, please understand. You are merely one component of our many schemes. We have plenty of methods where we're not as dependent on you as you imagine. Lucien sneered coldly, his knuckles turning white from gripping too tightly. Then go ahead and kill me. The black letters suddenly vanished, and the envelope fell silent. Several minutes passed, and he almost thought they had retreated, but he still clenched his teeth in silence. This was a battle of patience. Finally, thick black words appeared again. We will regularly show you images of Mr. Chower's family's current condition, starting tomorrow with the first one. But your attitude just now has angered us, so along with the image, we'll include one of Mr. Chower's fingers. I'm sure you'll recognize it. Bastards. Lucian cursed under his breath, then suppressed his rage and wrote on the paper. The images must include complete time and date stamps. Otherwise, you could easily split footage from the same day and disguise it as multiple days. After a brief silence, they offered a compromise. Acceptable. The writing immediately added. Now, Mr. Evans, you should cooperate, shouldn't you? I'll decide after seeing tomorrow's footage. Lucian pretended to know nothing about the supernatural world while secretly clenching his fists. With time and date stamps, he could deduce Uncle Chower's family's approximate location from the surrounding environment. So he asked again, do you need me to swear an oath? Black letters slowly appeared. Mortal oaths are made to be broken. If we invoke the true gods as witnesses, the oath would leave traces on you that both the churches and Lataxia Palace's divine arrays could detect. Therefore, your verbal agreement will suffice. Finally, the ink-black words settled like a brand. We will observe everything you do and secret and harbor any illusions about deceiving us. And don't even think about reporting us to Her Highness. Trust me, the moment you utter a word, Joel's family will be dead within a minute. The writing was blurry and mysterious, as if shadows were crawling across the paper. Lucian stared at the threatening line, a chill running through him. Was that last sentence implying they had someone close to the princess? Or could they rely on some eerie telepathic ability to detect specific words? Besides becoming Her Highness's long-term musical advisor, what exactly do you need me to do? He deliberately spoke aloud. Probing their motives' purposes often revealed true intentions. Black text suddenly appeared in scrawled handwriting. If you hear anything interesting at Latakia Palace, as well as the Grand Duke and Princess's schedules, we would be delighted to know. You simply need to write it down on this paper with a quill pen. The other party remained cunning. Their conditions unchanged from the beginning, their true motives still impossible to determine. Lucian nodded, maintaining his composure. No problem. A new line of scrawled black text slowly appeared, even fainter than before. Mr. Evans, you are very wise. If you need anything, you may request it from us. We hope for a pleasant cooperation. As the words settled, all text suddenly vanished, and the letter returned to blank. At the same time, through the Ice Avenger's will, he detected the faint supernatural fluctuation in the surroundings rapidly retreating. Lucian folded the white paper and tucked it into the envelope, staring expressionlessly at the tightly closed wooden window, though anger churned in his chest. You certainly wouldn't expect that I've already identified you, would you? Cultists of the Silver Horn. From the moment he opened the envelope, the enhanced mental power of the Ice Avenger had detected the weak supernatural force lingering on the paper. With each appearance and disappearance of text, his understanding of this power's composition deepened. He first ruled out the magic he was familiar with, then compared it to the sensations Bishop Salda had given him and the divine art fluctuations Benjamin had demonstrated, finally reaching a conclusion. This was a type of pseudo-divine art, whose specific details currently exceeded his knowledge. In Alto, the most active cult recently was indeed the Silver Horn. Under the church's strict surveillance, it was unlikely that any other secret sect could have infiltrated. What fate we share, he cursed silently through gritted teeth. This seemingly ordinary white paper was actually an apprentice-level divine artifact. Someone must have been lurking within a 100-meter radius earlier, using pseudo-divine arts to eavesdrop and manipulate the paper. The opponent's strength was slightly inferior to a formal priest, but stronger than a high-level magic apprentice. At such a level, they could hide in any nearby corner and be impossible to find. He checked the cabin, confirming that the entrance to the magic laboratory showed no abnormalities, only then breathing a slight sigh of relief. But Joel's family was still in enemy hands to save them. Cunning alone wouldn't suffice. Without personal strength, even cooperating with the church or the princess might not guarantee they would consider the hostages' safety, especially since they were just commoners. From beginning to end, he had never considered compromising with the Silver Horn. He had decided from the start to seek opportunities to personally rescue them. Being blackmailed would only lead to deeper entanglement. This was his most basic judgment and resolve. Leaving the house again, Lucian headed straight for the noble district. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.